Cast in Blood. Book 3 of the Unnatural Brethren series by USA Today. Best-selling author Silvana G. Sanchez. Is this your first time? Your first foray into my dangerously delightful exploits? If so, let me escort you to the first bloody chapter, written in blood, and then on to the thrilling sequel, Call of Blood. But if you've already accompanied me into the shadows before, stay with me, Darkling. Stay. I'll make it worth your while. Are you prepared, my dear, to plunge headlong into the treacherous depths where vampires and witches hold sway? Brace yourself, for this time, our macabre menagerie expands to include the primal might of shifters and the enigmatic allure of shadow beings. The stage is set for a symphony of chaos, and you, my precious reader, have a front row seat. I promise you a journey unlike any other, a wild and tempestuous ride through the very heart of darkness. As always, I shall be your guide, your narrator from the shadows, relaying these extraordinary tales as they were whispered to me by those who lived them. So come, my darkling. Take my outstretched hand. You know the path well by now, do you not? Let us cross the threshold together into that twilight realm, where the magical and the wicked dance a deadly waltz, where the lines between light and shadow blur into obscurity. And now, my dear, we begin our descent. Water. There is water on the tiled wood floor. The trail leads to a door. That door is closed. My hand reaches out and pushes it open. In the corner of the room, partially concealed amidst the shadows, I see him. Damp blonde hair, piercing blue eyes that run me through, drenched white shirt sticking to his arched back, water dripping from his fingertips. Fear as sharp as my damned fangs rushes through my racing heart, tightening my throat, clenching my stomach. Shuddering, I step back and stop at the room's threshold. Never once parting my sight from him, I lean against the door that then shuts behind me. There is no time to question reality, no time to argue with my reason. The fact is, he's here and over 300 years have passed since last we've seen each other. My quivering lips part and utter the name of dread itself. Viktor? A sardonic smile in reply. I close my eyes and like a child I pray. For the first time in 3 centuries, I pray to God that my dead brother disappears. One shallow breath and I open my eyes, only to discover that my brother is not gone. God has forsaken me. He's no longer in the chair. He stands but a few feet away from me, skin tight and shrunken to the bone, the pale luminescence of death as his halo. But he's no angel. A wry grin thins his lips. It's time to pay your dues, little brother, he says. No, this isn't real. This is a dream, a hideous nightmare. It has to be. Is it? His voice is throaty and unnatural, too forced and mechanical to be human. I was always the monster in your book, but in Father's eyes there could be no better son. Viktor slowly drags one bare foot after another, leaving a watery trail behind. The wet, sweeping sound makes my skin crawl. You left me to drown in that lake, he says, stirring the darkest of guilts in my accursed spirit. Pain pours into my veins slowly, like thick tar that spoils everything it meets in its wretched path. Get out of my head, I mumble, taking my trembling fingers to my lips. Leave. My brother cocks his head. The movement is sharp and too quick, a bizarre mimic of human motion. Fear is a curious thing, he says, now inches away from me. Are you frightened, little brother? He takes a minute to enjoy the moment. You should be. Chapter 1. Shit! Ivan threw the sheets to the floor, heart racing, thumping hard against his chest. He hauled himself against the headboard and sat on the bed. A quick sweep of his hand removed fine beads of perspiration from his forehead. Nightmares such as this had tormented him for centuries, but this time, the dream had been all too real. Dread coursed through his veins, imbued with the adrenaline that made his senses spring to alertness. Viktor is dead Dead and buried, Ivan reminded himself, crawling out of bed whilst holding the certainty that a rotting hand would dart beneath the mattress and snatch his ankle. He made it to the closet, safe and sound, and put on a fresh t-shirt and jeans. The thing about being dead was exactly that. You didn't get to come back. There were no second chances, no pit stops on the way to heaven or hell, or whatever oblivion awaited in the afterlife. However unreal his delusion was, Ivan wouldn't stay in this room another minute. Convinced it would drive his brother's memory away, he moved downstairs. Daylight perished in pulsing waves as he descended the staircase's marble steps, it extinguished by the time he reached the foyer. At last, blessed darkness set in, and his heart regained peace. In his past, Ivan had buried many a mistake. The wrongings of his mortal life had never once crept back to haunt him. However, there was one regret Ivan carried with him always, a headstone anchored to his bones. Not a day or night transpired that Ivan did not feel it pressing down, sinking his feet into the mud of immortality, each day an inch deeper. His name had haunted him since the day he'd drowned. The horror fixed in his glazing eyes would torment him forever. Seeing Elisa again after 300 years had sent an unexpected shock to his entire system. The repercussions of rekindling the flames of their passion out of the ashes had slowly poured into his life after their last goodbye. One of those dire consequences had everything to do with the name that remained unspoken between them. Their brother, Viktor. More alive than he'd ever been as his body rotted somewhere in Winterbourne beneath layer upon layer of dirt centuries old, Viktor had crept into Ivan's dreams and made of them nightmares worth playing in Tales of the Crypt. Ivan had not slept well for the past week, although it seemed longer than that. A little over 5 years had passed since he'd last seen Elisa, when he'd walked with her to the bus station and kissed her farewell. At this point, his lair's location was no secret to the vampires of the Devil's Coven, but ever since Jiaolong's destruction, what few immortals remained loyal to the dragon had been either executed or exiled from San Francisco. Villa Belvedere would always be Ivan's home. He could not bring himself to sell it. Perhaps part of the reason Ivan refused to let it go was that he secretly hoped one day to find Philip prowling about the library, buried deep in some poetry book. Yeats. He adored Yeats. As things stood, Ivan was alone tonight. Philip had gone off the vampire radar, unreachable even to his newly enhanced psychic abilities. Marianne had run off with the Viking lord, Eirik Bjorn, and they'd established a lair in Venice. Ivan dared not pry into the life of Elizabeth Sharma, now that she enjoyed the perks of being a midblood. That left his youngest fledgling, Antoine, whom, like a fortunate Romeo, had rushed in the nick of time to reach Cassandra at the airport and mend the wounds of their love. They had triumphed over their abysmal differences. Cassandra was no less than the Deveraux heir, the newly appointed head witch of the family, while Antoine had fallen to Ivan's fangs, becoming a fearless vampire. Their unnatural world was no place for witches and blood demons to entwine. Ivan should know. Centuries ago, he'd thought he could prevail upon those differences, but he'd been a fool, of course. Like no other creature, Juliette Deveraux had found a way into Ivan's broken heart, mending it piece by piece with patience and care. And how had he returned her affection? Recklessness did not begin to describe his ill-treatment of her. It had been badly done, and although 3 centuries had passed since, he'd always wondered, perhaps there was room in his heart for one more regret. Oh, I'd love to unveil the musings of your mind. I wonder if amidst those thoughts, there's a place for me still. That voice. Ivan knew that voice. But it couldn't be him. Chapter 2. Dristan? Ivan took his hand to his gaping mouth. He squinted, unable to trust his vampire sight, and all the while his heart froze as he contemplated the wonderful possibility of not being fooled by his preternatural senses. Yes, there stood his maker, gorgeous, with a trimmed beard and moustache, and modernly styled ash-blonde hair, short on the sides and with more length on top. A hint of pride loomed in Dristan's eyes, precious amber gems that glimmered in the hall's shadows. No, it was impossible. Dristan was dead. Ivan himself had buried him. "Are you a ghost?" Ivan whispered, hesitant to turn the light on, lest this wondrous spirit were to fade in the blink of an eye. His maker's brow furrowed. "Dear me," Dristan mumbled, sweeping his outfit with a scrutinizing glance. "Do I look that bad?" Ivan let out a short laugh in disbelief. At once, he pressed the switch, filling the room with warm light that slowly enveloped the handsome blood drinker standing in the hall. "Dristan, what the hell?" Ivan said, stepping closer. "You were dead." Tears gathered in his eyes. But he wouldn't run away with the plethora of emotion building up inside him. Not yet. Ivan's unsteady hand landed on Dristan's chest. Past the smooth fabric of his shirt, his fingers sensed the firmness of the muscles underneath. It became clear then. This was no spectre, but truly Ivan's maker in the flesh. The millinery vampire, Dristan Breck. "Are you glad to see me?" Dristan asked. The mellow cadence of his voice calmed Ivan and soothed his anxiety. Few people in the world had such an effect on him. "Glad?" Ivan said, stunned with awe. The term hardly does the feeling any justice. Words no longer would do. Ivan reached for Dristan's shoulders and seized him in a heartfelt embrace. His maker not only welcomed this gesture, but returned it with genuine affection. When he buried his face into his maker's shoulder, cedar and sandalwood filled Ivan's lungs, a hypnotizing perfume that stirred dusted memories into colorful splashes of life. However subtle, Dristan's cologne was powerfully alluring, as was the darkness pulsing from his presence. Nestled in his father's arms for the first time in centuries, a sudden comfort overwhelmed him. Ivan wept in silence. Now was as good a time as any for it. "How is this possible?" he asked, stepping back to see his maker again. "Dristan, here, in my lair, in San Francisco. I lay dormant inside the shell of my remains, buried in the resting place you so diligently raised for me," Dristan said, ostensibly self-possessed for someone discussing the minutiae of their own death. "I lay there for decades. Decades turned into centuries, until one day I heard a voice." He paused. It was a human voice, that of a grave robber. Luckily for me, he dug the wrong one and found me, a millinery vampire with centuries of built-up bloodlust. Ivan shuddered as he considered the ruthless scene of his maker's vampiric attack. Lingering upon those thoughts did no good. He closed his eyes and shook his head. "Words fail me, my dearest friend, my father in darkness," he said, still wide-eyed and overwhelmed. "Know that I am beyond anything resembling happiness. But when was this? When did you rise to the world again?" Dristan pursed his lips. "The year was 1986, he said. 1986? Ivan gasped. "But that was decades ago. Why did you not come to me sooner?" "Hasty and demanding as ever, I see." The corner of Dristan's lips curled. "I wished with all my heart to come to you, my dear boy. But I'm afraid it took a while for me to become acquainted with this unknown world." He paused. The wish to see you again pulsed with every beat of my old heart from the moment my eyes opened once more. Please, never doubt it. Ivan took a deep breath to shake off his irritation. He studied his maker's mortal guise. Dristan's dark denim trousers would have allowed him a relaxed look had he not chosen to pair them with a wool tweed coat. Maurizio Baldassari, no less. His father in darkness had fully adapted to this century's fashion and culture. Perhaps he really had prolonged this meeting for fear of seeming out of sync with the modern world. It would certainly flatter Ivan that Dristan would have taken over 30 years of preparation to meet his expectations. "You were in no hurry for this day to arrive," Ivan mumbled. "What made you come?" He was incapable of holding his tongue. Curiosity had taken over bewilderment and happiness, to the point of caring little about minding his manners, which was so forlorn to Ivan nowadays. "Do you really not know?" Dristan gave him a meaningful stare. "I am beyond words, flabbergasted and bemused. Interpret my silence, father of mine. I am clueless." "You did it," Dristan said. "Against my every warning, you drank from the source." "Oh, I see," Ivan mused, oddly disappointed. He lowered his chin and turned to the chimney. Fear stirred inside his wretched heart, that when he looked back, Dristan would have vanished into thin air, and he'd then realize this had been a dream. Ivan looked over his shoulder. There was Dristan, patiently waiting for an answer. He sighed in relief. I didn't plan to, if that helps my case. Ivan gave him a wry smile. I had no other choice, Dristan. What's going to happen to me now? Well, for one thing, you've caused quite a commotion on the other side of the world. Dristan raised his brow, gentle in his demeanour, despite the harshness of his words. Other milinaries have sensed your reawakening, as did I, and they're not at all pleased. I don't give a fig about them. Ivan turned. I'm asking about you. Will you disown me now that I've gone against your rules? He stepped closer, locked in a daze, as he realized yet again that the man standing before him was no spectre, but his maker, flesh, blood, and bones. Would the shock ever go away? Dristan bit his lower lip. My disapproval, is that really your greatest concern? It is, Ivan said, adamant. I should be angry, his maker mumbled, looking towards the living room. Through the sliding glass doors, the Golden Gate Bridge twinkled in the distance. And perhaps for a few days I was. Dristan shrugged. But not anymore. He dug his hands into his pants pockets and squared his shoulders. His hazel eyes glimmered with delight as they landed on Ivan. I am so glad to see you, Ivan. You've become the vampire my heart so desperately desired. Have I? Ivan mused, cynical as he'd ever been. He paced in the hall, lured by the living room's view of the bridge and the clear night sky with its myriad titillating stars. Ivan stopped at the living room's threshold, and folding his arms over his chest, he leaned his body against the door's jamb. You've gone against our brethren's every dogma, and you've broken almost every rule in the Dark Vale, my young fledgling. Dristan drew closer, compelled either by the view or his offspring. Perhaps both. His maker's hand landed on Ivan's shoulder, a comforting gesture he'd greatly missed. We shall see what consequences this drink will bring, he added. But whatever they may be, we will face them. Together. A genuine smile bloomed on Ivan's lips. I like the sound of that, he said. Ivan adored the undeniable intimacy rekindled between them, but he liked the implication of Dristan's remark even more. His maker's presence was more than a social call. Dristan had come here to stay. That is one stunning view. Dristan suggested they enter the living room. Ivan nodded and followed him inside. How long have you been in San Francisco? Ivan asked, akin to mortals' customary chit-chat. Not enough to drink up the wonders this city has to offer, he said, enthralled by the panoramic. His maker's choice of words in such a context thrilled Ivan beyond measure. I'm sure that can be arranged, he said in a husky voice, moving towards Dristan with fierce determination. I happen to know the best place in town to... A heavy metal version of the badinage abruptly went off. The burst of escalating electric guitars resounded in the living room. Dristan frowned. Is that... Buck? His denouncing gaze wandered about the room, searching for the ringtone's origin. Ivan's cheeks flushed. Do not judge me, he muttered, dipping his hand between the sofa's cushions. I've gotten enough of that from Philip. The melody reached the end, only to start again. Where's that damn thing? On his knees he looked under the couch, and sure enough there was his cell phone. Not unusual to find his phone in such random places, since he'd often send the blasted thing flying across the room. Who would even call him at this hour? Ivan pressed the dial, hasty to silence that wretched ringtone. He set the phone on speaker mode because the bourgeois in him wanted to brag about how accustomed he'd become to this contemporary lifestyle. What's up? Ivan said, sitting on the carpeted floor. He sighed, relaxing his head against the sofa. Ivan, what took you so long? The voice from the phone belonged to the Somerset boy, his youngest son in darkness. Antoine, why on earth would you call me through this thing? Ivan said, smiling as he threw a quick glance at his maker. Use your psychic skills like any other vampire, would you? I have vampiric superpowers now. I could pick up the message, you know. I can't. Psychic stuff doesn't work for me. And I really don't need one of your lectures right now, d'accord? Antoine begrudgingly said. Fine, have it your way. He shrugged with indolence. What's so important that it couldn't wait until you got home? By the way, where are you? I haven't seen you in days. That's just it, Ivan. I'm not in the city. Antoine paused. I'm in Paris. What? Speaker off. Ivan pulled the phone close to his ear and got on his feet. When did you leave? Never mind that. Why are you there? I had to see Cassie, but that's not why I'm calling. He hesitated to speak. Antoine's jittery voice unsettled Ivan to the core. There's been an accident. What do you mean an accident? How is Cassandra? What the hell happened? Ivan's heart pounded hard in his ears. Such shortness of breath assaulted him, he became dizzy. No. I cannot lose another Deveraux. There was a car crash. Antoine heaved a sharp sigh. Cassie broke her ankle. She's recovering at home. At Deveraux Manor, yes, Ivan mumbled, trying to shed off his distress. So that's good news. Ivan's offspring sobbed in silence. Antoine? He asked almost in a whisper, standing by the glass doors in search of a thread of sanity beyond the evening sea. Is there anything else? She wasn't alone in the car, he added. Her cousin was with her. Jeanette? Had something happened to her? Ivan was at his wits' end, and Antoine's reticent behaviour only made matters worse. She's in a coma. Antoine sniffed, then harumphed, struggling to gather himself once more. Bloody hell! Ivan bit hard on his lower lip until the taste of blood struck his tongue, sending a thrilling spark through his entire system. A minute of silence sailed between them. Ivan, Antoine asked with the same restless voice, what should I do? Should I do something to help Jeanette heal? No, Ivan blurted out. Making a vampire out of a Deveraux witch, that was unthinkable. You can't, Antoine. You're too young to even attempt such a transformation on your own. Then you must come, Ivan. I'm at the end of my tether here. His voice broke off. If things take a turn for the worst, I don't know that Cassandra can take it. She's been through so much already. Antoine took a deep breath. One more blow might push her over the edge. You know it's happened before. I'm afraid she might. She won't. Ivan was adamant and harsh as he cut off his fledgling. Cassie needs you, Ivan. The family needs you. Hell, I need you. Antoine gave him a short, mirthless laugh despite his gloomy frame of mind. Ivan placed a hand over the cold pane of glass. His vacant stare drifted to the quiet sea. How peaceful it seemed on the surface. Ivan? I have to go, Ivan said. I'll call you back. Send Cassie my love. He pressed the dial, ending the call. Troubling news, my boy? Dristan asked, meeting him by the doors. How did you... He turned to say, but then Ivan stopped. Vampire hearing is most acute, isn't it? Dristan nodded. A bitter smile stretched his lips. It's a shame you should leave upon my arrival. Leave? Ivan knitted his brow. What the devil was he saying? To Paris, to see the girls who suffered the accident, Dristan added. Genuine concern twinkled in his eyes. How marvellous to catch a glimpse of humanity in someone as ancient as him. It filled Ivan's heart with a strange sense of hope, gave him something to look forward to in the centuries to come. Paris? Ivan repeated. I haven't set foot in Paris in ages. No, I cannot go back, shaking his head. Too many memories. That family needs you, Dristan said, and his voice was free from prejudice, detached and analytical. He simply stated an undeniable fact, and Ivan hated him for pointing it out. Dristan slipped his hand into his coat's pocket. He pulled out a slim cell phone and swept the screen with his finger with vampiric agility. What's that? Ivan said, moving closer. What are you doing? Booking a flight to Paris, Dristan mumbled, holding the phone between both hands and texting with his thumbs like a pro. Will 2 first-class tickets be all right? He raised his brow. Dristan, oh Dristan, will you join me in this adventure? The thought made Ivan smile, regardless of his inner turmoil. Dear God, I know I should go, but my stomach churns at the thought of returning to La Ville Lumière, Ivan whispered. Ivan's immortal father stopped texting to lift his gaze from the screen. Are you being serious? He asked, perplexed. The powerful blood of our preternatural forefathers flows in your veins. What is there to fear? his maker's interest was real. So, even when Ivan had skillfully avoided the subject for centuries, he found himself obliged to give an answer. "Cruel demons," Ivan replied. "What demons are those?" Dristan asked, intrigued. "The ones that spawned from my past choices," he said, gliding his fingers through his hair. "Guilt, regret, despair. Yes, it was wonderful to have his father in darkness back after hundreds of years. He was alive." Dristan had survived Elisa's attack. And yes, Ivan should have been ecstatic, planning the perfect hunt outing for them both. But Antoine's phone call had changed everything. The truth was that the sole thought of setting foot in Paris haunted him more than his brother ever had. "The past is dead and buried," said his father in darkness. Dristan glided onto the couch, never once taking his eyes off his fledgling. Ivan followed his maker's example and sat on the Chesterfield opposite him. "That may well be," he said, "but its sins linger on." Dristan leaned back in the seat, putting on hold his texting with the travel agency. He tilted his head, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. "Is there such a thing as an eternal sin? If there is, then surely it is unforgivable." "That's exactly my point," Ivan said under his breath. "There cannot be redemption after what I did." A frown knitted Dristan's eyebrows, tracing fine lines around his eyes. "I must know, what is this sin of yours?" he asked, folding his arms over his chest. Ivan remained silent, uncertain whether to speak the words that had secretly tormented him for the past 3 centuries. Saying them out loud would make them all too real, too unsettling perhaps. "Walking away from love," he said at last. Dristan crossed his legs in a figure 4 fashion, letting all guard down. "When was that?" he asked. "Loyalty and faithfulness were all I ever knew of you towards Elisa." His maker's nonchalant demeanour as he mentioned the vampire who killed him sent shivers down Ivan's back. "This was before then," Ivan said, scratching his chin. "I don't suppose you'll remember. Her name was Juliette Deveraux." Hearing her name had given a jolt to his heart, quickening its pace vigorously. "The witch," Dristan casually said. "Impressive." "Ah, so you do remember," Ivan said. "Even after all these years, nothing escapes you, old man." "How could I forget?" Dristan scoffed. "You spoke of little else back then. The last time we were reunited in Venice?" He paused. "I'd always suspected she'd been the one to abandon you." "And why would you assume that was the case?" Ivan leaned forward. "It was only natural." Dristan glided his fingers on the couch's arm. "The minute you became a blood drinker, she would have ended all contact with you. Witches hate vampires, you know." "That's a rather strong statement." Ivan couldn't help raising his brow. "What makes you say that, I wonder? Any witches in your past, Dristan?" Now he was teasing his maker and enjoying every second of it. Dristan shook his head. "None," he said. He almost looked disappointed. "I'm afraid magic has eluded me all my life. Save the gift, of course." A sour smile danced on his lips. "I can only speak from what I've learned from others." "Well, Juliette did not leave me," Ivan said under his breath. "I left her." The words carved a deeper wound in his soul as he spoke them. "Sounds like a hard thing to do," Dristan blurted. Ivan fixed his empty stare on him. "She was the light in the darkness of my curse," he whispered, echoing the words he'd once spoken to his beloved Juliette. "Did your choice have anything to do with Elisa?" Dristan asked, and again his tone was detached. Curious that no hatred filtered through his voice as he pronounced her name. "No," Ivan said wryly. "It had everything to do with her." His father in darkness sniggered. "Do you regret making that choice?" A hint of mischief shone in his eyes. "Is that one of the demons that haunts you?" "Oh, it's complicated," Ivan rebuffed. "With her, everything is. But I think what tortures me the most is considering what could have been had I summoned the courage to defy the forces that played against Juliette and me." He sighed heavily. "It's useless to speak of it now." Dristan's cell phone beeped. "Hold that thought," his maker said, checking the screen with a frown. "Ah, our tickets have been confirmed." Ivan winced, scratching the back of his neck. "Listen," he said, shifting in the seat as though it pricked him with 1,000 needles. Dristan, I don't know about this. Our Uber ride is here, Dristan added. Dristan! What the hell? Ivan all but hissed. As I said, it took some time, but I've become acquainted with the world's technology. He rose from the couch, tall and well-built, as handsome as he'd ever been. Just enough to survive. More than that, I'd say. Ivan mirrored his maker's gesture and got on his feet. Chapter 3. She came from the void. A dark, dense cloud enveloped her in muffled silence. And from this place of serene solitude, she saw everything, knew everything. Time and space condensed in that latent state, as years drifted into decades. Decades meshed into centuries. A parlour with no tea set, a waiting room without end, driven by the sole thought of finding her way back. That constant desire raised her awareness at all times, until one day, a door opened. Light crept into the darkness and she followed her way home. And it was as if that waiting room had never existed, and the stillness of the void had been the longest dream. Had it all been a dream? She could not say for certain. Her eyes opened to a dimly lit room. She lay on a bed with the most uncomfortable mattress, hard and wrapped with cheap cotton linens. A strong chemical scent violently penetrated her nostrils. Revolting. Many obscure mechanical contrivances surrounded her, a diversity of tubes and colourful screens that blinked and beeped. Panic slowly crept inside her. Where am I? She tried to speak the words, but no sound came through. Tears loomed in her eyes as the first signs of pain appeared, blinding as they pulsed hard in her arms and legs. Her throat hurt too. There was a tube stuck inside her mouth. One quick glance about the room told her she was not alone. A young woman sat beside her. She had long dark brown hair and grey eyes like the stormy sea that revealed immense suffering. This woman was in far more pain than her. She gathered her hands on her lap and wept in silence. A man entered the room. Unnatural light beamed off his skin. Anyone who'd witnessed such glamour would have confused him with an angel. But she knew better. He was a vampire. Sullen as he slipped a cup of tea between the woman's fingers, the vampire stood at the foot of the bed. "You should be resting," the vampire whispered. "At home." "Why are you still here?" the woman said, hurt tinging her voice. "I told you," he replied dryly, slipping his hands inside his pants pockets. "I'm not leaving you alone." "How considerate." The woman's lips stretched in a wry smile. She put away the paper cup on the table next to her. "I must remove this tube from my mouth." Her arms were too weak. She barely managed to raise a few fingers. Her struggle set off a distress signal on one of the screens. Red numbers blinked, and the machinery beeped loudly. The dark-haired woman looked up at her. "Yes, look at me. Help me, quickly." "Jeanette," the woman whispered. Her bloodshot eyes flew open. "Jeanette!" She got on her feet, not without meeting some difficulty. She wore a strange black bootstrap to her right foot, burdensome. "Antoine, she's awake." Chapter 4. Ivan touched the screen to change the movie for the 5th time in the past hour. Although the options were many, and he still found himself in awe of this century's travel amenities, Ivan could not find a moment's peace. What am I doing here? Why would I jump into this on a whim? Is Dristan's influence over me that powerful? Much as I enjoy your company after centuries of estrangement, your restlessness is most displeasing, my boy. Dristan's eyes remained closed. Silent as he had been during the entire flight, reclined in the leather seat with the woolen cap shading his eyes, Ivan had thought he'd been sleeping. Obviously not. "Why am I doing this?" Ivan mumbled. It was the most convenient form of travel to Paris. His maker's lips curled in a teasing smile. "That's hardly amusing." Ivan gave him a mirthless laugh. "At what time will we get there?" "We should arrive at Charles de Gaulle Airport at exactly 6:45 p.m., Dristan replied, eyes still closed, impassible in his reclined seat. "How will we get to Deveraux Manor?" "I highly doubt I'll recognize the city," Ivan mumbled, turning off the wretched screen. Dristan removed his woolen cap, his hazel eyes fixed on Ivan with the harshest stare. "I've already secured our transportation." "Oh, really?" Ivan asked, surprised. "Look at my millinery maker, so adapted to the 21st century." And how on earth did you manage that? Dristan sniggered. I have an app. He slipped his cap on once more and nestled back in the comfy seat. Now, would you mind? We have little less than an hour until we land, and I would very much like to catch some sleep before we do. It took much effort on Ivan's part not to burst into laughter. Seeing his maker so installed in his mortal role could only make him smile. I must call Antoine, Ivan said, suddenly realizing he'd forgotten all about his offspring. Something about his tone had unsettled him. It didn't take being a vampire to realize there was more to Antoine's distress than mere concern. He's left me a dozen voice messages ever since we left the house. Telepathic communication doesn't come easy to him. And have you listened to any of them? His maker asked. No, I haven't set up the damned thing, he grumbled. People don't usually call me, you know. Send him a text, Dristan added in a groggy voice. A text. Cell phone in hand, Ivan frowned. Do you think the signal might disrupt the call? Send him a text so I don't have to hear you babbling on, and I can finally get some sleep. Dristan smirked, and then turned his back to Ivan, hugging his little pillow. And such was the petition of the powerful millinery vampire, Dristan Breck. I am so glad you're with me, Ivan whispered in the lowest of voices. The statement came with no reply, but he knew well the answer his maker withheld. Ladies and gentlemen, the flight attendant announced over the speakers, we have begun our descent onto Paris. Please turn off all portable electronic devices. Dristan growled and tossed the pillow behind his neck. They walked out of the airport's entrails, engulfed in a jostling horde of tourists and businessmen. As evening set, life sizzled in Paris as it had in the days of Ivan's youth. A sudden wave of nostalgia overcame him, and it was not the roaring 20s that leapt into his mind, but the time when he'd first visited La Ville Lumière on the Grand Tour. Antoine never answered my text, Ivan mumbled, pressing the dial to call his fledgling. It rang a few times. He's not picking up the phone either. Our car should be here any minute. Dristan walked up to the edge of the sidewalk, his preternatural eyes scanning each car plate passing close by. He couldn't care less about Ivan's concerns, could he? A sudden sense of foreboding took hold of Ivan's heart, freezing it under crooked claws. This was a mistake, he mumbled. I shouldn't have come here. Every preternatural instinct inside him screamed to run back inside the airport, and he would have done it, hadn't Dristan held him in place, with a gentle hand pressed on his shoulder. Will you look at that? There's a lovely coffee shop across the street, Dristan said, pointing at the small establishment. You used to be a great lover of coffee. Ivan smirked. A great wine lover too. He laughed off, despite his frame of mind. He turned to his father in darkness, scanning him with narrowing eyes. I know what you're trying to do, Dristan, he said. His maker frowned and pouted his lips, a gesture that would have been impossibly attractive had it not meant feigned confusion. You're trying to distract me, Ivan continued. It will not work. Dristan passed an arm around his fledgling's shoulders. Oh, Ivan, do you remember how many times you spoke about your Paris during our stay in Venice? He sighed. There's no city like La Ville Lumière. I've travelled enough to know my heart belongs to Paris. I had to hear you go on and on about the beatitudes of this place. Well, here we are now. Show me why this city shines like no other, or don't. Either way, one thing is certain. You're not getting back on that plane, not until you've seen those girls and you've made sure they recover from their wounds. Ivan's lips parted, ready to throw his rebuttal. Suddenly, a car stopped in front of them. It was a Mercedes SLK 500, sparkling silver with dark-tainted windows. The driver opened the door and walked around the vehicle to meet them. Monsieur Dristan Breck? He asked. Dristan nodded. The driver picked up Ivan's light suitcase and stored it in the car's trunk. He then opened the door to the back seat. Monsieur, he said. Stretching his lips, Dristan, the satisfied fiend, slipped inside the car and patted the seat, beckoning Ivan to join him. Oh, come on, Dristan taunted. You'll be all right. You'll see. Ivan pursed his lips. There was no refusing his maker, was there? He rolled his eyes back. Fine, he said under his breath, stepping inside the vehicle. This is it, Ivan. There's no going back now. Ivan had never considered himself the kind of immortal that anchored to the past, at least not in the material sense. The last time he'd been here, he'd promised himself never to return. Too much pain lingered in his beloved City of Lights. Would he be strong enough to face the ghosts of his past life and revisit the memories of the one he loved and lost in the garden of Deveraux Manor? As the car dipped into the evening traffic, Ivan came to terms with his struggle. Cassandra needed him more than ever, as poor Jeanette's life pended from a frail thread. Long ago he'd made a vow to look after the Deveraux lineage, Juliet's lineage. He meant to keep that promise. There could be no better reason to return to Paris. His Paris. Chapter 5. A century had passed since the last time Ivan had set foot in Deveraux Manor. Those had been the days when the witch's legacy had befallen to the hands of the wonderfully wicked Catherine Deveraux, a woman who'd stolen his heart at the height of the 1920s. And how could she not have, when Juliet's charm and devastating allure coursed through her blood? Blow upon blow of powerful memories stormed inside his mind as the imposing iron-forged gates opened. Leaping over those gates to meet Juliet Deveraux in secret was an image that chased him all the way up to the Grand Manor. In the distance, the estate's copse rose with its mythical garden, forlorn as it always had been. The place was crawling with magic. As they reached the front porch, the vehicle came to a full stop. Ivan peered through the window, comforted by the sight of Cassandra standing outside, waiting to meet them. She leaned against one of the facade's Corinthian columns holding a pair of steel crutches, dark brown shoulder-length hair dancing in the wind. She wore a medical device on her left leg, a black boot that made her look part cyborg. The most peculiar creature sat beside Cassandra, a puppy. The small breed animal had golden hair and a small coil between its ears, tied with a red ribbon. "Stunning," Dristan said, slightly pushing Ivan as he peered through the window, sweeping the facade with a quick glance. "This is it," Ivan said under his breath, spreading his clammy hands over his knees. Dristan returned to his seat. "You've survived countless ordeals." He gave Ivan a knowing look. "You will survive this one too." "Wait, aren't you coming?" Ivan asked. Now he was panicking a little. Was Dristan sending him alone to face his demons? No. He was supposed to be his Virgil and lead him through the rings of hell for safe passage. Dristan shook his head. "One of us must lease our lodgings, don't you think?" "None of that," Ivan said with a frown. Then leaning forward, he spoke to the driver. "Rue Saint-Thomas d'Aquin 1. I trust you'll find my Parisian lair more than suitable." Centuries ago, Dristan had picked him up from his mortal blundering. He had opened Ivan's eyes to a new reality, and in that process, he'd provided him with every treasure Ivan could have dreamed about. He couldn't help smiling at the fact that it now rested upon him to provide comfortable accommodation to his maker. "I'm sure it will be extraordinary," Dristan said, "as is everything you touch." Warmth rose in Ivan's face. For a split second, he felt genuinely glad to step out of the car. "I'll see you there," Ivan said before he closed the door. The car drove off. As Ivan looked back, Cassandra turned away and entered the house, followed by her new pet. "What is this?" "No grand welcoming. I flew across the wretched pond for this." Sure, she'd been through a terrible accident, but did that really mean she should not be overjoyed to see him? Vexed at Cassandra's detached attitude, Ivan followed her into the house. The interior's radiance rendered him breathless at once, as though it were the first time he'd ever crossed those doors. High stuccoed ceilings, pristine white walls, and immaculate white marble floors mirrored the warm light of the central crystal chandelier. It took him a few deep breaths to settle his quickened heartbeat. Overwhelmed as he was, the home itself seemed larger than life, more imposing than he'd remembered. The air was cold as the grave, despite the roaring hearth nearby. And still, standing in Deveraux Manor filled his heart with warmth. As Ivan stared at the grand staircase, he could have sworn he'd sensed Juliet's presence, ready to descend the steps and rush to meet him with a loving embrace. Perhaps part of her essence still lingered in these halls. Ivan sighed. He swept the room with a glance, recognizing bronze clocks, marble effigies, and antique mirrors as he ambled towards the hearth where Cassandra patiently waited. Now that he stood close to her, Ivan took an interest in analyzing Cassie's appearance. Her pale skin and sunken cheeks caught his attention, as did the dark circles that framed her stormy eyes. Perhaps Jeanette's condition had taken a turn for the worse. Perhaps Cassandra only needed more time to recover from the accident and the toll it had taken on her spirit. Even so, Ivan had expected his visit would bring a spark of joy to her face. Yet she remained self-possessed and detached, as if he were a stranger. "You came," she said with a sullen voice. "I came because Antoine left me no choice." Ivan paced in the grand hall, fearing he'd stumble upon the formidable George Deveraux, Catherine's father. The old man must have been turning in his grave because of his presence in his ancestral home. "He would never have called you here unless it was important," she said. "Where is Antoine, by the way?" he asked. "He had to leave." Cassie bit her lower lip. "Leave? Where, of course," Ivan would ask. "He's in Luxembourg." Tears shimmered in her eyes. She swallowed hard. "He wouldn't leave until he knew you were on your way here." "Is something wrong, Cassandra?" Ivan had to know. "Listen, becoming head of the most powerful family of witches might be a pill hard to swallow, but we've been over this before, remember? This is who you are. Come what may, you are perfectly capable of managing the family's affairs." Cassandra gave him a wry smile. "And on that note, let us move this conversation to the studio." She grabbed her clutches and turned away. "Oh," Ivan mumbled, haunted by the words. "The studio." His mouth suddenly went dry. "This must be kind of difficult for you, I'm sure." "Difficult doesn't begin to describe it," Ivan scoffed, following her through the vast hall. "Come on, Pixie," she said, looking down. The small pup suddenly came out of nowhere, tail wiggling, happy as it could be. "I didn't know you had a dog," Ivan said, making casual conversation in hopes that it would break the tension. "Oh, Pixie isn't mine. She's Jeanette's," Cassandra half smiled. "Do you like dogs?" "I like big dogs," he said. "Growing up, I used to have mastiffs. Gorgeous animals. I don't care much for the smaller breeds," he added, wrinkling his nose. Pixie whimpered and sprung close to Cassie, leaping like a rabbit. "Don't worry about him, Pixie. Ivan is safe," Cassie said, looking down at the pup with an endearing gaze. "He won't bite." "I wouldn't be so sure," Ivan teased, raising an eyebrow. A brief laugh escaped from his lips. Cassandra rolled her eyes back, unamused by his game. They entered a long pavilion with white arched ceilings and checkered marble floors, the portrait gallery. Tall windows lined up the side that offered a view of the courtyard, while the other side's wall contained the paintings of the many Deveraux witches who'd played the role of leaders to their kin at some point in history. From the latest to the first, the Grand Witch Camille. Ivan had ambled those corridors more times than he'd care to remember, and although they now appeared cheerful with dashes of greenery spread about here and there, the long walk to the study room still raised the hair on the back of his neck. Perhaps Cassie could tell of his apprehension, as Ivan had remained quiet for a while. He stopped as they reached the end of the gallery, right before the last portrait hanging on the wall. The faint scent of turpentine caught his interest. This portrait was new. Ivan looked up. "Ah, there you are," he said, staring at the woman in the painting. "Yes, that's me," Cassie said nervously. He clasped his hands behind his back, fascinated by each stroke of paint that blended to shape Cassandra's youthful face. "The youngest head witch in the family," he mumbled. "Not really." Cassandra moved closer. "Juliet was 17 when she was chosen." The name sent a powerful blow to his stomach. He noticed then that Juliet's portrait hung next to Cassie's. "I remember," Ivan said, longing clutching his heart. "Whoever hung this made a mistake," Cassie added, frazzled. "I shouldn't be on this side of the gallery," she paused. "I should have this moved." "I wouldn't do that," he was quick to reply. "You're in good company." Juliet's vivid green eyes fixed on him from the other side of the canvas. The artist had captured her witty stare and that spark of mischief that had made her the most alluring of creatures. Cassie pursed her lips and nodded. "Does it look the same?" she asked, gently pulling him away from the wall. "The manor, I mean." "Hauntingly so." Ivan paused to look back at the pavilion's hallway. "Minor changes here and there." He furrowed his brow. "How can something remain so unspoiled by the tread of time?" She lowered her chin and looked him dead in the eye. Really? Cassie stopped at the studio's door, gripping the pommel. Oh, fine. But I'm a vampire, dear. He shrugged. Houses are not meant to remain the same throughout centuries. Otherwise, they'd be museums. It's one of the Deveraux rules, Cassie said. We're not allowed to meddle with the architecture or the main interior design. She slid the doors open, revealing a welcoming room where the sight of greenery tangled with deep burgundy oriental rugs, and rich tobacco leather Chesterfields framed a blazing hearth ahead. The endless Deveraux rules, Ivan sniggered, following her inside. Who wrote them? Who the hell knows, right? I may have written a few, a voice said. Ivan scanned the room with his vampiric eyes, yet he did not find the woman who'd spoken. He stepped further in, determined in his quest. She sat by the window behind a pair of tall philodendrons. Through the leaves, Ivan glimpsed her profile, gleaming under the dim amber light of a Tiffany lamp. Hers was a delicate face with high cheekbones, a chiseled nose and pouting lips full of youth. The woman held a book in her hands, which she pretended to read, for she could not have read a word while knowing herself observed by him. You? Ivan asked, pushing the leaves aside. The woman turned, flustered, as she batted her long brown eyelashes. Don't get me wrong, but you're a bit too young to have forged the bedrock of this family's history. Who was this woman, anyway? This is Jeanette, Cassandra said, as though she'd read Ivan's thoughts, which would have been impossible, of course. Do you remember her? I do, he said, finding it difficult to look away from her. Hardly surprising, given his inclination to feed his curiosity. It's been a while. Jeanette closed the book without hurry. She swept him with a frosty look that made him shudder. Something about this woman made Ivan uneasy. He couldn't pinpoint what it was. Pixie suddenly brushed his leg on her way to meet her owner. Inches away from Jeanette, the dog's ears stiffened. Pixie then crouched and sneered, revealing her tiny yet pointy fangs. The small pup growled at Jeanette, then started barking incessantly. Pesky creature. Bad Pixie, Cassie said, scolding her with a moving finger. Be quiet! Jeanette glanced at the pup with utter indolence, completely detached from the creature, careless of its behavior and existence. Pixie, come here, Cassandra all but hissed. The dog finally obeyed, prancing to meet Cassie with a joyous strut. Indeed, one would have thought she was the pet's owner, and not Jeanette. But what about Jeanette? Was she not supposedly on the brink of death? I thought you'd be at the hospital, Ivan mumbled, but his words sailed through unheard by the women. Mademoiselle. A man appeared at the doorway, dressed in a black uniform. He was the butler. The white shirt with the Windsor-cut collar gave it away. There's a man on the telephone asking for you, he said. Monsieur Antoine Somerset. Cassandra pursed her lips, and that was as much of a reaction as she would show. I should get that, she said in a low voice, not particularly thrilled to take the call. John, will you please take Pixie? It's time for her dinner. The butler nodded. He gathered Pixie in his arms and waited by the door with the gravitas of an imperial guard. Bon, I'll leave you two for a moment, Cassie said. Go ahead. Ivan ushered her to the door. We'll do just fine. Jeanette Deveraux had lost her parents at the tender age of 5. Her grandmother, Annette, had welcomed her into Deveraux Manor that very day. She'd adopted Jeanette legally as her own a year later. Ivan had met her once before, years ago. She and Cassandra had travelled to San Francisco to visit their Uncle John. Back then, seeing the orphan child, if only from afar, had piqued his interest, especially given the tragedy that preceded her name. Needless to say, the woman sitting before him now was nothing like the girl he remembered. Ivan Lockhart, Jeanette said. Her delicate fingers fidgeted with the black ribbon tied around her silk blouse's neck. Her black and red tartan skirt rode up over her toned thighs when she crossed her legs. Let me see you, she added, rising from the seat. Her pupils flared as she moved closer. You're as handsome as ever. The clothes and hairstyle are different, but you have not changed. She had quite the memory, hadn't she? I'm afraid I can't say the same about you, Ivan spoke plainly. You've certainly changed since last we met. Have I? She asked with feigned innocence. How so? Well, for starters, you're older, Ivan said, hinting at a smirk, and your introvert nature has gone out the window from what I can tell. Is that a bad thing, Ivan? She asked, now standing inches away from him. "I've heard you have a weakness for bold women." Lust glittered in her eyes. Ivan started. "Are you flirting with me?" He was a vampire. He knew a thing or two about seduction. "Do you want me to?" Jeanette's sultry voice rendered him breathless. "Oh, no." Ivan stepped back, shaking his head. "Neither of us wants that to happen." "Perhaps I do," she said, tempting him further. "You don't know what you're saying," Ivan mumbled, backing away from her as if she had the plague. "The concussion must have been more serious than I thought. Although, you seem quite well for someone who's been in a coma," folding his arms over his chest. "No broken arms? Legs?" Ivan harumphed. He immediately avoided her powerful stare. Jeanette lowered her gaze and choked a laugh. The second she managed to keep a straight face, she looked up. "I am a fast healer," she said, narrowing the distance between them once again. Standing so close to her, the soft scent of jasmines penetrated his lungs. Such a familiar fragrance. Delightful, yet overwhelming at the same time. A sudden dizzying spell took over him. Was he going to faint? "Do I make you nervous?" she asked, secretly amused. "Of course not," Ivan lied. He made an effort to appear untouched by her alluring spell, although his face flushed and his old heart raced beyond any understanding. Their eyes locked in a powerful stare that spoke volumes without words. Anxiety and restlessness on his part, eagerness and hope on hers. In this nearness, he noticed the subtle change in her. "Your eyes," he whispered, leaning forward. Ivan drew a hand close to her face and pulled back a lock of her hair to see more clearly. "They're different." They were violet, bright like amethysts. Ivan remembered them being green, but there was something else, something that sent shivers down his spine. Even though the room's generous lighting bathed their surface, Ivan could not see himself reflected in her eyes. Was he imagining this? "A gift from the accident," she said under her breath, plummeting onto the Chesterfield couch. "Ocular trauma took away the colour. They only seem violet, but they're really not." "I don't mean to upset you," he said, ashamed. "Is it my appearance?" she suddenly asked with adorable naivete while rising from the seat. "Do you dislike this body?" "She's gone mad." "Jeanette, I don't think we should be having this conversation," Ivan said, transfixed by her beauty. "And no, your body is fine," he added. More than fine, actually. Had he just said those words? A subtle smile danced on Jeanette's lips. She blushed, and so did Ivan. "Then why do you refuse me?" she asked, clearly concerned. "Are you serious?" he said with a frown. "Jeanette, you're too young. You should be hanging out with your friends, getting drunk, or whatever it is young people do these days." He paused. "You don't want me. I'm nothing but trouble. Trust me." Jeanette smirked. She stepped closer, driven to him as if by a magnet. Her delicate hand landed on his chest. Closing her mysterious eyes, she took a deep breath. When her eyes opened, she whispered, "The time will come when you will beg to be near me. You just don't know it yet." What the hell was all that? Ivan's lips parted, but no words came through. "I'm sorry it took so long," Cassandra said, trudging into the room along with her medical devices. She seemed rather unwell, with puffy eyes and a slightly reddened nose. Was she sick? Sick or not, Ivan could not have been more grateful for her presence. "We should leave." Weary, Cassandra leaned against the door's jamb. "Jeanette needs to rest." "I wholeheartedly agree," Ivan mumbled, taking one last look at Jeanette before heading to the door. "Thank you for calling on us," Jeanette said, standing in the middle of the room, hands clasped over her lap. "Your company has been most instructive." Instructive was not the word that came to Ivan's mind. Ivan gave her a quick nod. He then joined Cassandra in the doorway. Relief overcame him the minute Cassie shut the studio's doors behind them. "That was odd," Ivan mused as they ambled down the long hallway. Slanted beams of pale moonlight filtered into the portrait gallery through the tall windows. Darkness lingered, however, conveying a sense of mystery to this part of the manor. It was the same obscure veil that had enveloped Jeanette as they'd spoken in the studio. Oh, his mind refused to shun her image ever since. Jeanette Deveraux was far from the girl whom he'd met all those years ago, 21 in fact. She had blossomed into a beautiful young woman. What on earth had she meant with those last words? "Are you all right?" Cassandra said. Ivan blinked, snapping out of the trance. "Cassandra, I think we've started this on the wrong foot." He rubbed the back of his neck, staring at her medical boot from the corner of his eye. "No pun intended." He sniggered. "The truth is, I am overjoyed to see you. I hope you feel the same way. You've seemed a bit distant ever since I got here, so—" Cassie's expression softened. "I'm so sorry, Ivan," she mumbled, moving closer. "It's been a difficult time for me. Honestly. I am happy you're here." A warm smile stretched Ivan's lips. "To make up for my rudeness, I'm taking you to my favorite coffee shop," she added, holding his arm with fondness, as a proper welcome. Ivan held her in a warm stare. Sadness had stolen the gleam of her eyes, and although he longed to unveil the mystery behind her sullen demeanour, he could not afford to invest more time into those thoughts. Not when Jeanette filled them all. "Wine," Ivan said. "Take me to the best place in town, Cassandra. I'm in your hands." "Wine?" Cassandra stopped halfway through the portrait gallery. Her eyes narrowed. "But I thought... can you even enjoy it?" Ivan slipped his hands into his pants pockets and squared his shoulders. "The taste is dull now," he said. "But I remember." "In that case," Cassie said, resuming their walk, "I have the perfect place in mind." Her eyes lit with joy for the first time since Ivan's arrival. As though in sync with her emotion, a striking radiance emanated from her, as clear and precious as the moonlight. Ivan had never seen her half so tuned into her nature when she lived in San Francisco. Slowly, the gloom faded away from her countenance. "Welcome back, ma chère." "I'll go get my coat," she said. "I won't be long." He nodded. With a subtle smile looming on her lips, Cassandra moved further into the hallway and soon disappeared into its shadows. And now Ivan was free to wander about the manor where he'd once danced with his beloved Juliet. He'd been a newborn vampire back then. His glorious Juliet had delivered him into the world as the creature he was now. In those first years, she'd done more for him than his own father in darkness ever had. Ivan followed the light into the hall, and as he stepped inside, his preternatural mind summoned back the memories of old. The moment when he'd walked through those doors as a vampire one rainy evening. Oh, Juliet, the world was a better place when you were in it. "And who might you be?" a voice asked. The sound echoed in the hall. It came as no surprise to him, that voice. Ivan had detected the man's presence a while ago, but now that he was here, ignoring him wouldn't work. "Don't you know, Warlock?" Ivan sneered, looking back over his shoulder. The young man stood by the entrance. The faint gleam of his eyes betrayed his true nature. Ivan almost laughed. It was so obvious. "I know what you are," the Warlock said with a hint of bravado. Wise of him to remain by the entrance, at a safe range from Ivan. "A vampire has no place in Deveraux Manor," he added with spite. "Don't you know that?" Ivan's lips stretched in half a smile. He finally turned and faced the young Warlock, who must have been in his late 20s. "I've heard it too many times over the past 300 years, he said. "I pay no mind to it. It's actually quite fun going against every Deveraux rule and then watching them go absolutely mad about the whole thing, as though it were the end of the world." Folding his arms over his chest, Ivan leaned against the stair's marble balustrade, sweeping the Warlock with a scrutinizing stare. Ash-blonde hair, light blue eyes, strong jawline. If memory served Ivan right, and it always did, the Warlock was a Draken, an old family of shifter warlocks. "What business do you have with my fiancé?" The boy spat in French. Didn't the family come from Holland? They must have settled in Paris for centuries by now, enough to sweep clean their true origin. Ivan hated not being able to scan the boy's mind with his vampiric skills, a wasted effort on any warlock. "Your fiancé?" Ivan asked, puzzled. "Is Cassandra—" "I am not his girlfriend," she said, entering the hall, coat in hand. "Bram, this is Ivan Lockhart." Cassandra paused. "Bram Draken is Jeanette's boyfriend." Ivan couldn't help rolling his eyes back at the sudden news. Not only did Deveraux Manor remain the same, but their nonsensical traditions had also endured throughout the centuries. The Deveraux had forever been obsessed with magic alliances, and the Drakens happened to be the second most powerful witch family to have survived the ancient trials, the Deveraux being the first. My business with Jeanette is no concern of yours, boy, Ivan muttered. It surprised him how keenly the desire to break Bram's neck arose. Ivan genuinely wondered whether his animosity towards the warlock answered to his insufferable personality or his blood's wretchedness. She's in there, Cassandra intervened, stepping between them as the master of two rabid dogs, ready to tear each other to pieces. Go on, Bram. She'll be glad to see you. Yes, Bram mumbled, his fiery blue eyes still locked on Ivan. He fixed his tie and straightened his jacket. I expect she will be. Some things never change, Ivan murmured as the warlock walked away. He's not that bad, Ivan. Cassandra mirrored Ivan's posture and leaned against the balustrade, watching as Bram entered the gallery. Bram's a very nice guy. That's the problem, isn't it? Ivan mumbled, unable to look away from the gallery's access, although Bram's figure had already disappeared inside. One can never trust a nice guy, least of all if he's a Draken. Come on, Cassie said, tugging his arm. Let's go. Ivan nodded in agreement. Shall I call a cab? He asked, aiding Cassandra as they descended the manor's front steps. That's not necessary, she groaned, at last reaching the driveway. We keep a chauffeur. Wonderful. Ivan forced a smile. He wasn't feeling happy at all, mostly confused about Jeanette's demeanour towards him and angered by the Draken boy. He looked up to find a black BMW parked in front of them. Cassandra entered the vehicle with the driver's assistance. She patiently waited for Ivan to jump into the back seat and join her. Ivan turned and stared at the house. His visit to Deveraux Manor had been nothing like what he'd expected. Although the building itself remained untouched despite the centuries its foundations had witnessed, Ivan could not say the same about himself. He was a different man, walking out of that manor, with more questions than answers. As a matter of fact, one of those questions concerned him directly. Why the hell do I feel compelled to run back to the studio? Whether driven by curiosity to understand what conversation would unfold between Bram and Jeanette, or perhaps out of simple hatred towards the Draken boy, Ivan had to push himself not to act on what his instinct dictated. Of all the mysteries surrounding him, one thing remained true. As they left Deveraux Manor behind, Ivan's black heart had sparked new life and pumped warm blood for the first time in years. Chapter 6. Cassandra and Ivan slipped into the booth at Charlotte's, a bistro in Saint-Germain-des-Prés that would have passed unnoticed by most passers-by. With an ordinary home entrance and a hand-lettered sign on the door disguised as graffiti, the place had no reason to be packed. However, packed it was. The air was crisp and fragrant with youth. A cacophony of joyous conversations muffled the establishment's live jazz music. For the first time since his arrival in Paris, Ivan genuinely smiled. Some would say vampires fed exclusively off the blood of their victims, but not Ivan. He relished in mortals' excitement and sucked on their lust for life with a frenzy. With a glimmer of delight shimmering in his green eyes, Ivan called the waiter. Une bouteille de Bordeaux, he said, astonished at his fluency. You seem quite happy, Cassie said, slumping into her seat. Do you like it here? Ivan shrugged his shoulders. Beats Deveraux Manor, he playfully said. No matter how much Ivan tried, reading Cassie's thoughts had proven impossible until this point. It used to come easy for him to dive into her mind when both of them lived in San Francisco. But back then, she'd not yet received her full Deveraux witch powers, so perhaps that explained it. Huh, he said, nodding gently as he came to that realization. Upon her 21st birthday, everything had changed. She was now a true Deveraux witch, wasn't she? Cassandra frowned. What is it? Nothing. The waiter returned with the bottle of wine and a pair of glasses. Excitement rushed through Ivan's veins as the man uncorked the bottle, pouring both drinks with much miserliness. Oh, but what did it matter? Ivan would make sure to compensate for the man's parsimony as soon as he left. He couldn't wait to take that first drink. During his mortal years, wine used to be Ivan's sole weakness. One of many, in fact. So, Ivan said, grabbing the bottle. What's the story? Filling both glasses to the brim. Cassandra's lips parted. Story? she said, clearing her throat afterwards. What story? The one between Jeanette and the Draken boy, he added. Now he twirled the blessed elixir, shaking the glass with both thumbs over the table. Well? Cassandra took her glass. Should you be drinking? Ivan asked. It hadn't occurred to him until then. I mean, aren't you taking painkillers for your broken ankle? Ugh. Cassie rolled her eyes back. I'm a grown woman, Ivan. Besides, I need this drink as much as you do. She did little to conceal her annoyance, which Ivan found absolutely delightful. Fine, Ivan said. Do as you wish, but don't expect me to turn you into a vampire if you collapse right here on this table. He paused, considering the unpleasant scenario. I wouldn't hear the end of it from your family. Wouldn't they be happy you'd rescued me? She played along. Don't you know your own blood? Ivan said, tilting his head to one side as he gave her a quizzical stare. They'd rather you die than become a vampire. He choked a laugh, but the truth was he wasn't joking, and she knew that. Cassandra scowled. Do you want to hear their story or not? Of course, he said. Ivan drew the glass to his nose, closed his eyes and inhaled deep. An immediate aromatic flood of undergrowth licorice and blackberries thrilled his senses. They're engaged, Cassie said with absolute sobriety. And then, she added, the wedding is in 2 weeks. I don't think she should marry him, Ivan said in a blurt. He'd never been one to filter the thoughts that crossed his lips, so why start now? Drawing the glass close again, he prepared himself to indulge in this drink. Oh, he would savour this to the fullest. She doesn't know, Cassandra said. Ivan pushed away the glass. About what? The wedding part. He started. What are you saying? Now he sat the wine glass on the table. The doctor said it was amnesia. Jeanette remembers some things, but others. Her gaze drifted towards the music band as the piano struck the first notes in Que reste-t-il de nos amours. She recognizes Bram. She knows he's her boyfriend. She just doesn't remember their engagement. Or the wedding part, Ivan repeated with severe irony. Exactly, she said. Do you see? You're keeping up just fine. She gave him a wry smile and had a swig of wine. You and Jeanette have always been close, Ivan began. Why haven't you told her the truth? Bram asked me not to, Cassie said under her breath. He doesn't want her to feel pressured into it. How mindful of him, Ivan mumbled, raising his brow. This was sarcasm at its finest. He took the damn glass of wine and swilled down his bitterness. The earthy liquid bathed his palate and filled it with its robust taste. A tingly effect followed, and the heightening of his senses ensued. Blessed wine, I'd missed you. There was no point of comparison between this heavenly elixir and the dark drink he craved each night due to his unnatural condition. But Ivan paid no mind to the matter and concentrated on enjoying this precious Bordeaux. And what about Antoine? He finally asked. Why is he not here? Cassandra lowered her gaze and slowly gathered her hands over the table. His mother, she stammered. She's dying. It occurred to Ivan at that moment how little he knew about Antoine's past mortal life. He'd always taken him for an orphan. He'd never once mentioned his family for as long as Ivan had known him. Memories of Ivan's dead mother stirred in the darkness of his soul, threatening to swallow it whole in one merciless bite. He remembered that gruesome night at the cemetery in Winterbourne, standing in a muddy hole, rainwater rising to his waist. The moment when he'd opened the casket and his mother's pale hand had come out. Enough. I'm sorry to hear that, he mumbled. No wonder he seemed so distraught when he called. He was a wreck. Yeah, well, that's what happened, she said dismissively. Cassie averted his stare while scratching her nose. She then turned to him with renewed interest. Anyway, who was that handsome guy in the car with you? I didn't think you'd bring company. Ivan sniggered. He leaned forward, pleased to reveal his little secret. That handsome guy, believe it or not, is my maker, he boasted with pride. Whoa! Cassandra's eyes widened. Wasn't he dead? Yes, I thought him dead. Turns out he's not. Ivan bit his lower lip. He simply appeared at my doorstep. Isn't that something? He paused. He's alive. I don't think it's really sunk in yet. You seem to have taken it rather well, she said, bewildered. I don't believe I'd be so cool with it, considering he's come back from the grave. Cassie shuddered. Ivan threw her a knowing glance. Does he look nightmarish at all? He teased with vampiric sensuality. Cassie's cheeks flared. She slowly shook her head. Ivan relaxed in the seat, pleased to have chosen to share this time with Cassandra. He hadn't realized how much he'd missed her until now. So, he suggested, are we going to talk about it? About what? She asked, fidgeting with a lock of hair between her fingers. Oh, how his questions shook her. After each one, there had been undeniable restlessness. What was she hiding? Cassandra picked up her wineglass. She finished the drink in a single swig. The accident, Ivan added, dead serious. That's the whole reason I'm here. Right. Cassie pursed her lips. Do you want to know how it happened? Ivan knitted his brow. Do you think I'd care to learn the morbid details of the car crash? He said, almost insulted. Antoine called me here for a reason. He would never do so lightly. You're not going to stop asking questions, are you? Cassie mumbled, looking away. Make me, Ivan offered. A trace of vampiric allure tinged his husky voice. Tell me what I need to know and I'll stop. He winked. Oh, all right. Cassandra heaved a sigh. I've tried not to consider it too seriously, but Antoine insisted we should tell you. Well, that piqued Ivan's interest. I'm all ears, he said, folding both arms over the table. It's Jeanette. Cassandra swallowed hard. Ever since the accident, she's been acting strangely. It's amnesia, Ivan said in a matter-of-fact tone. You've said it yourself. A nervous laugh escaped her lips. You don't understand. She paused and her semblance darkened. The doctor said there was no telling whether she'd come back from the coma at all. Well, obviously she did. Ivan snickered, scratching his ear. Where was any of this headed? So far it seemed pointless. Cassandra gave him half a smile. I was with Jeanette when she woke up, she said, steepling her fingers. And so was Antoine. Her demeanour suddenly became informative yet caring, as though she were about to break some terrible news to a child. Ivan was no child. Whatever burdened her mind, she should come out with it quick. Listen, Cassandra, you might be reading too much into this, Ivan said. These accidents happen every day and... She called your name, Cassie blurted. What? Ivan said with a scowl. Before her eyes opened, Jeanette called your name, she repeated. Gooseflesh shot up in Ivan's arms. I don't understand, he mumbled. Are you sure about this? Cassandra nodded. Why would she do that? Ivan asked. I hadn't seen her in years. I'm sorry to say it, but I hardly knew her. I have no idea, Cassandra said. She had no memory of ever meeting you. We were so young back then. Perhaps her brain short-circuited, Ivan said, clinging to any scientific explanation that crossed his preternatural mind. A faint memory of me deeply engraved must have sprung to life. I'm sure it happens all the time. Cassandra narrowed her eyes, seemingly unconvinced. Don't you find it strange that the first thing she'd say as she woke up was your name? She said. She called you. She wanted to see you. It makes no sense. Ivan whispered. What does Antoine think about all this? The minute it happened, he became adamant you should come. And suddenly all those unheard voice messages began to make sense. There was no denying Jeanette's demeanour towards Ivan had been straightforward, provocative even. But he'd picked up somewhere that sudden personality shifts usually occurred after near-death experiences. It's just one of those things, he mumbled, folding his arms over his chest. I'm sure it was a glitch in her brain. Nothing to worry about. She's not herself, Ivan. Cassandra scowled, miffed. How should I know what herself truly is? He stammered, rattled as he'd been back in Deveraux Manor. Honestly, you and Antoine are being a bit paranoid about this. He took a deep breath to restore his aplomb, or at least he tried to. When she recovers her memory, everything will be back to normal. You'll see. Cassandra pursed her lips. I hope so, she said, gloomy as a rainy day. Ivan picked up the bottle of Bordeaux. Cheer up. He filled their glasses. You're both on the mend, and that's what truly matters. Ivan took a sip. Do you know, Jeanette looks wonderful for having taken such a blow to the head. She walked out of the hospital with barely a scratch, Cassandra said in awe. Meanwhile, look at me wearing this stupid boot, tapping the floor with a crutch. I can't wait for the cast to come off. She glowered like a child. Don't you worry, Ivan teased. I'm sure you'll be up and ready to dance at the warlock's wedding. Cassandra guffawed. Merd, she said, choking her laughter. You really do hate Bram. Hate is such a strong word, Ivan said sarcastically. Surely you're aware his family stole something very dear to me. Bram's great-great-grandfather, or whatever, had snatched Juliet away from him, married her, sealing his name to hers for all eternity. Festering contempt was a more suitable term to describe Ivan's feelings towards the warlock and his kin. I'm sorry, Cassie said, as though she spoke for her lineage, which for all intents and purposes she did. I have an idea, he said, changing the subject to something more amenable. How about I take you to my lair and introduce you to the handsome guy? Ivan did enjoy taunting her. Cassandra's cheeks burned. It could have been the wine, but his vampiric instinct told him differently. Sounds nice, she said, pulling a lock of hair behind her ear. But I'm feeling kind of drowsy. It might have been the wine or the painkillers. Or both, he suggested. Yeah, I probably should have listened to you, huh? She said, amused, or drunk. Ivan nodded. I'm staying at my apartment nearby, he said, taking out his cell phone. I'll send you the location. Cassandra's phone beeped as she received the message. She swept the screen and looked at the map. Apartment, she said, drawing her brows together. More like a mansion, isn't it? Apartment, mansion. C'est la même chose, he said, waving his hand dismissively. Ivan slipped a few bills on the table, covering more than their tab. I'll take you to your car, he added, rising from the seat. But what about you? She asked. Poor thing. It had become such a habit for her, looking after each member of her family, that when the time came for her to be coddled, she'd refuse it. I will walk home. I'm actually looking forward to getting reacquainted with the neighborhood, he said, omitting the part that involved him hunting his prey. The wine had warmed his preternatural body only mildly. It's nice having you around again, she said with sleepy eyes. Yes, well, don't get too used to it, he smirked. Now, rising from the seat, your carriage awaits, mademoiselle. Chapter 7. The bedside clock radio turned on automatically. Chopin drifted into Ivan's ears and slowly tore him from his sleep. Good thing it did. Restless dreams had haunted him all day. He opened his eyes, enamored of the melodious piano as it twined with the pitter-patter of rain tapping on the windows. Where was he? King-size bed, white stuccoed ceilings, a balcony draped with dark green blackout curtains. This wasn't San Francisco. His maker was alive, and he'd all but pushed him inside a plane to Paris. Little by little, the picture became clearer. He remembered visiting Deveraux Manor and going for drinks with Cassandra. And afterwards, oh shit, he winced. Last night had been insane. He'd gone a bit overboard with the wine and the hunt, and now he suffered the most odious hangover. Hunting in the city used to be simpler. The crowds were larger now, true, but finding the ideal victim seemed harder each time. More so nowadays, when technology provided its fearsome eye to keep mortals safe at all times. Perhaps Ivan should alter his hunting methods and do what most immortals did to cope with the change, taking little drinks here and there, usually amidst a selected group, but resorting to brief drinks had proven less than satisfactory to him before. So, no, Ivan would stick with his ancient ways for the foreseeable future. Returning to his old hunting grounds in the outskirts of Paris had worked like a charm, as it used to back in the day. And yes, he'd taken more blood than what he needed, but the voices from his past only grew silent as he swilled down that dark drink. Too many ghosts had risen since his arrival at La Ville Lumière. The imminent death of Antoine's mother had shaken him to the core, stirring memories of the loss of his own mother. And that unexpected encounter with the Draken boy at Deveraux Manor had sparked such hatred inside him as he'd thought extinguished long ago. the hatred of 3 centuries dusted off from the grave. But there was also love. How could there not be when invariably Ivan met Juliet's delicate face at every turn? Deveraux Manor had been her home, the place where they'd fallen in love when he'd been mortal. Ivan groaned as he rose from the bed, exhausted from last night's hunt. He trudged to the bathroom and, still groggy, stood before the antique brass mirror. He glided his hand on his chin, the stubble of his beard no longer grazing but smooth. Perhaps he should let it grow. It was the fashion nowadays. And look like my estranged maker. Heaven forbid, he scoffed, reaching for the toothbrush. Ivan washed his teeth. Rivulets of blood tinged the mouthwash when he spat into the sink. A quick shower eased the blinding headache pounding in his temples. The storm was pouring heavily by the time he got out of the bathroom. Ivan threw on a pair of jeans, a black slim-fit crewneck sweater, and slipped on a pair of black Nikes. He made sure to splash a dash of cologne before leaving the bedroom. One should never do without it. Ivan strutted downstairs with a renewed sense of wonder about his Parisian lair, noticing every art piece that hung on its walls, every precious rug his feet met as he headed to the living room. He picked up the remote and turned on the television. Playing the role of couch potato until it stopped raining seemed like a solid plan, so he leapt on the couch and made himself comfortable, ready to engage in the challenging task of channel surfing. Not a bad way to spend a Saturday night. This wasn't home, but it was still nice. An alert beeped on Ivan's cell phone. A message flickered on the screen. Ivan grabbed the phone and resumed his relaxed posture on the couch, stretching his legs across it. It was probably a text from Dristan. Where was the old man, anyway? Unknown. It's me, Jeanette. Jeanette? Ivan mused with a frown. Why on earth are you texting me? Ivan wanted nothing more to do with the Deveraux. He'd had enough of Paris, to be honest. The screen blinked again. Unknown. Dinner at the Drake's Manor tonight, 10 p.m. What? He muttered, sitting up straight in a flash. Ivan immediately texted back. Ivan. Don't think I'll make it. I'm leaving Paris. The reply did not come promptly enough. The goddamned 3 dots floated and floated some more on the screen. Ivan couldn't take his eyes off the wretched thing. What took her so long? What was she typing? Judging by the time it was taking her, the forthcoming message should have been over 3 paragraphs long. Unknown. It's my engagement party. Huh. Ivan raised an eyebrow. Looks like someone just learned about their upcoming wedding. He lay back on the couch. Ivan had no intention of going to that stupid dinner party. Unknown. Be there. Who do you think you are, Jeanette? Bossing me around, he muttered, looking away towards the television screen. Oh, but it was useless. Ivan tossed and turned on the couch twice, and still couldn't shake away those thoughts from his mind. She hadn't seemed so ready to marry when they'd spoken back there at Deveraux Manor. He'd thought she'd had a genuine interest in him, so why would she even ask him to come to her engagement party? And why did he care about her life choices? Ivan growled. He hated those games. Ugh! He grabbed the phone and threw it across the living room. Hey! Dristan's head dodged the damned thing with preternatural agility. Careful there, he said, unzipping his brown leather jacket. He'd just walked in to take shelter from the deluge pouring outside. My bad, Ivan said under his breath, vexed. I missed. Aren't you in a cheerful mood tonight? Ivan's maker slipped his hands into his jeans pockets and leaned against the door's jamb, delighted as he gave him a candid stare. This will surely brighten your evening, Dristan added. Look who I ran into at the doorway. She walked in behind him, bashful, like an amateur actress being called to the stage, not quite ready to receive a standing ovation, but making an appearance regardless. Her long, dark brown hair was damp, and so were her clothes. Ivan's eyes flew open. Cassandra. He got on his feet quick. I wasn't expecting... Sorry to barge in like this, she shrugged with a crisp smile, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. I can see you're busy. Cassandra swept the room with a swift glance, and then looked at Ivan again, as low-key as he'd ever dressed, TV remote in hand. Oh, yes. I'm a total slob this evening. Care to join me? Ivan laughed. It was all he could do. I sure am busy, he said, cheerful now. He turned off the television and dropped the control on the couch. That's when he noticed Dristan was still standing next to her, Why had he not left? "Have you two met?" he was obliged to ask. Moving towards them, Ivan ran into his phone midway and picked it up from the floor. A subtle pinkish hue tinged Cassandra's cheeks. She hugged her arms, struggling to suppress a nervous smile. "Oh, I just ran into him at the entrance," she finally said, looking sideways at Dristan. "There was a battle between us for the small cover at the front doors." Dristan spoke with all the soberness he could muster, while still amused and gentlemanly. A glimmer of affection shone in his hazel eyes. "I wouldn't call it a battle," Cassandra simpered. "Well, you did push me aside," he teased, gawking at her, to which she responded by avoiding his stare. That was a gentle bump. Cassandra lowered her gaze, unable to lose her smile. She pulled the same lock of damp hair behind her ear. Dristan sniggered. "I'd hardly call that gentle." Wait. Was something going on between Ivan's preternatural father and his favourite Deveraux witch? Had he missed something? He hated being out of the loop. "Cassandra, please." Ivan reached her arm, persuading her to follow him. Keeping his maker away from her seemed of paramount importance at the moment. "Come inside." Dristan took the hint. Before he stepped away, he gave her a subtle nod, but his eyes had been full of intent. Whatever thoughts crossed the mind of his father in darkness remained a mystery. "I don't like this. Not one bit." The minute his maker left the room, Ivan breathed normally again. "I'm glad you came." Ivan offered her a seat near the hearth. "How have you been?" Ivan said, aiming for a light preamble, following human protocol for once. "I've been better." The words drifted off, still standing by the doorway. "I'm sure your painting skills will have come in handy now that you're forced to a quieter lifestyle." He really was getting good at this mortal chit-chat, wasn't he? "Not at all," she said, astounded at her own declaration. "I haven't touched a canvas since the accident." "How so?" Ivan asked. "It's useless," she mumbled with a shrug. "Nothing comes across. It's like I've lost my joie de vivre altogether. But let us move on to stranger news, if not better." Cassandra stepped inside. "This is going to sound crazy," she sniffed, slipping on the couch. "Here it goes," clasping her hands over her lap. "Last night, Bram told Jeanette everything about their forthcoming wedding." "I know," Ivan said with the most casual tone, gliding on the opposite couch. "They're having some dinner party tonight." She did little to conceal her surprise. Cassie's eyes widened and she leaned forward, intrigued. "How did you—" Ivan wasted no time. He showed her the text messages on his cell phone. A variety of expressions battled to take front stage as Cassandra read through the entire conversation. Ivan recognized bewilderment, shock, and eventually, absolute confusion. Her face was contorted by the time she returned the phone to him. "She texted you?" she asked, demanding confirmation of what her eyes had seen. "How did she even get your number?" Ivan gave her a knowing look. "Well, she only could have gotten it from you." Cassandra's face lost all colour. "But I didn't—" "I know." "Then that means she—" "Exactly." Ivan inclined his head. "She went through my phone to get your number," Cassie said, her mouth agape. An inch lower and her jaw would have dislocated. Slowly, she got to her feet. "Gah! Who is this woman?" "The new and improved Jeanette Deveraux, it seems," he nonchalantly said without moving from his seat. "The dinner." Cassandra turned towards him. "You're going, right?" "Of course not." Ivan glowered at her. "What makes you think I would?" "She's quite demanding in her text." "Which is why I'd never go," he said, raising the pitch of his voice. Ivan huffed, jumping off the seat. "Really?" gliding a hand to his waist. "Who does she think she is? She thinks we'll just put everything on hold and play to the beat of her drum, does she? That she can wreck our lives on a whim?" He stopped to catch his breath. His racing heartbeat pounded hard in his ears and throat. Even his stomach churned. "Don't you mean your life?" Dristan said. "Jesus Christ!" Ivan startled, a hand on his chest. He traced the voice to the living room's doorway where his father in darkness stood, glaring at him with everlasting patience. Dristan's charming demeanour almost spared him from Ivan's Wrath. Almost. Why are you eavesdropping? I'm not, Dristan dismissed with a shrug of his shoulders. You're too damn loud is all. His maker laughed, the wretched devil, rich, resonant laughter. For what it's worth, I think you should go. I think we should go, Ivan muttered, annoyed beyond belief. We should take the first available flight out of here. Tonight. Cassandra's countenance tensed. Don't leave now, she said. You'll be all right, you and Jeanette, Ivan said under his breath. He paused, considering each word about to sail through his lips. I'm sorry, but I never should have come here. Ivan, you cannot be serious, Dristan said. His maker's velvety voice, although persuasive, would not convince him. What was the point of him remaining in Paris? Cassandra's wounds would heal with time. Jeanette was out of danger and determined to carry on with her life, by the looks of it. Prolonging his stay in the City of Lights would only add more pain to what he already suffered. Listen, old man, Ivan whispered, holding Dristan's arm. With or without you, I'm leaving. He was determined. But you can't leave, Cassandra blurted. Ivan swept her with an indolent stare. And why not? Because, she bit her lower lip, I'm pregnant. An unsettling silence prevailed in the room. Ivan and Dristan exchanged swift glances, shock and confusion looming in their glimmering eyes. Someone had to speak, so Ivan took it upon himself to be the one to pick up that conversation. Pregnant? Ivan asked, a dismal attempt at opening Pandora's box. But there it was. Cassandra rubbed her forearms, swaying side to side, incapable of remaining still. Okay, so I'm not pregnant, she said. I just don't want you to leave. Not yet. Ivan scowled, positively stupefied. Cassandra, what the hell? He flinched. He couldn't care less about minding his manners and concealing his irritation. You had me worried for a moment there. The young Deveraux witch blushed. Come on, Ivan. She choked a laugh. It's not as if Antoine and I could bear children. He's a vampire. The blood chilled in Ivan's veins. You still do not fathom the extent of your powers, do you? He asked, plummeting on the sofa. He then lifted his gaze towards Cassandra. Please understand. In the Deveraux' book, impossible is not an option. Ivan's words finally seemed to sink in, and slowly Cassie shook her head. But a vampire and a witch cannot procreate, she wavered. That would be simply unnatural. It would go against every rule in both of our worlds. Closing his eyes, Ivan took a deep breath, and as he opened them once more, he regarded Cassandra dead in the eye. Know this, he told her. It is an undeniable truth. The laws of nature bend to the Deveraux' whims. Cassandra shuddered. You just gave me goosebumps, she whispered, transfixed as she stood in the middle of the room. Well, you know what that means, Dristan mused, folding his arms over his chest. Then the strangest thing occurred. Ivan read no reaction in Cassandra's countenance, not a hint of a response to what his father in darkness had just spoken. Why would she remain untouched by Dristan's foreboding message? Unless... Oh yes. Cassie's blank stare confirmed his suspicions. You have no idea what it means, Ivan said, dumbfounded. She let out a harsh breath. So what if I don't know what it means? Cassie said, somewhat aggrieved. Is that a sin? It might as well be. Ivan's shoulders tensed. Truly, Cassandra, I find your knowledge of the craft somewhat wanting. Too late did he reconsider speaking his harsh thoughts aloud. It's said when magic stirs in a witch, shivering ensues. Dristan intervened, breaking the god-awful tension in the room. Think of it as a magical warning, a sensor in your skin that detects imminent danger, Ivan added. Imminent danger? She repeated, hugging her arms. A bad omen. Dristan gently nodded. Trust his maker to speak the dreariest truths with such a comforting tone and pleasant demeanour. Made Ivan wonder how he'd announced death to his victims. You are going to die now, because I am a devil, and only your blood can sustain me. And Dristan's victims would selflessly offer themselves to him as the perfect tribute to the bloodthirsty demon all vampires served. And all the while, as Ivan toyed with his macabre delusions about his father in the blood, Cassandra had turned away, immersed deeply in thought. A few moments passed before she faced them again, with such resolve as Ivan had never seen before. "Ever since Jeanette woke up from the coma, I've had this pressing feeling," she began. "I hadn't been able to explain it." Cassandra pursed her lips. "This restlessness inside me won't go away. Something's not right with Jeanette. I know it." "That should be enough for us to stay," Dristan told Ivan in a matter-of-fact tone. Dristan's assertiveness, his pure conviction, left no room for doubt or hesitation. Not in vain did he carry 1,000 years of preternatural existence as a vampire. Ivan had no choice but to trust his judgment on this. "I guess we'll stay then," Ivan said begrudgingly. All gloom shed from Cassie's countenance. Her stormy eyes brightened, rejoicing at the news. "And you'll go to the dinner?" she asked, hopeful for the answer she desired. Ivan rubbed the back of his neck. The sole thought of attending that engagement party tightened every muscle in his body. But why? What did he care if Jeanette got married? And then there was the venue. Drake's Manor, she'd said. Had Jeanette meant Gustav Drakes, his old friend? Now his mind was just rambling. Of course, it wouldn't be the same place where he'd often sought refuge and solace from his sins. Wouldn't that be a shot in the dark? He shifted towards Dristan. One look at the old man, and Ivan knew he'd never hear the end of it if he refused. "I'll pick you up in an hour," Ivan mumbled, ambling toward the door. "Parfait." Cassie gave him a gleeful smile. She leaned forward, ready to wrap her arms around Ivan, but she refrained and gathered her hands. She would have run to him had she not worn that orthopedic boot. Ivan was sure of it. Cassandra swallowed hard as she turned to Dristan. "Would you like to come?" she asked with a thin voice. Dristan's lips slightly parted, shocked. A trace of a smile tugged at his lips. He looked down, flushed as he did. Ivan figured it would have taken more than a simple question to intimidate a vampire. "I have a previous engagement," a coy Dristan said, "but thank you." What was the matter with Ivan's maker? From the other end of the room, he could pick up on Dristan's racing heartbeat. His previous engagement could be nothing but an appointment with his prey. Oh, now the questions came back to him. How did the great Dristan Breck approach the hunt? He enjoyed watching his victims from a distance, learning every detail of their lives before taking the final plunge. That's how he'd found Ivan. At length they arrived at the entrance. It had stopped raining. "Do you need a lift?" Dristan asked her. During the walk to the doorway, something had shifted in Ivan's maker. His semblance seemed darker, his voice brooding. "That's all right." She bit her lower lip, sweeping her cell phone screen with her thumb. "My chauffeur is waiting." The black BMW turned around the block with blinking headlights. It pulled over by the driveway, and a man in uniform immediately descended from the vehicle to meet her. The driver aided Cassandra along the few steps leading to the car, but Dristan insisted on helping too. Meanwhile, 5 feet away, standing by the gate, Ivan ruminated upon all these details in silence. Doors locked, the engine roared, and the car drove away into the shimmering street. Dristan's interest in the Deveraux was a desperate attempt to make amends with Ivan and compensate for the time they'd lost. There could be no other explanation, could there? "Why do you care so much for them?" Ivan mumbled to his maker, his gaze fixed on the car as it made a left turn. "I don't." Dristan squared his shoulders. "Ivan, I care about you," he said, his voice a smooth whisper that drifted through the low chant of crickets. His eyes were of bright amber when they fixed into his fledglings. "This family means something to you. Otherwise, you would have dumped them centuries ago. I'd hate to see you make the wrong choices and regret it forever." Forever. The word was heavy with meaning, especially for a blood drinker. "You say you care about me?" Ivan stepped an inch closer to his maker. "Yet you would have me be miserable at a senseless party. Perhaps playing the blackmail card would help him get his way." "I would have you smile again," Dristan said, gripping Ivan's shoulder. "I do smile," Ivan dismissed with false composure. "Quite often. Haven't you noticed?" The truth was, Dristan's words had rattled him enough to attempt to flee. But Ivan's intent met his maker's harsh opposition as his grip tightened, pinning him to the sidewalk in a silent display of preternatural strength that overpowered him. "Ivan Lockhart, I know you," Dristan whispered, and his pupils dilated. "And I have yet to see the gleam of joy return to your mournful eyes." That shut up Ivan. Which words could he say to prove Dristan wrong when there were none? His knowledge of Ivan was more intimate and truer than any other living creature could ever proclaim. He was his immortal father, blood of his blood. But I am curious, Dristan added, releasing him from his hold. Is your son in the dark here in Paris? He's not, Ivan said, heaving a sigh. It's a long story, and something tells me your previous engagement won't wait forever. Now he smirked. Dristan smiled, tilting his head. He slipped his hand into his jacket's pocket and extracted a set of keys. Without turning his back to Ivan, Dristan slowly stepped back. He then crossed the street and stood near a motorcycle parked behind him. Enjoy the party, Dristan said, teasing Devil. He hopped on the motorcycle with feline grace and a stern expression. I won't, Ivan muttered, scowling as the engine roared. Dristan gave him one last glance, smiling with his eyes. He dipped his fingers through his hair, messing his slick style, and just like that, his maker transformed from a conservative young man into a dauntless rebel. Ivan had to hand it to him. Dristan was a master of deception. The engine revved like a fiery beast, and in one quick move, Dristan kicked off the side stand and sped out of the street, as if chased by the devil. Chapter 8. The valet drove off inside Ivan's Porsche 911 Carrera coupe. He'd arranged the purchase online minutes after Cassandra had left his lair, a simple task when one knew the right people. Time constraints had allowed him little choice over the make and shade of the vehicle. He'd been lucky to find such a luxurious gem available, so he'd taken it as a sign and sealed the deal. If he was going to stay in Paris for some time, at least he'd do it in style. I cannot believe you talked me into coming here, Ivan mumbled. His fierce green eyes scanned the premises, haunted by this manor in the countryside. Perhaps more disturbing was the fact that the exterior remained exactly as it had looked 3 centuries ago. Behind them, massive elm trees lined the long driveway, and before them, the ancient stone wall rose several feet above ground, crowned with the stone balustrade, where he'd spent more than one evening lost in moral deliberations at the dawn of his curse. Surely the credit cannot be all mine, Cassandra toyed. Ivan pressed his lips. True, he said, looking over his shoulder. Dristan played his part. The wall's archway delivered them into a vast lawn where dozens of life-size stone statues lay scattered on the grounds, perennial witnesses to the manor's history. Moving past them gave Ivan chills. The statues' vacant eyes followed the unnatural monster that prowled among them, a creature who did not belong with the court of mortals pouring inside the manor. Looks like we're in for a splendid celebration. Cassandra's eyes widened, taking in the grandeur of Drake Manor. I couldn't care less about this engagement party, he said, disturbed as hell by their choice of venue. Don't get me wrong, I care for Jeanette. That warlock is no good for the girl. Girl? Cassandra halted as they reached the stairs. A slight scowl surfaced on her countenance. She's 26 years old. Ivan lowered his chin, scolding her with a smug stare. That's exactly my point, he added. 26 mortal years were but a leaf in the forest of time. Cassandra and Jeanette were both girls in his immortal eyes. Young, vibrant creatures with a full life ahead of them. Back in his day, he'd been a man at that age. But such matters worked differently then. Look at this place, Cassandra said, waving her hand, showing him the building's facade as though she were a realtor offering him the estate for purchase. It's lovely, isn't it? As it always has been, Ivan said, leaning against the staircase's balustrade. He glared at the many windows and imagined the rooms as daylight shone inside, spreading its warmth as the welcoming embrace of a beloved parent. Oh? Cassie uttered with a frown. Do you know this place? Ivan nodded. This manor belonged to a dear friend, he said simply. Perhaps I know him. I'm afraid that's impossible. Ivan stared at Cassandra. Something about her seemed different. Was it her hair? He often missed those kinds of details. He's been dead for centuries, dear Gustave. He sighed. Does this house belong to the Draken boy now? Cassandra shook her head. It's a leased venue, she said. Jeanette's choice. Huh, he uttered, still unsure about what had changed in Cassandra. Was it her clothes? Sure, she wore a formal gown, but that was not it. Oh well, it would come to him by and by. I'll help you up the stairs. He reached towards her arm and stopped, finally seeing the light. Your leg, he said, looking down. What happened to your cast? Cassandra's cheeks flushed. She bit her lower lip, mischief gleaming in her eyes. I did a thing to speed my healing. She stopped, hesitant to say more. You used the family's grimoire, Ivan said knowingly. I thought you'd said you'd never use it for your own benefit. No, it wasn't the grimoire. Now this only increased his interest. Then how? She pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Jeanette helped. Cassie swallowed hard. She said it was needless for me to suffer any longer. Please, let's not make a big deal out of this. Well, I agree with her. Ivan shrugged. After all, what good is having magic if you cannot use it to your advantage? He climbed the first step, leading the way. They arrived at the doorway, at long last. Dread and curiosity tangled inside Ivan. What would the manor's interior look like? Would he be thrilled or disappointed by what awaited him beyond those doors? Only one way to find out. Inside, music exploded from hidden speakers. The lights were dim. The old crystal chandelier had been upgraded with electric light bulbs instead of candles, yet the effect remained quite similar. A disc jockey was perched up on a stand placed in the ballroom, mixing melodies with the aid of digital equipment. The crowd, the penetrating fragrance of youth, and the joyous cacophony meshed until everything became a blur. Ivan took a deep breath. He focused on the tapestries hanging on the walls, fine works of art dating back to the 15th century. This was all new to Cassandra, but not to him. In fact, what stood out to him were the latest additions to the home, like the furnishings. Although true to the period, most chairs and tables had not belonged to the house originally. I'll get us some drinks, Cassandra spoke in Ivan's ear, a mortal custom during events such as these, but completely unnecessary. Ivan's preternatural hearing could have picked up her voice in the crowd with no effort. He must have said yes, or something to that effect. Cassandra left his side, and Ivan stepped back, dipping into the crowd because it was the only way to get through and out of the ballroom. Heavy velvet drapes concealed the double doors that led to the terrace, but he remembered the way. Ivan pushed the curtain aside, revealing the blessed exit. He pulled the handle, and the door opened. The minute the soothing evening breeze enveloped him, Ivan sighed in relief. He ran his fingers through his black mane of hair. He inhaled deeply and exhaled sharply. The sudden encounter with his past had turned out more than overwhelming. Ivan moved to the balustrade and looked over the garden. Perhaps he should take the leap and flee from this place at once. "You're here," a woman's voice said. "I doubted you would come." Ivan started. The voice had shaken him, but more so the fact that he'd not sensed her presence. Jeanette, radiant in a pristine white silk gown, tightly fitted to her sensual figure, stood by the door. Her blonde hair fell gracefully over her shoulders. He recognized a faint luminescence beaming off her skin as she stepped onto the promenade, which could only account for the purest magic residing inside her. It had been ages since he'd witnessed such a compelling view. But perhaps his senses fooled him. There was a full moon after all. It could have been the natural effect of the lunar lighting as it gently caressed her skin. The corner of Ivan's lips curled ever so slightly, but as soon as he realized it, he refrained from it and set a straight face. Now he frowned. "Are you determined to torture me endlessly?" he said under his breath. Personally, he found no reason to dislike her. She was young, beautiful, more appealing than the average mortal could ever be. However, something troubled him when in her presence, and he couldn't exactly identify what it was. Jeanette moved closer. "Your question implies struggle lies within you," she said. "So I must infer you're as attracted to me as I am to you." Her absolute bluntness disarmed him, especially now that she stood inches away from him. Ivan's heart pumped harder and faster. "Jeanette," he managed to speak her name. "Attaboy. This is your engagement party." Ivan looked away, hoping to gather the courage to distance himself from her. "Does that mean nothing to you?" "How you rebel against your heart," she mumbled, paying no mind to his words. You will not yield. Jeanette moved around him until they faced each other again. I must know, she added, narrowing her amethyst eyes. Do you hold something against me? Ivan looked her dead in the eye. I do, he said to his surprise. Politeness had never been one of his virtues, and candor he considered his greatest flaw. Jeanette flinched. This was not the answer she'd expected. Tell me, she whispered. What is it? Ivan's breath hitched. What power had this woman that, with no effort, she'd been capable of stirring such agitation inside him? His lips parted, hesitant to say more, but the truth would have to do. You are a Deveraux, he began. I have caused and suffered enough heartache at your family's expense. Frankly, I want no more of it. Ivan swallowed hard. He might regret his honesty later on, but there was no going back. Jeanette lowered her gaze, wavering in her conviction. If you're so dissatisfied with me and my kin, then why are you here? Her voice had been thin for all its harshness. The sudden frailty looming underneath the strong-willed woman lured him closer, like a powerful magnet. Because, he whispered, there is something about you, smoothing his firm hand over her jawline. You remind me of the man I used to be. Ivan paused, close enough to steal a kiss from her tender lips. You make me feel alive, he'd meant to say. Yes, she said, hope gleaming in her eyes. It was the quickening of her heart as he drew closer, the breath of life that tinged her cheeks. Everything about her held him in a daze. And in that nearness, he longed to kiss her, to hold her in his arms in a loving embrace, and never let her go. What was this madness? He'd barely met her, and yet... He turned away. This is wrong, he whispered, stepping back. I should not harbour such feelings. A biased vampire, she said, and her voice showed no inclination. I never thought you would hold my blood against me. Yes, well... Ivan paced along the balustrade, smoothing his palm over the cold stone. So it is. He strived to regain a demeanour of indifference, however useless. The air suddenly shifted, turning cool and moist. Lightning flashed in the distance, outlining the silhouette of a skirt of pine trees miles away. He dug his hands into his pants pockets, silently berating himself 1,000 times for ever coming here. I hear you were recently reunited with your sister, Jeanette said in a blasé tone. Oh? Ivan snapped out of his detachment. Interested in my affairs, are you? He smirked, cynical as ever. When bedridden, one clings to what one can, I'm afraid, she said, completely recovered from the previous disappointment. She was calm and collected once more, an example of stoicism. Would you prefer to keep that part of your life secret? She spoke with an adorable naivete. Ivan couldn't help but smile, if only briefly. He shook his head. Ivan leaned against the balustrade, and from this point he contemplated Jeanette. She was a stunning young woman, wrapped in a mystery he longed to unveil without hurry. It's true, he said. I met her briefly a few months ago. He shrugged. She's gone off to some remote lair of hers. We've never been close. A subtle smile tugged on her red lips. I hear quite the opposite, she teased. The remark stung him hard. The muscles in his neck stiffened and his jaw clenched. She's my blood and offspring, he hurried to say. Our ties will always be strong. Why was he giving her an explanation? Whatever happened between us is in the past. Light rain began to drizzle. Well, if that is true, she said with a dispassionate tone, I'm glad to hear it. Jeanette turned, sauntering away from him. The way she held her bearing as she moved, raised chin, icy stare, struck him as a familiar sight. But then, that was expected. She was a Deveraux. Ivan perceived in her the blood of her ancestors. The essence of Annette, Catherine and Juliet flowed in her veins. Perhaps that explained why he refused to part from her. He enjoyed her company far too much, and had even begun to question her age, as she spoke like someone who'd known the world for more than 2 decades. Why would I lie? He said, furrowing his brow. His question did the trick. It stopped her. She turned a few feet away from reaching the door. Confusion surfaced in her delicate countenance. I never called you a liar, Jeanette said, spreading her hands over her gown. The glimmer of an emerald ring caught his attention. A downpour of images unleashed in his mind's eye, and in a flash, in front of him stood the woman who'd worn that ring before it ever reached Jeanette's finger. Juliet. Juliet Deveraux, mesmerizing in her green taffeta gown, the emerald ring shining in the candlelight, her green eyes sparkling as Ivan whispered words of love into her ear. That scene had played in this very home. So many years had passed since, and still the moment came with striking vividness. The vision slowly faded and took away with it any remnants of Juliet. The emerald ring glittered in the darkness. This was a family heirloom of unsurmountable value. Why would Jeanette have it? If anyone should be its keeper, surely that had to be Cassandra. She was the head witch of the family. Her gown's light train flowed in the air as Jeanette turned to the door. Ivan's hands preceded all thought and seized her waist quickly. "You did," he whispered in her ear, drawn by her powerful spell. Imprisoned in his hold, Jeanette turned. The moment their eyes met, Ivan forced himself to scan her mind with the help of his preternatural abilities. He saw nothing. Those vampires to whom such psychic skills came naturally were hindered from reading a witch's mind, but he'd thought that perhaps now that the source rushed in his veins. Hell, it had been worth a shot. "I am no liar," Ivan hissed, unwilling to let her go, "but you might be one." And in a blaze, gone were her poised demeanor and collected self. Spite loomed in her bright eyes. Spite and a hint of hatred. Jeanette smirked. "We are both liars," she said. "What do you mean by that?" he asked, fed up with her reticent ways. "What aren't you telling me? You've done nothing but taunt me ever since I got here. I've had enough of your games." In the struggle, Jeanette's hands landed on his chest. She was breathing hard, defeated by rage and excitement, both emotions twined in the hardness of her stare. "You and I made promises," she said with watering eyes. "Promises we never intended to keep." She pushed him away. Stunned by her words, Ivan did not fight back. She slowly stepped back, squeezing her hands into fists. "When was that?" Ivan demanded. "Where was this coming from? Honestly, Jeanette." "Must you call me by that name?" she shouted down in an explosion of fury. Ivan's blood chilled in his veins, and there he stood, stupefied, trying to make sense out of this entire conversation as the lightest rain poured over them. "Don't you know who I am?" she urged, proud as the devil himself. She inhaled deep, but this time she regained no aplomb. "You promised your heart to me," she added with a calmer voice, a grimace of pain looming on her countenance. Her trembling hands clenched her gown as she stepped back. "I believed you," shaking her head. That was naive. Ivan shuddered, incapable of understanding. "What are you?" "You are the light in the darkness of my curse. How could I ever find my way in the world without my light?" she whispered, detached, wounded. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Memories as old as the curse he carried sprung back into life. Ivan had spoken those words so long ago in the Deveraux' forsaken garden. Yet they had remained engraved in his dark heart ever since. How could she know the most intimate of conversations between him and Juliet? And that ring, that bewitching ring. Ivan bit his lower lip, unable to part his gaze from the woman standing before him. It was impossible. It could not be, and still. Ivan reached for her. However, this time she'd slipped away. She opened the terrace's doors and went back into the ballroom, where the jostling crowd swallowed her quickly. "Ivan?" Cassandra peered through the curtains, holding a glass of wine in each hand. She looked back for a second and then turned to him again. "What's wrong with Jeanette? She seemed so flustered." She paused. "You look rather unwell. Are you all right?" "I hardly know," Ivan mumbled, transfixed as he moved past her through the doorway. Chapter 9. Ivan moved through the jostling horde, determined to find Jeanette and end this quarrel once and for all. But the warmth of hundreds of mortal bodies enveloped him in a delicious trance. Young, vibrant blood. In the crowd, he lost all sense of self. Suddenly, he became one of them, an ordinary man, lost in the mundane. As he closed his eyes, it came back to him, the confusion, the lack of clarity when he'd been human. Thinking back, he realized his mortal life had been a blur, and the veil had fallen the second Dristan had given him the blood, and everything then had become true and real, and full of vibrant colour. But he cared little to remember those things now. He wanted to go back to it all, the pandemonium of it all, to lose himself in the mob, the damnedest soul amidst restless ones. A bank of smoke drizzled over the dance floor, covering his legs up to his knees. The air was warm, with so many mortals gathered in the room. The music blasting from the speakers pounded hard against his chest, and he loved every minute of it. No wonder this form of entertainment was so popular among the young. It offered detachment from the world in the purest form, the possibility of disconnecting from the horrendous monotony of life, while offering the promise of returning home, escorted by someone who found their existence just as dull and hopeless. Lying in bed with such a person would certainly be another way to escape the hideous reality, if only for a while. Ivan sensed a powerful gaze fixed on him, strong enough that it rattled his vampiric alertness. He stepped back, scanning the faces of those who surrounded him, faces that reflected absolute boredom, lost in the collective numbness that he found so delightful. A hand seized his wrist. He would have jerked his arm away had he not perceived the sweet fragrance of jasmines emanating from this mortal. Slowly he turned. Their eyes met, and it was almost electric. A shock coursed through his entire body. What Ivan felt at that moment could only be described as a powerful echo of his past. Her violet eyes sparked a spectral gleam under the flashing neon lights. They spoke no words. There was no need. Under the flickering lights, her face seemed to change. Was he imagining this? Refusing to believe what his eyes beheld, Ivan gripped her hand and pulled her closer. Was this woman truly Jeanette Deveraux? How could she know so much of his past? Words he'd only shared with Juliet 3 centuries ago. "Is this a game to you?" he hissed, resolved to unveil the truth. Ivan's fury was no pleasant sight, yet she moved closer, still out of her own volition. Her hand climbed up his jacket's lapels as her body pressed against his. Her intoxicating perfume tangled him in a daze, driving him back centuries to the time when he danced with Juliet in this very place. The melodies differed from today's, but the seduction of the dance remained the same. 300 years ago, it would have been unthinkable to press his lips against her crimson lips, unthinkable for him to glide his hands down to the small of her back and press her hips hard against him. Thank heavens, this was the 21st century. Ivan met no resistance as he followed the lead of his desire. Tightening his hold, he narrowed the brief distance between them, leaning in to steal a kiss from her luscious lips. He closed his eyes, cupping the sides of her face with his hands. And when her lips slowly parted to welcome his kiss, Ivan's tongue entered her mouth. Locked in this passionate embrace, 1,000 bolts of lightning scurried through his limbs. Lost in the crowd, they were no more extraordinary than any of the mortals who surrounded them. He was a man, and she a woman, trapped in a whirlwind of passion, and how refreshing it was to feel his heart beat with purpose again, to feel alive again. Hunger pulsed inside him, but not the kind that demanded the vital liquid that sustained him. This was a different kind of hunger, a hunger he remembered from his days under the sun. As his eyes opened, Ivan had to blink twice. The woman in his arms had noticeably changed. Soft curls of strawberry red hair rippled over her shoulders, framing her delicate countenance. She had higher cheekbones, alabaster skin, and full lips that now stretched in a mischievous smile. "Juliet," he whispered, dumbfounded. The warmth of tears gathered on his eyes' surface. Ivan's fingers stroked her cheek, with infinite fondness. "What spell is this?" Thrilled, she leaned close to his ear. "This is no spell, my love," she said. Her smooth lips caressed his earlobe. "It's me." Gooseflesh shot up his arms at the sound of those words. Slowly, Juliet glided away from his hold, and he was so bemused he didn't try to stop her. "I must go now," Juliet said. "No." Ivan seized her wrist, determined to have his way. Was this a trick of Jeanette's? An attempt at enticing him beyond reason? If it was, it had met its purpose. There was but one sure way to find out. "I want you," he said with a sultry voice. "Spell or not, I do not care." A spark of anger glinted in her green eyes. But I do care, she said, freeing from his grip. Is it me you want, or does your heart race for this woman you mentioned? This Juliet? Ivan's eyes widened. Only you would test me like this. A smile danced on his lips. At last, you've cleared any lingering doubts from my mind, he mumbled. He had to take a moment to grasp fully what this meant, or at least come to terms with it, because he could hardly understand how this had come to pass. In one quick move, he slipped his hand to her waist and pulled her close. I don't know how you did it, he whispered in her ear. But know that I want you, Juliet. You, and not Jeanette Deveraux. It's always been you. A smile bloomed on her lips, and the dream then turned into reality. This was Juliet. Somehow she had come back to him. It defied all logic, but so did Ivan's existence. Juliet gripped his hand and led him away from the dance floor, out of the ballroom and into the manor's darkened gallery, where not a soul lingered but them. Fearing the magic would vanish in an instant, Ivan wasted no time. He pinned her against the wall and devoured her with kisses, eager to have her. Yes! Oh, yes! Juliet whispered between panting breaths. Oh, how I've missed you! Her fingers trailed a path down his chest and stopped on the tuxedo's cummerbunds. She tugged at the pleated sash and reached for the trousers buttoned fast. She bit her lower lip, her eyes glittering with desire. It's you, Ivan said, ebbs and flows of passion burning away every other thought in his mind. He glided his hands over her jawline, fascinated as he contemplated the face he'd longed to see if only in his dreams. It really is you. Juliet pulled up her gown and hooked Ivan's hip with her toned leg, luring him near. She had chosen the venue, not by chance, but with full intent, Drake's Manor, the place where they'd rekindled their love after a period of estrangement. Myriad thoughts raced through his mind, and he longed to quiet them all, to lose himself inside her and hold on to the peace only she could provide. When he entered her, she moaned. In an instant, Ivan's desire blazed with the same intensity as it had the first time they'd lain together. Both mortals back then, both naive creatures, tossed into a world of discovery and delight. He basked in the warmth of her body holding his, the melody of her racing breath and quiet cries of delirium. In her arms, Ivan found deliverance from his sins, an escape from the burden of centuries of death caused at his expense. He would have given in to such pleasurable abandon had she not shuddered in his embrace. What is it? He whispered, cupping the side of her face, his voice gentle as though otherwise she'd break into 1,000 shards of glass. Juliet winced. It's this body, she told him. It has not lain with a man before. Her chosen words to reference Jeanette's mortal vessel should have come to him as a shock, but the latter part of her statement had aroused him beyond measure. Oh, chérie, he said, pulling a lock of hair behind her ear. Ma belle chérie. No, she breathed, don't stop. Holding her in a firm grip, he invaded her once more, this time with a gentler approach. Guided by her rhythm, Juliet's body convulsed, and for the first time as a vampire, Ivan met true ecstasy with a mortal body. Such pleasure surely must have been frowned upon by his brethren, and must have gone against every forsaken rule in the Dark Vale, but he did not care one bit. Juliet gave him comfort like no other creature could, the peacefulness of knowing himself fully loved, despite his many faults and the monstrosity of his nature. In her eyes, Ivan was a creature no more unnatural than any man, even though he was the most vicious of demons. And for this, he loved her without measure. Ma glorieuse Juliette, Ivan whispered as his eyes filled with tears. You are, and always will be, the light in the darkness of my curse. Really? Juliet's pupils dilated with elation. Then prepare yourself to be blinded. She winked. Heaving a sigh, she bowed to fix her gown. Juliet spread her hands over the silken skirt, then peered through the doorway, careful not to be seen. She turned to him, wearing a beaming smile. That was better than I remembered, she said, reaching for the doorknob. Wait! Ivan seized her waist, his breath still racing. Where are you going? But Juliet slipped away swiftly, arranging her hair, less curled and blonde once more. Have you forgotten, my love? She said, squaring her shoulders. I have guests this evening. Her violet eyes darkened. "I will give them a welcome deserving of their stature." The somber tone in her voice sent a chill down Ivan's back. He had never known Juliet to speak with such bleakness. Without looking back, Juliet opened the door and walked out of the room. "Juliet Deveraux, what are you up to?" he mused. Ivan leaned against the door and exhaled sharply. Somehow Juliet had taken over Jeanette's body. She'd managed to alter her appearance in such a way that it left no room for doubt on her identity. Only true magic could achieve that, and no ordinary witch would possess such power. Was this a temporary spell that would end at the strike of midnight? Would he lose her again at the break of dawn? 100 questions ricocheted in his mind, but he pushed those thoughts away and relished in Juliet's perfume permeating his skin. Chapter 10. Ivan roamed between the crowd of warlocks and witches. Most of them were too engaged in laughter and chatter to even notice his presence in the manor. But there were a few who recognized him for what he was, senior members of the Draken family. They knew he was not human. They knew a blood drinker walked amidst them. Restlessness gleamed in their shifting eyes as they exchanged glances, silently conveying their concern. For the first time in 3 centuries, Deveraux and Drakens had gathered under the same roof. The last time such an alliance had occurred between both families had been precisely between Juliet and Willem, the Drakens' heir. If Ivan's senses had not deceived him, and if this was in fact Juliet back from the grave, he still could not fathom the means of her return. Nor did he wish to ponder upon the dark possibilities at the moment. If this was all true, then why had she agreed to this ridiculous soirée? She did not intend to go through with Jeanette's wedding plans, did she? He should have said something, questioned her intentions even if it had meant coming across as too demanding. Ivan should have said and done many things, and he would have, had his full attention not been engaged in the delight of Juliet's sensual body pressed against his. The music faded and soon came to a stop. Silence prevailed in the multitude as all eyes turned up toward the most beautiful woman in the manor. Proud and entitled as she had always been, Juliet stood on the stairway's upper landing, champagne saucer in hand. Bram, the insufferable warlock, stood beside her. Was he a shifter like his ancestors? Ivan had heard of warlock clans of wolves and bears, even dragons. Whatever he was, Bram was a fool. "Un moment de votre attention, s'il vous plaît," the warlock said. "My beautiful fiancée has something to say." Ivan's blood boiled at the sound of those words. Did she honestly mean to keep up with this charade? If so, Ivan had been a complete fool. What if this had been all an illusion, a sick ploy of Jeanette's, a bachelorette's idea of fun before her wedding day? "Oh, say something, woman. Anything." Juliet stepped in front of Bram, radiant in her white gown, light blonde locks of wavy hair framing her face. "Familles bien-aimées, Draken et Deveraux, je suis heureuse de vous voir tous," she said, welcoming both families. "For centuries, we have been allies, the strongest branches of our kith and kin. We are all here tonight because we have survived endless persecution. The gallows, the fires of the stake, the abominable death by drowning. Neither fire nor water nor the hand of man have been able to sweep us from this world. You believe I have gathered you here tonight to celebrate my union with Bram Draken, heir to the Draken legacy." Juliet paused. A speck of fire gleamed in her eyes, and at that moment, Ivan's breathing hitched. "Mais, bien sûr," she sighed. "A union such as this saved both our families long ago. But tonight, I would ask more from you. I would ask a full allegiance, the union of our families, but not by the bonds of marriage." Ivan breathed again, at once regaining his sanity. Murmurs rose from the crowd. Cries of outrage gushed from a few guests. But what did he care? As far as he was concerned, this was glorious news. "What is the meaning of this?" an old man demanded, unabashed as he made himself heard. He was tall and slender, with salt and pepper hair, a thick black moustache, and piercing eyes, blue like the morning sea. He carried a cane in his right hand, a blue stone glimmering on the handle. The horde of magical folk stepped back, allowing the old man to stand center stage. He seemed someone of great importance, judging by the awe his presence evoked in those surrounding him. We agreed to this wedding months ago. Would you make fools of us all? He added, pointing at Juliet with his cane. Uncle! Bram said, his eyes lit with fury. Bram, how can you allow this? The warlock added with feigned consternation. Your father would have never tolerated such insolent behavior. Bram's face flushed. The muscles in his jaw tensed. The young man's chest subtly heaved. Oh, his uncle had definitely struck a nerve. We are both in agreement, Bram muttered. It's for the best. You mean what's best for them? Bram's uncle insisted, trudging closer to the staircase. You're a disgrace, Bram. I am glad your father did not live to see the day when you'd become the Deveraux' lapdog. Uncle, that is enough. Bursting with ferocity, Bram stepped in front of Juliet, but she, delicate as a flower swaying with the wind, stretched an arm and gently pushed back Bram. And you, the old warlock continued, marking Juliet with a crooked finger. How dare you break this engagement? Only the head witch of the family can make such decisions. He scowled. Who do you think you are, girl? Unaffected by the warlock's malevolence, Juliet's violet eyes narrowed. Beams of pale moonlight pierced the tall window behind her. Only then did Ivan notice her hair was no longer blonde, but a light shade of red. A dozen subtle changes emerged on her face, and they were enough to set her apart from Jeanette. I am no girl, she spitefully said. The rays of moonlight bent and wrapped her in a bright magical cocoon. I am Juliet Deveraux, Grand Witch of the Deveraux lineage, born into magic over 300 years ago, and you will address me with respect, or you will pay dearly. Gasps of wonder surged from the crowd. The old warlock's dry lips slowly parted, and his bloodshot eyes widened with shock. Sanguinem maleficus! He spat, pointing at Juliet. Juliet's confidence wavered when she heard those words. The multitude stirred aimlessly. Other voices joined the old man's accusation. Blood witch, they chanted in Latin. Whatever it meant, they fired those words with horror and stern disapproval. Juliet's composed demeanor suddenly shifted into a grimace of rage and fierceness, as Ivan had never witnessed. Sanguinem maleficus, the old man cried again, now standing at the foot of the stairs. You come here by the means of dark magic, blood magic. We will never recognize you as a grand witch. He paused. And you, Bram. He turned to his nephew. You've been a fool. This woman has tricked you, and too readily you've fallen for her charm. You've brought shame into our family. You are unworthy of the Draken legacy. I denounce you as a traitor to our kin. You're the only traitor, uncle, Bram stammered, climbing down 2 steps. You killed my father! Gasps of dismay echoed in the room. Warlocks and witches quickly ambled from one point of the hall to another with no coherent plan of action, but shaken to the bone. Juliet raised her hands. Enough! Before Ivan's baffled eyes, a sudden gleam appeared over her palms. Between her hands, sparks and cinders gathered in a small mass that slowly grew into a blazing fireball. The spectral red flames mirrored in Juliet's eyes as the sphere burned so brightly that Ivan had to look away. Everything went silent and still, and it was as though time itself had ceased its ticking. And in this frozen state, Ivan alone moved, barely breathing, as he watched Juliet's power unfold in full grandiosity. Confutatis, Juliet whispered, her voice so low only Ivan's preternatural hearing perceived it. Time resumed its course. Like the passing of the storm's eye, all calm stayed behind, and screams rose amidst the crowd that now scrambled, desperately seeking shelter. But why did Ivan see such dread filling their eyes? What in the world was happening? An explosion blasted red light next to him, shattering a marble column into 1,000 pieces. Ivan startled. As if wakened from a trance, he then acknowledged imminent danger. Dense white smoke filled the room, and the stench of charred flesh filled his lungs immediately. The sickening scent made his stomach turn. A shot of bile hit the back of Ivan's tongue. His body arched forward as he retched. But chaos ensued, and he had to move. He staggered to the side of the room and found a column to steady himself. The stench worsened by the minute. Ivan covered his mouth and nose with his forearm, struggling to breathe. Roaring screams stifled when another explosion shook the room. A cloud of dirt and debris headed his way. Ivan fought through the smoke, heading towards the stairway. But a horde of panicked warlocks and witches rammed him full front and pushed him farther from the stairs, away from Juliet. One more blow struck the back of the ballroom, and this time the entire house shook to its foundations with the force of a terrible earthquake. Dust and ash rained upon Ivan, covering him instantly. Soot and blood stained his clothes. Each breath burned as he inhaled. Ivan fell to his knees. Confusion blundered his mind. However, one thought endured. Juliet, I must find her. What the hell was happening? "Help!" a quivering voice said. The cry came behind him. The voice caught his interest above all others because of its holder. Ivan looked back, and his preternatural eyes met the old man, Bram's uncle. White dust blanketed the wretched fellow. His body shuddered with dread. The warlock's leg was trapped under a sizable chunk of marble. His once immaculate black tuxedo, now tattered and covered with soot. He got on his feet and went to the old man. "Looks like you're stuck," Ivan said, raising his brow as he loomed over Bram's uncle. You're a blood demon," the old man muttered, wincing with pain. Having a Draken at his mercy, that was a first. Ivan had no trouble admitting it. He was truly enjoying this, and perhaps it was wrong. Perhaps his feelings made him the vilest of creatures, contemptible even, but at least they were true. "Yes, I am that and more," Ivan replied with audacity. "Do you want my help or not?" Ivan's answer did not sit well with Uncle Draken. "Go to hell," he muttered with a clenched fist swinging in the air. "Very well." Ivan shrugged with indolence. "Vodori," Bram's uncle grunted. "Get me out of here, you arrogant fiend." Ivan flinched, but Uncle Draken had been right. He really was an arrogant fiend, wasn't he? He couldn't take the man's legitimate assessment against him. That would be unfair. He reached the piece of marble and removed it in one go. It weighed nothing under his vampiric strength. "Come on, old man," Ivan grumbled, grasping the warlock's arm. Ivan steadied the warlock on his feet while bracing his shoulders. The old man dusted off his frock the minute he felt safe. Then Uncle Draken extended his right arm and opened his hand. And to Ivan's astonishment, the cane with the blue stone on the handle came flying in out of nowhere and locked in the man's grip. "Can you walk?" Ivan asked, stepping back with caution. The old warlock nodded with a stern expression on his wrinkled face. "There's your way out." Ivan signaled the terrace's door behind them. Speechless, the old man turned on his heels. He pulled the curtain and opened the door, but something stopped him at the threshold. He turned, locked stairs with his vampire rescuer, and a glint of gratitude shone in his hazy eyes as he nodded. "Go on," Ivan goaded him, raising his chin. A round of screams rose in the darkness, announcing the worst to come. Like an incandescent coal, a magic fireball flew across the ballroom with great speed. It headed towards the terrace. The spectral sphere struck hard into the old man's chest, penetrating it quickly and exploding inside him just as fast. The blast shockwave sent Ivan flying back several feet. His body banged against something and finally landed on the floor. Amidst the dusty cloud of smoke, Ivan found no trace of the warlock. Nothing, save the charred floor where he'd once stood. Ivan coughed and coughed again. He wouldn't be able to endure this any longer. As he tried to stand, Ivan recognized the steps behind him. The blow had launched his body across the room, and he'd landed next to the staircase. A sudden gust of wind rushed through the hall with the mighty force of a hurricane. The windows shattered into myriad shards and scattered in the ballroom like the sharpest rain. Wails of despair surged here and there less than before. Where were these powerful wizards? Why had they not chosen to fight back? Perhaps their magic was not as powerful as Juliet's. Perhaps it had dwindled throughout the generations. Who the hell knew? And, quite frankly, who cared? There could only be but a single thought in Ivan's mind at present: finding Juliet. Chapter 11. The first years of Dristan's awakening to the 20th century had come with an unyielding thirst. He'd drunk so much human blood back then that he'd thought he'd nourished his preternatural body for decades to come. Dristan had been wrong, of course. When the 90s were over, his thirst had begun to lose strength, to the point of killing twice a week, and it had remained so until the day of his arrival in the City of Lights. Something about Paris had wakened his hunger. He craved not only the crimson elixir of his victims, but the nearness, the intimacy that only the kill could provide. Would his hunger grow as fierce and demanding as it had once been? These thoughts accompanied him on his way to Ivan's lair. He had claimed his prey for the evening, a lonesome youth in one of the darkest corners of Montmartre. Dristan held no regrets after the kill. He was more than satisfied and had made peace with his means of survival centuries ago. Like any other mortal heading home, he drove into the shimmering street, enjoying the stillness of Saint-Germain-des-Prés at this late hour. Dristan parked the motorcycle near the manor's rear entrance. He turned off the ignition and strode towards the iron gate. He admired the neoclassical building from a distance. Ivan selected his lairs like no other vampire. This home of his was luxurious, and every bit as pretentious as his fledgling. Perhaps it was the bourgeois in him, the baroque in him, which made Ivan choose such exclusive locations and lavish interiors. A jungle of philodendrons and hostas sprung from the walls of the stone pathway that led to the manor. Curious how his preternatural senses caught the subtle perfume of roses, a delicate scent Dristan had not perceived in this area before. He stood a few feet away from reaching the back door. The lights were on. Dristan enjoyed the warm atmosphere conveyed by amber lights in the evening, but there was something else in this picture, something he'd not foreseen. He could never have predicted it simply because he lacked the power to dive into this creature's mind. "Cassandra," Dristan said, stepping into the pond of light so she might recognize him. She was sitting near the doorstep, curled up against the wall, hugging her knees. Her drenched dark hair was dripping water on the stone floor. As she raised her chin and her gaze met his, black tears streamed down her blushing cheeks. Dristan lost his breath. A pressing pain grasped his stomach. He could not remember the last time he'd seen a mortal cry, nor the last time he'd cared for someone weeping, but his instinct had pushed him to move forward, and so he did. "What is it?" he asked, kneeling in front of her. "Are you hurt?" Too many questions burdened his immortal mind. And while he waited for an answer, Dristan examined every inch of her body with a swift glance, discarding any wounds with vampiric speed. She pursed her reddened lips and slowly shook her head. As she lowered her gaze, she shuddered. "Come," Dristan whispered, reaching for her hand. "Let's get you inside." Cassandra bowed her head in silence. She could have hardly spoken a word without sobbing. Her gentle hand folded around Dristan's arm, and the light touch of her fingers sent an unexpected thrill through his limbs that shook his dusty heart. "You'll catch a cold if you stay in those wet clothes," he mumbled, tossing the keys into the bowl at the entrance. "You'll find clean towels and everything you might need in the master bath. Please." Dristan signaled the way upstairs. Cassandra would be free to roam Ivan's lair and explore every room it had to offer, but something told him all she really wanted was to slip into the bathtub and soak in warm water for a long while. She gave him a quick nod. Cassandra's unbearable silence tested Dristan's patience. The pressing need to learn the cause of her affliction tormented him. He wanted to know the reason for her pain, and then tear it away, root and stem. However, this was not the time for an interrogation. He would wait for the opportune moment. Subdued in her quiet misery, Cassandra climbed the stairs, high heels in her hand, soaked lace gown, tattered, with a ripped, muddied hem. What in the world had transpired at Drake Manor? And where was his fledgling? Where the hell was Ivan? Had he not agreed to take Cassandra to Jeanette's engagement party? Then why was she here alone? Dristan needed answers. He needed them badly. The second she'd reached the upper floor, Dristan grabbed his phone and speed-dialed his fledgling. After a few rings, he came to understand Ivan had no intention of picking up. He counted the minutes until Cassandra walked down the staircase, pacing the foyer like a wild animal. Time had never passed more slowly. Seeking to appease his restlessness with a distraction, Dristan entered the living room. He picked up the remote control and turned on the television. He watched as the large flat screen came to life with vivid images, But Dristan cared nothing for the news broadcast or reality TV shows. However, he kept the television on because it would give the impression of having a casual evening at home. It would make him seem somewhat relaxed, and that was exactly what he wanted her to see. Revealing the disquiet sparked in him by Cassandra's presence was not in Dristan's plans. He couldn't explain it, why his heart raced beyond control, why his breathing had hitched the moment he'd laid eyes on her sitting by the doorstep. All he knew was that he had no control over this feeling, and he absolutely hated that. While this growing pandemonium reigned inside his heart and mind, Dristan stood by the blazing hearth, hands locked behind his back, waiting. "It's so warm in here." Cassandra's voice, crystalline and full of youth, sailed through the muted noise. When Dristan looked back, he found her standing on the living room's threshold, hair up in a messy bun, soft ringlets framing her delicate face. She wore an oversized blue satin shirt that seemed familiar. Her bare, curvy legs subtly quivered. She no longer wore the medical fracture boot on her left foot. "I couldn't find the bottoms." Cassandra shrugged. She pulled down the sleeves so they'd cover her hands. "Trust me, I looked." "Ivan's such a slob." "Then I must be the slob," Dristan quietly replied. "Those are my pajamas." Cassandra's eyes flew open. Her cheeks flushed immediately. "I didn't mean to. I mean, you're obviously not a slob." A nervous laugh escaped through her lips as she avoided his stare. "Look, I'm sorry I took your shirt." A sudden wave of warmth filled his chest and expanded to his limbs. Dristan's lips stretched in an effortless smile. "That's all right," he said in a low voice, sauntering toward the couch. "It suits you far better than me." Cassandra bit her lower lip. She combed back a ringlet of hair behind her ear. Dristan could have sworn she was blushing again. Incapable of remaining still, Dristan paced behind the couch. He stopped next to the wine cabinet, gliding his fingers over the wooden furniture's carved door. "Would you like something to drink?" The stupidest thing he could have said had rolled off his tongue. For the first time in ages, Dristan felt perfectly inadequate dealing with a mortal. "Sounds nice," Cassandra said, hugging her arms. She finally entered the room, which somehow only worsened his uneasiness. "Is Ivan here yet?" she asked. Dristan slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid he's not yet returned." One would think a millinery vampire would be capable of exerting dominion over himself and carrying on with a conversation. Well, not him. His thoughts were stumbling upon one another, making it harder to speak coherently. "Red wine?" he asked, opening the cabinet's doors. "I know Ivan keeps the best wines in here." "Oh, Dristan, why do you insist on saying the stupidest things?" Cassandra moved closer, yet still remained at a safe distance from him. "Are you drinking too?" she said, slipping into the couch. "I'd hate to drink alone." Merciful words that soothed his quickened heart. Trying his best not to make a bigger fool of himself, Dristan simply nodded. He would have swallowed mouthfuls of sand if that meant he'd get to keep her company a bit longer. He grabbed the 1900 Domaine de la Romanée Conti. It came in a lot with 7 other bottles that his fledgling had acquired at Sotheby's a few years ago. Ivan had bragged about it in one of his anxious rants. How the parcel whence this wine had come had vines as old as 50 years, and that it was considered the finest Pinot Noir the world had ever known. Well, what a better time to find out than this lovely impromptu soirée. "I shouldn't have showed up like this at your door," she mumbled, settling on the couch. "I just didn't know where else to go." Her eyes watered. Cassandra looked away as soon as she took notice. With cautious confidence, Dristan sat beside her, holding both glasses of red wine, full to the brim. "What happened?" he finally asked, offering her a glass. "You can tell me. Let me help you." Cassandra held the glass between both hands and lowered it to her knees. Her distant eyes locked on the dark liquid as it gently twirled. "She killed them," she said, with an empty stare. "All of them. Well, most of them, I guess." "What are you saying?" he asked, leaning forward. "My cousin Jeanette," she began. "Well, she's not anymore, is she?" A short, wry laugh escaped through her lips. "I'm afraid I do not follow." Dristan frowned. Cassandra turned to him, and her misty grey eyes engaged his. her gaze so powerful it almost made him shudder. "She's back from the dead, Dristan." She paused. "The Grand Witch, Juliet Deveraux." The phrase struck him hard enough that Dristan did not linger upon the ecstasy of hearing her pronounce his name. Instead, he remained silent, allowing her to speak the words locked in her tears. "She took Jeanette's body when she slipped into the coma. It's the only way I can explain it," she mused. Cassandra set the glass on the coffee table and got on her feet. She paced the room while biting her thumb's fingernail. Was it wrong to admit that dressed in his sleeping clothes, Dristan found her absolutely enticing? Now she ran her fingers through her updo and gave it a swift tug, bouncing heavy locks of hair down her back. Under the room's amber lighting, he appreciated the golden gleam of her dark brown hair, which hadn't been noticeable before. Here, she had announced the most unnatural event in the world's history, and Dristan could only think about how well her delicate frame would fit between his arms, her face gently pressed against his chest, just inches away from kissing her soft lips. "Dristan?" He blinked. "Yes, I'm listening." "You're a liar, Dristan. But then again, vampires were professional deceivers. Is this the same Juliet that Ivan so often mentions?" "I guess," she said, shrugging her shoulders. "But that woman lived over 300 years ago," he said, finally grasping the magnitude of the news. "Do you mean to say that her spirit took Jeanette's body and that she's here in Paris as we speak?" Dristan had been a blood drinker for over 1,000 years, and people coming back from the grave was something he had yet to encounter. Merely considering the possibility sent a chill down his spine. Cassandra nodded. A witch powerful enough to defeat death and a vampire who used to be her lover, and who also happened to be Dristan's beloved fledgling, would come together after centuries of estrangement. This could only mean trouble. "Where was Ivan the last time you saw him?" he asked with quiet urgency. "At the Manor's terrace. He was having some argument with Jeanette." Her eyes widened. "Merde, it was Juliet all along." She paused. "Do you think he's in any danger?" "I'm afraid so," he mumbled. But Dristan's true concern did not lie in protecting Ivan from Juliet Deveraux. As things stood, the only danger to his fledgling was Ivan himself. "You said she killed most of them?" he asked, calm and collected, as he set his glass on the coffee table. "Well, I don't know for sure. She summoned everyone to the ballroom, and there revealed her true identity." Cassandra mumbled, aloof. The head of the Draken family challenged her claim as Grand Witch. That's when the attack began. Spectral fire and blasts of magic as I'd never seen. Her eyes glimmered with forthcoming tears. Cassandra lifted the wineglass and took a long swig, almost finishing the drink. Her jittery hand landed the glass on the table. "I ran to the parking lot and grabbed the first car I found," she sniffed. "I drove out of there fast and never looked back." Now this piqued Dristan's interest. "Cassandra," he began, "you stole a car. Perhaps there was something he could work with here. She'd certainly proven to have no problem walking on the wrong side of the law, which meant she probably had no trouble breaking the rules that governed vampires and witches." "Interesting." "I borrowed it," she corrected. "A damn convertible. A poor choice, considering I couldn't lock the hood in the middle of a rainstorm. Does it really matter, though? The car's owner is probably dead by now." She took the wineglass and emptied the remnants in one quick swig. "Juliet Deveraux, back from the grave," he said, unable to come to terms with it. "How can that be?" Cassandra leaned against the wall. With a slightly bent knee and a hand tucked beneath her arm, she unknowingly insinuated her waist and her shapely figure, and that was a sight to behold. "I don't know how she did it," she said, distraught, "but if there ever was a witch capable of defeating death, that's her." "But why now?" Dristan said. "Why return to the world now, and not, say, a century before?" "I have no idea." Cassandra's graceful finger played with her lower lip, tempting as a demon yet completely unaware of it, which made her all the more irresistible. That speech she gave, she said something about wanting the union of Drakens and Deveraux. Something about having survived centuries of persecution. She turned to him. "Dristan, they must be at Deveraux Manor. Where else would she turn to but her old home? I must—" "You must stay here," he said, perhaps somewhat harshly. "If Juliet is back, then you're in danger as well. You're the head witch of the family, a natural threat to whatever she has planned." I hadn't thought about that. Cassandra returned to the sofa, careless, as her thigh brushed Dristan's leg. A burst of electricity shot up his limbs. Dristan had to rise from the seat and discreetly put as much distance between them as possible. It was that or risking, to expose his weakness towards this woman. This is going to be the end of me if I'm not careful. But what about Ivan? She blurted. He can take care of himself, Dristan assured her. Trust him to know how to handle this situation. Indeed, the room was warmer than he'd thought at first. He unzipped his leather jacket and placed it on the back of a chair. Do you mind? Cassandra said, pointing at Dristan's untouched glass of wine. Not at all. He'd barely pronounced the words when she already poured the wine down her throat in one quick swig. Ce vin est vraiment bon, she sighed, looking at the empty glass. Then, sinking on the sofa, she yawned. Dristan read the time on his wristwatch. 3:35 a.m. Early in the evening for him, but he could understand why she would be exhausted, especially after going through such an ordeal. Why don't you try to sleep? He suggested. Take any room you like. I'll keep watch in case anything arises. For the very first time since they'd met, a genuine smile danced on Cassandra's lips. That's very kind of you, she said, slowly rising from the couch. Kind? I am the Devil Incarnate. What mischievous thoughts crossed his malicious mind? Chapter 12. Ivan moved through the desolated manor. Dust and debris carpeted the floors and covered large chunks of fractured marble. Shards of glass cracked beneath his feet. Ashes lingered in the air. It was the devastating aftermath of the most harrowing magical attack he'd ever witnessed. Now that Drake Manor was empty and silence prevailed, it seemed forlorn and true to its age. Many times, Ivan had felt the same way. Antiquated, a well-kept product with nostalgic value, but inexorably rotting inside. Charred remains stained the marble floors where Drakens and Deveraux had once stood, enemies to the new reign of the Grand Witch. Juliet was back, and she was back with a vengeance. Ivan had not known her to be so intolerant of her own kin. But who knew? Perhaps he would have done the same if threatened by his brethren, and in a way, he had. More than one vampire had fallen to Ivan's fangs back in San Francisco after the rebel coven had kidnapped Marianne and Ivan's sister. Fire burn and cauldron bubble, Ivan mused as he climbed the grand staircase, every footstep echoing in the vast hall. He could not pick up a trace of her presence, not even with all the powers that the source had granted him. Strange indeed, but he knew where to find her. Led by pure instinct, Ivan entered the master bedroom that had once belonged to his dear friend Gustav Drake. Amidst the many furnishings compliant with the building's period, the modernized details of a plush mattress and memory foam pillows stood out, as well as electrical appliances such as lamps and a television screen concealed inside a vintage armoire. Past the many comforts this room offered, a more fascinating sight unleashed his heartbeat in a frenzy. Juliet. She was standing on the balcony, her delicate hands extended on the stone balustrade. Through the open double doors, the wind blew and tangled the gossamer curtains in an ethereal dance, and the moonlight filtered in, bathing her with its subtle power, feeding the magic resting inside her. Or at least he liked to think such matters worked this way through nature. Her gaze drifted to the front lawn, to the empty space that had served as the parking lot for 100 vehicles. Another gust of wind blew and tossed back the wavy locks of her strawberry-red hair, revealing Juliet's chiseled nose and carmine lips. You weren't easy to find, Ivan whispered, moving closer. I've been here all along, watching as the last of them fled. She pressed the railing, whitening her knuckles. I am not hiding, as you can see. An unshakable bitterness clung to her voice. I never said you were. He now stood beside her. Stepping on that balcony had been like walking through a time portal, taking the leap 300 years back. Oh, and they were young again, vibrant with wonder and desire, longing for the times ahead. Was this a spell of hers? He wondered. Knowing now what strength lay inside her, what devastating power had emerged from her being. Ivan couldn't help but question who this woman really was. Juliet. It wasn't me, she suddenly said, facing him. Every feature in her delicate countenance belonged to his beloved Juliet. High cheekbones, soft arched eyebrows, and large dreamy eyes that he longed to be green, but were bright amethysts instead. Ivan folded his hand over hers. He took a deep breath. Genuine bliss filled his untamed heart. The tragic events that had preceded this moment meant nothing to him as he stood in front of the woman whom he'd loved for centuries. This was a beautiful dream, the kind to which he'd often hold on fast as he awakened, dreading the cruelness of reality. He had to remind himself the dream was real. "It doesn't matter," he whispered, careless if his candor made him the most detestable fiend. He had no problem admitting his lack of empathy for the lost lives of the Draken family. Juliet was here, and she was flesh and blood. Just like him, nothing else mattered. "I did not cast that spell," she chided, moved to tears. "Juliet," he whispered, tightening his hold. "I was there. You spoke the words." "I don't care if you killed them," he wanted to scream. "It makes no difference to me. Who would I be to pass any judgment? I'm a demon who's taken thousands of lives across the ages." "No, you don't understand." Juliet shook her head. "That was not the spell I cast. My spell would have silenced the old man, drowning his mind in the deepest confusion. What you heard me say was confitatis." She paused, reining in her excitement. "Had I meant to burn them all, I would have chanted incendiarant." A tear slid down her cheek. She needed him to believe her, desperately so. "I'm a bit rusty in my Latin," he said, pressing her hands against his chest. "But you're right. Now that you mention it, I did hear you say confutatis." He pursed his lips. "But the old man burned into cinders and ash. Many more were hurt." "Ivan, you must believe me," she urged, shuddering. Ivan had to assume Juliet trembled on account of being cold, not afraid. For what could possibly frighten such a powerful witch? He gently swayed Juliet close to him and wrapped her in his arms. "Of course, I believe you," he spoke into her ear. She parted enough for him to read her amazement. "Do you really?" she asked. Ivan heaved a heavy sigh, overjoyed to hold her after centuries of estrangement. "Juliet," he began. Oh, he would not tire of speaking her name any time soon. "You've just returned from the grave. I'm sure you did not go through all that trouble simply to lie to me." Juliet sniffed and gave him a wry smile. "No," she said. "I came back to be with you. I am dead, and the happiest man in the underworld." "Then be with me." Ivan stepped back, beckoning her inside the bedroom. Chapter 13. Dristan had promised to keep watch, to protect Cassandra from any threat should it arise in the following hours. His mind should have been clear and alert, but it was not. Engraved in his thoughts were her stormy eyes and dark brown hair, soft pink lips and light freckled skin. "You are far too old for this," he reminded himself as he stood by the second floor's panoramic window. It offered a strategic view, overlooking the main access to the manor. Centuries had passed since Dristan had fallen prey to the struggles of attraction. This was no more than that, he told himself. It was a whim of desire, a sudden flame sparked by lust, but those flames should always be allayed, lest wildfire ensued. Was he too old to experience infatuation? Perhaps, but age was not the only hindrance met by his intentions. Cassandra's heart belonged to someone else. Dristan wished with all his blackened heart he'd never met Ivan's fledgling. The young Antoine Somerset had crossed paths with him back in San Francisco. They'd met at the airport the day of his arrival, as fate would have had it. Unaware of Dristan's identity, the young vampire had led him straight to Ivan's lair. Dristan could not have planned it better himself. Back then, he'd thought it best to keep secret his personal relationship with Ivan. Now he was glad of it. Antoine Somerset was still a child in darkness. His somber eyes gleamed with wonder as he navigated deeper into vampirism. The boy was a breath of fresh air. Perhaps Ivan's ability to choose his fledglings had refined over time. God knew Dristan had never cared for Elisa. No one had ever deserved the blood less than her, especially considering what she'd done to him. Elisa Lockhart was a true monster, if there ever was one within their brethren. "I can't sleep." "Oh no." Dristan shut his eyes at the sound of that melodious voice. "Leave," he wanted to tell her. Leave this instant. Without looking back, Dristan clenched his jaw and swallowed hard. Any words that crossed his mouth would betray his inner turmoil, so he chose silence. "It's a bad time," she murmured. "I'll go." "No," he turned to say. What was he doing? "You can stay, if you want." A hint of a smile curled the corner of her lips. Cassandra entered the parlour. The subtle fragrance of roses followed her trail. Dristan inhaled deep, filling his lungs with her delightful perfume. Not only did he pick up from her the scent of roses, but that of youth twined with vibrant blood, rushing with excitement. It pleased him more than he'd care to admit. "Did you find your room uncomfortable?" he asked, folding his arms over his chest. Cassandra stood in the middle of the room. She shook her head. "Je ne veux pas être seule ce soir," she whispered. "Is it all right if I stay with you for a while?" "I wish you wouldn't," he wanted to say. Cassandra's presence only stirred havoc inside him, but one look at her radiant countenance gave Dristan enough courage to nod. "The room was fine," she said under her breath, moving towards the wingback chair by the hearth. "Each time I closed my eyes, I'd see them burn." Her light slowly dimmed as her gaze drifted to the fire. "I still hear them scream in agony." She took a hand to her lips. "I hear those screams every night," Dristan mumbled absent-mindedly, unwilling to part from his post by the window. "Do you?" Cassandra asked with genuine interest. She slipped into the comfortable velvet sofa, pulling its small round pillow over her lap and embracing it tight. She then curled up her legs and prepared for his answer with the utmost attention. Dristan faced the window once more, but kept an eye on her through its reflection. Comes with the territory. Did she know what he was, the monster Dristan was? Had she an inkling of the atrocities he'd committed to secure his survival? "How can you bear it?" she said, concerned. He clasped his hands behind his back. "I've learned to quiet those voices when they come." Cassandra leaned forward. "Can you also quiet the pain of knowing yourself as the source of those screams?" Her question had sprung from legitimate curiosity. In all honesty, Dristan found her lack of prejudice quite perplexing. However, her words had wounded him somehow. His pride had taken the blow, perhaps? Whatever it was, it set him off. Dristan finally turned. With fearless steps, he went to her and stopped inches away. Scanning her with his fierce hazel eyes, he slowly got on his knees until their stares met. "Have we magical creatures not been cursed to pay the price for our gifts?" he whispered, eager for an answer. "Let me see the unravelling of your mind, delicious mortal." Not in the least intimidated by Dristan's nearness, Cassandra's misty eyes held his gaze. "I am a witch," she said, stern and collected. "What's my price to pay?" Fascinating creature. Being so close to her shot a thrill through Dristan's veins. "Yours is very steep, indeed." He carefully raised a hand and glided his fingers through her dark locks of hair. "Others pay the price of a witch's spell. That is the way of magic." Lowering his hand, he reached for the round pillow, and with one quick tug, he pulled it away from her. Despite Dristan's efforts, Cassandra's confidence did not waver, and that only made him wonder, what would it take to break her self-control? "You speak of dark magic," she softly said, raising her chin. "In my world, there's good and evil. I can choose which way to go." Dristan gave her half a smile. "Can you?" he asked, a hint of mischief in his voice. "I'd like to see that." The magnetic pull between them built up and finally became unbearable. "Kiss her, Dristan. Kiss her now and end this torment." "Maybe you will," she said, arrogant and tempting as hell. It took everything for him not to grin with delight. Oh, and he'd love to see her choose evil. Always evil. Because that's where she would find him. Dristan leaned closer still, lured by the reckless desire to steal a kiss from her smooth lips. And as he did, the most fascinating thing happened. She welcomed his nearness. Dristan lacked the power to dive into her thoughts, true, but he could certainly perceive her softened expression and listen to her quickened heartbeat. Cassandra's pupils widened, leaving a narrow grey rim in her eyes. Her lips parted slightly. She tilted her head and slowly drew closer. Did she want him to kiss her? Was he ready to assume the consequences if that happened? Maybe, Dristan whispered, turning away. He fetched the little pillow and placed it on her lap. Unable to refrain his damned pulse from skyrocketing, he went back to his refuge by the hearth, near the window. For the life of him, Dristan could not understand the reason for his behavior. Why had he not stolen that kiss, gotten away with the desire that burned in his heart? Perhaps he really was too old to pursue this feeling. Perhaps his withered soul had grown tired of these painful love games. Chapter 14. Everything fell into place in Ivan's heart as he entered Deveraux Manor's driveway. The neoclassical building loomed in the distance, imposing, bathed in silver moonlight at this late hour. He lowered the windows, allowing the cool breeze to filter inside the vehicle, redolent with the fresh moistness of the earth after a rainstorm. Petrichor, it was called, and he relished in it. The world showed Ivan a different face now that Juliet had returned, a more agreeable one. No hindrances stood between them this time. No wretched family dictated the rules amongst vampires and witches. Ivan harbored no doubts in his heart, no guilt tearing him away from Juliet. This was their clean slate, their once-in-a-lifetime chance to make the right choices and finally be together. And there was no way in hell he'd let this one shot at happiness slip between his fingers. He would not ruin them. Not again. It was no lie that his heart had belonged to Juliet for centuries. She knew Ivan like no other creature, loved him like no woman ever had. Juliet knew him for what he was, the fiend he was, and she had loved him in spite of it. But did her feelings remain unchanged? Her thoughts on the matter were as secret to him as the means of her return. Ivan pulled over by the entrance. He turned off the car's ignition, but not the radio. A faint melody played and twined with the sound of rushing leaves stroked by the wind. In the distance, he picked up the faint song of blackbirds and cicadas, waning as dawn approached. The time to say goodbye drew closer, and Ivan rebelled against it, eager as a child. He'd waited so long for this. How could he let her go again, even if it was for a few hours? He would have offered to stay, had Juliet shown the slightest interest. But she had not spoken a word ever since they'd left Drake Manor. "A new day will soon rise for you," he whispered, "and with it, the beginning of a new life." "I suppose," she said, clasping her hands over her lap, "there will be a fair amount of discontent after the events that transpired this evening. I will brace myself as best I can to face the family." The family. The damned family. Ivan bit his lower lip. He would not utter a sound, much less express his disregard for those warlocks and witches. "That should be fun." Juliet gave him a wry smile. "You should stop by tomorrow." "A vampire in a coven assembly," he mumbled, leaning towards her, fierce as a tiger locking eyes on its prey. Sure. That'll smooth things with the Deveraux." Ivan gave her a knowing look. "Truly, have you forgotten who they are?" Juliet blushed. "I'd like to change that." Ivan folded his hand over hers with fondness. "I'm sure you will," he said, pulling her hand close to his lips. "First, I'll have to make peace with the Drakens," she said, heaving a sigh. "That shouldn't be too difficult, though. The Drakens are not a proud people. Like, say, the Alexeyev family. They rather lean on the pragmatic side." The Drakens. The name sent a heatwave through his chest, and not the good kind. Ivan casually relaxed in the seat. He took a deep breath. "Oh, yes. The old man's death and all that." She bowed her head. "And what about your fiancé, the Draken boy?" he said, gliding his fingers through his hair as if he couldn't care less about the matter. Ivan had meant to toss the question into the conversation as casually as possible. He'd failed miserably. "Bien sûr." "Do you mean Bram?" Juliet asked, turning towards him in her seat. Her witchy amethyst eyes scanned him with intent. Ivan knew what she was trying to do. She wanted to read his expression, to discover his feelings regarding the Draken boy. But he wouldn't grant her the satisfaction, so he looked out the window instead. "I assume the engagement is off?" he said, now straightening his cufflinks. Ash and blood spatters stained them. Such a shame. "Since you killed his uncle," he continued, "by accident, of course. Why did he keep saying the wrong thing?" "Stop talking, Ivan. Just stop." But he was babbling on, incapable of shutting up. "I don't know," she mumbled, leaning back in the seat. Ivan's stomach churned at the sound of those words. How could she even contemplate the possibility of carrying on with the engagement, especially after being reunited with him? Ivan didn't like it. Any of it. "You don't know," he repeated, raising his brow. "Curious. He showed no pain after the loss of his uncle," Juliet said, pensive. "With him gone, Bram has become the Drakens' new head warlock. He can hardly hold his uncle's death against me, I should think." She blinked, snapping out of her abstraction, and faced Ivan once more. "I've gotten to know Bram," she added. "He's young and bold. He'll make a wonderful leader." Ivan's nerves lit on fire. Juliet's words had revealed one damning truth. She had spent hours with Bram before Ivan had reached Paris, and afterwards too. Who was to say what purposes that time had served? They were, after all, engaged to be married. Intimacy between them was to be expected. Had Juliet lied to him when they'd made love at Drake's Manor? The sole thought drove him furiously mad. Ivan couldn't simply dismiss the whole thing. "Have you slept with him?" he suddenly said. The question had burned the tip of his tongue, and perhaps it had been rude to ask. But to hell with it. He had to know. Juliet's face lit up with rage. Ivan had hoped to avoid such a reaction for many weeks to come. But there it was. "How dare you?" she said through clenched teeth. "You have no right to ask that." The audacity. "I have every damn right," Ivan stammered. "Are you sleeping with him?" Juliet's knuckles whitened as she clutched her gown. Her jaw tensed. She turned away, and thank heavens for that. Ivan counted himself fortunate not to have been slapped by her already. "It comes to me as no surprise, you know," she said, slowly shaking her head. "You've always been the chauvinistic type of man." "Chauvinistic?" He winced. "Where the hell did you learn that term?" Defiant and proud, Juliet glared at him. "The Wikipedia," she said, raising her chin. "I've been reading, you see." "The Wikipedia?" Ivan's head was about to explode. He took a minute to pace his breath and piece together his shattering patience. "Listen to me carefully, Juliet," he began. "I have always been all for women's empowerment. I've been so for centuries before it was hip." He paused. "But there is one thing I cannot and will not abide, and that is disloyalty." Juliet gasped and rolled her eyes back. "In other words, you want to control me and have a say over my life's choices." "Do not toy with me. I will not share you," he said in a blaze of fury. Once again, Ivan inhaled deep, trying hard to simmer down his burning temper. "I have no interest in overseeing your decisions, but if we're together, I expect to have you all for myself." "I am not a thing for you to covet," she all but hissed, her gaze bored into his while her hand searched for the door handle. "What can I say?" Ivan replied with feigned indolence. "I'm a selfish fiend. It's all or nothing if you want to be with me." Juliet opened the door. "Well, maybe I don't want that." She stepped out of the car. "Goodbye, Monsieur Lockhart." She then slammed the door shut and turned away. Ivan looked through the window. Juliet had already climbed the stairs that led to the manor's entrance. This was no joke. She opened the door and entered the house without looking back once. "I can't believe this," Ivan mumbled, absolutely gobsmacked. "She's been poisoned by the 21st century." And there was more. She never did answer his question, and that stung the most. But he wouldn't run after her and risk being insulted. Oh no, it wouldn't be as easy as that. Ivan turned on the car's ignition. This was not at all how he'd intended the evening to end. There was supposed to be a romantic farewell kiss and sweet words of love whispered to each other. But Juliet had made sure to crush those expectations. All he wanted now was to go back to his lair and lie down, perhaps even grab a bottle of Domaine de la Romanée Conti and finish it by morning. Hell, he could finish the whole lot, like he used to in the old days. His cell phone beeped. Ivan picked up the contraption with haste. The time flickered on the screen. 5 a.m. Ivan had barely enough time to make the drive to his lair before sunrise. A message flashed on the phone. Missed call. Dristan Breck. "Oh, Dristan! He growled, turning the wheel as he pulled out of the driveway. "Where were you when I needed you to keep my big mouth shut?" Chapter 15. Dristan's gaze shifted from the parlour's window to Cassandra. She had drifted into soundless sleep on the chair an hour ago. Her thick eyelashes cast the faintest shadow on her blushing cheeks. She must have been the loveliest creature he'd ever set eyes upon. Or did his mind deceive him, obliterating the faces that might have challenged her beauty? Gleaming headlights approached, scattering along the narrow street. Their incandescent light reflected on the window where Dristan stood, but soon focused on the manor's entrance. A single look through the blinds sufficed for him to recognize the vehicle as it parked. Dristan also identified the man stepping outside the red Porsche. Ivan is back. I'd hardly expected he'd come home so soon. The millinery vampire stepped away from the window. He pulled a wool blanket from a chair and gently laid it over Cassandra's body. He would have carried her to the bedroom, but would not risk waking her. The poor dear had been through so much. She deserved to rest her mind for a few moments. Downstairs, the manor's door opened. Dristan heard the clank of keys hitting the ceramic bowl by the entrance. He wasted no time and dashed to the stairs, determined to meet his fledgling in the foyer. As he walked through the doorway, Ivan carried his suit jacket over his arm. Blood stained his shirt's cuffs. His heaving chest, flushing cheeks and lips spoke volumes. Ivan had fed recently. His victim's body lay somewhere in Paris, still warm. For all his listlessness, Ivan compelled all eyes. Dristan had chosen him as his son and heir in the blood, mainly because of his extraordinary allure. The first day he'd laid eyes on him remained ingrained in his mind. He'd been a sensual creature by nature, with an extreme sensibility. A fascinating discovery, to say the least. Men and women flew to him like butterflies to a rose in full bloom. "Back so soon," Dristan said, standing on the stairs landing. Ivan started, still shaken by the kill. His fierce green eyes scanned his maker from head to toe. He sneered, revealing his sharp fangs, if only briefly. It took him a minute to recognize Dristan, but as soon as he did, the handsome vampire lowered his guard. "Jesus, Dristan," he said under his breath. "Never do that again." Dristan gave him half a smile. He'd known better than to approach a vampire who'd fed moments ago without fair warning. "How was everything?" he asked, moving closer. Ivan heaved a sigh. "Not at all what I expected." He glided his fingers over his lips, which Dristan recognized as a sign that he concealed something. But then, he knew that already. "How about you, old friend?" Ivan added, slipping off his undone bow tie. "Had a nice evening?" He flashed him a tantalizing stare, radiant in his nourished state. "I did," Dristan said with a dispassionate tone. "I enjoyed a stroll on Montmartre, visited the Sacré-Cœur, and made a quick hunt detour while I was at it." "Sounds wonderful," Ivan mumbled, aloof, while he unbuttoned his shirt's collar. After loosening it with a quick tug, he peered into the living room. "I see you've opened the Domaine de la Romanée Conti. I bought the lot at Sotheby's. Have I told you the story?" Furrowing his brow. "Delightful." "You have," Dristan said, standing in the middle of the foyer. "And yes, I opened it." Ivan turned, now inches away from Dristan, giving his maker a blank stare. "And?" he asked. Ivan licked his lower lip so fast it barely left time enough to tempt him. "How was it?" Dristan shrugged. "I honestly have no idea." "Come on, Dristan!" A nervous laugh escaped through his lips as he sauntered into the living room. He grabbed the bottle and raised it to eye level. "This is halfway finished. Do you expect me to believe you never touched it?" "I never did," Dristan said, waiting by the room's threshold. "Then how—" "I believe you should address your question to Cassandra." Dristan showed no inclination in his voice. He actually found the whole situation intriguing. To which lengths would his son in darkness go to keep up with this farce? Ivan had done nothing but deflect so far, and he'd done a marvelous job at it. "Cassandra?" Ivan's blushing face paled. He plummeted onto the Chesterfield couch behind him. "Was she here?" His expression tensed quite noticeably. "She still is," Dristan replied, eager to see Ivan break from his facade of indolence. Ivan's lips slowly parted. The minute a hint of turmoil loomed in his eyes, Dristan smiled, the devil that he was. "Dristan," he said, getting on his feet immediately. Ivan's hand reached towards him as if meaning to tame the imminent rise of Dristan's temper. "I don't know what she told you, but—" "She told me plenty." Dristan entered the living room. Calm and detached, he settled on the couch in front of Ivan. "But I'd like to hear the news from you." Smoothing his hands on his knees, he patiently waited. "What is there to tell?" a rattled Ivan said. This sudden paroxysm of nerves suited him poorly. Dristan much preferred to see the rebel in him. Ivan paced the room, glaring at the walls, perhaps considering the most convenient words for what he was about to say. "Is it true?" Dristan pressed. "Has Juliette Deveraux returned from the grave?" Ivan scowled. "Don't say it like that." He slipped his hands into his pants pockets, walked around the sofa, and plummeted on it before Dristan could come up with a witty remark as a rebuttal. "So it's true," Dristan mused. "It really is her." Ivan's eyes widened with wonder. "Don't ask me how she did it. I cannot explain it myself," he said, showing his palms. "But I can assure you, this is no smoke and mirrors, Dristan. It's the real thing." Dristan remained silent. Leaning his elbows on his knees, he steepled his fingers. Now that the situation had become clear and left no room for doubts, he had many things to consider. The dangers that awaited them were yet to be determined. "Do you have nothing to say?" Ivan asked, noticeably surprised. A wry laugh escaped him as he relaxed on the sofa. "I could have sworn this was the prelude to a lecture." "Is that why you hesitated to speak the truth?" Dristan asked. "I did no such thing," Ivan said, pouting like a child. But he recovered his poise fast and continued. "Listen, it's been a long night. My mind cannot possibly fathom the extent of what transpired this evening." He rose from the seat. "I promise I'll talk more of it tomorrow." Hilarious. Ivan seemed to be under the impression that Dristan would allow him to flee the conversation that easily. Of course, he'd been wrong. Regardless, Dristan permitted him to go as far as reaching the living room's doorway. And then he spoke the words. "She's dangerous." His son in darkness suddenly stopped. Dristan's words had sliced him through by the looks of it. Ivan slowly turned. He made a substantial effort not to show any of the emotions now colliding inside him. However, Dristan recognized in his offspring shock, bewilderment, and yes, a bit of dread. "What she did tonight," Dristan added. Ivan would not speak of it. His fledgling had not even mentioned it, but Dristan would. "That was a mistake," Ivan whispered, and his eyes glimmered with suppressed tears. "She killed recklessly, aimlessly," Dristan warned him. "She could have destroyed you." Ivan's chest heaved. Oh, how he struggled to contain his rage. His fists clenched, and his stare became fierce, glaring at Dristan as if he were the vilest of demons to have pronounced those words. Juliette has just returned to the world after being dead for 3 goddamned centuries, Ivan all but hissed. "Can we not show her the slightest of leniencies in light of it?" His jaw tightened, the muscles in his neck stiffened, and fury gleamed in his eyes as Dristan had never seen. There it was, finally. The fire, the burning temper he'd tried to conceal from Dristan ever since his return. It was Ivan's passion to always defend the meekest demon, the helpless villain, always protect the underdog, because that's what he had been before he became a vampire. "For centuries, I've dreamed of a second chance, the opportunity to mend my ways, to go back in time and fix every step of the rotten road I've built by making all the wrong choices." He slowly raised his hand, pointing a finger at Dristan with every ounce of spite he could summon. "You will not spoil this for me, Dristan." Ivan stormed out of the room without looking back. Not even once. Dristan pursed his lips. He leaned back in the seat, trying to remain serene and not attach himself to his son's brash behavior. This was worse than Dristan had imagined. Not only had his fledgling just embarked on a crusade to defend a grand witch, whose plans remained unknown, but he had fallen hopelessly in love with her. Again. Chapter 16. Vampires were sensual creatures by nature, capable of unleashing their powerful glamour upon any mortal who dared to cross their path. Not so with witches. In the same way as they were incapable of penetrating a witch's mind, blood drinkers could not cast glamour spells on the practitioners of the craft. The reasons for these vices or virtues, a label that relied on the eye of the beholder, were pretty much unknown. Cassandra had often figured it was magic's way to keep a balance between both species. For as advantageous as immortal creatures seemed when compared to witches, the Deveraux had a history of being mighty adversaries not only against vampires, but shifters too. For all the fairness between vampires and witches, a thing had to be said about blood drinkers. Their innate appeal surpassed any spell they might summon. And perhaps that was why Cassandra could not rid her mind of Dristan. He was handsome, dangerously so, but there was something else about him. The fascinating paradox of his quiet temper and reserved demeanour when such intensity lingered in his hazel eyes, such magnetism that hopelessly pulled her in. It couldn't be glamour. She knew this for a fact, and still, Cassandra tossed and turned, trying to shake these thoughts from her mind. Too bad she'd forgotten she'd fallen asleep on a couch, not a bed. Her body slammed on the carpeted floor. "Oof!" she grunted, tangled hair covering her face. Cassandra gathered her scrambled self and sat on the floor. "I need something with a mattress." "Right." She got on her feet, drowsy still. A bit hungover, maybe. Of course she was. She'd drunk that luscious wine like freshly squeezed lemonade on a warm summer day. What on earth had possessed her to drink so heavily? Oh, yes. That gorgeous man. Dristan Breck. Sure, when Juliet's magic killing spree had begun at Drake Manor, that had shaken Cassie to the core, but it was the handsome vampire who'd set her nerves on fire. She'd thought a good way to conceal her Dristan-induced anxiety would have been getting drunk enough to cheat her nerves into relaxation. Bad idea. Twilight filtered through the blinds and warmed her bare toes. She'd slept through most of the day, apparently. I can't go home like this. But where was home anymore? Not Deveraux Manor. Her temples lightly pounded. She'd have to catch some sleep before making any decisions. Oh, why had she drunk like a teenager last night? Cassandra had made a complete fool of herself. And now Mr. Sexy thought the worst of her, for sure. Was there any hope of redeeming herself in his eyes? She stopped in the middle of the hallway. Why should I care what he thinks of me? Cassie scowled, fixing her hair with her fingers. But she knew the answer, didn't she? She could not deny her heart raced like crazy whenever Dristan appeared, how her knees buckled the minute he drew close, and how hard it had been to conceal these reactions from him as of late. Cassandra yawned. She stopped before a door. And now she was here, in his house, which increased the probability of stumbling upon him. God knew she had to keep a safe distance between them. Cassandra's overpowering desire to have him screamed inside her, wanting to be free. She had to be careful, alert at all times not to fall for his charm. Oh, but hadn't she lost that battle already? She grabbed the doorknob. And would it be so wrong for once to get away with her wishes? Chapter 17. Hundreds of years might have transpired, but Juliet's temper remained unchanged. The same could be argued in the case of Ivan's pride. However, here he was, standing outside the prestigious manor that had weathered all storms under the care of the Deveraux lineage. Ivan leaned against the car, digging both hands into his jacket's pockets as he glared at the magnificent building, red sky gleaming behind it like the bloody crown of a cursed kingdom. It had taken him a great deal to overcome his resistance, to undermine his ego, and plant himself in this wretched estate once more. Ivan's presence at Deveraux Manor could only answer to two distinct reasons, his love for Juliet being the first, the second, the objection of his father in darkness. Damn Dristan, Ivan muttered as he zipped up the black leather jacket. His maker sure knew how to drive him out of his wits. Was the old man determined to ruin his one shot at happiness? Oh, but Ivan should have expected such a reaction from him. He'd witnessed the same wariness in Dristan, back when he'd learned of Elisa's vampiric condition. Always suspicious, always the skeptic. That was his maker. No one is ever good enough for you, old man, he mumbled, slipping the car keys into his pocket. He exhaled sharply and then moved towards the frontispiece. Walking up those steps felt like climbing to the scaffolds. Yes. Ivan's heart raced, eager to lay eyes on his beloved Juliet once more, but in its depths lingered undeniable dread. It had been ages since he'd perceived himself as vulnerable as he did right now. A single word from her could destroy him forever. And still, Ivan would take that chance if it meant the possibility of putting their differences behind them. Ivan stood at the door, staring at the slab of painted wood with brooding eyes. Should he give more thought to Dristan's concerns? Oh, to hell with it, he said under his breath, white mist escaping through his lips, into the cool air. He raised his hand, ready to ring the bell when the door opened. A hurried man dashed outside and crashed into him. By the time the commotion settled, and Ivan realized the man's identity, it had been too damn late to push him back harder. "What the devil are you doing here, Bram?" Ivan spat, scanning him with a fierce stare. "I figured you and your lot would be long gone by now, all packed up for Amsterdam." The Draken warlock, intolerably dapper in a bespoke navy suit, squared his shoulders and glared at Ivan with sheer contempt. A hand on his hip, the other in his pants pocket. He raised his chin, throwing a smug smile at Ivan. Insufferable bastard. "Now why would I do that?" Bram said wryly. "Because a lousy old man died." "Only he did not die," Ivan sneered. "She killed him, you realize?" "Oh, he wanted him gone, out of the picture once and for all. And he'd say and do anything to make that happen." "I don't give a damn if she did," Bram whispered, narrowing his light blue eyes. "That monster killed my father. Things are going to change now that I am head of the Drakens." He paused. "If you'll excuse me, I have more important places to be, other than here, wasting my time with a filthy blood demon." Such an arrogant fiend. What if Ivan ripped his throat right then? Wouldn't that shut him up for good? It would be a bloodbath for sure. Juliet would never forgive him. "On your way there," Ivan leaned closer to hiss. "Make sure to go to hell." He smirked. Bram leered at him. "You vampires are all the same," he said through clenched teeth. Ivan raised his brow in wonder. "I like to think I'm the worst of my kind." He stepped aside. "Off you go. Don't let me keep you." A luxurious black SUV pulled into the driveway. The driver stepped out and held the door open, waiting for Bram to climb into the mammoth vehicle. The warlock kept his jaw tensed all the way to the SUV. He got inside, and they drove away, fast, tires screeching in a flashy display. "Show off," Ivan muttered. He couldn't wait for Bram to leave. The minute the warlock had sped out of the manor, Ivan walked inside and shut the door behind him. He took a deep breath to cool off, ridding himself of the unpleasantness of bumping into the Draken boy before meeting his beloved witch. It had taken him all his willpower not to harm Bram. Doing so would have guaranteed him a permanent exile from Juliet's good graces. Ivan sauntered down the gallery, wondering where the hell the butler was, when suddenly, out of nowhere, a beast emerged. It sat in the middle of the checkerboard hallway, glaring at him with mellow brown eyes and a wiggly tail. "What was your name?" Ivan mumbled, cocking his head to one side. "Ah, yes. Pixie." Pixie took Ivan's acknowledgement as a welcome, all but prancing to his arms. No, he mumbled with a dismissive hand wave. "It's not me you want. That's Cassandra. I'm afraid I don't do well with small breeds." "No offense, Pixie." Ivan walked around the tiny thing, moving towards the studio, but the pup started to follow. At length he turned, fed up with the dog's charm. The pupils of his piercing green eyes widened as he channeled his vampiric powers of persuasion, or, in this case, dominion. "Pixie," he began, lifting a scolding finger in the air. "Stay here." The beast's enthusiasm finally subsided. Pixie sat still, panting, happy as it could be. Seldom had Ivan practiced a vampire's gift of command over such creatures, but it had worked wonderfully. He peered into the studio, excitement coursing through his veins like it hadn't in years, and then his eyes fell on her, curled up on the wingback chair by the hearth, fascinated as she stared at the screen of the laptop on her legs. She seemed even younger in her ripped jeans and ivory cashmere sweater, locks of strawberry red hair cascading over her bare shoulders. Opening the conversation by mentioning the rotten Draken warlock was out of the question. Of course, he wanted to inquire after the reasons for Bram's presence in Deveraux Manor, but that would only lead to more trouble, and Ivan wanted peace between them. "Catching up with the Wikipedia?" he heartily asked, standing by the doorway. Juliet lifted her gaze. A subtle smile danced on her pink lips, filling Ivan's heart with immediate relief. "I thought I'd never see you again," she said, skittish. He leaned against the door's jamb. "You said I should come." "Oh, and you've always been inclined to obedience," she teased, narrowing her eyes. Juliet blushed, as crisp and unspoiled in her demeanor as he remembered her. Ivan heaved a sigh and entered the room. She closed the laptop and set it on the coffee table. "About last night," she began. "Yes, we quarrelled." He knelt in front of Juliet and studied her countenance with an earnest stare. "See, I would very much like it if we could put this behind us," he added, "because I've missed you terribly, and I'd like to kiss you as quickly as possible." A brief laugh escaped her lips. "And what's stopping you?" "Nothing now," he mused, gliding his hands along her jawline. Ivan leaned closer and sealed her lips with his in a soft kiss that slowly grew more demanding. When Juliet returned his passion with the same intensity, his heart quickened its pace, eager for more. But then she slowly parted from him, biting her lower lip as she did. "What is it?" Ivan asked. Juliet inhaled deep. "You haven't apologized," she said. "Oh, Juliet." Ivan scowled. "You're really enjoying this, aren't you?" She folded her delicate hands over his and smiled, waiting to hear the words. Ivan harumphed. "I'll apologize for being so madly in love with you that I cannot bear the thought of another man wanting you," he said. Juliet looked unimpressed. She leaned back in the seat. "Keep trying." "Oh, all right, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things about you sleeping with Bram." He paused with a frown. "The boy's a buffoon. Of course you'd never sleep with him. I honestly don't know what got into me." The corner of her lips curled. "I do," she said, wrapping her arms around his neck. "I've only ever felt that way with you. It's called jealousy." Ivan gave her a bitter smile. He confirmed his admission of guilt with an evasive stare. "I am not a chauvinistic pig," he suddenly mumbled, crossed. "You're not, my love," she said, smoothing her hand over his jawline. "I was just angry." Juliet's eyes locked on his. Warmth radiated from her like a powerful, welcoming wave, enveloping him in absolute bliss. This was peace and glory. The doors to paradise had suddenly flung open, and he, the damnedest of fiends, stood on the verge of setting foot on its forbidden threshold. She was his Beatrice, holding a hand out to him, willing to show him the bliss he'd long forgotten. Ivan leaned forward until their brows gently touched. "You are my salvation," he whispered in the lowest voice. "What was that?" she asked, intrigued. "Juliet," he said, steering the conversation elsewhere. "I must know. How did you return?" Her cheeks flushed warmed red. "How else?" she said with hesitancy. "I cast a spell." That hadn't been quite the answer he'd hoped to hear. "Yes, but when was this?" She bit her lower lip, her gaze adrift as she considered her following words. "It happened that night in the garden, after you came to say goodbye." "I remember well," he said under his breath, ashamed to summon those memories. "It was the last time I saw you. You were leaving for Venice. Your mind was made up. Nothing would dissuade you." The words sailed into silence. She deliberately omitted to mention the reason for his departure, for Ivan's reason had a name, and long black hair, dark as night, and piercing blue eyes. "And now you're here," he said, regretting ever touching the subject. Reminiscing on those times would only stir pain between them. "I am." She gave him a bitter smile. "Your hair is no longer blonde," he said, trapping a lock between his gentle fingers. "How come it keeps changing from blonde to red?" Her eyes gleamed with excitement. "Shall I explain to you how this works?" She curled up her legs and knelt on the couch. "Please do," Ivan said with a velvety voice, holding her hand. "I came here with no other purpose than to understand this." A brief teasing smile brightened his face. "Did you now?" she replied, amused. "And here I thought you wanted to see me." Ivan sniggered. "That too," he said, climbing on the seat. Juliet rested in his arms and snuggled against his chest. Her graceful hand glided to the back of his, and turning it over, she spoke. "Do you see the finer lines in your palm?" she asked, tracing them with a finger. "Are you going to read Ma Fortune, chérie?" He used his bedroom voice, determined to seduce her. "Perhaps someday I will," Juliet said, holding his hand. "These lines are forever changing. Did you know that?" Ivan half smiled. "This reminds me of so many lessons you taught me centuries ago. In the intimacy of our home, Miles away from Paris, he wanted to add. The brief time they'd spent together in that country manor had been heavenly. Memorable afternoons of drinking wine, making love, and living life one slow step at a time, locked in the most enjoyable conversations. Was he blushing? "Pay close attention to this one," she said, flushed as well. "You might actually learn something this time." Juliet choked a laugh. Her warmth, her nearness, was a precious gift worth waiting for hundreds of years. "The lines change because we change," she continued. "Every choice we make on a daily basis fixes its mark upon us. Do you see?" She stopped to read Ivan's expression. Blank, as it surely was, Juliet must have found little else than relentless fascination. Jeanette's body slipped into a deep slumber after the accident, n'est-ce pas? Ivan nodded. "Her spirit left this vessel almost immediately after the crash," Juliet said. "I had long waited for an opportunity like that." She heaved a sigh. "I took her body. It wasn't easy for me to settle in it at first, but my essence expanded in it. It never stops doing it, reaching out, taking command of its every inch." "You mean invading it?" Ivan interrupted. "According to your account, your spirit behaves as a poisonous vine." "I would certainly not put it like that," Juliet sneered, getting on her feet. Ivan had meant to tease her, but it seemed he'd overstepped a boundary. He'd never been one to beat around the bushes. Ivan called them as he saw them, and that didn't always play in his favor. This called for a change of tactic. "I bumped into the Draken boy in the hallway," he said, rising from the couch. "Did you?" Juliet moved behind the desk. "It's strange. He took his uncle's death rather well. He came here to thank me. Can you believe that?" "Of course I can," he mumbled. These were muddy waters. Ivan wouldn't risk quarreling again with her. And how did things go with the family reunion? "Do you really want to know?" she asked, a glimmer of mischief shining in her eyes. "Get ready for a shocking revelation." Ivan slipped both hands over the maplewood desk. After considering it for a minute, he sat on it. "Let's hear it," he said. Drawn to him as if by a magnet, Juliet moved closer, close enough that he relished in the soft scent of her perfume. She was too sensual, too enticing. Wrapped in her mundane appearance, adapted to the 21st century, Ivan fancied having her right there and then. "Shock me," he added with a sultry voice. "Don't mind if I do." Juliet purred in his ear. She moved away before Ivan's impulsiveness betrayed him. "They are useless. All of them," she said with a devil-may-care attitude. "The Deveraux family of witches has been officially reduced to a group of amateurs who practice little more than parlor tricks." "Bon sang, are you so severe toward your own blood?" Ivan asked. "Truly I'm not." She paused. "You should have seen their faces. They were in absolute awe of my powers. It was as if they'd never witnessed magic before. My father would have been disappointed." "Your father disapproved of everyone in and out of the family," Ivan sternly said. "No one met his standards. No one but the Draken heir, Willem." In a flash, Bram's face appeared in his mind's eye. Willem and Bram were not the same person, true. But they were both Drakens, and that made them just as rotten. "Must you mention him?" she said in a low voice, wounded by Ivan's words. There was pain pouring from her with every sound, every gesture of her sullen expression. "I guess you really loved him," Ivan mumbled. He could pretend absolute indolence upon the matter of Willem Draken, but he couldn't deny to himself how much it still angered him. "Who?" Juliet's demeanor shifted into total detachment. She opened the desk's drawer and took out a golden cigarette case. "My father?" Ivan glided across the desk like a wildcat hunting its prey. With preternatural speed, he seized Juliet's wrist and locked his fierce green eyes on her. "Do you think I'd care to know if you loved your father?" he all but hissed. Juliet's face turned pale as alabaster. Her lips parted and moved without managing to utter a single word. She exhaled sharply and gathered her poise once more. "You care about nothing and no one," she finally said, pulling back from Ivan's hold. He could have kept her against her will, but chose to loosen his grip instead. Why would she not speak about Willem? Did those memories stir more pain than she was willing to admit to Ivan? But the man was dead. Ivan wouldn't waste a minute being jealous of a dead man, would he? Cassandra showed some promise back in San Francisco, he said, driving the discussion back to where it had started. There's hope for your family yet. Juliet tapped the desk with the case, lost in her own thoughts. What do you know about my family? She muttered. More than you think, he stammered. I've looked after your lineage for hundreds of years. Justine, Anne, Catherine, Annette, Denise. I've been around for a very long time, my dear. Don't you ever forget that? I never asked that of you. You didn't have to, he interrupted. Juliet's countenance lost all colour. Shaken by his words, she took the cigarette case and tossed it back into the drawer. The burden of this legacy was thrown at me at such a tender age, she mused. I've seen this family's pride fade with each passing century. But now I'm here, and I will see the Deveraux' glory restored. Now you're speaking just like Patrick, Ivan said in a blurt. Is that so wrong? She turned to him, stricken with grief. My father might have been a strict man, but he only wanted the best for the family. Even if that meant forcing his only daughter to give up her heart's desire, he bitterly said. Juliet's eyes shimmered with unspilt tears. It's useless, she whispered. Ivan got off the desk. What is? When I saw you again, I thought we could start over. She pursed her lips. I wanted to believe this was our time to be together, to take back what Elisa stole from us. It's useless. You and I will always find new ways to hurt each other. Juliet, don't... This is not going to work, she said. There's too much hurt and too many wounds between us. We will always find fault within our pasts. Gliding her hands over the desk, she got on her feet. You chose Elisa. I chose Willem. We must learn to live with the consequences of those choices. Don't say that, he stammered. I'm afraid there's no other way, she whispered. Our story was never meant to be. Then tell me you returned from the afterlife only to restore your family's pride, he said, standing behind her. Say it, and I'll leave this house this instant. He paused. Say that I played no part in the spell you cast centuries ago. Juliet turned. I was wrong! Tears slid down her cheeks. I was young, and I was foolish, and I was wrong, she said. I never should have cast that damned spell. Ivan wrapped his arms around her waist in an impulse of passion. But you did, and you did it because you loved me, he whispered in her ear. Juliet, we can be together. Take this chance, and forget about the wretched Deveraux legacy. You ask too much, she said in a sullen tone. Ivan swiftly turned her towards him. I am not asking, chérie, he whispered. You owe this to me. You owe it to us. Juliet cradled his face between her delicate hands, her lips inches away from kissing his. Ivan's breathing hitched. I owe you nothing, she said, and her voice was soft as rustling leaves stroked by an autumn breeze. You betrayed our love. You walked away from us right there, glancing at the window. In that forsaken garden. She paused. Do not be fooled by my mortal appearance. I am no longer the girl you tricked into loving you. You deceive yourself, my love, he said, gliding his hand to the nape of her neck. I never tricked you. You wanted me from the very first time you laid eyes on me, and I wanted you too. On a bien baisé. We had a great time in bed, she mumbled. It was more than that, Ivan said. It's always been more than that. Juliet, my feelings have not changed. He paused. I love you. Slowly, Juliet's guard crumbled. Her body yielded to his hold. Her face rested on his chest. We must put the past behind us, if this is to work, she whispered. The past is settled dust, he said, loving the warmth of her body pressed against his. Everything I care about stands before me. Right here. Right now. Juliet's lips stretched in a forgiving smile. She looked up to meet his stare, and in that nearness she kissed him. And Ivan's heart beat hard against his chest, and then he knew what true happiness could be, attainable even to the most loathsome of demons. Chapter 18. It wasn't age that built confusion in Tristan's mind, or the fact that he was a blood drinker and Cassandra a witch. He didn't even care that her heart answered to another man. At this point, Tristan was beyond accepting that his accursed heart had awakened the minute he'd laid eyes on her for the first time. What made no sense at all was his resolve not to pursue his desire. He could not bear another restless night, searching for new ways to quiet his whirling mind. Hunting amidst the young, killing, and drinking their blood had provided little comfort. With eyes open wide, he lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He'd watched the play of lights and shadows battling at sunset until darkness won. A stroll on the banks of the Seine would normally appeal to him. But not tonight. Tonight, Tristan had no mind to find any joy in leisure. This century had swept him off his feet with the promise of renewed excitement and adventure. The era's modernity had taken his breath away with wonder. Tristan had a plan to thrive in this century, to take life into himself in copious mouthfuls until he bled it dry. It never occurred to him that he, a millinery vampire, would ever be at risk of losing his heart to another. A mortal woman, much less. What stopped him from interfering with Cassandra and Antoine? Did he actually give a damn about Ivan's fledgling? Oh, but it was not about him. It was about Cassandra and sparing her the heartbreak of dealing with a devil as loathsome as him. Tristan glided his fingers through his hair and sighed heavily. He was drained, tired enough to question the purpose of his presence in Paris. Venice would always be there if he needed to get away from it all. The sturdy walls of his old palazzo stood as towering as they'd been centuries ago upon his arrival in La Serenissima. Perhaps it was time to go home. Tristan? His breathing hitched at the sound of that voice. Was he imagining it? Tristan's gaze shifted to the door. Cassandra stood on the room's threshold, enticing in his pale blue pajama shirt. He slowly turned sideways on the bed, careful not to move any further for fear she might vanish in midair. This had to be a beautiful illusion. Her dreamy eyes widened as they landed on him. Her lips slightly parted. She seemed genuinely shocked to see him, which made it all the more apparent that this was no dream. Cassandra hugged her arms and swallowed hard. She's really here. Don't move, Tristan. Don't do anything that might frighten her or send her away. Is something wrong? He asked in a low, dispassionate voice. Everything is, she mumbled, entering the room. Her skin glistened in the twilight, long-toned legs sculpted in the finest alabaster. Jeanette is lost to me forever. Juliet's little show has divided the family, and will surely raise suspicion amidst our only allies. Her eyes darkened as she spoke the words, yet her gaze latched on him as though he were the raft that would spare her from the madness in which she was drowning. I was the Deveraux heiress, she breathed. My sole function was to keep things as they were, as they've always been. She pursed her lips. This is not how it was supposed to be. Cassandra moved closer. Tristan held his breath, struggling to conceal the paroxysm of nerves that now invaded him. Hardly anything is as it should be, he mumbled, crossed at himself and his rotten scruples. Had he paid no mind to them, he would have already seized her and made her his. You'll get used to disappointment. Bitterness came through as he spoke, but he no longer cared to hold back from his emotions. There was only so much he could manage. It hit him then. She no longer wore the cast, the one on her left leg. It was gone. What on earth was she doing here in his room? Cassandra's expression softened. That's just it, isn't it? She whispered. Life's too short for disappointments. She stopped inches away from the bed. The scent of roses slowly filled his lungs, luring him into a daze. Tristan sat on the bed. She took one more step, a step that delivered her to the space between Tristan's casually splayed legs. When Cassandra's eyes met his, a gleam of desire burned inside them. He knew then that he was doomed. Her hand folded over his without hesitation. Her touch unleashed an electric shock through his entire system. Tristan's dusty heart quickened into life, as did every nervous fibre in his being. This overwhelming reaction exceeded his dominion, leaving him disarmed and even fearful. He had no control, no power over himself. Was she aware of the danger she'd stepped into? Don't. A frown followed the painful whisper. The word had sailed through his lips, not with the stern inflection of instruction, but with that of a quiet plea. For the first time in his life, Tristan begged. Cassandra's stormy eyes levelled with his. A faint smile tugged her lips, smooth and rosy lips he longed to kiss. Entranced by her unspoiled beauty, Tristan cupped the sides of her face with gentle hands. "There is no going back after this," he whispered. "I know," she said under her breath, tilting her head with eyes closed, yielding to his touch. Tristan drew closer until they stood a breath apart from each other. "You are too precious to me," he said, diving his fingers through her dark brown hair. Cassandra flushed. She bit her lower lip, tempting him more than she would ever know. Did she know what he was? The monster that Tristan was. He was a ruthless demon who killed night after night without a single regret. A slayer who drained his victims dry. He was a creature undeserving of love, incapable of caring for another. "I will only hurt you," he mumbled. He had not meant to say it. Not then. "Not if I hurt you first," she whispered in a sullen tone, sitting on his lap. Tristan's eyes widened, perplexed by her answer. Who was this woman who had walked into his life with the confidence of a goddess? He was disarmed and hopelessly lost. Cassandra leaned in and pressed her tender lips against his in one slow kiss. He returned it with the same sweetness, all the while feeling the weight of his sinful heart, longing for more. His hand slid to the nape of her neck as he teased her lips apart with his tongue, diving in the minute she welcomed a deeper kiss. Then everything became a blur of heightened emotions. Tristan's senses locked in a wonderful stupor, in which he surrendered and she took charge. She straddled his waist between her thighs and slowly pinned him to the bed. It was she who removed his clothes, she who unveiled herself like a rose, shedding its petals to reveal its precious core, while he was rendered breathless, bewildered by her sensual form. In silence, her hands traced the muscles of his powerful arms and reached for his chest. Cassandra stopped to contemplate the details of Tristan's tattoos, a multicolored array of falcons with spread wings, blood roses with thorns, and several skulls inked his arms, chest, and back. It was a sight easily missed, usually concealed under his clothing, and most unexpected, considering his conservative style. But Cassandra's misty eyes saw more than what lay before them. She saw beneath the layers of black and bright red ink, discovering the many scars he'd picked up throughout the ages. Those wounds carried deeper meanings, especially the ones that pertained to his first years in the blood. Oh, he'd yearned to die back then. And he delivered himself into most perilous battles, always with the silent hope that they would ensure his way out of eternity. Those memories now caused him shame. He'd made it his priority never to speak of them, and as her precious hand hovered above those scars, a moving finger ready to trace the many lines, something triggered inside him. In a flash, Tristan caught Cassandra's wrist in mid-air. Vampire instincts were hard to turn off, and at that moment, he'd perceived himself as defenseless as he'd never wished to be. Cassandra barely frowned, confused by his reaction. He mumbled. "I have scars." Now her countenance softened once more. "That's all right," she whispered. "I have scars of my own." Cassandra freed from his grip. Slowly, she turned her hand over and showed him her wrist, revealing perhaps a sadder scar than his. Though pale and blended now into her light skin tone, it marked the memory of the deepest wound, one of loneliness, pain, and despair. His heart broke for her in silence. But in that silence, her soul spoke to him. Are we not kindred spirits searching for a way out of darkness? It was a very long time ago, she dismissed. But Tristan needed no explanation. He immediately held her hand, brought it close to his lips, and kissed the fading mark with complete reverence. And when she smiled, Tristan led her to the bed and laid on top of her, their hips melding as he held her in a passionate embrace. He wanted her. She wanted him. No other bliss had ever been known to his vicious heart, If tonight was all he had to live, he'd die a happy man. Chapter 19. A drop of water struck Ivan's cheek. Was it raining? No, that was impossible. They were indoors. But then Deveraux Manor was an ancient home. Surely the tread of time had marked its flaws in the structure, no matter how majestic. Another drop of water fell. It hit his eyelid. He opened his eyes, and there it was, on the ceiling, a small pool of water dripping straight on him. Ivan looked to his side, and there he found Juliet, asleep. A delightful beauty, flaming red hair spread on the plush pillow, sensual body covered with white satin sheets. Yes, they'd quarrelled, but they had patched those differences because the past was worthless, considering the wonderful present and the promising future that loomed ahead. Putting his pride to sleep had never come easier to him. Faint beams of moonlight filtered into the bedroom through the heavy curtains. Ivan gave one quick look at the nightstand clock. 3 a.m. In the twilight, something seemed different. Whatever it was, it had sprung his vampiric nerves into alertness. Ivan's keen supernatural senses detected subtle movements. Another presence stirred the air amidst them. He sharpened his focus and swept the room with a quick glance. Ivan's vampire eyes soon adjusted to the shadows and pierced through them. It was then that he noticed a pair of pointy white specks of light buried in the darkness. Danger became a possibility when the bright spots of light flickered. The creature, whatever it was, had blinked, only to fix its impenetrable stare on him again. Ivan's pulse raced. His breathing hastened as he realized the hideous truth. He was being hunted. Through the scarce lighting, an outline drew in the corner of the room. Finally, Ivan saw him. "Oh, no," he mumbled, slowly shaking his head. "No, no." He wanted to believe this was a dream, another frightening nightmare like the ones he'd had so recently. But it was undeniable. The monster was here. Viktor was hunting him like a wild beast, like the ones he used to track without mercy. Ivan sat on the bed. The monster's vicious face emerged from the pond of darkness, with a malicious grin that made him shudder to the core. This was fear, as sharp and deep as Ivan had ever encountered. All of his nightmares had fleshed into one dark presence, there, in that goddamn bedroom. "Go away," Ivan whispered, terrified to the bone. "Leave." This time, he'd gathered enough courage to scream, hoping it would drive away his brother's spectre. "My love," Juliet spoke with a groggy voice. Waking from her slumber, she slowly sat beside him. "What is it?" She might as well have spoken to the wall. Ivan would not risk losing sight of that hideous demon, lurking in the corner of the room, crouched against Juliet's old oak armoire. It was wrong. Ivan was the monster now, the fiend feared by men throughout millennia from the beginning of time. He was the ruthless blood drinker, the vicious shroud eater. How was it that he'd suddenly become the prey? Ivan hated being the victim. He refused to play that role. And yet, here they were. Viktor as the darkness from which nightmares sprung, and he as the weakling in a scenario too reminiscent of his childhood. "Aren't you listening?" he spat. "Leave me alone." "Ivan." Juliet's hand held his and steadied its trembling. "What's wrong?" she said, and this time her tone had been less reassuring and more demanding. "It's him," he mumbled, petrified as he curled against the headboard. "My brother." "Your brother," she said, tightening her hold. "Is Viktor here?" Words eluded him. A simple nod would have to do. He could not bring himself to speak Viktor's name, for fear that it might spring him into movement. Juliet glanced at the window, never once leaving his side. Why did she stare at that window? Viktor was not there. All this while, his brother had remained stuck in that miserable corner, his body half swallowed by darkness. She cannot see him. "Leave me at peace," Ivan hissed. "Go back from whence you came." To the pits of hell, if there was a god. But far from suffering intimidation, Viktor sneered. It sent chills down his back to see his dead brother react to his words. Ivan listened to his raspy breath as his brother slowly got to his feet and leaned against the armoire. "Don't," Juliet said, still composed. Do not encourage him any further. Her bright violet eyes scanned the room, completely missing Ivan's brother. Spirit of Viktor Lockhart, she said, we acknowledge your presence. We bear you no ill will. She paused. Tell us, what do you want? Viktor's eyes, though glazed with the absence of life, widened. He folded his arms over his chest, his every move bizarre and mechanical and unnatural. Slowly he leaned forward, and as he did, water dripped from his hair and landed on the tiled wood floor. His dark blue lips then parted, revealing the blackness of his mouth, a bottomless pit of horror, and the air suddenly froze when he articulated the most horrifying sound. Venge. Ents. That dreadful voice would engrave into Ivan's mind forever. He turned to Juliet. He said, I heard what he said. Juliet nodded, looking down at her lap. She took a deep breath, reinforcing her conviction. But Ivan could tell his brother's haunting had disturbed her. Maybe not as much as Ivan, but it had troubled her, nonetheless. Dark and evil spirit, she said, staring at her hands. You are not welcome here. Return to the shadows. I command you. It was the strangest thing. Ivan could have sworn Viktor's expression had shifted from arrogance to bemusement. Juliet closed her eyes. She raised her hands, palms forward towards Ivan's brother. A sudden luminance beamed off her skin and collected in her palms. Spiritum evanesco, she whispered. The light projected across the room, so powerful it was blinding. Ivan covered his eyes with the back of his hand and looked away, and at that moment, he remembered Juliet's power was as frightening and terrible as his brother's unwanted presence. The light dimmed, little by little, until twilight prevailed again. Ivan swept the room frantically with a swift gaze, searching for any trace of his dead brother. He found nothing. Viktor was gone. Oh yes, he was gone. But Viktor had left something worse behind. It was absolute darkness, a darkness so terrible that Ivan had buried it deep in his heart for centuries. The second his dead brother had disappeared from the room, that darkness had shot out of its keep. And now it spread to his every limb, filling him with hopelessness, regret, and painful sorrow. A tight knot clenched Ivan's throat. He swallowed hard as tears gathered in his eyes, and before he knew it, Ivan sobbed like a child. He feared he would not stop weeping any time soon. I am here, my love, Juliet whispered, cupping the sides of his face with tender hands. You're not alone anymore. She embraced him fondly, the warmth of her spell slowly melting away his chilling fears. After a while he stopped crying, but pain clutched his heart with sharpened claws. A vampire's heightened emotion was often its demise. This isn't fear, he mumbled, tears rolling down his cheeks. I know, she assured him. You've kept this pain long enough, mon amour. It's time to let it go. Ivan sniffed. He cleared the tears from his face with the back of his hand and attempted to gather his poise. Why? He asked, parting from her. What's that? You heard him speak, he continued, struggling to pace his breathing. Why could you not see him? 1,000 questions whirled inside his frantic mind, but somehow this one seemed pivotal. I saw him, my love. Juliet paused, pondering her next words. In the room's corner, skulking in the dark, swallowed by the shadows. But you showed no signs of ever seeing him, Ivan added. You never once looked into his eyes. They were as horrifying as in my worst nightmares. Juliet's mind drifted somewhere else. Ivan could see her thinking 1,000 miles per hour, trying to figure something out. Though what, he could not say. My love, she said, snapping from her detachment. Never stare a spectre in the eye. It lures their interest. They're forever trapped in between realms, oblivious to the mortal world and to the great beyond. Recognition only feeds their craving for attention. Her amethyst eyes gleamed in the dark, narrowing as they locked on him. Do you see now why I never stared? I saw him all the time out of the corner of my eye. He's a dreadful sight indeed, he mumbled, remorse and hurt building up inside him. With a graceful sweep of her hand, Juliet pulled her robe from the nightstand and slipped it on. That's Viktor's chosen image, she said, pushing back her locks of strawberry red hair that immediately bounced on her shoulders. He's taken That appearance because he knows how much it torments you. Well, it's working, Ivan said, calmer now. What shakes me to the core is not the terror of his presence, but the memories such a vision wakes in me. It's like being dragged to that forsaken lake all over again. The warmth of forthcoming tears gathered in his eyes. Do not linger upon those thoughts, she whispered, holding his hand. I beg of you. Ivan clenched his jaw and lightly nodded. Juliet rose from the bed. Fearless, she sauntered to the place where the monster had skulked, watching, hunting, feeding off Ivan's fear like a vampire relishing in fresh blood. The sole sight of his beloved standing inches away from where Viktor had been made Ivan shudder. He pushed the sheets away in a single swing. I must go, he mumbled, slipping into his jeans. Forgive me, Juliet, but I cannot stay here one more minute. Don't leave, she bit her lower lip, stopping herself from speaking further. Ivan furrowed his brow, holding the black t-shirt in his hands. Is there something you're not telling me? He asked, unwilling to move to where she stood. Juliet? We promised we'd keep no more secrets from each other. It's just that... Hesitant, she pursed her lips. Leaving won't make much of a difference. He will always find you no matter where you go. Gooseflesh shot up his arms. And you say it just like that? Ivan's eyes flew open. Mon Dieu, is there no escape from my brother? Am I destined to be tortured by him for all eternity? He exhaled sharply, but the air would not go back in. Ivan couldn't breathe. Juliet met him by the bed. Calm yourself, she whispered, a hand pressed lightly on his chest. Ivan sensed immediate relief. He took a deep breath, recovering his frail sanity, if only for a moment. He glared at her in wonder. Was this a spell of hers? I can protect you if you stay here, she added with the same soothing voice. Protect me? He stammered. From what? He's just a ghost, isn't he? It's not as if he could beat the crap out of me, right? A nervous smile thinned his lips. She remained silent. Juliet, he pressed now wary. Can my dead brother harm me? Juliet sighed. We must find out how he managed to infiltrate into our world, she said, aloof. His presence was too strong. She paused. I don't like this at all. Me neither, Ivan said as he slipped on his t-shirt. But that's a bit obvious, isn't it? Considering he's come back to kill me. She wandered in the room, unreachable as her mind whirred to unravel this mystery. I don't think he means to destroy you, she mumbled, thinking aloud. I think he wants to see you suffer. Well, that's comforting. Juliet turned. It is the better alternative, you must admit. She shrugged her shoulders. I need my book. Do you know where it is? You mean the grimoire? Ivan frowned. Yes, I know its keeper. Is it in good hands? The best you could ask for, he said with a bitter smile. Chapter 20. Lying on the edge of the bed, Dristan's bed, Cassandra covered her mouth with her hand, eyes widened in disbelief. This had actually happened. She had thought about it many times before, and now it was real, and it had been amazing. The soft sound of his paced breathing assured her he was sleeping. Cassandra glided away from the bed, making as little noise as possible for fear that he might wake, and she'd then face the most awkward moment ever recorded in history. Oh, but what the hell was she thinking? If Dristan woke up, nothing between them would have changed. This was no more than a one-nighter to him. The more reason to leave this house immediately. Since Deveraux Manor was not an option, she had to figure out the perfect place to wait out the storm. What about the apartment in Saint-Germain-des-Prés? She'd recently had it prepped for leasing. Granny had taken the brilliant precaution of registering the property deed in Cassie's name. Not through the family's trust, granting her absolute freedom from the Deveraux. At least in that regard. Remarkable woman. I adore you. Cassandra picked up the shirt from the floor and slipped it on as she moved out of the bedroom, tiptoeing down the hallway. She finally reached the parlour. Once inside, Cassie leaned against the wall. Her eyes closed. She exhaled. The sensual touch of Dristan's firm hands exploring her body's every curve struck her in a vivid memory. How he'd shed from his usual detached self, turning into a bold and passionate lover. Cassandra blushed, and blushed again. Not only had Dristan fulfilled her every expectation with his insane bed skills, but being with him had been an eye-opening experience. She had never felt such a deep connection, such powerful intimacy with anyone. Dristan had lowered all barriers before her, and at that moment, she'd seen him, the man underneath the vampire facade, and that wonderful man had stolen her heart. The thought of returning to his bedroom tempted her to the point of absolute madness. However, she discarded that whim with a quick headshake. She began to gather her belongings when her cell phone vibrated somewhere in the room. Cassie looked at the clock on the wall. 3:45 a.m. Who could be calling at this hour? The sound led her to the couch, et voilà. Under the blanket she found her cell phone, the screen lit up with a name and the picture of a handsome young man, all dressed in black, covering the shot with his hand, leaving visible but one fierce, green eye that stared straight into the camera lens. Ivan. Merde, she whispered. What did he want? Had he somehow discovered what had happened between her and his maker? Merde! Merde! She had to take the call. There was no way out of it. Plus, she had not spoken or seen Ivan ever since Juliet's attack at Drake Manor. Cassie had to find out what was going on now that her great-great-great-great-grandmother, or whatever, had returned from the grave. Yes. She would face the challenge head-on. Cassandra decisively swept the screen with her finger. She took a deep breath and prepared herself for the worst. Hey, what's up? She said, trying to sound as cool as possible. Were you asleep? Ivan asked. You sound funny. No, Why are you whispering? He said, annoyed. Anyway, I must keep this short. There's no time to explain. The thing is, I need the grimoire. She sat on the couch. Cassandra's anxiety vanished at Ivan's mention of the family's book of spells, and utter confusion took its place. Ivan, she said, only a Deveraux witch can use the grimoire. You know that. Sighs of exasperation echoed on the other end of the line. Let me rephrase, he said. Juliet needs it. Oh no, Cassie said, jumping on her feet fast. I am not giving her the family's book of spells, not after what she did at that party. Are you crazy? Never had she felt so ready to bite off Ivan's head. Cassandra, listen to me, he pleaded. She did not do it on purpose. I don't believe that for a second. Cassie slipped the phone beneath her ear and pressed it with her shoulder, walking around the parlour at a frantic pace. Ivan, you saw what she did. That was no accident. She needs the book to help me, he said, rattled with emotion. Anger or dread, she knew not which. This caught her attention. Are you in danger? She asked, frozen still. Looks like it. She dropped the phone on the couch. Shit. Cassie picked up the phone and pressed it against her other ear while she fixed her tangled hair with a quick sweep of her fingers. All right, Ivan. I need you to calm down and tell me everything. And while you're at it, tell me why I should trust a woman who snatched my cousin's body and almost killed the entire Drakens family. A soft laugh escaped his lips. It was low, sensual, and tantalizing. You're not going to make this easy for me, are you? He asked. Nope, she said, shaking her head. Your vampiric charm won't work on me. Fine, Ivan said. I'll take you anywhere you want to go. My treat. We can talk there. He paused. Now, will you please move out of that parlour? A chill spread through her limbs. How do you... Furrowing her brow. How the hell did he know where she was? Another delicious laugh. I'm outside, he said. I see you're wearing Dristan's sad pyjama shirt. You're not getting anywhere decent dressed like that. Let's be honest, he scoffed. Cassandra moved to the window. She split apart the blinds and peered through the narrow space. There was the devil himself, standing by a convertible red Porsche parked outside the gate. Headlights on, engine running. He was in a hurry, wasn't he? But I have nothing to wear. You'll find a fresh change of clothes in the foyer. Right, I'll meet you at the gate, she said, picking up her clutch bag from the floor. We can discuss setting boundaries on the way to my flat. Nice place you've got here. Ivan glanced at the crystal chandelier, shifting his gaze to admire the high stuccoed ceilings. Satisfied with his prying habit, he turned on the electrical hearth and plummeted onto the couch. Looks just like the real thing too, he said, amazed. Make yourself comfortable, why don't you? She jeered, dropping the spare keys on the coffee table. She knew it would come in handy, hiding those inside the flower pot by the entrance. Leave it to Ivan to take over the place whenever he walks into a room. It was late. Cassandra was tired, but so much had happened in the last few hours that she could barely think of sleeping. You look different, he said, studying her with no demur. Have you done something to your hair? No, nothing, she stammered. Ivan spread his arms over the back of the couch. He swept the room with another glance, this time with more scrutiny. He was a curious fiend, so it hardly surprised her. You can tell tons of a person by the way they decorate their home, you know, he casually said. She nodded, but paid little attention. Cassie grabbed a couple of glasses from the liquor cabinet and popped open a bottle of Bordeaux. You keep no photographs, he said in the same blasé tone. Of course not, she replied, without giving it much thought while she poured the wine. I was going to lease the place, so… No photographs of him, Ivan added. Why are there no pictures of Antoine at Deveraux Manor? Her hands trembled as she picked up the glasses. Cassandra cleared her throat, turned around and set them on the coffee table. Unlike you, he doesn't enjoy having his picture taken, she replied, hoping that would be the end of the discussion. No, that's not it, he mumbled, pensive. His fierce green eyes all but pierced her, desperately trying to read her thoughts. Oh, she saw through him well enough. Can we talk about why you need the grimoire? She asked, determined to shift the conversation. What really happened between the two of you? Ivan slipped his fingers around the stem of the glass. He pressed, raising his brow. Cassie heaved a harsh sigh. You're not going to let this go, are you? Ivan shrugged his shoulders and gave her a delightful smile. The kind that spoke volumes of a person. The one that said, you know me, so deal with it. Fine. She'd avoided the conversation so well until now, but perhaps speaking the truth wasn't such a bad idea after all. The short version is we've broken up. Genuine shock struck Ivan's face. When was this? Why have you kept it a secret? Judging by his reaction, it would appear he'd been the wronged one and not her. It almost made Cassie laugh. Almost. It happened a few weeks ago. Cassandra slipped into the sofa and grabbed her wine glass, taking a swig immediately. There was someone else, a vampire called Sophie. How she slithered into our lives, I will never know. Don't stop now, Ivan said in a soothing voice. He leaned forward in his seat. I'm listening. Cassandra took a deep breath. One fine day, Antoine travelled all the way from America to tell me we were over. A bitter smile stretched her lips. She drank another sip of wine, and it warmed her more than the new fireplace. I was miserable, still adjusting to my role as head of the family, struggling not to fall apart as my world crumbled to pieces. And you endured that alone, Ivan mused. No, she whispered, love and soundless pain twining in her heart as the memory of her cousin came. Jeanette stood with me through it all. Her vision blurred as tears threatened to pour down. Cassie took another swig of wine, and slowly the tears disappeared. Her beloved cousin's body still roamed the earth, but it was truly not her, and that awareness pained her the most. Jeanette, A bitter smile curled her lips. She came up with a plan, said she would make me happy again. A holiday in the family's summer house in Saint-Tropez. Just the two of us. Le Jardin du Paradis, Ivan whispered fondly. Such a beautiful place. Cassandra sniffed. You've been there? She asked, pleased. Of course you have. Everyone goes there when they need a break from the Deveraux' accursed lifestyle. Ivan remained silent. How he cherished his beloved secrets. Did you at least enjoy it? He asked with a quiet demeanour. A knot clutched her throat. We never got there. The screeching sound of metal came to her in a flash. Screams, more noise, and then absolute darkness. Oh, I see, he whispered in a sullen tone. That was the day of the accident. Cassie nodded. Shit, he said under his breath. At this point, Ivan's overflow of emotions became totally transparent. Shock, disappointment, sadness, and a bit of fury rose on his face. How could he do something like this? He spoke to himself. Then his mother… She's been dead for a while now, Cassandra pursed her lips. I'm sorry I lied. I just couldn't deal with it at the time. Ivan dismissed all apologies with a sudden hand wave, wrapped in absolute dismay after Cassandra's revelation. He ran off with her, Ivan said, astonished. Oh, with Sophie! Cassie bowed her head. When Antoine called me, he mumbled, he'd already broken up with you. You'd barely had the accident, so at least he came back. How he struggled to redeem his son in darkness, Antoine was beyond that, unfortunately, undeserving of any pity or indulgence. He did, she said, anger slowly building up inside her. Out of some stupid sense of entitlement. He wanted to make sure I wouldn't hurt myself. Cassie paused. That was all. Antoine's demeanour had been as cold towards her as it had been for the past weeks. Nothing had changed. For what it's worth, Ivan said, he sounded genuinely worried over the phone. Did he? Cassandra gave him a wry smile. He couldn't wait for you to come, especially after Jeanette called your name. She paused. He took off the minute you landed. Damned Antoine, Ivan muttered. Do you know where he is? No idea, Cassandra shrugged. Last I heard of him was the day you arrived. He called me at the Manor, remember? What did he say then? Nothing of importance. She glanced away. He wished things would have worked out differently between us. He was sorry, and he also mentioned that he never meant to hurt me. Oh, rubbish, Ivan scowled, his eyes fixed on hers with stern determination. Cassandra, I will find him, and he will hear me. No. She got on her feet. Did she even want a reconciliation with Antoine? Highly unlikely, considering she'd not given a second thought before entering Dristan's bedroom earlier. But Ivan knew nothing of that, and it was best to keep it that way. Please, she added in a calmer voice, sitting on the sofa. Don't do that. Ivan made no effort to conceal his bewilderment. Are you sure that's what you want? He asked, concerned. Was he not a darling? Ivan Lockhart was more of a gentleman than he would ever deign himself to admit. Yes, I'm sure, she nodded. Now tell me why you need the book. All right, he said, scratching the nape of his neck. But you better bring another bottle of Bordeaux. This is going to be a bit of a shocker, I'm afraid. Chapter 21. Dristan opened his eyes. He looked at the empty space beside him. Had he dreamt it all? Impossible. Cassandra's perfume lingered in the air. He could still sense her body's warmth clinging to the sheets. She'd left. He uttered a low growl while rubbing his eyes with his hands. She was gone. What did that mean? He had no idea. And trying to discover that meaning promised to be the gateway to an unstoppable headache. It was a dire realization, seeing he was a millinery vampire and still had no understanding of the workings of Cassandra's mind. Lying on the bed, he ran his fingers through his blonde mane of hair. Dristan sighed heavily. Had this been a mistake? He hated even considering the thought. Dristan had no regrets. But what if she did? This was absolute torture. Another low growl rumbled in his throat. Sleep well? A voice said. I've been waiting for a while. Dristan's vampire alertness kicked in immediately. In a fight-or-flight situation, he always favoured fighting. Within seconds, he crouched against the headboard, bared fangs and sharp claws, ready to defend himself. Calm down, the woman sniggered. I won't kill you, she said. Not again. Dristan scanned the room to no avail. She had moved fast as lightning, a preternatural creature with abilities like his. She appeared sitting atop the dresser, legs crossed and wrapped in tall grey leather boots. The woman wore an Oxford grey sweater dress, enticingly short, and a royal blue velvet coat, embroidered in gold thread with floral motifs, a garment reminiscent of 17th century male couture. Heavy locks of long black hair graciously fell over her shoulders. An unnatural light gleamed in her eyes, which were bluer than the ocean on a summer day. Dristan recognized the female vampire, a dangerous creature, regardless of her stunning beauty. We meet again, Alyssa, he said, narrowing his eyes. Alyssa grinned, pretentious and vain creature that she was. You crazy son of a bitch, she said. You survived! She took a full minute to examine Dristan's face from afar. Alyssa then leapt off the piece of furniture, lithe and fierce as a wildcat. She began to pace the room as if she owned the damned house. "What are you doing here?" he asked, slipping on his boxer shorts. But the most important question, the one that made his soul shiver, he'd kept to himself. "How on earth did I fail to perceive your presence?" Elisa stopped short a few feet away from the bed, her head tilted to the side, her piercing eyes fixed on Dristan. "I'm sure you can figure that out, old man," she said. She'd read his thoughts. A chill spread through his core. Was he losing touch with his vampiric gifts? No. That was preposterous. It had to come from her. Something was different. Elisa's unnatural abilities had increased somehow, which meant Dristan had to shield his mind from her with more intent. But how had she gained such power? How had she... Everything became clear to him then. "He gave you the source," Dristan mumbled. "God damn it, Ivan. Will you ever learn?" He shook his head in disapproval as he got into his jeans. Elisa, the devil, smirked proudly. "What's done is done, I guess." Dristan huffed, sitting on the edge of the bed. He gave one hard look at Elisa. "How the hell did you find us?" "Ivan takes special care to shun me from his mind," she said, smoothing the velvet drapes with her hand. "But you—" A subtle smile curled her lips as she turned. "Well, you haven't precisely kept a low profile, Dristan. Hunting in the vicinity of the Sacré-Cœur? What were you thinking?" "I answer to no one, Elisa. Least of all you," Dristan said through clenched teeth. At this point, he tried to penetrate her mind and unveil her intentions. However, it was useless. Elisa's thoughts were beyond his reach, and although the frustration infuriated him, he wouldn't show her one speck of emotion. "What are you doing here?" he asked. She leaned against the wall in front of Dristan, but not so close that he could seize her on a whim. "I like Paris in the fall," she said in a blasé tone, shrugging her shoulders. "Why did I even ask?" he said under his breath. Dristan pursed his lips, keeping inside all manner of expletives. "Every single thing you say is a lie." He put on his black tactical boots. "Listen, Dristan, I don't care to have—" she added, discreetly gesturing with her hands. "Whatever this is—" She paused. "Just tell me where I can find him and I'll be out of your way." Her gentle tone and pleasant demeanor did not fool him. Dristan got on his feet, and he walked towards her, holding back on the desire to— "Good God, Dristan," she said with a sultry voice. "Look at those abs. You're ripped." Elisa bit her lower lip, taunting him. "Great job covering those marks with ink," she added, sweeping him with a salacious stare. "Who gave you those scars?" "I know I didn't." Dristan huffed. Summoning what little patience he had left, he moved past her and pulled a white t-shirt from the dresser. He wouldn't fall into the trap. These games were too old for a fiend like him. He slipped on the shirt and grabbed the keys to the motorcycle. "I bet your victims appreciate it," she added in a playful tone. Dristan left the room without saying a word. When he reached the hallway, Elisa materialized in front of him, like an unwelcome ghost, the foulest spectre that ever existed. Oh, Dristan wanted revenge. The need to see her suffer burned in his veins. Elisa had stolen entire centuries of his immortal life when she'd plunged that accursed shard of glass deep into his throat. The memories of that horrifying scene remained fixed in his mind. "Get out of my way," he whispered in the coolest voice possible. "What about Ivan?" she insisted, stepping back as he moved forward. "He's the sole reason you're still alive," he muttered, pushing her aside with his arm. Dristan moved downstairs, taking the reins of his fury, eager to cross the door and not see her anymore, at least not for a while. "Poor Dristan," she said, standing a few feet behind him. Her voice echoed in the foyer. "Still trying to keep Ivan all to yourself." He couldn't help but smile. Dristan slowly shook his head. Elisa's overzealousness remained untouched by the passing centuries. It often was the case that people's character refined with age, their flaws and virtues perfected with each year. Oh, people never changed. Dristan took his leather jacket off the perch and opened the door. "With or without your help, I will find him," she said, standing at the door while Dristan hopped on the motorcycle. A malicious giggle followed. "Oh, I know you will," he mumbled, starting the engine. "That's what worries me." He kicked up the side stand and sped out of Rue Saint-Thomas-d'Aquin, his mind whirring with concern now that the devil's emissary had arrived in Paris. Chapter 22. Dawn would soon arrive. The sky was at its darkest, clear and starless. Ivan stood on the balcony of Cassandra's apartment, which was conveniently in the same neighborhood as his lair. She kept the penthouse of an exclusive building, part of the Deveraux estate, no doubt. From this privileged spot, his eyes lingered on the desolated Place Saint-Sulpice, beautifully ornamented with architectural lights that enhanced the church's exquisite colonnade and its central fountain. Ivan imagined the public square bathed in golden sunlight, warm water splashing from the Fontaine des Quatre Évêques. Perhaps the most appreciated of his preternatural gifts was the vivid quality of a vampire's memory. Oh, he relished in those images. "You weren't joking," Cassandra replied, awestruck by his tale. "You really need the grimoire if you're to handle your brother's haunting." She ambled across the living room and stopped a few feet behind him. "What spell does Juliet intend to use?" she asked. This was Cassandra's professional curiosity speaking. Ivan turned and threw her an appraising look. "What do I know?" he said. "I don't care what becomes of Viktor in the afterlife, whether he goes to hell or heaven, or vanishes into oblivion. I just want him gone." "I can see why," she said, concerned. There was nothing subtle about his apparition. She sauntered closer, joining him by the balustrade. "Yes, well, torturing me was his favorite pastime when we were children. Why wouldn't it still be now that he's dead?" Ivan's gaze drifted to the fountain once more. He hated having to speak about his brother, and yet there was no other means to be rid of him. "Viktor has found a pathway through the ether. He's pierced the fabric that divides his world from ours, and now he's here, and I suffer the consequences of my sins." Cassandra startled. "Your sins?" she asked, taken aback. "What do you mean?" A flash of that terrible morning over 300 years ago came to him right then. It was winter. A field of carpeted snow lay before him, and beyond it, the lake. Ivan's brother drowned in those accursed waters, and he was too frightened to save him. Perhaps unwilling. A vampire's pristine memory can also be his undoing. "Nothing," Ivan said. "I wish I could help you." She pursed her lips. "I was lucky when I summoned Granny, but she was family. And let's face it, your brother is no Casper." She paused. "I'm not ready to deal with the spirit world. Anyone can open those doors, but closing them requires extraordinary skill and experience, assets that for now, I'm afraid, are beyond my reach." Ivan faced her once more. "Let her do it," he said, adamant. Cassandra sighed with exasperation, turning away. "But how can I trust Juliet?" she asked. "How do I know this is not a ploy of hers to harm our own family?" Ivan started. How could she doubt her own blood? Juliet's one weakness had always been her precious lineage. She had chosen her family over Ivan more than once, but of course Cassie wouldn't know it. That story had been written ages ago. "She would never hurt you," Ivan said quietly. "Oh, that's right." Cassie stepped back. "She only destroys families who've been our allies for hundreds of years." Ivan clenched his jaw. "You are not being fair." He'd spoken as calmly as possible, but his effervescent temper shone through for sure. "She lied to us. Don't you see it?" Cassandra clenched her fists. "She tricked us into believing she was Jeanette all this time. You do not know the hardships she's endured." "You are right, I do not." Her cheeks flushed. "But I do know she stole Jeanette's body." Tears glimmered in her eyes. Ivan sensed her pain all too keenly. Cassandra had lost her cousin, her confidant, her sole friend capable of understanding exactly what it was to live in the Deveraux world. And now, she was alone in that world. Antoine's departure didn't help matters either. "Cassandra, listen to me carefully," Ivan said in a low voice, moving towards her. "You were there when Juliet displayed her powers. Now I am telling you, what you saw in that manor was but a glimpse of the extent of her magic. Juliet Deveraux is the most powerful witch that ever existed in your lineage, and probably in the world. Don't you think she could have taken a different approach to retrieve her book of spells?" Cassandra's stare went blank, her mouth agape. "Is that a threat, Ivan?" she asked. No, absolutely not," Ivan was quick to say. "I'm simply saying if she wanted to hurt you, she would have done it already. That is not her intention. You must believe me." Trust your blood. She lowered her gaze. With a pensive countenance, she opened the cabinet behind her. Cassandra turned. I don't know Juliet like you do, but for my sake, I hope you're right. In her hands was the Deveraux grimoire. She exhaled. I'm only doing this because of you. You know that, don't you? I do, Ivan whispered. Shall we go? Cassandra nodded. Ivan should have been ecstatic about his victory, but the dreaded sun loomed on the horizon, leaving scarcely enough time to make it back to Deveraux Manor, and Ivan couldn't wait to be free from his dead brother. Chapter 23. You're on your own now. Ivan's voice had been so low that it had tangled with Cassandra's ongoing inner dialogue. She looked over her shoulder, only to confirm her suspicions. Ivan had vanished the minute they'd crossed the manor's threshold. Cassandra stood in the middle of Deveraux Manor's hall, not as the owner she once was, but as an unexpected guest. It was the most uncomfortable feeling, and yet there was no turning back. She hugged the grimoire close to her chest. For the past 5 years, she'd grown attached to every passage in the family's book of spells. This had been Granny's last gift to her. In more ways than one, the grimoire was the strongest link she had to her ancestors. Cassie usually turned to its pages to seek Granny's comforting words, and there she'd also found inspiration from Catherine's rebellious spirit. Granny had confided in Cassandra the staggering task of keeping the grimoire safe. Parting with it was a daunting thought, a terrible deed. Her heart raced, even as she considered it while she moved down the portrait gallery, following the checkerboard marble hallway that led to the studio. Spells, charms, and incantations that would have otherwise remained lost to the world could be found within the book's secret pages, visible only to those whose blood answered to her lineage. But one witch had been the sole author of the powerful manuscript. Whether Cassie liked it or not, the grimoire belonged to Juliet. Sunlight gently began to pour into the hallway through the tall leaded glass windows. She found it disconcerting. The entire house had transformed now that Le Diable Rouge had claimed its ownership. It was as if the manor had undergone an intensive renovation. The furnishings' colours seemed more vivid. The marble floors gleamed as though they were brand new, an impossible feat to achieve in such a brief period. Was this a spell? Was Juliet's energy so vibrant that it bathed her entire surroundings? She stopped at the studio's doors. Cassandra bit her lower lip so hard that she thought it would burst open. She took a deep breath and hugged the grimoire a little tighter. Was this a mistake? Would Cassie go down the Deveraux' history as the witch who unleashed her family's downfall? Mon Dieu. The sole thought tortured her with no mercy. Trust your blood, Ivan had told her. Trust your blood, she mumbled, a hand pressed on the maple wood panel. Slowly, she slid the door open. Juliet stood by the window that overlooked the estate's copse. Her delicate hand carefully pushed the curtain aside, allowing the morning light to kiss her face. She closed her eyes, perhaps relishing in the warmth, lost to her for centuries. It became clear she had taken full control over Jeanette's body. Her facial features appeared more refined, with softer eyebrows, higher cheekbones, slightly fuller lips. There was nothing left of Cassandra's beloved cousin. It pained her to realize it. Jeanette was gone for good. Sweet Kellum, Juliet whispered, opening her eyes. I am home. The blasted woodboard creaked as Cassie stepped back, invariably drawing Juliet's attention. She examined Cassandra with an appraising stare, devoid of emotion. May I come in? Cassie said. Juliet's expression softened. Dearest Cassandra, she said in a gentle tone, this is your home too, and how well you've taken care of it. A subtle smile stretched her lips. Please, child, come inside. It would take time for Cassandra to get used to being called a child by a woman whose body matched her physical age, but this was the new normal. Adapt or prepare to be screwed, she'd heard Ivan say once before. I'm sorry, Cassie said, sweeping the room with a glance as she entered. I thought you had company. Another smile from Juliet, this time warmer. Only shadows linger here, she said. Do not worry, my sweet. No harm will come from them while I'm around. Juliet's eyes narrowed, conveying her a secret meaning which she expected Cassie to grasp. Well, she didn't. Will you sit with me? Juliet settled on the couch, her every move graceful and calculated. Her polished demeanour made Cassie feel a bit of a slob. Juliet gave a quick pat to the seat, beckoning Cassie to join her. Cassandra walked around the couch. She chose to sit in the armchair instead. Ivan was right, the Grand Witch said, satisfied as she scanned Cassie head to toe with cunning violet eyes. That would be a first, she teased. Although Cassandra tried to appear relaxed, the truth was she was a mess. Heart pounding hard against her chest, clammy hands, mouth dry as a desert. She had no guarantees that Juliet wouldn't poof her into dust with a flick of a finger. Unlike the rest of the family, true magic is with you, Cassandra. Juliet's eyes glimmered with pride. I see the light surrounding you. Your magic runs wild, untamed. You will need my guidance to learn to wield your power. Guidance from the woman who'd destroyed her most powerful allies. Unlikely. I've studied the grimoire, Cassandra said shyly. I'm glad to hear it. Juliet leaned back in the seat, sliding her hand on the couch's arm. The world has forgotten all about magic. Iron, steel, and brick have forced out the strength of nature. Her gaze drifted to the window. Paris has changed too. Juliet's eyes watered. She took a minute to recover her poise, gathering her hands over her lap, and she did it masterfully. Our family has changed as well, she said, rising from the seat. It's been most hurtful to me. I don't understand. Qu'est devenu ma famille? Juliet said, heaving a sigh. She turned to Cassie. Has our blood spread so thin that it's reduced the Deveraux' magic to little more than parlour tricks? The harsh question weighed heavily upon Cassandra. She'd hoped to answer with a witty remark, but being compared to a trickster really hit her hard. And so, she remained silent. Tell me, Juliet pressed on, is there a powerful elder in the family? Someone I can talk to? Who's the head of the family nowadays? Cassandra swallowed hard. She pursed her lips. I am. Juliet knitted her brow, apparently confused. Clasping her hands, she approached Cassandra, subtly leaning towards her as though she were addressing a child. Where is your father, Cassandra? Juliet said, and her scrutinizing stare analyzed every detail of Cassie's face. The Grand Witch's intent disturbed her more than she would show. It was as if Juliet was seeing through her, reading her soul. My parents are away, Cassie mumbled. On their honeymoon. Juliet's astonishment surfaced in her countenance. So, your mother lives, and yet you're the heiress. Another charming frown. How is that? Cassie scratched her cheek. My mother renounced the family long ago, she said plainly. It was no secret that Denise Deveraux, the black sheep of the family, had cut ties with the Deveraux' traditions since her teenage years. Well, that explains it, she said, satisfied. All right then. You're quite young for the responsibility this position demands, but so was I when I was called to the task. Wait, Cassandra said, setting the grimoire on the coffee table. You're not going to take over the estate. It belongs to you, after all. An immediate smile bloomed on Juliet's rosy lips, and something similar to glory shone in her eyes. Do you want me to take over? She asked in a motherly tone, warm and welcoming. Well, Juliet knelt before Cassie until their gazes met. I hear you've done wonders for our family's financial well-being, she added, gliding a hand over hers. You've surrounded yourself with the right people. I believe my legacy is in excellent hands. How did she know all that? There could be no explanation other than, Ivan couldn't keep a thing to himself, could he? Juliet pressed her hand with fondness. At once a wave of warmth radiated through the Grand Witch, spreading to Cassandra's limbs, settling her heart into a paced rhythm. Her hands were no longer cold and sweaty, and the dryness of her mouth disappeared. This was absolutely Juliet's doing. Cassie had not expected such a kind and nurturing demeanour coming from Le Diable Rouge, not after the bloodshed at Drake Manor. Eh bien, it's all sorted out. Juliet clapped. She sauntered back to the couch, where she sat with a perfectly straightened back, locked knees slightly pointed to the side, legs crossed at the ankles. Oh, you've brought me my beloved journal. A glimmer of nostalgia shone in her eyes. I haven't seen this in ages. She carefully picked up the book and glided her hand over the cover's lapis lazuli stone, Juliet then drew the grimoire close to her lips and whispered into the precious gem. The stone gave out a powerful gleam, brighter than Cassandra had ever seen before. Blue, spectral light beamed off the precious gem, quickly spreading to the walls and covering the ceiling. This was no ordinary blue light, but intense and speckled with a myriad of stars. Multicolored constellations soon reached every inch of the room, transforming the studio into a breathtaking planetarium. With eyes fixed on the ceiling, Cassandra got to her feet, her mouth agape. Juliet leaned back in the seat, enamored of the spell, and little by little the magic faded, until it disappeared and the starry panoramic was no more. "I thought we had to shed blood on the stone to unlock the grimoire," Cassie mumbled, turning to the Grand Witch. A knowing smile stretched Juliet's lips. "Not me," she said teasingly. "Now," opening the grimoire, "let's find that spell." Cassandra sat beside her. "Is this spell supposed to help Ivan deal with the ghost of his brother?" Juliet's amethyst eyes lit with bemusement as she stared at Cassie. "It's not supposed to do anything," she said, somewhat annoyed. "Magic is as magic does, Sherry. There are no halfway spells or incantations." "Let this be your first lesson in the craft." She paused. "The spell I need will drive away Viktor Lockhart's spirit, back to the shadows where he belongs." "Can I help?" Cassie asked, sweeping aside her eye-skimming fringe. "Certainly, my dear," Juliet said, genuinely content. "I would like that very much." She glided her thumb over Cassie's jawline, once again motherly, warm, and everything that resembled goodness in the world. But how could she show Cassie such kindness when only a few nights ago she had summoned the darkest forces to ensure the destruction of half the Draken family? "Juliet," Cassie uttered. She had to ask. It was now or never. "Why did you kill those people at the engagement party?" For the first time, a hint of restlessness seeped through Juliet's poise. "That was an accident," she said, looking away. "That is all I wish to say on the matter." It became clear to Cassandra that the door to that conversation would never open again. But in those few words, Juliet had revealed more than she'd realized. Whatever had taken place at Drake Manor had escaped Juliet's control, and it caused her considerable uneasiness. So much so, she'd been reluctant to even mention it. "We've always counted on the Drakens' support," Cassie said. "And I've been assured by Bram himself it is not lost," Juliet interrupted. "Do not trouble yourself on that account, my sweet." Juliet held Cassie's hand and softly pressed it. "I know this may be difficult for you, especially given the circumstances of my return to this world." She offered her an earnest stare. "Cassandra, do you think you can open your heart to me? Please believe me when I tell you I care only for your best interest." Cassandra folded her free hand over Juliet's. "I trust my blood," she said, and this time she meant every word. Juliet's countenance beamed with joy. "I must ask something more from you," she added. "Yes." "I want you to come home," Juliet said. "Come back to Deveraux Manor." Well, she didn't expect that. "I thought you wanted," Cassie uttered. "I am well aware that you moved out as a sign of respect," she continued. "I appreciate the gesture, Chérie, but it's no longer necessary." Cassandra would most definitely not have called it a sign of respect. She had stayed away from Deveraux Manor simply because she had no intention of being broiled into ashes by the Grand Witch Juliet. If anything, she'd been frightened as hell, and wise enough to do something about it. "Will you come home?" Juliet insisted, frail as Cassie had never imagined she could be. "I will need your help to adjust to this century, as much as you need mine in learning the craft." A gentle smile followed. She had a point, and who better to teach Cassie the workings of magic than the formidable Juliet Deveraux? Who in their sound mind would refuse such an opportunity? "Well, my stuff's already here, so—" She shrugged with a smile. Cassandra took a deep breath. She couldn't explain it, but a keen sense of familiarity had slowly enveloped her ever since the first moment Juliet had... She startled. Something behind the Grand Witch caught Cassandra's eye. It was the silhouette of a tall man, ambling down the gallery with a confident strut. He was heading straight towards them. Chapter 24. Shaking off a vampire stalker was no simple task. Dristan had taken every precaution in the vampire book, like discarding his motorcycle miles away and making the walk to Deveraux Manor with a vigilant eye. Elisa Lockhart was back, that devious monster. She'd had the nerve to set foot in Ivan's lair and had faced Dristan without the slightest shame. Oh, he had wanted to seize her by the neck right then, to press down his fingers gently until no trace of colour tinged her exquisite face. But time had taught him not to act upon his whims of anger. Yet for all the self-control he'd gained throughout the last few decades, Cassandra had shattered it all, simply by appearing inside the sanctity of his bedroom. Lately, Dristan's every thought turned to Cassandra. It quickened his dark heart, merely recalling making love to that sublime woman. But uncertainty tarnished this bliss, as she'd left his lair without saying a word. And the question haunted him still, as he marched down the gallery. Did she regret sharing his bed? On his way in, he'd noticed Ivan's jacket lying on one of the hall's benches. Where else would his fledgling be if not here? He clearly held a grudge against Dristan ever since their last discussion, for his many calls to Ivan's cell phone had gone straight to voicemail. Ivan must have arrived here in a rush. He'd left the door open. Dristan had all but stormed inside as sunrise approached, and the butler was nowhere to be seen, which seemed odd. But frankly, there were more pressing matters at present. Dristan had no choice but to warn his son in darkness. Spite and jealousy were Elisa's fiercest weapons. They'd led to Dristan's first vampiric death 300 years ago. Elisa would not hesitate to harm anyone who opposed her ways, anyone whom she'd consider a rising threat, anyone capable of winning Ivan's heart. Dristan stopped in front of a pair of maple wood sliding doors that stood ajar. He drew closer and peered inside. His eyes narrowed, forcing their focus when the sudden image of a human eye appeared before him with a widened pupil and an iris the colour of the stormy sea. The door barely glided apart, revealing the stunning woman standing on the other side. Cassandra. Delicate as a rose, with pale skin, blushing cheeks, and light freckles that powdered her cheeks and nose. Her tender, rosy lips slowly parted, but no sound came through. And how he longed to hear her speak. But why would she not open the door wider? Dristan should have foreseen the possibility of finding Cassandra here, in her ancestral home, but his mind had been whirling with other concerns, and now she was here, and he was there, watching her like an idiot who'd run out of words, incapable of emitting a single sound. Say something, Dristan. Anything. You're here, he mumbled, immediately regretting every word. I know. Her lips stretched in a nervous smile. Suddenly, the doors opened wider. A woman appeared, standing behind Cassandra. She was just as young and fair. Reddish long hair rippled over her shoulders. Her striking violet eyes scanned Dristan with the highest suspicion. Have we met? The woman asked, stepping in front of Cassandra, fiercely shielding her from him. I don't think so, Dristan said with a dispassionate tone. My name is Dristan Breck. I've come to inquire about a dear friend of mine. His name is Ivan Lockhart. I believe he's here. Well, will you look at that? Dristan's tongue had finally unravelled. The woman swept him with an appraising stare. You're a vampire, she said, tension rising in her face. Dristan gave her a candid smile. I sure am, he said, turning to Cassandra. Remember that, my precious mortal. It's all right, Juliet, Cassandra said, gliding a hand over the woman's arm. He's Ivan's maker. Is he? She asked, narrowing her wicked eyes, tilting her head slightly. So you're the one who stole him from me. She pursed her lips. Still, I suppose I should thank you. Your blood is what's kept him alive to see this century. He was always mine, Dristan wanted to say. He'd kept his immortal eye on Lockhart ever since he'd been a boy. The lesser son, the weakling, endlessly oppressed by his older brother. Dire circumstances of life had surrounded him from a tender age. It had been a joy watching him grow up and turn into the handsome youth who defied the rules, the one who cheated death more than once, and always did it with a smile. Dristan could have told Juliet all these things, and more, yet he chose to remain silent. He's probably upstairs, Juliet added, relaxing her guard. Cassandra will take you to him. Cassandra's eyes flew open. I will? She murmured in a shaky voice. Would you, dearest? Juliet sighed. I'm suddenly quite tired. It's been so difficult for me adjusting to this body. Sometimes it feels so heavy and constricting. It's too hard. Now she spoke to herself. The Grand Witch. Juliet Deveraux in the flesh, no more than a young woman in her mortal guise, turned around and sauntered to the window. I'll go with him, Cassandra said. You've been up all night, Juliet. Try to rest. D'accord? Sitting by the screened window, Juliet gave Cassandra a sour smile. Je suis chanceuse de t'avoir, chérie, she whispered. Welcome home, Cassandra. Cassandra closed the studio's doors behind her. Now they stood alone in the gallery, where morning light slowly crept through the stained windows. It tortured Dristan, being so close within her reach, yet unable to touch her as he desired. Torture, breathing in the perfume of her skin, wanting to glide his hand over her soft jawline and gently draw her in, pulling her closer, until their lips met in one glorious kiss. And he would have done it, but Cassandra's quiet demeanor and sudden reticence prevented him from acting on impulse. About last night, she began. Don't say it. Don't say it was a mistake, and that you regret ever spending the night with me. She tugged at the drape's rope from the window next to them. As the heavy curtain rolled, immediate obscurity spread over that section of the gallery. But Dristan couldn't care less about the filtering light. He uttered, revealing as little as possible his inner turmoil and how much his sanity depended on the words that would soon sail through her lips. Listen, She looked down at her hands as her fingers fidgeted with the rope's tassel. I'd hate it if things got awkward between us. They won't. Dristan replied fast and almost too harshly. His breathing hitched, and his heartbeat throbbed inside his throat. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to conceal his anxiety. Cassandra flustered. The corner of her lips twitched in a timid smile. No, of course. They wouldn't, she mumbled, shaking her head as she moved to the next set of windows. Again she pulled the golden rope, screening the window immediately. Ugh, I'm such a fool. Don't say that, he whispered a plea, stopping inches behind her. Dristan swallowed hard. She stared at him in silence, with dreamy eyes and an endearing smile that lasted but a few seconds. Cassandra continued the walk to the hall, and Dristan followed, all the while damning the curse that hindered all vampires from penetrating a witch's mind. No words were spoken as they mounted the stairs. How long would this agony last? When they reached the landing, Cassandra stopped. She turned, and her countenance withheld waves of emotions that she would not disclose, a puzzle unreachable to Dristan's understanding. N'en parlons pas à Ivan, d'accord? She said swiftly, tugging a lock of hair behind her ear. Let's not tell Ivan, okay? Why would he tell Ivan a thing of what had transpired between them? He would not part with something so precious to him, not that easily. Dristan knitted his brow, perplexed. He doesn't need to know, she added with uneasiness. I mean, this was a one-time thing, it won't happen again. Those last words stung. Dristan disliked hearing them, but he had to admit, it was for the best. There was no worse influence than him. Dristan tainted everything he touched, and even when he'd grown accustomed to his darkness, after 1,000 years, in the blood, it tormented him to consider the damage he could inflict over someone as unspoiled as Cassandra Deveraux. He uttered, not knowing how to respond. There he is, Cassandra said, pointing ahead with her finger. At the end of the long hallway, skulking on the bench of a striking bay window screened with blackout curtains, Ivan Lockhart lay with an open book on his chest, wearing AirPods while holding his cell phone. The one Dristan had called, again and again, to no avail. The deception of Ivan's mortal vessel greatly impressed Dristan. Ivan had lived 26 mortal years by the time he'd given him the blood. However, he appeared even younger. His cleanly shaved beard surely added to his boyish appeal. You're such a teenager, Ivan, Cassandra teased, tousling his hair with her fingers. What are you listening to? Ivan lifted his gaze, clearly annoyed by the interruption. If you must know, he said under his breath, I'm listening to a vampire podcast. Dristan frowned at the entire notion. Was this Ivan's idea of a joke? If not, And if there was indeed a podcast hosted by blood drinkers, this was the stupidest thing he'd heard in all his years in darkness. "Don't look at me like that, old man," Ivan scowled. "This is the future," waving the phone in the air. "You're looking at it." "Is that why you wouldn't take my calls?" Dristan asked, scratching his chin. "Or perhaps you're still crossed with me?" "Crossed," Ivan said, furrowing his brow. "Not at all. I'm sorry, Dristan, but this is one hell of a podcast. They rarely stream live. I'm afraid I couldn't miss it." He shrugged his shoulders with indolence. "Lies. Nothing but lies. Perhaps it ran in the family." "Vampires have podcasts now?" Cassandra asked, intrigued. "They do." Ivan flashed her the cell phone screen, fascinated as a child who tasted sugar for the first time. "I'd very much like to do one, or at least make a special appearance in this one." "Do you say?" He gave her a mischievous smile and pulled back the phone to his chest, unwilling to share it any longer. "Anyway, what brings you here, Dristan?" he finally asked. "We need to talk," Dristan suggested. "Whatever it is, I assure you, Cassandra can be trusted," Ivan said, arrogant as ever. "I know that," Dristan wanted to say, but clenched his jaw instead. "It's Elisa," he muttered. "She's here." Ivan's eyes flew open. "What?" At once he removed his AirPods, pushed the book away, and got on his feet. He looked down the corridor, startled, as he searched for any signs of Elisa's presence. "She's in Paris," Dristan added, offering his fledgling some ease. "Well, that's nice," Cassandra said, stretching her lips in the most spontaneous smile. Dristan couldn't help giving her a scolding look. Was she even aware of the demon that woman was? "Nice," Ivan jeered. He uttered a short, mirthless laugh. "That's hardly amusing, given the circumstances." Cassandra turned to Dristan in absolute bewilderment. "She killed me once, you know," Dristan whispered in her ear, loving the chance to pursue this closeness. "She did what?" Cassandra said, her mouth agape. "But I thought," now she turned to Ivan, "when I helped you rescue her from the dragon's lair, you said—" You helped Elisa Lockhart," Dristan said, dumbfounded. "Why? Why would she help the most devious fiend their brethren ever spawned?" "It's too complicated," Ivan mumbled, distant as his mind whirled frantically. He suddenly stopped to look at Dristan. "How do you know she's here?" "She was at the house," Dristan said quietly. "The house?" Ivan stammered, diving his fingers through his hair, stepping side to side, unable to stand still. "Shit. It's bound to happen," Dristan added, his voice low and serene. "Sooner or later she will find out that Juliet is back." "Not if I can help it," Ivan said, finally freezing in one spot. "I won't go through this again." He paused to glance at Dristan, uncertainty leaving its unmistakable trace on his pale face. "Dristan, I can't do it." "What am I missing here?" Cassandra frowned, folding her arms over her chest. With a quick wave of his hand, Ivan instigated Dristan to speak on his behalf. Dristan heaved a sigh. "Long story short," he said, "your great-great-great-great-great-grandmother and Elisa go way back, and they don't exactly care for each other." "They hate each other," Dristan's fledgling said in a fit of rage. He moved to the bay window, attempting to quiet his racing thoughts. "Which is why her presence could be a problem," Dristan added. "I had no idea," Cassandra mumbled, still shocked by the news. "If she's capable of such evil, Dristan, she tried to kill you." Dristan's lips parted. There was so much he wanted to tell her. He longed for her to see him for whom he truly was. Consequences be damned. But this was neither the time nor the place for a conversation that would unquestionably take hours. Had he answered her question? Probably not, wrapped in a daze as he was. Dristan treasured those instants of silence between them, locked in each other's gaze. "I cannot lose Juliet," Ivan mumbled from his post by the window. "Not again." Ivan's frantic display snapped Dristan out of the trance cast upon him by Cassandra's stormy eyes. "Yes, well," stepping back, turning towards Ivan. "Try to remain calm," he advised, fully aware of his fledgling's tempestuous nature. Ivan Lockhart was prone to rashness, perilously so. "Take some time to consider." "There is no time," Ivan stammered, running his fingers through his dark mane of hair. "Elisa could be outside this house this very moment, for all we know." I highly doubt that, Dristan said in a mellow voice. I made sure I wasn't followed. Lockhart's fiery green eyes narrowed, cynical as they landed on Dristan. Don't you know her? He all but hissed, leaning towards him. She has no reason to come here, Dristan added. She has every reason. Ivan flung his arms in the air. She's already tried my house in Saint-Germain. Deveraux Manor is next on the list. Ivan's words unleashed ripples of horror in Dristan's dark soul. Had he underestimated Elisa's vampiric power? His son in darkness had given her the source, a fact that changed everything in this equation. How could he have failed to take that under consideration? Was he getting too old for this? Seriously, Dristan, Ivan continued, patting him on the shoulder. I'd never expect such a faux pas coming from a millinery vampire. Millinery, Cassandra repeated. Don't do it, Ivan. Don't say it. Don't you know, Ivan said, tipping his head to the side. Dristan has been bound to darkness for over 1,000 years. Although Cassandra spoke no words, disappointment darkened her eyes. Ivan's revelation had struck a hard blow, and Dristan could do nothing to prevent it. He'd hoped to preserve for her the image of a man in his 30s, but lingering on those thoughts made no difference now. Cassandra gathered her poise. However neutral her expression, it failed to conceal her bemusement. The sun is up, she blurted. I don't think she'll risk coming at this hour. Well, that's comforting. Ivan's sarcastic tongue would not be contained. At least that buys us some time, she added, too accustomed to Ivan's bouts of temper. We can talk to Juliet when she's awakened. Cassandra gathered her hands over her lap, a gesture that would have suggested a composed frame of mind, had her knuckles not whitened as she pressed harder. I've already outstayed my welcome, Dristan said. He stepped back, heading for the stairs. Don't go, Dristan, she whispered, springing to life every nervous fibre in Dristan's immortal body. You're welcome to stay. Listen to the witch, Ivan said under his breath, picking up his phone from the bay window's bench. I'll need you around when Elisa comes, just in case things get messy. A wry smile followed his fledgling's remark. Don't you mean if Elisa comes? Cassandra's naivete made her the sweetest, most adorable creature. Oh, believe me. Ivan raised his brow. It's only a matter of time. She's coming. He slipped his phone into his jeans pocket, then marched down the hallway, passing between Cassandra and Dristan. I'm going to get some sleep before the world ends, he added without looking back. I suggest you do the same. Dristan trusted Ivan as being more than capable of dealing with Elisa. He was confident in Cassandra's ability to defend herself from that devious woman, if needed be. And Juliet's powers were beyond question at this point. However needless his presence, she had asked him to stay. The thought cast deep echoes in his mind. Cassandra had asked him to stay. Chapter 25. She had asked him to stay. More than once. Cassandra's breathing quickened as she stood with Dristan in the hallway alone. He was handsome in dark blue jeans, a white t-shirt, and a black leather biker jacket. His short beard and ash-blonde hair were styled, yet scruffy enough to deem him the sexiest man on the planet. 1,000 years. Was he really that old? Cassandra never would have imagined it, judging by his taut, muscular body and youthful appearance. She'd figured he was around Ivan's age in vampire years, which was still a lot. The way his lips slightly curled whenever he laid eyes on her was enough to make her swoon. His hazel eyes glimmered when he listened to her speak, and in those moments, she could feel him centered solely on her, as if nothing else in the world mattered. Cassandra lowered her gaze. She took a deep breath, waiting for her heartbeat to recover its reasonable rhythm. I don't have to stay, Dristan said, his sultry voice contradicting the words. Vampires were sensual creatures by nature, and Dristan was no exception to this rule. His entire body language tempted her constantly. The way he casually leaned against the wall, the subtle manner in which his mouth scarcely opened, and how he carelessly ran his tongue over his lower lip. Every single one of his movements was deliberately alluring. Blood drinkers fed off seduction as much as they did from human blood. And as much as Cassandra would have liked to believe Dristan's intent went beyond the finer arts of sensuality, the harsh reality was, this was all a game to him. Perhaps it would be best to let him go. But did she truly want him to leave? "I should go," Dristan said, tensing his shoulders. "No," she finally spoke. Right or wrong, she'd made the call. Cassandra inhaled, gathering her poise. She could handle this, no problem. "I mean, look at this place," waving a hand towards the hallway. "Deveraux Manor has rooms to spare. I'm sure we'll find one to your liking." A pleasant smile danced on his lips. "I don't need a room to—" "I know you don't," she interrupted. "You're my guest. I'd like you to stay." How many times would she have to say it? Was Dristan secretly delighted hearing it? Oh, he was. The smile on his face had only grown wider. Cassandra's face warmed. "You've chosen to stay here, then," he said, steering the conversation away to give her a second to recover. "Bless you for that." "Only for a little while," Cassie said, rubbing her arms, "until Juliet finds her bearings." "So you're safe with her?" he added, unwilling to pry. Cassandra nodded. "I'll be okay." She took a step forward, quietly persuading him to join her for a brief walk down the hallway. The vast corridors of Deveraux Manor had witnessed more than one peculiar conversation throughout the centuries, their secrets forever kept within her home's perennial walls. She could have offered him a variety of rooms nearby, but she ignored them because, in all selfishness, Cassandra wanted to have his company for as long as possible. "So," he began, clasping his hands behind his back, "are you and Elisa friends?" Funny he should choose that as a conversation starter. "No, I wouldn't say that," Cassie said. "We've never met." Dristan stopped to look at her, perplexed. "Did you not claim to have had a hand in rescuing her from the dragon's lair?" "Well, yes," she said, raising her shoulder in half a shrug. "I found the source and gave it to Ivan. He used it to find Elisa." Dristan's eyes gleamed with delight. "Ah, you found my vial." "Your vial?" she said with a frown. "I thought it belonged to Ivan." "It did," he said, resuming their walk. "I gave it to him," heaving a sigh. "I warned him not to drink the source, much less share it with another vampire." He paused. "His love for Elisa has always been too blind." Cassie sniggered. "Love usually is," she said. Dristan stopped once more, puzzled, as he observed Cassandra. He looked like he wanted to crack open her skull and unravel the workings of her mind. "Is that truly what you believe?" he finally asked. "It's a fact," she said, confident. "Love sends a chemical discharge that intoxicates the brain. So you see, rational thinking cannot be expected when someone's in love." Dristan raised his brow in wonder. "A dangerous thing, love," he mumbled. She uttered, relying on the wisdom of silence, as was Dristan's custom. Cassie opened the door to her left. "I think you'll be comfortable here." "It's been a long night," he whispered, holding the door open. "It has," she said, clasping her hands. "You should rest too," Dristan added, his voice cool and velvety, as he leaned his muscular body against the door's jamb. Dristan's bare, chiseled chest appeared in her mind. She remembered every detail of his taut figure, up to the multicolored tattoos that inked his torso. How wonderful it had felt, being wrapped in his powerful arms, screaming in absolute bliss as he delivered her to the truest ecstasy she'd ever known. Warmth rose to her cheeks. Great. She was blushing. "Yeah, I'll just head to my old bedroom," she said, pulling a lock of hair behind her ear. "Don't." Dristan slowly smoothed his firm hand over hers. The paroxysm of nerves returned. Cassandra's gaze shifted with uncertainty. Her pulse skyrocketed. She was almost sure he could hear her heart pounding hard against her chest. Well, actually he could. In the war against Dristan's allure, Cassandra had lost. Dristan might have been damned, but his body was glorious. "Stop it, Cassandra. Stop picturing him naked." "You might have helped Elisa once," Dristan said, his voice low and sensual. "But if she comes here, she won't think twice before hurting you to get to Juliet." "Oh," Cassie uttered in utter disappointment. She appreciated Dristan's concern for her well-being, bien sûr, but it would have been nice knowing he actually wanted her. "There's also," he added, "this." In a flash, Dristan grabbed her waist and pulled her towards him, meeting no resistance. As they stood inches apart, he leaned close and sealed her lips with his in one slow kiss. When his tongue teased her mouth apart, Cassandra, all but melted, in his arms. It made no sense denying how much she wanted him. To hell with it. If this was a fling, she had no problem with it. Cassandra kissed him back with passion, pressing for more. Irresistible temptation in all its forms. That's what Dristan was. He was the coveted warmth of hell on a bitter winter morning, the welcoming embrace of death after a lifetime of wandering in the desert. His was the secret beauty that dwelled in darkness, a most beguiling gloom that veiled the neglected, the discarded, and damaged, and made them fiercely burn. Dristan stepped back into the bedroom, holding her in a delirious embrace. Devouring her with desperate kisses, he pinned her to the door, shutting it behind them. Their clothes were shed quickly. He seized her waist and swept her off the ground, effortlessly carrying her to the bed, all the while tracing kisses down her neck, shooting endless ripples of excitement through her body. "Oh, merde," she mumbled, tumbling over the mattress, lost in a daze as Dristan loomed above her. "We're doing this again, aren't we?" The corner of his lips curled in the sexiest smile. "I think we are," he whispered with a sultry tone, gently lowering his body on top of her. "Oh, merde." She winced, biting her lower lip, eager to have him. "About the age thing," Dristan said, stroking her cheek with fondness. Cassandra gently glided a hand over his strong jawline. There, she found that gaze of his, the one that told her nothing in the world mattered more than her. Dristan's certainties beamed off him and strengthened her as she'd never experienced before. And then she knew. "Dristan," she whispered, resolved as she spoke, "I don't care about the age thing. All I want is you." His pupils widened, hazel eyes burning with desire. "And you," he said, diving inside her, sending a thrill through her body, overlapping waves of the darkest bliss. Cassandra's eyes opened wide. The nightstand's antique clock read 7:32 p.m. Cassie winced. She'd slept through the entire day. She should have been livid at herself, infuriated by her complete lack of self-control when it came to Dristan Breck. But honestly, she was not, and she did not regret a damn thing. One look over her shoulder revealed the gorgeous man lying beside her on the bed, the gentlest soul she'd ever met. Dristan slept peacefully. The paced rhythm of his breathing numbed her senses like a soothing melody. Cassandra had run out of excuses. She had to be true to herself and admit she'd fallen hard for Dristan. But what then? Pretending he would ever feel the same way as her would be foolish. "You should know better, Cassie." Stealthy as a thief, she rolled off the bed with the white satin sheet wrapped around her body. Cassie picked up her shoes and clothes from the marble floor and carried them over her shoulder, tiptoeing to the doorway. She made it to the door without making a sound. Amazing. She had mastered the fine art of... "You really have to stop doing that," he suddenly said. Cassie startled. When she turned, she found him sitting on the bed, bare-chested with the plush white duvet gathered on his lap. Sensual as he gently leaned back his head against the headboard, scanning her through the sheet with hungry hazel eyes. "Huh?" she uttered, unable to connect two syllables. "You don't have to leave like that," he added, slipping into his boxer shorts. "God almighty, don't get out of that bed." He did. Tall, strong, and madly gorgeous, Dristan strutted towards her, slowly sliding his fingers through his ash-blonde mane. He stopped inches away from her. Cassandra's breathing hitched without remedy. "How else am I supposed to leave?" she said at last, managing to form a coherent sentence. He smoothed his hand over her jawline. "You're supposed to leave," he whispered, drawing closer. "Like this." Dristan kissed her lips, tender and sweet at first, teasing and enticing when his tongue slipped into her mouth. His hands cupped the sides of her face, and then his kiss became deeper. Cassie's knees buckled. Her hands began to tingle. "I'm going to faint. I'll faint and make a bigger fool of myself." Slowly, Dristan parted from her. His widened pupils locked on hers. For an instant, she could have sworn she'd seen more than desire inside them. "I should go," she whispered with fluttering eyelashes. "Ivan might be around." "And?" he asked, raising his brow. Let him see us. Oh, shit. Him saying that was a big deal. Could this be more than a fling to Dristan? The sole suggestion sent a powerful, warming blow through her limbs. Cassandra's hands landed on his sculpted chest. Should we... She began, narrowing her eyes. Should we do this? Should we be open about us with Ivan and the family? How dare you? A voice echoed in the hall. Cassandra's shoulders jumped a little. It's Juliet, she said, alarmed yet grateful for the interruption. Dristan grabbed his jeans and slipped them on. I'll go, he said under his breath, now picking up his shirt from the floor, ready to put that on. I want you out of here, Juliet said, her voice drifting as she moved farther from the hall. Go, Dristan. Cassandra ushered him down the hall. I'll join you as soon as I get dressed. She ran back inside the room, but then decided to take one quick look into the hallway. Dristan was already gone. What on earth was going on downstairs? What had upset Juliet to that extent? Was she in danger? A dozen questions whirred in Cassie's mind. Chapter 26. Fine, Ivan spat, willing to prove himself the winner in the contest of their stubbornness. I'll leave, but do not expect me to come back to you crawling this time. He slipped his hands into his pants pockets and inhaled deep. I've put up with many things in my damned life, but this... He shook his head, still baffled by what he'd heard. The words had sailed through her lips and caused the damage she'd intended. There was no going back now. Juliet stood behind the desk, a quivering hand gliding over her brow, her gaze lost and confused. It's what's best for the family, she said, cold and detached. Who was this woman? Was she the same woman who'd vowed to love him for all eternity, the one who'd claimed to have returned from the grave just to be with him? The purest rage exploded in his core and expanded to his limbs. It was warm and sizzling, an unstoppable wave that could only lead to disaster. The family, Ivan growled. Always the damned family. Juliet's eyes widened with shock. A vampire's fury is not the most inviting sight, yet instead of fleeing, she moved around the desk and met him at the doorway. How can you say that? She said, hurting. Of course, Juliet's mind could not fathom the disdain towards something as sacred as family was to her. Well, Ivan didn't give a fig about it. My family is all I have, Juliet said. All you have, Ivan whispered. His preternatural eyes locked on hers. Even though anger burned in his veins like liquid lava, he sensed himself shutting off. His accursed heart had turned into stone the moment she'd threatened to destroy it. He leaned against the door's jamb. I'd thought perhaps this time around you'd choose me over your precious lineage, folding his arms over his chest. Looks like I was wrong. You seem to manage the news quite well, she mumbled, raising her brow with disdain. A voice spoke in his head. Leave now, it said. Leave before you say something that might come back to haunt you for years to come. But anyone who knew him would have also known Ivan almost never listened to that voice. So, yes, he shunned it. Quick. What the devil do you want from me, Juliet? He hissed. Do you want to see me weeping on my knees? Do you want me to beg you to reconsider this nonsense? He paused. Of course it pains me. Juliet pursed her lips. I'm sure Elisa will be more than happy to comfort your suffering, she muttered, looking away. She'll run into your arms the first chance she gets. It came as no surprise to him she'd bring Elisa back into the conversation. It was the perfect device to twist the whole argument in Juliet's favour. Oh, believe me, he whispered, leaning towards her. The way things stand, I'll be the one running to her. Juliet's eyes suddenly shimmered. Whether anger or hatred built up those withheld tears, he did not know. Damn you, Ivan, she said in the lowest of voices. You're a spineless devil. I'll take that as a compliment, he said, bowing his head cynically. A tear glided down her cheek. There was a time when my heart depended upon a single word you spoke, she said, but now I feel nothing for you, except endless disappointment. Something broke inside him at the sound of those words, but his anger was so built up by now that he could not afford to lose sight of it. I'm used to causing disappointment, he said, holding her stare. I promise you one thing. Juliet bit her lower lip, reddened and smooth. I will not rest until Elisa pays for what she's done. Leave her out of this, he said, revealing for the first time the feelings behind his mask of perfect indolence. So you're taking her side? Juliet stepped back, clearly wounded. Why should it surprise me? You've always chosen her. Are we really going to do this? Ivan asked, baffled and incredulous, and all but flabbergasted. That was centuries ago. You never showed any interest in being with me. You did not care enough to stay, she mumbled. I loved you, he said in a furious blurt. You know nothing about love, she said, clenching her fists. I devoted years of my life to find a spell strong enough to bring me back to you after I died. While you pranced straight into Elisa's arms, straight into a loveless union, prompted by your guilt. My guilt? Ivan gave her a mirthless laugh. Surely the time you've spent in the afterlife has meddled with your brain. I will see Elisa suffer as I've suffered, she said, disregarding Ivan's spiteful rebuttal. Don't do it, he said, fearful of the depths of Juliet's vengeance. You'd be wounding me too, don't you see that? Elisa is my flesh and blood. She's not only my sister, but my fledgling, You are so selfish, she mused, shaking her head. You're the most selfish man there ever was. Ivan frowned. What did you expect? He muttered. I am, after all, the lowest of fiends, a spineless devil. I see your sarcasm has refined, she added, stepping away towards the hearth. It's taken years, chérie, centuries of practice, Ivan said. At least I do not shy away from what I am. His shot hit the target, and Juliet halted. She turned to sweep him head to toe with her witchy violet eyes. Are you calling yourself a transparent man? She asked, confused. That is far from what you are. I am what others have made of me, Ivan said, heaving a sigh. Viktor, Elisa, Dristan. You. Me? She scowled. Oui, toi. Bien sûr, he said. You cannot deny your hand in the mess standing before you, referencing himself with a quick sweep of his hand. I am as broken as they come, my love. But at least I've never pretended otherwise. And I have? She had the nerve to say it. You stole Jeanette's body, he said in an outburst. You, the righteous woman who always abides by the rules. The woman who refuses to break a useless ancient oath made to her lineage. The minute your eyes opened to the 21st century, another Juliet stepped into the world, and as of that moment, I have failed to recognize you as the woman I once loved. He finally did it. He'd hurt her with the harshest words and won this battle of spite. Her wounds were deeper than his and would bleed the most. Ivan's chest heaved with rapid breathing. He could feel the muscles tighten in his face and neck. The distance between them became denser and filled with pain. Perhaps he should have listened to that inner voice. Perhaps he should have left this manor half an hour ago. Juliet swallowed hard. You've said more than enough, she whispered, turning to the hearth. I think you should leave. Ivan's heart raced. His mouth was dry as sand. He turned to the door, but stopped after taking the first step that would tear him away from her forever. There was nothing he could say that would mend what had already been shattered between them. Part of him wished it could be so, but another part screamed louder. It was anger, tempestuous and untamed. I'd wish you the best in your marriage to the Draken boy, he mumbled. But honestly, I don't give a damn. A low whimper escaped through her lips, low enough that it would have passed unheard by mortal hearing. Don't look back, Ivan. He opened the door. Don't look back, or you'll be doomed for all eternity. Chapter 27. Heart pounding hard against his chest, barely able to catch his breath, Ivan dashed through the gallery, knowing his love crushed forever. How could he have been so naive as to believe things would be different this time around? She ditched him 300 years ago to answer the call as head of the Deveraux family. Of course she'd do it again. He came across Dristan and Cassandra, standing by the grand marble staircase. They must have listened to every word that had been said in that accursed studio. Quite frankly, he didn't care. Ivan's sole interest at this point was getting the hell out of this manor as quickly as possible. Ivan, Dristan said with a steady voice, the kind that usually eased Ivan's temper. You cannot leave. Ivan stopped short, a few feet away from reaching the doorway. Can't I? he turned to say. "Watch me." But his father in darkness seemed unwilling to let this go. He followed Ivan to the manor's frontispiece. "Don't ask me to stay, Dristan," Ivan said under his breath, agitation shaking him inside and out. "I'm guessing you warned Juliet about Elisa's visit," Dristan said. "I had to tell her." Ivan fiddled with the car keys between his fingers. "But that's not why we quarrelled." Dristan pursed his lips. He was narrowing his eyes, trying hard to pierce into the fabric of Ivan's mind. But those thoughts would remain a mystery to him because of their blood bond's proximity. However, he tried. At length, Ivan chose to end his maker's suffering. "Turns out," he began, "she wants to marry the Draken boy after all." He paused. "And she had the nerve to say it to my face." Dristan furrowed his brow. "That makes no sense," he mused. "To her it does," Ivan said through clenched teeth. "Apparently, her lineage's magic is all but spent. She means to improve it by breeding tiny warlocks and witches with Bram-freaking Draken." "This is all too strange," his maker said, pensive as ever. "And ludicrous," Ivan added. "Well, I'm not staying to see that happen." He stopped playing with the keys and selected the one to start the car's engine. "Ivan, wait," Dristan said, his voice a soothing melody, a soft restraint to his fiery temper. Ivan hadn't realized how much he'd missed having him around. Dristan had always been more than a mentor. He was a peaceful shore where he could lie down to sleep in the middle of a raging storm. He was Ivan's moral compass, the voice of reason he ignored so proficiently. But for all his maker's many virtues, this time he was mistaken. "Listen," Ivan said under his breath. "I'm heading back to the house. I'll have a drink or two, and then I'm going to arrange whatever's necessary to get the hell out of Paris. I'll see you there in a little while." Dristan gently pressed his shoulder. "Until then, try not to do anything stupid." "Bloody hell, Dristan," Ivan said, astonished by his maker's candor. "Can you promise me that?" Dristan asked, lowering his chin, meeting Ivan's gaze. Begrudgingly, Ivan nodded. He turned and descended the stairs towards the driveway. Something had definitely changed in his maker's demeanor. Perhaps the 21st century had shaken his personality into a lighter version of himself. Whatever it was, Ivan liked it. When he got behind the wheel, Cassandra appeared on the front porch. It was only then that Ivan noticed what should have been obvious to him before. His maker wore no shoes. But honestly, Ivan had no mind to give any more thought to it, no matter how odd. The flames of his temper gradually receded as he pulled out of the driveway. Genuine relief took over him when he turned right into the avenue, leaving Deveraux Manor behind. His pulse returned to its usual slow beat. His breathing normalized. Ivan was still angry, of course, and he couldn't help replaying in his mind Juliet's pernicious words. But none of that mattered now. Soon, Ivan would be home, his real home. San Francisco. He had his own thing going on there. He'd neglected the low-life vampires of the Devil's Coven for too long. Perhaps it was time to dust off the old suit and give them hell. Yes. Diving back into his old life had never appealed to him more. He should never have left Belvedere Island in the first place. "Why the hell am I even here?" he said under his breath while changing lanes. "I was hoping you'd tell me," a voice said. "Shit!" Startled, Ivan steered the car to the side. The vehicle bumped and climbed on the sidewalk, where a panicking crowd of tourists fled amidst a choir of screams. A few feet away from crashing into a shop stand, Ivan turned the wheel again and harshly dropped back into the avenue. Tires screeched behind him, horns blared beside him. Ivan didn't care. Someone had broken into his car, someone whom his vampiric senses had failed to detect. "You're a terrible driver," she mocked. One quick look in the rearview mirror confirmed the intruder's identity. "Elisa," he said, heart racing, pulsing hard in his ears and throat. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Watch out!" She pointed at the road, eyes widened with shock. A goddamn truck was heading straight towards them. Ivan had no intention of being smushed into vampire chunks, so he quickly steered the Porsche back to the right lane. "Will you please stop the car?" Alyssa said, bracing herself for an imminent impact, a hand gripping the roof, the other clenched around the door's armrest. Ivan made a right turn the first chance he got. He entered a quiet alley. His hands trembled as he turned off the ignition. The world's most dangerous demon sat behind him in all her wondrous beauty. He took a deep breath and readied himself to meet her. Alisa was gorgeous in a short red dress and tall black suede boots. Her piercing blue eyes glimmered when they met face to face for the first time. A faint smile twitched the corner of her red lips. Her tousled black hair was wildly provocative as it loosely fell over her shoulders. She was precious as a raven, mystifying as the rarest gem. "There are mobile phones nowadays, you know," he said, trying to appear unmoved by her shocking beauty. "You don't have to sneak up on me like some serial killer." Alisa laughed. She was quick to cover her mouth with the back of her hand to conceal her lethal fangs, but covered them barely. Her laughter was soft and sensual and alluring as hell. "What's so funny?" Ivan scowled. "You do realize we're both serial killers," she said, raising her brow, slightly lowering her chin while she gave him that obnoxious look, known only by the youngest of siblings. Ivan shook his head, dismissing her clever remark. "What are you doing here?" he said. "Shouldn't you be staying low, enjoying the stillness of your shrine in Kerala?" Alisa pouted her lips, shrugging her shoulders. "I wanted to see you," she said. "Yeah." He did not buy that for a second, but kudos to her for even trying. "You're in trouble, aren't you?" he said, narrowing his eyes as he tried to read her thoughts. The source had broken all barriers between them, but she'd cloaked her mind the minute she discovered his intention. "Honestly, Ivan," she said, looking away. Again, he fought to penetrate her mind. It did not work. Ivan would have to rely on experience and his knowledge of his sister to figure this one out. "You're running away," he said, assuming he was right but wishing the contrary. "Who did you wrong this time?" leaning his elbow on the armrest as he looked back. Alisa scowled. "Will you stop reading my mind?" "I'm not," Ivan replied with a smile. "But thanks for letting me know I was right." "Damn it," she winced. "Fine. It's nothing serious, darling. No need to be alarmed or anything." She paused, but Ivan's scolding stare proved him less than satisfied with that answer. "I might have messed with the wrong warlock is all. The man's miles away and has no clue of my whereabouts." "How on earth did you find me?" he finally asked. "I was consciously keeping my location secret. Source or not, you couldn't have traced me." Alisa pursed her lips. "Dristan has got to step up his game," she said, heaving a sigh. "Tracking him was way too easy." "Something's definitely going on with him," he mumbled. "So, you've met again? How did that go?" Curiosity won. Ivan had to ask. "Pretty well, actually." Alisa opened the door and got out of the car, only to step right into the co-pilot's seat. The fragrance of bergamot and roses enveloped Ivan as she settled inside. "Darling," she said, smoothing her hand over his strong jawline. "You're as handsome as ever." Her delicate fingers glided away only to dive between her hair, combing it back with a swift move. "Now tell me, what were you doing in the witch's house?" The witch's house. Oh, Juliet. Why was she so damn proud and determined to fight him? Fate had reunited them after 300 years for a reason. This was not how it was supposed to be. She and Ivan had been meant for each other, yet not a moment had passed since her return that they'd not quarrelled over the stupidest things. "Wasting my time," he said under his breath, turning on the car's ignition. "Where are we going?" she asked, intrigued, as though she expected an astonishing revelation. "To my place," Ivan said dryly. "Oh, boring," Alisa huffed. "I've been there, and it's dull as hell. We're in Paris. Let's do something fun." A twinkle of mischief gleamed in her deep blue eyes. Something fun. Alisa's carefree attitude made him smile, albeit reluctantly. "Like what?" "There's this new place at Quai d'Austerlitz," she said. "Very hush-hush, highly exclusive." "I don't care much for dancing. You know that," he said, giving her a side gaze. But what he really meant was, "Try harder, Alisa. Convince me. Make me want to join you in a vampire rampage that will leave us both drunk senseless in the end." "That's never stopped you before," she teased, gliding her hand over his chest. "I know you and I can have a lot of fun together." Ivan blushed. "That's true," he mumbled, entering the gear. "Let's do it. Let's have some fun." Oh, goody, Elisa grinned, clapping her hands, giddy as a child. Wait, she added, her smile slowly fading. What? Ivan frowned. You almost killed us back there. I should drive, she teased, leaning towards him. Move over. Elisa sat on his lap, devious temptress that she was. You're absolutely mad. Ivan choked a laugh as they playfully wrestled for the wheel. Suddenly, she turned and glared at him with unnatural, fiery eyes. I am, she said with a sultry voice. That's what makes me so damn irresistible. A thrill travelled through his limbs at the sound of those words. Ivan would have taken her in his arms and kissed her right then had this been a different time, had his heart not been stuck between Juliet's precious hands. A deep breath eased his senses. He swallowed hard and looked away, waiting for the moment to pass. Have it your way then, she said, returning to her seat. I don't care who drives. I need this outing desperately. No more than I do, he said. It was real. Elisa was here. The ruthless devil was back, and Ivan had never been happier to be the perfect sinner. Chapter 28. What reasons can there be behind the quarrel of two eternal lovers? The same that tear apart any relationship, Cassandra decided. Whether jealousy or rage, the deepest insecurities or loss of interest, she would probably never learn the motives for Juliet and Ivan's disagreement. However, she had an inkling that this might all revolve around Ivan's dreaded sister, Elisa. A cool breeze tossed dry tree leaves in the air and picked up the petals of what few cherry blossoms remained unspoiled by the season. Cassandra hugged her arms, standing at the manor's frontispiece. She and Tristan stared at the empty driveway, where Ivan had taken off in his sports car, like chased by the devil. Juliet won't talk about it, she said. What is there to say? Tristan spoke, lifting his brow. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. Things look pretty clear from where I stand. Oh? She frowned, curious to discover his point of view. Ivan said Juliet has decided to marry the warlock, he added with a dispassionate tone. If that is indeed her choice, then there's no reason for him to remain here. Marry Bram? Is that even true? Cassie said, stepping closer. She couldn't help being drawn to him. The soft amber gleam from the porch lights gently bathed his face, and for an instant, the pale radiance of Tristan's skin made him seem like an angel. I have no reason to lie, he said with a low, velvety voice, devoid of aggravation. Cassandra felt the warmth rising to her cheeks. Tristan had it all wrong. I'm not saying you lied, she said. I mean, Juliet could have lied to Ivan. Tristan slowly shook his head. Why would she do that? His interest was genuine. Was he really that naive? Or was he only taunting her to figure out the workings of her mind? Gah! Cassie, stop overanalyzing everything. Isn't it obvious? She asked, a little colder now that the evening wind had picked up. Elisa's back in the picture. Juliet is obviously hurt by it, perhaps even threatened. He pursed his lips, considering her suggestion. But surely if Juliet had any feelings towards my fledgling, she would have stopped him from leaving. Mon Dieu, Tristan, Cassandra finally said, clenching her fists. For a man who's lived over 1,000 years, you sure have no clue about us. A hint of a smile curled the corner of his lips. Us? He asked, amused. Women. Cassandra was on the verge of absolute annoyance. Tristan unfolded his arms with parsimony. He moved closer to her until they stood a breath apart. It took mustering all her self-control not to jump into his arms and kiss his smooth lips, which he so tantalizingly parted. Standing this close to him, the musky scent of sandalwood filled her lungs, dragging her into a daze. Tristan's cologne delighted her to the point of absolute surrender. She would have conceded to anything he said at this point. How could he remain impassible, unmoved, standing so close to her, studying her face with absolute detainment? Could he feel the restlessness brewing inside her, the overwhelming desire to have him again and again? Did his heart even race the same as hers? Say something, Tristan. Say something before I make a fool of myself. Tristan gently glided his fingers through her hair. He pulled a lock behind her ear, his hazel eyes locked on hers. It was as if he could read the bare truths of her soul, without even trying. In one provocative gesture, He moistened his lower lip with a quick pass of his tongue. "Is this about us?" he whispered, cupping the side of her face. "Cassandra, there's something you must know about me. I am not inclined to these sorts of games. So, if there's anything you'd like me to say—" "Is this a fling?" she suddenly asked. The words had sailed through her lips, and it was too late to take them back, no matter how much she wished it. She also knew it was now or never. Cassandra needed an answer to quiet the questions screaming in her mind. Dristan tilted his head and slightly frowned. Fling?" he asked, unfamiliar with the term. "Is that what you want?" Merde. Cassandra bit her lower lip. She had no answer to give. Part of her longed for Dristan's exclusive commitment, but then there was Antoine. His face popped into the picture and spoiled everything, reminding her that dating a vampire hadn't precisely worked out the first time. Was she ready for another relationship? Dristan understood her silence. He did not press for an answer, which made him even lovelier in her eyes. "I do not know what this is or where it's headed," he whispered. "But it doesn't matter to me. All I know is that I am happy when I'm with you, that I like you, and that the sole thought of leaving Paris tears my heart to pieces." "He likes me." "I like you too," she stammered, blushing again. "I like being with you. It's just—" One deep breath. "Things never work out between vampires and witches. Look at Ivan and Juliet. Look at me and Antoine." A gentle smile danced on his lips. "We are not condemned to repeating the mistakes of our forefathers," he said. "Juliet and Ivan, theirs is another story, a different story. We have a story. Be still, my heart." A shot of bliss coursed through her limbs. Being with Dristan constantly reminded her of the differences between him and Antoine. Inevitably so. They were so contrasting. She'd thought she'd known the true meaning of love, but Dristan had proved her wrong every damn time. "Call it what you will. A fling, a date, a relationship," he said, stroking her cheek with his thumb with absolute fondness. "Whatever it is, I want it." He leaned towards her, drawing closer until their brows touched. Excitement burst inside her. Cassandra was in more danger of falling in love with him than ever before, but now she realized she wasn't afraid to anymore. Chapter 29. Deep burgundy drapes hung from the walls of the vintage-style nightclub. Crystal chandeliers, expensive tapestries, lavish Louis XV furnishings. All in all, a comfortable ambience. However impossible to relax in, knowing Elisa caused trouble everywhere she went. 20 minutes had passed when Ivan decided he'd been wrong this time, expecting a bloodbath from this outing. She'd made a point of it earlier, in the car. Elisa's unpredictable nature made her completely fascinating in his eyes, yet her greatest asset meant his highest concern. Elisa was ruthless and killed on a whim without shame. The same passion she poured into life, and she loved with the same intensity. She was a fearsome creature, and Ivan's love for her defied all limits. Loving her had meant his ruin, but it had been the best thing ever to happen to him as well. In the VIP lounge, Ivan relaxed on a fauteuil en confessionnal, covered in a lush Aubusson tapestry. Grabbing the best seat in the club had been too easy, for who would dare deny a thing to a pair of gorgeous creatures, no matter how demonic? All heads had turned their way when they'd entered the nightclub. Now he enjoyed staring back from this pleasant strategic spot. "Cheer up, darling." Elisa rose from her seat. "You'll never get lucky with those brooding eyes." She was right. Ivan had hardly spoken since their arrival. Overwhelming voices in his head chided him for his ill behavior towards Juliet. He wished they would go away and give him a moment's peace. "How about some red wine?" Elisa suggested, seductive, as she sat on the table in front of him. She held a glass in each hand, filled to the brim with the glorious elixir. Ivan glowered in response. Yes, he was in a bad mood. So what? "It's your favorite," she chanted, tilting a glass with a swift wrist movement. Ivan gave her half a smile. Elisa knew exactly how to work around his bad moods. She also knew how to persuade him to do her bidding, which made her even more enticing, and also dangerous. He grabbed a glass, immediately pouring the drink down his throat in a single swig. That was fast, Elisa raised her brow. Here, have mine, offering him the drink. Ivan couldn't avoid glaring at her with suspicion. Are you trying to get me drunk? He asked, secretly amused. Taunting her, he licked the corner of his mouth, sweeping away any wine remnants. Elisa snickered, leaning closer to him. You're more fun when you're drunk, she confessed, shrugging her shoulders. Am I? Ivan smiled. Give me that, he said, grabbing the glass. Ivan's overt attitude seemed to please Elisa. If anyone in the world could tempt him and get away with it, it was her. How terribly befitting that she wore a skin-tight red dress, the Devil Incarnate. How you scolded me whenever I arrived home drunk, Ivan said between laughs, gently shaking his head. He now stared at the crimson liquid. It made it to his mouth in less than a second. And look at you now, getting me hammered. That was a different time, she dismissed. We're immortal now beyond that moral nonsense, pouring herself another drink. Elisa raised her glass and slanted it towards him. You and I are free to live and do whatever the hell we want. No strings attached. She drew the glass to her lips and took a sip of wine. Yes, we are. Ivan seized the damned bottle and poured himself another drink. A sudden spark of joy glistened in his blackened heart, and with it came a faint, dizzying spell. Whether this was true happiness or merely an illusion of it, he cared little to know. Paris, huh? She said, sitting next to him, opening the door to a conversation that eluded Ivan's interest. I thought you'd never return. Ivan raised his empty glass to eye level and stared at his treacherous beloved sister through the immaculate crystal. She was beautiful as few, a gorgeous fiend, however heartless and lethal. Oh, but we are what we are. Are you unwell? Elisa glided towards him. The closer she moved, the higher her short skirt rode up her toned thighs, an unavoidable reality to his vampire eyes. Order another bottle, will you? Ivan said. I feel like celebrating the lies one tells oneself. Repeat the same lie enough times, and one begins to consider it as real as the world one lives in. Elisa grinned mischievously. She quickly signaled the server, following her brother's request, and as the server arrived at their table, Ivan swept the bottle off his hands. He popped open the cork and filled both glasses to the brim. What are we celebrating? She asked. The beginning of my new life, Ivan said, reading the bottle's tag. No, this was not his favourite red wine, but it would have to do. A life free of magic and witches. Good riddance, Elisa huffed, genuinely happy. She raised her glass. I'll toast to that. As he emptied the glass in a single drink, a warm wave rippled through his body. Finally, he'd reached the point where he didn't give a damn about a thing. His mind's absolute surrender would follow, and he aimed to get there quickly. It was one of two possible ways to handle the hurt eating him inside. The other one being immersing himself in the hunt, stealing one life after another in a vicious killing spree, filling his blood with alcohol until it messed up his brain to the point of numbness seemed the lesser evil. It didn't sound like a bad idea at all. Pace yourself, darling. Her voice resonated in the background like an angel's cry. Why would I? He mumbled, careless of his sister's warning. Ivan had already made his choice. Elisa would have to drag him out of this place, passed out from intoxication, as she'd done many times before when they were ordinary mortals. He grabbed the bottle and filled his glass again, when something caught his eye. Ivan lowered the glass away from his lips slowly, sharpening his gaze as it locked on a man. The figure stood out from the crowd on the dance floor, bathed in flashing black lights and fluttering neon beams. He stood perfectly still, in the middle of the sea of humans, his eyes targeting Ivan. The creature's skin was pale as the moon, with piercing blue eyes that, although empty, penetrated him with a freezing stare. All trace of warmth abandoned Ivan's body. A chill dropped down his spine. He shuddered, cold inside and out, and the feeling took him back to that accursed lake, back to the fight to survive the glacial waters, lying on a heap of snow by the icy shore, a few feet away from where his brother Viktor drowned. Ivan! He heard Elisa's voice, but it was muffled, clashing with the cacophony of music and human voices surrounding him. In the most terrifying seconds of Ivan's existence, The entire world froze along with him. Viktor was here, and Juliet's prescient words then echoed in his head like the most harrowing sound he'd ever heard. He will always find you, no matter where you go. What the hell? Ivan whispered, eyes locked on Viktor's. Darling, what is it? Elisa pressed his hand. You look like you've seen a ghost. That's exactly it, Ivan mused, seeing him still, an unearthly creature rotting away, as it stood in the middle of the crowd, oblivious to his brother's damned presence. Ivan, you're scaring me. Why won't he go away? He mumbled, unable to part his eyes from Viktor. Who? She asked, her voice frail. Viktor. The name drifted through his lips, a prelude to disaster. Elisa's countenance went pale within seconds. True fear loomed in her flaming blue eyes. Ivan recognized it because he'd felt it too. Every damn time Viktor's spectre was near. Shaken to the core, Elisa took the bottle away. That's enough of this for now, she said, trying to sound self-possessed and in control. It's not the wine, Ivan whispered, turning to her at last. Any shred of doubt disappeared from Elisa's face. Her reaction was immediate, sweeping the room with her clever eyes. Where is he? She asked. You thought you could run away that easily? A raspy voice spoke behind them. When Ivan looked back, Elisa had been swept off the seat. Her feet dangled in mid-air, her body hanging from the powerful fist of a tall, muscular man. No one escapes from Gavril Alexiev, the man said, closing his fist tight around Elisa's neck. In a flash, Ivan sprung off the settee and leapt towards the stranger, his bare fangs ready to rip his neck apart. He was sinking his fingernails in the man's shoulders when a sudden force pulled him back and slammed his preternatural body hard against the marble floor. Within seconds, Ivan found himself pinned to the ground by a greasy boot pressing down his cheek. Friends of yours, Elisa, Ivan muttered, barely able to speak. Where is the eye? The man demanded, the one holding Elisa. She groaned and struggled under the man's grip. What? Eye, she said, grabbing her captor's arm. A tattoo loomed on his forearm when she pushed the shirt's sleeve. It was a tattoo showing the phases of the moon. Freaking Ursus, Ivan hissed. Ursa folk were the lowest of warlocks. They also happened to be bear-shifters. Weren't they a tad far from their natural habitat? Their kind belonged in Russia. Ivan had heard the stories when he was a child, most of them told by his mother. You know what I want, blood demon? The Ursa shifter roared. Lucius Malevant's eye. Oh, that eye, Elisa said with the same blasé tone, despite her unfavourable situation. Put me down, beastie, and I'll give it to you. The warlock begrudgingly released Elisa. The second her feet touched the ground, she straightened her dress and reached for her purse as if nothing had happened, as if Ivan were not trapped under the second Ursa's foot. The strength of Ivan's captor was no match to his preternatural skills, but escaping from the pair of warlocks would require more than brute force. He needed a plan. Bear-shifters were powerful creatures, strong enough to rip off a vampire's head with their bare hands. Not quite the evening he'd had in mind. Elisa calmly opened her purse. A quick glance of hers by the corner of her eye warned Ivan she'd already crafted a plan. Go on, the shifter pressed. Give it to me. Oh, I will, Elisa said, digging into her purse. Here, you, go! With lightning speed, she took out a small canister and flashed it at the shifter's face. She pressed a dial and a shot of water jetted out, straight into the warlock's eyes. Arg! The shifter groaned, covering his eyes. You bitch! The pressure against Ivan's face lightened when the second shifter moved, a rookie mistake that would cost him dearly. Ivan seized the chance and grabbed his captor's arm for leverage, pulled him down to his knees, and immediately leapt onto his shoulders. Ivan pressed the sides of his face and twisted hard, breaking his neck a la skull splitter. The warlock's strong body fell to the ground, heavy as a rock, and Ivan went down with him. As soon as he jumped off the dead beast, his gaze went to Elisa. She had taken care of the other shifter already, digging her sharp fingernails into his neck, slashing it side to side. Dark blood poured from the wound in slow rivulets, but seeing it was not fast enough to kill him, Elisa slashed a deeper wound, severing the carotid artery, which instantly burst open, spurting out pulsing shots of crimson liquid. Ivan's kill had been discreet, but Elisa's bloodbath would not pass undetected. Had these been different circumstances, Ivan would have scolded his sister's vicious kill, but given the fact that these shifters had meant to destroy them, Ivan held nothing against Elisa's method. Now a bright red pool spread across the floor as the blood pulsed out of the motionless Ursa's body. The last shot of blood stained the face of a young woman below their VIP section. Screams rose from the crowd, the minute she and her party took notice. The shrieking noise, so loud and so piercing that it disrupted the club's DJ. As soon as it stopped, more screams came. The frantic horde stirred in panic. They fled from the dance floor and huddled against the emergency exits. Ivan took advantage of the pandemonium and grabbed Elisa's wrist before any attention landed on them. "Let's go," he growled, pulling her away, escaping the club with unnatural speed. Chapter 30. "What the hell is Lucius Malevant's eye?" Ivan demanded, his hand shaking as he turned off the car's ignition. "Who the hell is Gavril Alexiev?" Both had chosen silence during the drive to Ivan's lair, and perhaps that had been wise. He would have found provocation in anything she said. God knew he'd held his tongue for fear of saying something he might have regretted later on. "Well?" Ivan pressed, facing her. Elisa huffed, annoyed. "It's nothing," she said, opening the door. "He's no one." She tossed back her pitch-black hair with a flick of her hand and stepped out of the car. Her absolute indolence only raised Ivan's fury even more. He got out of the car and slammed the door shut, following her down the cobblestone path that led to the back door. "It's always nothing but lies with you," he spat, furious at himself for allowing her to drag him into her troubles. She stopped a few feet from reaching the entrance. "I did not lie," she said without turning. Her nonchalant tone burned every nervous fibre in Ivan's being. "I simply chose to keep certain details from you to spare you any grief." Ivan's jaw tightened. The muscles in his neck tensed all the way to his back. He pursed his lips, then took a deep breath to soothe his temper, but it helped very little. "Do you have any idea of the kind of trouble we're in?" He hissed in her ear, seizing her elbow. Elisa inevitably turned. "Every warlock in the city will be after our heads now, so when I ask you a question, I expect you give me a truthful answer." "Is everything all right?" a voice said. Ivan closed his eyes, silently thanking any and all higher powers that his maker was home, ready to prevent him from doing anything stupid. "We've just killed a couple of warlocks," Ivan jeered, "and by doing so, we've unleashed the greatest war there's ever been between vampires and shifters." He paused. "But other than that, everything's just peachy. Thanks for asking, Dristan." Ivan patted his maker's shoulder and trudged into the house. "Elisa," Dristan said, acknowledging her presence with a quick nod. "Dristan," she replied, mimicking Ivan's maker as she moved past him. "Is there something I should know?" Dristan asked, following them into the parlour. He stopped behind the sofa, casually leaning his weight against the furniture's back. Sleeves rolled up to his elbows, a vivid gleam in his hazel eyes. Dristan had fed recently. "You might as well stay," Elisa said in a mellow tone. She gave Dristan a side glance as she moved around him, and then dropped on the sofa. "I want to know everything, Elisa," Ivan said. "And when I say everything, I mean every single detail. No more lies." His fury was impossible to restrain, especially when every second reminded him of their exposure to the Ursa's thirst for vengeance. Although exhausted and desperately in need of sitting on the chair by the hearth, Ivan couldn't stay still. "I knew it," he muttered, pacing the room. "Any outing with you is doomed to end in a bloodbath. Why I'd ever agree to join you is beyond me." "Oh, all right," Elisa begrudgingly said, straightening her back. "I'll tell you everything if it'll spare us the lecture." She turned to meet Dristan's gaze. "Don't drag me into this, woman," Dristan coolly told her. Elisa's irritation towards Ivan's maker came unhindered. Rolling her eyes back, she gasped. "Just like the old days in Venice," Dristan mumbled in a dispassionate voice. Surely, he did not mean that as a compliment, nor a happy memory. "Gavril Alexiev is the king of the Ursa Clan," Elisa said, crossing her legs. "Needless to say, he's the most powerful warlock of his kind." "Tell me about the eye," Ivan said, eager to finish the conversation. Relaxing in the seat, she heaved a sigh. "It's an ancient relic. The all-seeing eye of Lucius Malavon of the First Mages. The First Mages? Dristan repeated with heightened interest. He slipped his hands into his pants pockets and moved around the sofa, joining Ivan by the hearth. The Mage's story is nothing but a myth, Ivan dismissed, tightening his hold on the back of the chair. Fairy tales would get them nowhere. Is it now? Elisa gave him a knowing look. She reached for her purse over the coffee table and slowly dipped her delicate fingers inside it. Whatever she'd grabbed remained concealed inside her fist. With the stealth of a tiger, she rose from her seat. Her blue eyes locked on Ivan as she sauntered towards him. At last, Elisa stopped, leaving little room between the two. Ivan's breath shortened. It wasn't her nearness that unsettled him, but his sister's high volatility. Then how come I have the eye? She said, opening her hand. A sphere fell from it, dangling from a cord wrapped tight around her middle finger like a yo-yo. Ivan leaned closer, sharpening his focus, and as he did, soft traces of colour became visible. White and blue. Faint red lines traced an intricate pattern over the sphere. In the centre, an unpolished glassy cap gleamed through. Freaking hell! Ivan said, horrified. That's an effing human eyeball! He jerked back. I told you it was. Elisa smirked. Feels rubbery too, pressing the hideous thing between her fingers. Now she grinned. Gah! Ivan winced, looking at Dristan, who was shamelessly amused by the scene. Put that away, will you? Why? She asked, taking a step towards him. Don't tell me you're afraid of the eyeball. Does the eyeball scare you? She taunted him. Ooh! The thing dangled from the pale cord. Stop it! Ivan scowled, giving one last look at the so-called relic. Damn it! Is that... The nerve, darling, Elisa said, swinging it some more. I can't believe this, Ivan mumbled, sitting on the chair in case he blacked out. You better believe it, she said, shining with obnoxious pride. I ripped this treasure straight out of the mage's rotting face. You were at the mage's tomb, Dristan said in awe. In truth, Ivan couldn't tell whether his maker was astonished or appalled by his sister's devious deed, though he felt inclined to the former. Why the hell would you steal an eye from a corpse and keep it in your purse? Ivan said under his breath, unable to make sense of it all. Along with a can of pepper spray, might I add. Pepper spray? Dristan raised his brow, this time overtly entertained. This just keeps getting better. He leaned closer to Elisa, examining the eye from a safe distance with undeniable curiosity. Pepper spray, said Ivan's sister with a sigh. Keeps the beasties away, especially bear shifters. May I? Dristan asked, opening his hand. Oh, of course, have at it. Elisa placed the eye in Dristan's hand. Both exchanged quiet words of astonishment and praise around her wonderful treasure. Elisa, Ivan muttered, steering back the conversation to the relevant part. Oh, all right, she said with a scowl. No need to be so sour. Elisa finally put away the ghastly thing. Back in her purse, it went. Who knew what other malevolent items she kept in there? What does that thing do? Ivan asked, gliding a hand to his forehead. Why do they want it so badly? I'm not sure what it does, she plainly said, but I know it's important to them. Then why the hell did you take it? He all but hissed. Ivan's patience was running thin. Well, I was there, wasn't I? She said. I couldn't resist stealing it from those lousy warlocks. They think themselves so superior. And how on earth did you end up tangled in the Ursa Clan? Ivan needed to know, his mind racing with 1,000 possibilities, and more questions than he could organize into words. Ursa folk keep to themselves. They'd never take in a vampire, much less share their secrets with one. Darling, it's such a long story. Leaning against the chimney's mantel, she heaved a sigh. I don't think you'd like me very much after hearing it. I'm not liking you very much now either, Ivan mumbled, running his hands over his knees, his gaze fixed on the burgundy carpet. When he raised his eyes, Dristan stood beside him. Looking down with a furrowed brow, his maker slowly shook his head. He covered his lips with his fingers, and as he removed them, Ivan dreaded the words Dristan would speak. Killing a warlock is no petty thing, he said, folding his arms over his chest. The punishment such a crime entails. I've heard stories of vampires bound by warlock magic for centuries. Imprisonment is temporary, old man, but death lasts forever, Elisa chanted with a smug smile. There's no coming back from where we sent those beasts. Damn it, Elisa, Ivan stammered, rage coursing through his veins as he leapt off the chair. Will you take this seriously? And no, sometimes death does not last forever, especially where witches and warlocks are concerned. Elisa's detached demeanour slowly dissolved. Finally, Ivan had struck a chord in the workings of her mind. What do you mean? She said, tilting her head to one side. Ivan, his maker pleaded. I don't think you should. No, Dristan, Ivan interrupted, flashing his palm at him. He turned to Elisa. I wasn't planning on telling you this, but it looks like I have no other choice. Is this about Viktor? She whispered, as if pronouncing the name of their dead brother would unleash the 7 plagues of Egypt. The purest dread loomed on her pale face. Believe me, Ivan said, you'll wish this was about him. He paused. Brace yourself, Elisa. This won't be easy to hear. Chapter 31. A person does not simply disappear, unless such a person is an escapist, an illusionist, a witch, or a warlock, none of which was John. Cassandra sauntered across Deveraux Manor's hall as though it were the first time she'd set foot on the premises. How was it that Juliet's sole presence had infused new life into their ancestral home? Perhaps the question would remain unanswered, and she could live with that. What she needed to know right now was their butler's whereabouts. Where on earth are you, John? She mumbled, peering into the parlour. Jonathan had been missing for the past few days. He'd been a member of the Deveraux service for over 20 years, as had his father and his grandfather before him, and so on. John knew the best-kept family secrets and guarded them well. The man was the soul of discretion. Perhaps she should ask Juliet to track him with one of her powerful spells, but the Grand Witch had enough on her plate already. Tossing her the mystery of the missing butler was far from ideal. Cassie was dashing out of the parlour, into the hall, when someone bumped hard against her shoulder. Excuse me, a hurried voice said. I'm expected. With a scowl, Cassie turned. There was Bram, handsome in a bespoken navy blue suit. No tie, casually unbuttoned shirt collar. He looked like a goddamned Hollywood star, with golden hair perfectly styled, cleanly shaved, polished image to a T, up to the dreamy fragrance of his expensive cologne. Bram usually presented himself decently, but this time he'd made an extra effort. Bram? Cassie frowned. With John away, everyone could just waltz into the manor unannounced. The thing was, she'd made sure to lock the door today, but prankster spirits had always roamed Deveraux Manor, so it hardly shocked her. Cassandra, dearest, he said, smoothing his hand over her shoulder. Forgive me, I didn't see you. Ça va bien, ma chère? He asked, kissing her cheek. She shrugged. Ça va? She replied, her thoughts adrift. Finally, she focused on the man standing in front of her. What are you doing here at this hour? It's almost midnight. You might as well ask Jeanette. Shaking his head. Juliet, Bram said. Not a trace of pain nor a hint of mourning for Cassie's beloved cousin loomed on his face. Truly, he had not loved her. But then why would he? Granny had arranged the match 10 years ago. She had done it out of the best intention, seeking to ensure Jeanette's protection once she departed. But fixed marriages... She sighed. As head witch, Cassandra had hoped to break the family tradition. But such privileges escaped her now that Juliet had returned. Are you all right? He whispered, leaning towards her. Huh? Cassie snapped out of her detachment. I was just saying she called me, Bram said. Quoi? She grimaced. Why would Juliet summon him here at such a late hour? Was she seriously considering marrying Bram? Non, c'est pas possible, she mused. I wouldn't want to keep her waiting, Bram snickered. Don't want to get on her bad side, do we? He teased with a quick tilt of his head, a raised eyebrow. He was a charming man, however heartless. Cassandra gave him a wry smile. She's in the studio. Absolutely loves that room. I don't know why. They made the walk down the portrait gallery in silence, a sullen hallway at this hour, bathed in dim amber tangled with the pale moonlight that filtered through the windows. As they approached the doors, Cassandra halted. She heard voices in the studio, Juliet's and a man's. It didn't sound like Ivan. The tone was graver, thicker, although too muffled for her to distinguish the words. She leaned closer, hoping to find out more. Bram's cell phone rang. "One moment," he murmured, turning back as he answered. "Will you stop calling me? I told you I'd take care of it. Now please, I am busy." Bram pressed the dial, ending the call. His cheeks blushed as he faced Cassie again. "I don't think she can see you right now," she mumbled, curious to learn the stranger's identity. It didn't sound like John either. "What?" He flinched. "Dearest, don't be ridiculous. We're practically family. Of course she'll see me." Bram brushed past her, spreading the doors open with a single sweep of his hands. He rushed into the room while Cassandra remained cautious by the threshold, searching for Juliet's secret guest with a discreet glance. But could this be? She saw no one but her, that was. Juliet was alone. Gooseflesh shot up Cassie's arms. She shuddered. "Cassandra," the Grand Witch said, mysterious, as she stood by the window that overlooked the estate's copse. Obviously, exhaustion had caught up with Cassie. Her mind was playing tricks on her. She hadn't slept well since the accident, and Dristan had had some influence on that account as well. But she pushed those thoughts away and focused on the question at hand. "Juliet, I must know," Cassie said, tired of tiptoeing around the subject. "Are you going to marry Bram?" Bram's eyes flew open. "Is that true?" he asked, dipping his hands into his pants pockets as he moved towards Juliet. Wonder and joy clashed in his countenance. Juliet calmly moved away from the window. She pursed her lips. A hint of vexation poured through. "Ivan could never keep a thing to himself," she jeered. "Juliet?" Cassie insisted. "Yes, that's what I told him," the Grand Witch added dryly. "Bram, please have a seat," she added, extending her hands over her Oxford grey wool dress. "Cassandra, dear, would you be so kind as to close the door on your way out?" Such a posh manner of kicking her out of the studio. Cassie's lips moved, but no words came through. "Thank you, dear," Juliet finished with a warm smile. Cassandra had no choice but to do as she was told, so she backed away to the door while Bram settled on the comfy couch, as though he owned the place. And in his mind, he probably did. She closed the sliding doors. The minute they shut, she softly bumped her forehead against the wooden panel. Merde, she whispered. Whatever went on inside that room could mean nothing but trouble. It had taken Cassie months to get a firm grasp over the family's affairs, dealing with lawyers and accountants, fixing old paperwork. And yes, it had been as boring as it sounded. She wouldn't let it all go to hell on Juliet's whim, not if it meant welcoming Bram into the family. "I have to hear this," she whispered. Closing her eyes, she tried to envision the grimoire's pages. She was sure she'd read a spell that would fit this unexpected scenario. Having an eidetic memory had never been so convenient. Page after page, she pieced together words and images, discarding those spells that would not help. "Aha," she said, opening her eyes. The spell she'd read required a mouse's ear, and unfortunately pest control had taken care of the estate's mice weeks ago. "There must be something else I can use," she mumbled. Cassandra slipped her hand into her jeans pocket. She took out her AirPods and placed one inside her ear. "Audiam Vatiti," she whispered, placing her other AirPod on the door. "This will never work." Cassie closed her eyes and got ready for disappointment. "Bram, I'm afraid past events have prevented us from having this conversation." It was Juliet's voice. Cassandra could hear her loud and clear. "Bravo." "I am forever in your debt after what you did for me," Bram said. "Someone had to take care of the old man and his minions." "Bram, you arrogant bastard." "It was an unfortunate accident," Juliet assured him. "Accident or not," he sniggered. "You cleared the way and delivered me full leadership of the Drakens. And for that, you will always have my unconditional loyalty." "I will need that loyalty," Juliet added. "Tell me, when was the last time there was a shifter in your family?" "Oh, I don't know," Bram said, noticeably shaken. "I've heard the stories, of course. The Grand Warlock, Willem. You were married to him, weren't you?" "I was." "Well, I've never met one," Bram huffed. "A dragon shifter, that is." "It is as I feared," Juliet whispered. "Magic is withering in our blood. We need more allies, other warlock families, to strengthen our power and position in the world. Are you speaking of marriage? He asked. A sudden dissatisfaction tinged his voice. Would you discard me that easily? Bram was the very devil, offering himself as a candidate for the Deveraux' head warlock seat. Cassandra thanked the stars Jeanette wasn't around to hear this. It would have broken her cousin's heart to realize her fiancé was no more than a gold digger. Wherever you are, ma chérie, Cassie whispered, you're better off without him. You're as handsome and promising a young man as any woman in my position would desire, Bram. Juliet cleared her throat. I'm sure you must be the most coveted bachelor in town. I won't deny that, Bram sounded pleased. But you see, I do not wish to marry, Juliet said. Not now, at least. What are your thoughts on my granddaughter, Cassandra? Is she not the most beautiful creature? Cassandra's eyes widened, her mouth agape. Was Juliet seriously trying to set her up with Bram Draken? Her late cousin's fiancé who'd practically just confessed to having had no feelings towards Jeanette whatsoever? The man was a spineless fiend. A sudden dizzying spell took over Cassie. She inhaled deep, trying to get a hold of her nerves. It took everything in Cassie's power not to burst open those doors. She's rather nice, Bram said. Cassandra would do best to keep her options open. My new position as head of the Drakens would prevent me from pursuing more than friendship with her, you realize. He paused. The cocky bastard. I'm expected to make a finer match now. I'm sure you understand. Cassie would have hexed Bram right then had she mastered the craft already. A hex cast by amateur hands could backfire or damage the witch's loved ones. I'd never marry you either, Bram, she muttered in the lowest voice. Out of the corner of her eye, Cassandra saw movement in the hallway. A man was peering into the gallery. Salt and pepper hair, a dark three-piece suit. He carried a small chest in his hands. John, she hissed, scowling as the butler disappeared into the hall. Cassandra wanted to run to fetch the man, find out where he'd gone off to so mysteriously, but her fate was being discussed inside the studio, and that anchored her to her spying post. Bien sûr, je comprends. Juliet spoke with a measured temper, self-possessed as usual. You know, I think it's for the best. Cassandra has too many responsibilities as it is. Why, what do you mean? Bram mumbled, intrigued. You do know. Even though I've returned to the world, Cassandra remains head of the family, Juliet added in a nonchalant tone. Legally, she's the heir to the family's estate, which includes a vast trust fund. She's an admirable young woman. A moment of silence followed. Bram harumphed. I was not aware of the situation, he said. I'm quite sure my family would find a way to accept her, and I would be more than happy to take such a burden off her shoulders. Bloody hell, no. No, I believe you were right, Juliet said in an unruffled tone. It's best she keeps her options open. Touché. The Grand Witch won Cassandra's favour once more for exposing Bram's shallowness so wittingly. Tiny paws dug into the back of Cassie's legs and made her knees buckle. She looked down to discover the precious golden sheet soup-up, wiggling her tail, ready to play. Not now, Pixie, she whispered, batting her hand in the air. Go away. But Pixie paid no mind to her words. The curious puppy cocked her head to one side and whined, wiggling her tail harder. Hush, Pixie, Cassie hissed. You'll get us caught. The adorable little devil with wide dark eyes inhaled deep and produced such a loud bark that the sound echoed in the long hallway. Is someone at the door? Bram said. Heavy footsteps headed her way. Merde. Cassie swept up Pixie from the ground and ran away as fast as she could, while Pixie licked her face, cheerful as she figured they were finally playing. Chapter 32. Alive? Elisa said, unnatural fire burning in her fierce blue eyes. That witch is alive? But that's impossible, Ivan. How can you be so sure? Her world was crumbling before Ivan's eyes, a spectacular sight from where he sat. Ivan had never seen her so off balance, so shaken by, well, anything. Elisa Lockhart's strength relied majorly on her ability to detach herself from all matters, an icicle of emotions. Nothing could touch her. But Ivan's revealing story had done more than that. Oh, it's her. Ivan nodded, raising his brow. And she's back, I can't believe this, she mumbled, frantically pacing the room. She should be dead. She was dead. Elisa stopped to glare at him, troubled. And you, she added, now piercing Ivan with a harsh stare. What were you thinking? Delivering me the news so casually, as if Juliet's return did not defy every certainty we've ever had about her kind. She took a hand to her quivering crimson lips. This changes everything. Of course it does. Ivan sprung to his feet, helplessly triggered. I used to be perfectly content before all of this happened, you know. That's just life, isn't it? Tristan said under his breath, relaxed as he opened a bottle of Bordeaux. There's always a bump on the smoothest road. A bump? Ivan gave an incredulous look to his maker. Juliet Deveraux has risen from the grave after being dead for 300 years. The bloody Ursa King wants our heads. Tristan, this is hardly a bump. Does it matter? Tristan poured a glass and offered it to Ivan, who grabbed it without even thinking. Ivan wanted to drink himself senseless, to drive his worries away and quiet the tormenting pain of Juliet's rejection. Because that's what she'd done, hadn't she? She'd discarded Ivan all too quickly, favouring the Draken boy. How dared she? Ivan poured the drink down his throat in a single swig. Best to keep the hurt at bay, rather than risk being consumed by it. I'm afraid you're losing perspective, my boy, Tristan said, standing beside him while the blessed elixir splashed into his glass. Your riddles are lost on me, old man. Ivan exhaled, tired and incapable of entering a battle of wits with his vampiric father. Tristan drew nearer, a knowing smile twisting his lips. What I mean is, he said, inching forward, his voice so intimate it made Ivan shudder with excitement. Don't forget why you're here. His maker's powerful suggestion gave Ivan pause to reconsider. Why had he travelled to Paris originally, before he even knew of Juliet's return? Cassandra, Ivan mumbled. His blood boiled as he recalled the unspeakable damage Antoine had inflicted on her. Not only had she lost her one true love, but she grieved the loss of her beloved cousin, and now she was stuck with her great-great-great-great-grandmother, back from the dead. The fact that the woman's mind was riddled with delusions of grandeur only made matters worse. But would that be enough to tip the sweet girl over the edge? Had Antoine been right to dread an imminent tragedy within the walls of Deveraux Manor? No, that was impossible. Cassandra had promised never to attempt against her life ever again. Ivan locked eyes with his vampiric father. Why had Tristan steered his attention in this direction? Did he suddenly care about Cassandra's fate? Just exactly how much did he know about Ivan's beloved Deveraux witch? Tristan, he whispered with the lowest voice, willing to tackle the matter that instant. Oh, go on! Side with them! Elisa intervened, glowering as she folded her arms over her chest. Damn you, Tristan. You'll stop at nothing to be rid of me. This has nothing to do with you or what you did to me, Elisa. Tristan spoke with an eerily dispassionate voice. I've already forgiven you for killing me. Elisa held his stare, lacking the slightest sign of repentance. Have you? She said, cynical to the core. She would not lower her guard on account of mere words. Elisa made no effort to conceal her lack of faith in Tristan's clemency, and in all fairness, Ivan doubted him as well. You were young, Tristan added in a reassuring tone. You lacked the proper guidance in the ways of the blood. No offence, Ivan. His maker raised a hand, expecting to appease Ivan's temper. None taken, Ivan said under his breath. It's not like you stuck around to teach them to me. A brief smirk tugged the corner of his lips as he tilted his glass towards Tristan. Take that, vampire dad. Ivan's witty rebuttal gained him a disapproving stare from his maker, and he took it as his tiny victory after decades of Tristan's estrangement. The old man had risen from the grave in 1986, yet he'd failed to seek out Ivan sooner, and his fledgling was unwilling to let that go, at least for a while. Fear drove you to commit such a heinous deed. Tristan stopped in front of Elisa, offering his hand to the fiend who'd slain him back in the 17th century. You mustn't fear me anymore, he whispered. It's all in the past now. Tristan's cool demeanour sent shivers down Ivan's back, because at that moment he recognised in his vampiric father the fierceness of nature. The same stillness had swathed the valley where he and Viktor had struggled to survive the lake's icy waters. Nature's serene surface had belied its lethal viciousness, and he couldn't help but wonder, Would it be the same with Dristan? Elisa's wary gaze shifted towards Ivan, seeking to measure her brother's reaction to Dristan's generous peace offer. Ivan stared back and offered her no reassurance, but Elisa took Dristan's hand and rose from the seat, regardless. "I want to believe you," Elisa said dryly. "We used to get along just fine, the three of us." She paused. "We'll need each other if we are to survive. Paris must be swarming with warlocks by now, not to mention that rotten witch, Juliet. She's not to be trusted. Juliet Deveraux would be better off 6 feet under." "Don't say that," Ivan whispered, hurt by the sole thought. "Seriously, Ivan?" Elisa took both hands to her hips. "After all this time, you still cannot see it. She's not one of us. She will always look after her kin." "This is not the time to quarrel with the witches," Dristan intervened. "We'll need their help to stop the Ursa shifters from destroying us." "Us?" Elisa flinched, looking back at the old man. "What would they want with you, Dristan? We're the ones who killed their precious emissaries." "He's right," Ivan said, sitting on the couch, glass in hand. "Shifters are vengeful creatures. Their thirst for blood will not stop with you and me. They'll go after every member of my vampiric family before reaching any kind of satisfaction." Ivan drew the glass close to his lips, drinking the crimson dregs of wine. The faces of his beloved offspring flashed in his mind's eye. Philip, the most beautiful creature inside and out, with the fairest heart ever to bloom amidst the damned. And Antoine, inexperienced and gullible, stubborn and intolerably proud, just as Ivan himself had been in his youth. Elisa's meddling with the Ursa kin had endangered them too. "Do not trouble yourself more than necessary," Ivan's maker said, pressing his shoulder. "We'll get through this." Ah, Dristan. Always reassuring, always the voice of reason. How had Ivan managed to survive without him these past centuries? "My mind is so burdened with my own demons," Ivan whispered, his somber thoughts now pointing to Viktor. "I have no choice but to trust you in your word." "I have a plan," Dristan uttered, perhaps taking Ivan's declaration as a signal to step up to the challenge. "Let's hear it." Ivan poured himself another glass of wine. He'd drunk enough to feel lightheaded, but that was far off from his aim. "First, you'll have to solve your differences with Juliet," he told Ivan. "It's imperative that the Deveraux remain our allies." "Good luck with that," Elisa said. A wry laugh escaped her mouth. "That's never going to happen with me in the picture." "Unfortunately, I agree," Ivan added. And having said that, he spilled the drink down his throat. When would he get so drunk that he'd stop caring about his endless problems? Truthfully, it wasn't happening fast enough. "There's no other way," Dristan said, facing Elisa. "You must do everything in your power to enter their circle of protection." Elisa, entering the Deveraux' inner circle. Wasn't that hilarious? Ivan released a grim laugh. This had to be the funniest conversation he'd ever taken part in. Either that or the precious alcohol was doing its job. Personally, I'd love to see that. Resting his chin on his palm, Ivan grinned, careless, as he flashed his fangs. "But it's not going to be easy." "I never said it would be." Dristan shrugged. He stepped back, heading to the door. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I am otherwise engaged for the rest of the evening." With a slight bow, he turned and left the room. Dristan Breck lived for the mortal theatricality. He fancied himself akin to the times, attached to mortal manners, which perhaps conveyed him a sense of his lost humanity. He could have simply vanished in midair without saying a word, but he'd chosen to walk away, as any mortal man would have done. "Finally, he's gone!" Elisa huffed, rising from the seat. She immediately patted her cashmere sweater's sleeves as though ridding it of dust centuries old, drizzled by Dristan's presence. "Ivan, darling." She moved towards him with the seductive strut of a tigress about to pounce on its prey. "There's something I must know." "It's about him," Ivan said, knowing full well where this conversation was headed. "Viktor." Biting her lower lip, Elisa snuck onto the couch and sat beside him. She took her time before speaking, carefully considering her words. "I must know if what you saw was real," she said softly, gliding her hands over his. "You know it was," Ivan muttered, bothered that she'd even consider the alternative. "I haven't lost my mind, if that's what you're trying to say." Elisa pouted and tilted her head, pressing his hands. "Darling, don't say it like that," she breathed. "You know I'd believe anything you tell me." "Whereas I cannot trust a single word you say," he mused, his gaze lost on the hearth's flames. She offered no reply. When Ivan looked at her, he discovered the glimmer of tears gathering in her eyes. Elisa's blushing lips pursed, struggling to contain the hurt caused by his harshness. "Forgive me," Ivan whispered. His hands were now folded over hers. "I shouldn't have said that." "No, you should," she said in a frail voice. "Ivan, I've failed you time and time again. But surely you must know I've never meant to. I love you." Something stirred inside him as he dove into the darkness of her widened pupils. Elisa's earnest confession had cast deep ripples in the shadows of his damned soul, if indeed he had one. "Don't," he interrupted, rising from the seat. That was not a conversation he cared to have at the moment, so he steered it back to a safer place, a place where he could feel more at ease and in control. Juliet had seen him too. Elisa inhaled, gently clasping her hands over her lap. She shuddered as she exhaled. "Has he returned to haunt you?" she asked, trying to sound casual and calm, but ultimately failing. "Of course he has," Ivan stammered, pacing in the room. "He'll stop at nothing to drive me mad." "Darling, please," she begged. "What can we do to stop him?" "Dearest Elisa." Her words should have not surprised him, yet there he stood in awe of her keen sense of loyalty. But loyalty and fidelity were two completely different things, weren't they? The point was, Elisa would see Viktor's spirit destroyed, her own brother, rather than having Ivan suffer at his expense. "Juliet found a way," Ivan said. "A spell or something like it." "Well then, she must use it at once." A hint of fury tinged her voice. "Why hasn't she?" This was by far the most uncomfortable conversation she and Ivan had ever had, which was saying a lot. Ivan hesitated. "We quarrelled." "Why?" "Because of you." "Oh, I'm flattered," she teased. "Now go and make your peace with her, so she may cast this spell. And once she's done it, you can forget all about her." "Is that what you'd do?" Ivan asked. He couldn't help being cynical. Elisa had hurt him before in more ways than could be told. "This is not about me," she said, wounded. "This is about us getting rid of Viktor." Elisa frowned. "God almighty, I wonder if he's got a bone to pick with me." "Of course not." Ivan uttered a brief laugh. "You know perfectly well why he's chosen to haunt me." Elisa looked away, clearly upset. "Don't say it." "It's because I killed him," Ivan said. "Do not speak those words," she said in an outburst. "You know they're not true. I am undeserving of your blind faith." Ivan sat on the couch's arm and gave his sister a smug look. "Elisa, I am not the compassionate being you would have me be. I have done things which remain so despicable to me as you cannot possibly fathom." "You're a blood drinker," she said, kneeling on the seat until they were almost at the same eye level. "Hideous crimes are part of what we do. That in no way makes you Viktor's killer." Elisa smoothed her hand on his jawline. "What happened in that lake?" Enough. A knot built in his throat. Tears loomed in his eyes. "I can't. I won't go back there. Please, don't make me. We never talk about it." "I'm tired," Ivan said, getting off the seat. "And drunk. I need to lie down." He took a hand to his forehead as a sudden dizzying spell appeared. "Leave, stay. Do as you wish. This house is yours." Unlike Dristan, Ivan had little care to keep mortal appearances. So, having said those words, he vanished into the ether, away from his lair and his beloved sister, to a place where he could find some peace and deliverance from his sins. Chapter 33. The problem with hanging out with vampires lay in adjusting to their schedules. One could hardly keep up with their pace without losing connection with normal day-to-day life. Vampire-induced jet lag, Ivan would call it. And Cassandra had it. She had been tossing and turning in bed, trying to return to the nocturnal habit, when the ever-present image of Dristan Breck flashed in her mind. In the sanctity of her old bedroom, she could admit just how addictive he was to her. A man of scarce words, powerful in meaning. And then the overwhelming way he looked at her, with silent admiration, It made her feel strong and beautiful, as if nothing in the world could ever harm her. Not the slightest condescension stood out in his demeanour. Dristan treated her as an equal, which on all accounts she could not say about Antoine. Everything with Antoine had been child's play, and the magic of his romantic impulses had slowly faded over the years, although she'd refused to admit it back then. Cassandra hugged her plush pillow. She hated comparing Dristan to Antoine, but how could she not when every damn action of Dristan's raised the differences between the two? She closed her eyes tight. "Sleep. Go to sleep," she hissed, pulling the covers over her head. What was it about them? What made blood drinkers so terribly appealing to her? Oh, but she already knew the answer. It was the way they approached life with such a joie de vivre despite the burden of their sins. Dristan silenced the voices of his victims, whereas Ivan thrived on keeping up with the latest trends, never missing a technological advancement. He even listened to podcasts now. Cassie's eyes opened. "The Vampire Podcast," she whispered. She pulled the covers away and swept her phone off the night table, immediately shuffling through the many shows until she found the one Ivan had praised so enthusiastically. The Bloody Society presents The Vampire Show, now live. Cassie slipped on her AirPods and readied herself for some entertainment. Maybe she'd doze off and finally get some sleep. "And that was the latest gossip from the Devil's Coven," said a man with a British accent. "What do you make of those vamps, Scarlet?" "You know how I feel about this one, Laercio." Scarlet's velvety voice was soothing as ASMR and had a slight American inflection. "Without Bjorn, they've lost their charm. I don't know that they'll ever be as interesting again." "You know you're absolutely biased," Laercio sniggered. "You've had a crush on the Skull Splitter for centuries. Where is Eric Bjorn anyway?" "Beats me," Scarlet said, and the brightness of her voice revealed she smiled. "Vampire listeners, give us a call if you've seen the merciless Skull Splitter, Eric Bjorn, and lived to tell the tale, that is." "We're getting loads of messages from the Bloody Society members. They're asking about Sophie Betancourt's latest boy toy," Laercio said. "Know anything about that, Scarlet? You and Sophie are tight, aren't you?" "Well, I don't like to bite and tell." Scarlet uttered a short laugh. "But yeah, I've met him. He's a nice guy." "No, you'll have to do better than that." Laercio choked a laugh. "Give us a name." Scarlet inhaled deep. "She's going to kill me for this," she said with the same paused, entrancing voice. "The guy's vampire royalty. The youngest of the Lockhart household." Cassandra's eyes widened. Her hands went numb. "Whoa, Lockharts are hard to catch," Laercio said, impressed. "The youngest of the bunch." "Who's that?" "Philip." "His name is Antoine," Scarlet said. "Tall, dark and handsome. He's a dream." "You've always had a soft spot for brooding vamps," he teased. "Not so." Scarlet broke her composed demeanour and giggled like a smitten schoolgirl. "You still have a shot there. Everyone knows Sophie's a little heartbreaker." He paused. "I give him a month, tops." "If you're listening, Sophie, please don't hate me," Scarlet said into the microphone. "And I'll see you both in London. You know when." "Wow, vampires are going crazy on our YouTube channel," he said. "Let's just read a few messages, shall we?" Here we go. "Sophie Betancourt is a spoiled vamp. Sophie's vampire trash. Sophie will break Antoine's heart and have it for dinner. Whoa, people, cut these lovebirds some slack. What do you think of the match, vampire boys and girls? How long will the romance last? Send your messages to..." Cassandra tossed the phone to the foot of the bed. "Brûle en enfer," she said, anger escalating in tempestuous waves. She couldn't believe Antoine had made it to the level of becoming the core of his kin's small talk. Well, at least some good had come out of listening to the Vampire Show. Cassandra had discovered she was no longer hurt when she heard Antoine's name. She was angry at his betrayal, violently so, but now she knew that given the chance, she'd never take him back. Chapter 34. Ivan would never admit happiness had filtered into his twisted heart when Dristan forced him back to Deveraux Manor. That did not mean he felt comfortable returning to the magical grounds, as he had no certainty whether Juliet would show herself forgiving. And then there was his pride, obnoxiously getting in the way, hindering every footstep on his walk towards the house, which was why he now skulked in the Manor's copse. At length, he came about the rusty gates of the forlorn garden. Curious how he'd found the place without even looking. A long time had passed since his last visit. Multicoloured orchids and bromeliads topped the stone wall at the entrance. Beneath a carpet of dried leaves, a hint of the old cobblestone footpath scarcely emerged, luring him inside. The garden, redolent of moss and soaked earth, looked exactly as he remembered. Few fragrances evoked powerful memories in him. Among them were the musty Venetian air, the fresh maritime perfume of San Francisco Bay, and the one from this forsaken field, which invariably reminded him of a jungle after the summer rain. "That's odd," he mused, slipping his hands into his jacket's pockets as he examined the open gate. It was old and corroded, and all but crumbling to pieces. This should be closed. The Deveraux kept it locked as a matter of principle. Ivan himself had leapt over it more times than he'd care to remember. Pitch darkness lay beyond the threshold, enticing, welcoming. Leaves rustled in the trees when a soft gust of wind brushed past him, drifting inside the pathway. And then little by little, the wind awakened the creatures of the dark, and their music rose from the garden. A soft croon, gently calling him, seducing him into its black mouth. Any mortal man would have fled from such an ominous setting. But Ivan was not mortal, and he hated being predictable, so he stepped inside the garden. His vampire eyes quickly adjusted to the lack of light, and soon he sauntered through the cobblestone footpath. Water trickled in the distance. He followed the sound that was leading him to the garden's core, and there he found the pond, and in its centre stood its faithful guardian, the stone angel with a pitcher in his hands, spilling water in a never-ending cycle. Ivan inhaled deeply, more shaken than he'd expected. This forgotten garden had impressed profound meaning in his life. It had witnessed the first spark of love between him and Juliet, and it had also seen their bitter farewell when they'd parted ways. She married the heir to the Draken legacy, and he went off to Venice, striving to salvage what had been broken after Elisa's betrayal. And then it struck him. Not a leaf in this garden remained unturned, nor a petal floating on the rippling waters had changed position. For all its beauty, something unnatural reigned in the Deveraux garden. "It's magic," he whispered, and his voice twined with the sullen song of crickets and nightingales. "This place is as cursed as I am." Truth be told, the garden piqued his interest like no other place, but Ivan did not roam these grounds to satisfy his whims of exploration and discovery. He was here to see Juliet, to make sure she was safe from Bram Draken's claws. He had to protect her, the hero that he was, yet he'd chosen to linger in this copse instead. Beams of moonlight filtered through the tree-branched ceiling, scattering across the pond's waters. It held him spellbound, the way the pale light infused life in the garden, awakening all creatures from their slumber. Ivan promised himself he'd relish in the garden's dark beauty, a few more minutes before heading to the manor. He sat on a boulder by the undergrowth, hugging his knees, while he contemplated the magical scenery. Ivan would take care of Gavril Alexiv and his shifter clan himself, he decided. What he really wanted now was to mend the mistakes of his past. He hadn't fought for Juliet 3 centuries ago. Blinded by his vanity and pride, it had never occurred to him that losing her was a genuine possibility. He'd taken Juliet for granted back then. He'd neglected her. Hell, he practically pushed her to marry the Draken heir. But this time it would be different. This time, Ivan wouldn't let that happen. Juliet would not marry Bram, or at least not without hearing him out first. Twigs broke nearby. A flash of white moved amidst the trees. At first he thought he'd imagined it, but then milky white bare feet appeared in the clearing's ridge. At the first glimpse of Juliet's strawberry red hair, Ivan leapt back into the shadows, feline and swift. Juliet's long hair glistened in the dark, with an ethereal gleam, a wondrous delight to vampire eyes. Only immortal creatures could capture the magnificent radiance of the daughters of magic. Light as pale as the moon's, beamed off her porcelain skin. Slowly, she approached the pond's stone rim, and there she sat, dipping her hand into the water as she'd done ages ago. She peered over the pond, staring at the water where water lilies drifted, and then touched each other with delicacy. What compelled her gaze with such keen intent? What was she seeing? Ivan narrowed his eyes, wishing he could move closer. "I know you're there, Ivan," she said, her attention still anchored to the water. Ivan's pulse quickened, but he tried not to show his uneasiness as he stepped out of the shadows. "You sensed my presence," he said, confident this meant their souls remained akin to one another. "No," Juliet's stare shifted towards him. "I saw you through the security cameras, prowling on the lawn." A ghost of a smile crossed Ivan's lips, so she had not read his mind or perceived his presence. That mattered not. "I should go," she said under her breath, retrieving her hand from the water. "Don't go just yet." Ivan stepped closer, his heart sending powerful echoes to his throat. "I must speak to you." "Whatever it is," she said, batting her hand to shake off the water. "I'm sure it can wait until tomorrow." "It can't." Urgency spiked in Ivan's voice. Restless, he shifted his weight from one foot to another. "I must say this immediately, lest I drive myself mad, hearing these words play in my head over and over again." "Well then," Juliet heaved a sigh. She stroked her arms, surely freezing in her light nightgown. "I'm listening." Ivan took a deep breath, summoning the courage to spit out the words his pride had prevented him from speaking before. He swallowed hard, entranced and defenseless, unable to part his gaze from the fascinating woman standing before him. "Juliet," he began, "ever since your return you have tortured me incessantly. Your presence has caused me nothing but heartache, painful reminiscing the rekindling of the guilt of my past choices." Clasping his hands behind his back. "From the moment I laid eyes on you again, I have known suffering like I have not experienced since my mortal years." Juliet knitted her brow. "Ivan?" she breathed. "Are you monologuing me?" He started. "What? What exactly are you saying?" "I love you," he said, and his breath hitched, and as the words drifted in the air, Ivan struggled to restrain his rising apprehension, but he pushed onward. "I've always loved you. I should have said so when we parted all those years ago. There hasn't been a single day since that I do not regret my silence." He paused. "When I walked away from you, in this very place, I did it knowing myself forever deprived of the truest happiness I'd ever known." Juliet's expression softened. She took her clasped hands against her chest. A glimmer of emotion gathered in her amethyst eyes, and her lips parted to speak. But no words came through. "All my guilt, the pain I've carried with me for 300 years is meaningless." He continued in a subdued tone. "The constancy of your affection overshadows it all. You loved me when I was a mortal man running away from his sins. You loved me in the dawn of my awakening, when I became the blood demon that now stands before you. You loved me in my weakness, when I lacked the courage to stay by your side and fight the forces that stood between us. You loved me enough to cast a spell that would bring you back from death, no matter how long it took. And you did all this with no promise of mine or reassurance, all for the slim chance of us being together. Juliet, I have been the most selfish fiend, and despite my damnation, you have loved me still." Ivan swallowed hard, sensing the warmth of tears building up in his eyes. "If there is even the smallest hope that I may aspire to win your heart again." "Arrête," she whispered, her voice delicate. A tear rolled down her cheek. She glanced away, taking a moment to collect her poise. "All I've ever done is love you," she said, the most earnest stare fixed on him. "Every moment of my youth that was worth living was with you. You opened my eyes to a life of freedom when all I'd ever known was duty and rules and obedience." She rose from the stone rim and took a step closer, her pale and delicate hands folded over Ivan's. "Was this a dream? Loving you has been my greatest achievement. You speak of it in terms of hardship and sacrifice, but to me, there has never been an easier feat." She paused. "I love you, Ivan. I cast that spell to be with you, and I do it all over again because every moment by your side is worth waiting for 1,000 lifetimes." And that did it. Her words broke him. "Oh, Juliet," Ivan whispered, falling to his knees. He gently drew her hands to his lips and fervently kissed them, and as warm tears blurred his vision, he looked to the ground, trying to prevent them from spilling. Juliet stooped down in front of him until they locked stares. Her fingers cradled his face as she leaned closer, meeting his lips in a kiss, laden with longing and intensity. She sank into his body immediately, the hard planes of his muscles enclosing her. "I will not marry Bram," she whispered, barely parting from him. The corner of his lips curled in a mischievous smile. "You better not," Ivan said, pulling her close to him once more. The need to tear away her damned nightgown and lose himself inside her pulsed hard in him, driving him to insanity. He laid her back on a carpet of soft grass and wildflowers, his eager hands pushing away the pale satin as he devoured her with sultry kisses. "Can we do this?" she whispered. Ivan sniggered. "We've done it before," he said, lowering his body over hers. Juliet blushed. "I mean, can we get away with it this time? You, a vampire who's drunk from the source, and me, the head of the most powerful family of witches." "We can and we will," he said, adamant. "Let the world burst into flames. Let the witches scorn us and my brethren damn us. Our love will outlive them all." Juliet's delight surfaced in her countenance unhindered. "I love it when you talk like that." "I know," Ivan said, arrogant bastard that he was. She couldn't help bursting into laughter, crisp and youthful laughter, that took him back to the days when he'd been mortal, and they'd spoken for the first time in the sacredness of this forlorn garden. And his heart swelled with joy, yielding as Juliet's soft hand smoothed over his neck, drawing him to the grassy ground. Sheer decisiveness took over her when she rolled on top, straddling his waist between her thighs, taking her time as she undid his trousers, and then gently lowered her body until he entered her. Ivan moaned, overpowered with desire, deaf to the voices that so often screamed in his mind. Juliet gave him peace like no other living creature could, and he longed for that stillness, that absolute silence in his heart that only she could provide. She was the eye of the storm, the welcoming beach after the wreckage. A low cry escaped her lips as her body convulsed under his hold, and Ivan called her name into the night, 1,000 waves of ecstasy rippling inside him. Ivan's eyes opened to the pristine sight of a white stucco ceiling with a floral pattern reminiscent of the Baroque era. In his mind's eye flashed the memory of the Deveraux' forlorn garden, its lovely pond, with so many wonderful water lilies floating whimsically, Juliet lying with him on the grass as they made love. Had this been real? Yes, it had, and it had been glorious. "Get dressed," Juliet said. A twinge of anger laced her voice. A pile of clothes landed on his chest. Ivan grabbed them by reflex and sat on the bed. He yawned, still groggy. "Am I missing something here?" he asked, glaring at the gorgeous woman standing in front of him. She wore a white-collared blouse with a necktie ribbon, a button-front black blazer, ankle-length pants, and black heels. Her wavy hair rippled over her shoulders in soft curls as she leaned towards him. Juliet's amethyst eyes remained impenetrable as they fixed on him. "Last night was amazing," he reminded her, combing back his hair with his fingers. "Why are you suddenly mad at me?" Juliet inhaled sharply, folding her arms over her chest. "I've spoken to Gavril Alexiev," she said, without inclination. "He's agreed to meet me later tonight." "Tonight? What time was it?" He swept the room with a glance, looking for a clock, to no avail. Had he slept throughout the entire day? How come he didn't remember getting here? Ivan winced, his head slightly pounded, and the pain promised to worsen over the next few minutes. "Gavril Alexiev?" he mumbled, taking a hand to his forehead. The name on her lips had shocked him and confused him even more. "You cannot be here when they come," she said, dashing to the bedroom's window. Fear gripped him when she suddenly pulled open the curtains, but he relaxed the minute his preternatural eyes met his precious darkness outside. "Get dressed," she insisted, clasping her hands. "You must leave this house as soon as you can." One more look out the window. They'll be sending scouts. The entire property will be surrounded within minutes. "Juliet," he mumbled with a tired voice as he slipped into the clothes. "How the hell do you know Gavril Alexiev? Why have you called this meeting with such urgency?" He paused, ordering his thoughts, and then he yawned again. "And most importantly, what the hell am I doing here, in your bedroom?" Ivan's last question seemed to shake her. Juliet pursed her lips, hesitating before speaking. "There's no time for explanations," she said, suddenly resolved. And once again, she looked outside the goddamned window. Wearing pants and an unbuttoned shirt, Ivan rose from the bed. Finally, he went to her. "There's always time," he said, willing to establish his annoyance. "Oh, all right," she glowered. "What exactly happened last night?" "You fell asleep after we—" She bit her lower lip, drifting her gaze downwards. With renewed conviction, she continued. "You slept so peacefully, I had no heart to wake you." "And?" he pressed. Once more she avoided his stare, fixing her eyes on her emerald ring as she turned it with her fingers. "I cast a spell, a very small one, to bring you home without tearing you from your slumber." Ivan's eyes flew open. "You... what?" "I had to do it," she dismissed. "Otherwise you would have been broiled by morning." Juliet checked her wristwatch, an exquisite Cartier vintage model with a golden dial and a dozen gleaming diamonds. "What else could I have done?" she added, shrugging her shoulders. "You could have wakened me up like any normal woman would have done," Ivan stammered with a frown. "Whatever this spell was never cast it on me again." "I won't," she replied with the same exasperation. Juliet's restlessness only increased. Something told Ivan that had these been different circumstances and she'd had the time for it, she would have argued with him non-stop. But she was in a hurry to get rid of him. "You haven't answered my other question," he said, reading her expression to the best of his abilities. "How do you know Gabriel Alexiev?" Crossed, Juliet huffed. She knew him well enough to realize Ivan would never let this go until she gave him an answer. "The spell I used on you has certain, shall we say, side effects," she said. "What kind of side effects?" Ivan narrowed his eyes. This couldn't be good, but he would hear it regardless. "The same as any powerful sedative," she harumphed. "The spell lowered your awareness to the point of sleep, but not so deeply that you could not speak when spoken to." Wait, had she said what he thought he'd heard? "You drugged me with some truth serum, and then extracted from me whatever information you wanted." This was unconscionable. "No," she said, aiming to soothe his temper. "It was a mild side effect. I never meant to interrogate you." She paused, interlacing her fingers. "When I brought you here, you spoke about Gabriel and your troubles with the Ursa Clan, and you did so out of your own free will. I asked nothing." "Damn it, Juliet," Ivan scowled. "You cannot do this to me ever again." "I've already agreed to it," she said, bothered. "And I will do everything in my power to appease the wrath of the Ursa King." That was good news, he supposed. "Is Elisa included in your plan?" Ivan dared to ask, considering the circumstances gave him the upper hand. "I had no choice but to include her," Juliet muttered, and therein lay her anger, he guessed. "There is no middle ground where the Ursa Clan is concerned. It's always all or nothing with them." She paused. "Casting the blame solely on your sister would have only raised their suspicions, and would endanger all of us, my family included." "Juliet," he said, finally understanding her reasons, and how once again she'd risk it all for him. Ivan felt rotten for ever doubting her. "Thank you." "Do not thank me yet," she said, buttoning up his shirt a bit roughly. "I am so mad at you, Ivan. Killing an Ursa shifter, what were you thinking?" "Clearly, I wasn't thinking at the time," Ivan mumbled. Juliet had finished buttoning his shirt, and now she reached for the suit's jacket. "They came after us, chérie. I had no choice." "I'm sure somehow this was all Elisa's fault," she said through clenched teeth, folding the jacket over her arm. "We—" "Do not speak another word," she interrupted, pressing the jacket against his chest. She took a deep breath and exhaled the air sharply. "I will deal with this problem as best as I can, but you must leave this house at once before they come. The last thing I want is bloodshed in my ancestral home." Ivan slipped into the shoes and jacket. "Je t'aime, chérie," he said, leaning towards her to steal a quick kiss from her lips. "You're the most wonderful woman in the entire world, and I am the luckiest man to have found you." Slowly he stepped back and turned, heading to the doorway. "And I forgive you," he added, walking out the door without looking back. Chapter 35. Howling winds blew on Deveraux Manor that evening. the kind that admonished the imminent onset of winter. Samhain was drawing near. Cassandra usually looked forward to the time when the veil between the dead and the living grew thin. It was the moment she felt closer to her beloved ancestors. But how bemusing it was, knowing this time the most powerful witch in her lineage would join her as the sun set into the darkened horizon, not in spirit, but in true physical form. Cassandra hugged her arms, rubbing her sweater's wool sleeves with her icy hands. It would take time for her to adjust to this new reality. And as she stood on Deveraux Manor's frontispiece, watching as tree leaves fell and were swept up by the breeze, it dawned on her. Samhain would be quite different this year, for another beloved family member waited behind the veil. Jeanette. Muffled thunder rumbled far away. A gentle drizzle wet the cobbles of the driveway. She returned to the house. It had rained on and off since morning, and despite the dire overcast weather, Deveraux Manor gleamed at its coziest. Every hearth in the manor roared alight, propagating the subtle fragrance of oak into the air. But she picked up another scent as she wandered through the marble hall. It was the luring aroma of freshly baked apple cinnamon bread. Cassandra followed the aromatic trail into the kitchen. On the work table, she spotted the steaming loaf of bread. "Oh my goodness," she mumbled, mouth all but watering as she pulled open the drawer, ready to carve a big slice for herself. "Good evening, mademoiselle." Cassie lifted her gaze. Standing by the doorway was none other than John, whom she deemed to name John the Mysterious for obvious reasons. "John," she said, putting the knife on the table and her hands on each side of the plate. "Would you like some tea with it?" he asked, most politely. "I will serve it to you in the parlour, if you wish." "No, that won't be necessary." Cassandra shook her head. "John, I have a few questions for you." She had to find out the reasons behind his disappearance. Running into him had become nothing short of a miracle. John was up to something, and she was determined to discover it. "Questions, mademoiselle?" he asked, clasping his hands behind his back, squaring his shoulders. She could tell her presence in the kitchen rattled him, like an unrelenting itch, impossible to scratch. Not until she left, that was. "I've noticed you haven't been around as of late," she began. Of course, the man was entitled to have his secrets, but not when he suddenly went AWOL. Cassie pursed her lips. She did not want to come across as intrusive, which she absolutely was anyway. "I would like to know what has been keeping you away from the house." There. She'd found the perfect way to address the situation, without seeming like the prying creature she was. John showed no reaction to her inquiry. The man was the perfect example of stoicism. No tension surfaced in his square jaw, not a trace of a wrinkle on his smooth brow. "Errands, mademoiselle," he said simply. "Errands," she repeated, leaning forward, waiting to hear more. "Cassandra," Juliet called. The voice came from the hallway. Juliet had actually made the long walk to the kitchen, searching for her, so this had to be important. "Where are you, child?" "Coming," she said, reluctant to abandon her conversation with John, and the bread. She gave one last look to the steaming loaf, then turned to John, who, for all his stolidness, had turned up the corner of his lips in the most beguiling hint of a smile. "You and I will talk later," she warned him, as if that helped. Cassandra wandered the halls of the manor's east wing and found Juliet as she was closing the ballroom doors behind her, a trace of nostalgia looming in her violet eyes. "You wanted to see me?" Cassandra spoke softly, fearing otherwise she'd tear her from the past all too harshly. "Oui, ma chérie," she said, sauntering to meet her. Juliet extended her hand, warmly inviting Cassie to join her in a stroll back to the manor's west wing. Cassandra accepted her offer. She locked arms with the Grand Witch, eager to find out more of her plans. "We have a special guest this evening," Juliet said, holding back noticeable excitement. A guest? The list of names scrolled in Cassie's mind, a bunch of them undesirables. The Deveraux were not known for standing out in society, but rather as an enclosed old family. It had been so for centuries, and with good reason. Drawing the spotlight had caused the destruction of many families of witches back in the day. "This is history in the making," Juliet added, as they reached the hall. Suddenly, she halted and locked eyes with Cassandra. "I want you to be there for it." Juliet's enigmatic demeanour caught Cassie's interest in full, but however intrigued, she couldn't help feeling suspicious and perhaps even a bit frightened. "Juliet," she cautiously said, narrowing her eyes. "What are you up to?" A subtle smile danced on Juliet's lips. "Business as usual," she whispered with a vacant gaze. "Family business, that is." Turning around, she moved on towards the gallery. Cassandra followed. "It has been a long time since this house opened its doors to an outsider," Juliet mused, her delicate hand smoothing the draperies in the portrait gallery. Her gaze wandered from the velvet drapes to the stained windows, and from there to the stuccoed ceiling with great admiration. "This is a new century," she said, speaking to herself. Juliet opened the doors to the study and entered. "Change is inevitable, n'est-ce pas?" "Is everything all right?" Cassandra hesitated to say. "Has this something to do with Ivan?" Bright laughter escaped from Juliet's crimson lips. She quickly took a hand to her mouth, caught in a moment's weakness where she'd broken all poise. "Everything does, doesn't it?" she replied, suppressing a smile. It was a pleasant sight, that of the genuine Juliet, unrestrained by social conventions. Cassandra only imagined the sternness of her education back in the 17th century. Women weren't allowed many liberties back then. The Deveraux could be praised for their forward thinking, their matriarchal system prevailing over hundreds of years, ensuring their survival. Yet such powers had come at a steep price. Arranged marriages were but the tip of the iceberg when it came to the several restrictions the women in her family had endured. Someone knocked on the door. Juliet's eyes widened. "Quickly now," she said, calling Cassandra near. "You'll stand here, by the window." There was no time to ask questions, no time to say anything, really. Juliet hurried about, swiftly fixing Cassandra's hair. With motherly care, she tugged Cassie's sweater to its proper shape and then glided her hands over her woolen short skirt, straightening away any wrinkles from the fabric. "There we are." Juliet stepped back, satisfied as she stared at her creation. She then dashed to the chair behind the desk, slipping into it while she pushed her heavy locks of strawberry blonde hair over her shoulders. "Come in," she finally said with a languid tone. The sliding doors opened. Between them stood John the Mysterious. Had he followed them all the way from the kitchen? No, of course not. John knew every passageway the manor concealed. They made for wonderful shortcuts when in a hurry. Cassandra peered through the door's narrow gap without moving from her designated post. Perhaps John had brought cake. The doors opened wider, and it soon became clear John did not carry a tray with cake and biscuits. Disappointing. "Monsieur Gavril Alexiev has arrived, mademoiselle," he solemnly said. "Please, send him in." Squared shoulders, straight back, knees closed together, and hands clasped over her lap. Juliet's impeccable posture never ceased to amaze Cassandra. "Yes, mademoiselle." John bowed. He gave a step back and the doors closed once more. Cassandra seized what precious minutes remained to speak with Juliet in confidence. "Juliet!" she all but hissed. "Who was Gavril Alexiev?" "Do not speak another word unless I tell you," Juliet said with the gravest tone. "But Cassandra began, but Juliet threw her such a harsh look that it stopped her from saying anything more. The doors opened again. "Monsieur Alexiev, mademoiselle," John said. He opened the doors wider and stepped aside, disappearing behind one. A man walked into the room, young, no more than 26. Slightly over 6 feet tall and well-built, he moved with extreme confidence and sensuality, not the least intimidated by the imposing surroundings. He wore a luxurious, black furred coat, black trousers, and turtleneck sweater. So this is Gavril Alexiev. Gavril threw his hands over his shoulders in one graceful movement, removing the furred coat which was caught by another man standing behind him. That man was blonde, tall as Gavril, with sparkling blue eyes and thin lips as expressionless as John's. Cassandra looked at Gavril once more. It was impossible not to. Lustrous chestnut hair rippled over his shoulders in soft waves that framed his countenance. His dark brown eyes gleamed in amber as they swept the room with an appraising glance. Such details would escape most humans, but not the eyes of a witch. Gavril stopped as he reached the center of the room. The sweater that hugged his arms and chest insinuated the powerful muscles underneath. The corner of his lips curled upward into a smirk, while he slowly removed his leather gloves. He then casually pushed up his sleeves, revealing an exquisite moon cycle tattoo inked on his forearms. Cassandra recognized it from the grimoire. It belonged to one of the strongest warlock families who also happened to be shifters. Suddenly, Juliet's odd behavior was beginning to make sense. For the first time in Deveraux history, an Ursa shifter had been welcome at Deveraux Manor. But for what reason? Gavriel folded his arms over his chest, his fierce gaze landing on Juliet at last. «Это хорошее место», he said in a low, husky voice. Juliet's countenance lit up with a glimmer of amusement. «We Deveraux have a special weakness for beauty», she replied. Gavriel lowered his gaze, and Cassandra could have sworn she'd seen him sneer. He played with the gloves between his fingers for a few seconds, then tossed them to his companion. «Где мы можем говорить?» he added, fixing his eyes on the Grand Witch. «We may speak here», Juliet said. «But please, French or English would be most preferable. My granddaughter, you see. She's not familiar with the Russian language». Genuine bewilderment surfaced on his face. Gooseflesh shot up Cassie's arms the moment Gavriel's fiery stare landed on her. «Your granddaughter?» he asked in sharp English, noticing the age similarity between Juliet and Cassandra. «So, the rumours are true. You have returned from the netherworld?» His accent was thick and sensual, and he allowed the words to linger, surely aware of the alluring effect it produced. «It's true», Juliet said dryly. The warlock's interest remained locked on Cassandra. A smile twisted his lips, piercing his left cheek with a dimple. Gavriel Alexeyev was an attractive man. His groomed stubble and dark mane of hair conveyed him an edgy style. He must have been the sexiest warlock Cassie had ever laid eyes on. His was a dark, quiet beauty, in a way that completely eluded Bram Draken's buoyant character. «For you," he told Cassandra, "I will speak in English." «Monsieur Alexeyev." With a subtle hand gesture, Juliet offered him the armchair that stood in front of the desk where she'd remained all the time. Setting boundaries was she. She was the Grand Witch, back from the dead, after all. «Call me Gavriel," he said, charmed by Juliet's old-fashioned manners. The warlock's eyes shifted from Cassandra to the second armchair in the room, perhaps wondering whether she would join them. But Juliet had placed Cassie near the window for a strategic purpose, she concluded. So no, she would not move an inch unless her great-great-great-great-grandmother suggested otherwise. Gavriel slipped into the chair after Cassandra's resolve became clear. «Your family has never shown an interest in my lineage," he began, one arm folded over his chest, the other on the chair's arm. He rested his temple against his fingers. "We've always considered ourselves slighted by your kin." The warlock did not seem to mind his bluntness, which in many ways came as a relief to Cassandra. She hated social tongue-twisters. Juliet clasped her hands on the desk, interlacing her delicate fingers. "The family has struck allegiance with the Drakens for centuries. I'm sure you're aware of it." She paused. "An alliance with another shifter clan would have given rise to a conflict of interest. Tu comprends?" "Ah, yes, the Drakens." Gavriel bowed his head in recognition. "Mighty warlocks, dreary enemies. But there hasn't been a dragon shifter in ages, has there?" "So it seems." Juliet gave him a faint smile. She knew more than she'd let on. It's shocking what a few centuries will do to one's blood. Then again, time changes everything. She furrowed her brow. "The advancements of this age hold such fascination for me. The internet takes my breath away. And FaceTime." Her eyes widened with wonder. "Are you familiar with these technologies?" "Very," Gavriel said, dusting off his knee with a flick of his hand. "Technology is one of my passions." Cassandra wondered what his other passions might be. As of this moment, she'd failed to discover Gavriel's character. Should she consider him a friend or foe? "It must be difficult for you, adjusting to the world's innovations." For the first time, Gavriel spoke free from pretense or any affectation. Had the enigmatic warlock begun to warm up to the Deveraux witches? "Indeed, it has been a challenge," Juliet said. "The tides of time are often unforgiving. One must flow with them, surrender to the waves of change. It's either that, or sink in a deep dark sea and perish forever." Gavriel knitted his brow. Then I take it you're ready to welcome my clan into the bosom of your lineage. It's possible. Juliet was charming but firm, delicate, yet unbreakable in her poised demeanor. I would require proof of your loyalty to the family. Gavriel's countenance grew alight with interest. A test? He said, amused. He turned to Cassandra once more, a hint of mischief twinkling in his dark brown eyes. I suppose, she said under her breath, a bit of indolence tinging her voice. We can call it that if it pleases you. And what would you require from me, Mademoiselle Deveraux? He asked in a paused, sensuous tone. Juliet straightened her posture. I hear there's been trouble with your kin, concerning some friends to the family. The family. That was them, the Deveraux, the only magical family that actually mattered, at least in their eyes, Cassandra decided. Her family had been selfish that way for centuries. As to which friends of the family had gotten into a row with the Ursa Clan, she had no idea. Vampires, he added knowingly. Yes. The Lockharts, of course. Gavriel smoothed his hand over his beard, trying not to give away much of his reaction. Cassandra's blood chilled in her veins as she heard the news. A little heads up on Juliet's part would have been nice. Why did she have to find out about it this way? Juliet pursed her lips. She swallowed hard, and then gave Gavriel a quick nod. Gavriel's eyes narrowed, ignited with spectral amber flames. He leaned forward in the chair, gripping both arms tight. Without question, he'd failed to conceal the great discomfort the Lockharts produced in him. The warlock's jaw tensed, the muscles in his neck stiffened. His chest heaved, each time caring less as his fury surfaced. Cassandra stepped back on an impulse, fearing Gavriel Alexiev might shift into a bear right then. Elisa, that treasonous viper, he began in a guttural voice. She stole the eye. She and Ivan killed 2 of my brothers. I am aware of this squabble, Juliet said, keeping her composure at all times. Let us deal with it rationally, shall we? This did not sit well with the Ursa King. Are you calling me an animal? He said through clenched teeth, slowly rising from the chair, feral and readily in attack mode. Cassandra's breathing hitched. Certainly not. Juliet's confidence remained unaltered, despite the warlock's rising temper. Slowly she got to her feet, gliding both hands over the desk. Her violet eyes grew alight with the magic stirring inside her. Gavriel, she said, what's past is prologue. Seize this moment and ensure your role in our kin's history. Centuries from now, stories will be told, relaying what happened in this room tonight. A faint smile thinned her lips. Let those stories be of exemplary loyalty and leadership. The cadence of her speech, the subtle soothing tone, this must have been a spell. Cassandra knew it. Juliet Deveraux was a powerful sorceress, and she had chosen a peaceful way out of the argument. Whatever she'd done, it worked. The Ursa King's wrath promptly dispersed. Gavriel nodded. You're right, he whispered. Then, turning to Cassandra, he threw her an appraising look, so dark in its intensity that it made her shudder. Have I frightened you, Princessa? Cassandra rubbed her arms, softly shaking her head. She would not speak a word, as instructed by Juliet. This was not a time to take any chances. I offer you a great opportunity, Juliet continued, drawing the Ursa King's stare away from Cassandra. Immediate relief took over her. The chance to be the first Ursa King, the only Ursa King, to achieve an alliance with the Deveraux family of witches. She paused. Would you like that, Gavriel? The warlock licked his lower lip. What would you have me do? He asked, subdued as he returned to the chair. Juliet slipped into the seat, locking her hands over the desk. All acts of violence against the Lockharts must cease, she said without hesitation. We shall seal our alliance with a ball, as is tradition. What about the eye? He immediately asked, defiant. What about Lucius Malevant's eye? I will personally see it is restored to you. Spreading her hands over the desk, she rose from the chair. You have my word. Juliet seemed eager for this meeting to be over. Meanwhile, Gavriel leaned back in the chair, relaxed as he considered the offer. Once more he glared at Cassandra out of the corner of his eye. Why in the world would he keep looking at her? Cassandra wished to become invisible with a blink, but she wasn't exactly the most proficient witch, was she? I will agree to these terms, Gavriel told Juliet. I have but one request from you. The air suddenly thickened. Go on, Juliet said in a low voice. Although the warlock's darkened eyes remained unchanged, the corner of his silken lips quirked up. That I have the first dance with your lovely granddaughter. Shock spread through Cassie's limbs in quick, chilling waves. With a silent gaze, she begged Juliet to refuse, but her efforts were in vain. Juliet would not look at her. Oblivious to Cassie's reaction, the warlock continued. Wouldn't that be nice? He said, pleased with himself. Now he turned to Cassandra. Would you like that? A charming smile followed his question, which seemed more rhetorical than proof of genuine consideration. Cassandra's every muscle went rigid. What the hell am I doing here? Why would Juliet drag her into such a significant meeting? Cassie was no diplomat. She hardly knew how to respond, or if giving an answer would defy Juliet's instructions. The Ursa King, perplexed by Cassandra's silence, cocked his head to one side. Is sparing the lives of 3 vampires worth a dance with me, Princessa? He pressed in a bleak tone. 3, Cassie said, breaking Juliet's golden rule. Of course. Gavriel got to his feet. The warlock took a few steps in her direction, sensual in every movement, aware of his sex appeal at all times. A few feet away from reaching Cassie, he stopped. Gavriel raised a hand and began to count with his fingers. Ivan, Alisa, and the other one. Ivan's maker, he said, trying to remember the name. Dristan, Cassie mumbled, blood draining from her face. Her hands grew cold, then went completely numb. That's the one, he said, smiling at Juliet. Such an unusual name, isn't it? But for all his charming demeanor, Gavriel Alexiev harbored more cruelty in his heart than any vampire or demon. He had shown not the slightest concern for the Lockhart's lives, trading with them as though they were cards on a table. Shifter or not, he truly was a monster. What do you have to say to Gavriel's offer, ma chère? Juliet asked, tearing Cassandra away from her detachment. You are free to speak your mind, my dear. No matter how bizarre, this was real. On a whim of fate, the lives of Dristan, Ivan, and Alisa depended on Cassandra. It was a vicious game, one she would have avoided playing had she not cared so much for the Lockharts. Suddenly, refusing Gavriel, Alexiev, was no longer an option. Cassandra slowly nodded. The warlock grinned, satisfied to have his way. The Princessa agrees, Gavriel cheerfully said, taking both hands to his hips. Consider our issues solved, Juliet. He gracefully bowed his head. Sasha, pashli, he said. The blonde man appeared out of nowhere. Seriously, where had he been standing all this time? Cassandra had no clue. Sasha offered Gavriel his furred coat, which he slipped on at once. The man, who seemed more of a bodyguard than a valet, opened the doors. That's a lovely coat, Juliet casually said. Gavriel halted, raising his brow. Thank you, he whispered. He's made a far better garment than he ever was an enemy. Juliet's face paled, for even she could not conceal the dread the Ursa King's words had inspired. The warlock stopped at the doorway. I do love a party, he turned to say. He winked at Cassandra and then slipped on his leather gloves, disappearing through the threshold in an instant. Cassandra exhaled sharply the minute Gavriel left the studio. She took a hand to her chest, unable to move as her heart galloped. He's a horrible man, she said, shaken to the bone. Juliet sauntered around the desk and leaned against it. I thought him rather handsome, she added in a mischievous tone. Cassie started. Juliet, how could she say that? Was she being serious? He wanted to kill Ivan, she reminded the Grand Witch. Juliet shrugged her shoulders. That's all past now, ma chérie, she dismissed. The Ursa King and his brethren will soon become our allies. I'm thinking Yule for the ball. Her wicked eyes narrowed. Yes, a winter theme would be most suitable. We must do everything we can to keep them pleased until then. She folded her arms over her chest and gently nodded. Keeping up with her grandmother's train of thought had so far proven impossible. The woman was a fast thinker. She deliberated by herself, asked and answered herself with more questions, and did all that in under a minute. It was truly remarkable to watch. "I'm afraid this might cause trouble with the Drakens," Cassie mumbled, looking outside through the window as Gavriel's men streamed out of the premises. The way he travels with a retinue of bodyguards, you'd think the man was a mobster. "I don't think Bram will like this." "Oh, Bram," Juliet huffed, rolling her eyes. "That boy would sell his own mother to the devil given the choice. Bram will see this is for the best if he wishes to remain in the family's good graces." "I thought you liked Bram," Cassie said. Perhaps Juliet's disenchantment stemmed from their last conversation, the one where he'd proven his shallow self. "I do," Juliet replied with a forgiving tone. "But Bram is young and foolish, spoiled by a life of luxury." She paced the room, stopping to hold the back of the armchair where the Ursa King had sat. "Gavriel, on the other hand, is a man. Do you not agree?" The Grand Witch bit her lower lip. "Shifter. Royalty." Cassandra shook her head, unable to understand Juliet's sudden endorsement of the heartless man who had just threatened to kill their vampire friends and lovers. "Everything turned out better than I expected," Juliet added, ringing the desk's bell. "We should celebrate." A flash of passion brightened her violet eyes. "I don't know." Cassandra leaned against the wall, hugging her arms. Could the Ursa King truly be trusted? But who was she to question her ancestor, who preceded her by centuries, and had far more extensive experience in dealings of this nature? "I'll ask John to fetch us some champagne," Juliet said, gliding back into the chair, opening her laptop. "I'll just make a quick search for the best brand." "About John," Cassie uttered, stepping closer to the desk. "Oui, ma chérie?" "It's just that lately he's been away from the house," she finally said. "Have you noticed?" "Mais oui, bien sûr." Juliet looked away from the screen. "I've sent him on a few errands." "Errands," she repeated, mindful that John had used the same word earlier. Was Cassie making too much out of nothing? Maybe. God knew she needed to get some sleep. "Oh, that reminds me," Juliet said. "You must call Ivan and tell him the good news." Cassandra flinched. "Me?" she said, taken aback. "Shouldn't you do that? He's your boyfriend after all." Juliet offered no reaction. Instead, she tapped the trackpad with her polished nude fingernail, entranced by whatever the LED screen displayed. "Please tell him the issue has been solved, and to be ready to come home Samhain evening," she added. "Would you do that for me, Sherry?" Finally, looking at Cassandra. "I'm terribly vexed at him at the moment. I'd like to spare myself from any more grief and relish in this bit of happiness." "Of course," Cassie whispered, baffled. "Samhain evening?" she had to ask. Juliet's eyes flew open. "The spell child," she said. "We're summoning Viktor Lockhart's spirit. Te souviens-tu?" A chill dropped down Cassandra's spine. Summoning spirits was no simple task. Philip Blackwell had once pointed out to her the dangers of meddling with the afterlife. And despite the vampire's warning, Cassie had summoned Granny's spirit back then. But whereas Annette had been the kindest soul, Cassandra was certain that would never be the case with Viktor Lockhart. "We're really doing this," she whispered, feeling herself fading with dread. "I've already emailed you the guest list," Juliet said, satisfied with her technological achievement. "It is all settled." "Mademoiselle," John called from the doorway, "you have a visitor." "Goodness," Juliet said, heaving a sigh. "The head of another warlock family, I wonder." Chapter 36. A tiresome weight had been lifted off Ivan's shoulders. His wonderful love, Juliet Deveraux, would appease the Ursa King's wrath. Having her back had changed his life in so many ways, and all of them geared towards improvement. For the first time in ages, Ivan could trust blindly in someone to solve his troubles. Absolutely liberating. He had complete faith in Juliet. The woman was brilliant, more skilled and more ingenious than him when it came down to solving any problem. She would work out their issues with Gavriel Alexiev and his minions, and soon it would all be a thing of the past, and they could focus on being happy again. The world could burst into flames, and all the rotten shifters with it, for all he cared. Having Juliet's love, that was all that truly mattered. Ivan had been by himself for too long. He'd grown used to being the lone wolf that prowled and hunted in the city. But now he had her, and that made everything infinitely better. "Are you listening to a word I say?" someone asked. Ivan swept the man standing behind him with a quick glance. His maker's leery countenance made him terribly attractive as he lowered his head to step into the shaft. Dristan's style had started to relax ever since their arrival in the City of Lights, trading away his bespoke suits for casual jeans and leather jackets. Still on the high end, but more down to earth, which made him deliciously approachable. "He's back too. Two of the most important people in my life have returned from the grave. How lucky am I?" "Honestly, Ivan." Dristan smirked, slowly shaking his head. "You choose the most peculiar hunting grounds. Are you taking me to the catacombs?" Ivan scoffed. "And I thought I was picky," he mocked. "The ceiling is a bit low, true, but you'll see what wonders await us beyond this lousy tunnel." "I can hardly wait." Dristan combed back his short mane of ash-blonde hair with a quick pass of his fingers. At length, they came upon a spacious room with a vaulted ceiling. Thick trellises clung to the crumbling walls of the once splendid orangery. Dense, overgrown foliage swallowed entire sections of the room, a controlled invasion of nature into the magnificent construction. Tree branches tangled above, and from them hung old kerosene lamps, radiating an amber gleam that built up the warm environment. Through the dome's crystal panes, the sky was clear and full of stars. A select array of Louis XIV-styled chairs and tables lay arranged in the room. No more than 50 people filled the exclusive club, a true secret in the heart of Paris. It satisfied Ivan to see his maker's countenance grow alight with awe as he discovered this treasure of his. "You were saying?" Ivan teased. Dristan gave him a wry smile. "I stand corrected." He dipped his hands into his jeans pockets, sweeping the room with a glance, taking in every breathtaking detail of the place where decay and structure clashed in a perfect balance. "Turns out the tunnel was a hidden passageway into this forlorn manor," Ivan explained, illustrating with a quick hand gesture. "The original owners left behind the house during the war. A few years ago, someone decided to rescue the old place. But the work took too long and drained their wallets, so they turned it into what you see today." He paused. "The perfect solution to raise their much-needed funds, isn't it?" "And illegal, of course," Dristan added in a lackadaisical manner. "And illegal." Ivan shrugged, ambling towards the most private accommodation. His need for isolation from mortals did not stem from repudiation. No, he loved mingling with humans. But tonight, he would have his father in darkness all to himself. "Which accounts for its secrecy, I assume?" Dristan slipped into the chair, scanning the conservatory's every nook and cranny. His profile gleamed against the subtle lighting. Details of his chiseled nose and smooth lips jumped to sight, and Ivan's wonder only increased, delighted in the precious miracle of having his maker amongst the living once again. A lulling beat echoed in the room, low and entrancing. In such a dazzling setting, Ivan could not help questioning reality. "Bonsoir, Monsieur Lockhart." Ivan came back from his detachment. A female server stood next to him, bottle of wine in hand, glasses ready to be filled. He'd only been there once before, so it pleased him to have won some appreciation in such a brief time. "Je me souviens aussi de vous, mademoiselle." Ivan accepted the wine, which she graciously poured for them. "I finally see why you like it here," Dristan said as the server walked away. "This place is—" His eyes widened, full of wonder. "Magical." Ivan gave him a knowing look. His maker's brow furrowed. "I know nothing of magic." Dristan grabbed his wineglass and took a swig. "Spend enough time with the Deveraux, and it practically grows on you," Ivan mumbled, raising his glass to eye level. "Perhaps." Dristan's expression darkened as he sat the glass on the table. He suddenly seemed rather brooding. But then, his maker's character inclined towards sulkiness, so that was hardly surprising. "How's everything going with Juliet? Have you solved your differences?" he asked. "That and more," Ivan boasted, leaning back in the chair. "Juliet should be speaking with Gavril Alexiev right about now." He couldn't help but smile, pleased with himself for making everything better for everyone. "Impressive," Dristan said, raising his brow. "And will she extend her protection to your sister?" "Of course she will," Ivan replied dismissively. However, Dristan's apprehensions had stung his confidence, as usual. He drew the glass close to his lips and took a longer swig this time. How can you be so sure? His maker pressed, relaxed as the vicious question casually rolled off his tongue. Because, Ivan replied. She said she would. Oh, I see, his father in darkness mumbled, turning his gaze away. I trust Juliet completely, Ivan added, rattled by Tristan's condescension. Now that caught his maker's attention. He suddenly locked eyes with him, otherwise inexpressive in his countenance. Do you love her? He had the audacity to ask. The boldness of his maker made Ivan flinch. I do love her, he said. I always have. Tristan rested his arms over the table, leaning over to reach Ivan in confidence. He made no effort to conceal his bemusement. Tell me something, he whispered. Is casting a love spell within a witch's power? Careful, Tristan. Ivan frowned. If you mean to imply that Juliet has somehow fooled me into loving her. No. His maker dismissed with a quick hand gesture. This is not about you. I would simply like to know if it is feasible. He licked his lower lip, ready to say more. I mean, there are such things as enthrallments, aren't there? What the devil is he talking about? Ivan reclined in the chair, genuinely worried for his vampire dad. Stop staring at him like he's freaking you out. Truly, Ivan said, folding his arms over his chest as he scrutinized his maker with a discreet glance. You seem to know more than me about the world of witches. I've been staying up late, mostly reading, Tristan said, pensive as he spoke the words. But you haven't answered my question. Can a witch make someone love them? Ivan slipped away the glass. I think not, he concluded, having mentally gone through any and all conversations with Juliet where the subject had risen. Tristan, he added, slipping a hand over his maker's, is everything all right? Everything's fine, Tristan said in a fatherly tone. Smooth as his voice was, it gave Ivan no reassurance. Go ahead, old man. Play your game. Sooner or later I will discover your secrets. I don't know, Tristan. Ivan stirred the dregs of wine in the glass with a subtle wrist movement. Lately you've seemed different. A bit distracted, maybe. His father shifted in the seat, clearly uncomfortable. It's the jet lag, he said, cleaning the corner of his lips with a napkin. I've been having some trouble sleeping is all. I know the remedy for that. Ivan's gaze pointed to the other end of the room where a pair of women sat. They were young and alluring, beautiful as they laughed over a quiet conversation. He turned to throw a mischievous glance at his maker, but Tristan's interest was already engaged elsewhere. Ivan, he said, his hazel eyes narrowing as they looked over Ivan's shoulder. Isn't that a fledgling of yours? A fledgling? Ivan had enough of those. The words made his nerves sizzle. Was it Philip? Oh, his heart longed to see his beautiful Philip Blackwell, the most gorgeous vampire the world had ever known. It felt like ages had passed since they'd seen each other, but Tristan hadn't met Philip before, had he? Ivan finally swiveled in the chair, scanning the room, searching the crowd for a familiar face. A loud group huddled by the entrance caught his eye. A party of 6 dressed to kill, fitted into glittering beaded gowns and pristine tuxedos. The gathering looked like they were pulled out of a red carpet event, driven to this place to continue the celebration. The horde moved on towards their seating, leaving one member behind. Holy hell, Ivan mumbled, helpless as his stomach churned. What the devil is he doing here? The man lingering in the entrance was Antoine Somerset. You've met him? Ivan asked his vampiric father without parting eyes from his devilish offspring, lest he was to disappear. Briefly, Tristan said dryly. By the looks of it, he would not elaborate further on his answer. Not that Ivan actually cared to hear the story at the moment. Antoine had wronged Cassandra in the worst way, at the lowest moment of her life. He'd abandoned her in her time of need, which made him the most detestable creature in the world. Fire burned in Ivan's veins. Seeing him so happy, as he stood at the club's entrance, cigarette in hand, cell phone pressed between his ear and his shoulder. I just might kill him, Ivan muttered. On the other side of the table, the silence was deafening, so much so that Ivan's awareness shifted towards his maker. Had he not listened to his threat? Why had he not scolded him immediately? Well? Ivan pressed with a frown. Scold me now, father of mine. Tell me that I'm wrong, that I should ease my fiery temper. I am waiting. And yet, nothing. Ivan harumphed. Do what you must, Dristan said under his breath, sliding his hands away from the table. He pushed his chair back and got on his feet. Not the kind of answer Ivan had expected, which puzzled him even more. Dristan, he said, looking up to meet his maker's eyes. Absolute detachment gleamed inside them. He couldn't care less about Antoine's fate. He's your son in darkness, Dristan added with indolence, shrugging his shoulders. Wait a moment. Had his mentor actually condoned the destruction of Ivan's offspring? The sole notion made him shudder. Fine, Ivan muttered, rising from the chair, mimicking his maker's posture. Ivan marched to the other side of the conservatory, where his offspring was tossing the burnt-out cigarette and ending the call. Now he stood directly in front of Antoine, waiting for him to acknowledge his presence. Antoine started the second his eyes met Ivan. Good. Ivan, he said with a nervous smile, pulling loose his black bow tie. Fancy running into you here, dearest friend. Friend? Heat gathered in Ivan's core like molten lava spreading to his limbs. His arms and fists suddenly burned. Next thing he knew, his fist clenched tight. He pulled his arm back and swung it forward, connecting it to Antoine's chin with one powerful blow that sent him flying back against the wall. Staring down at Antoine's bruised angelic face, Ivan straightened his shirt's cuff with a quick tug. I'm not your friend, he muttered. Gasps of consternation rose from the people in the club. Ivan sensed their piercing stares, morbid, scouting for the scene's gory details. As he stepped closer to his fledgling, Ivan spotted the trail of blood dripping vertically on the wall, meeting Antoine's cocked head at the bottom as he sat on the marble floor, confused by the blow. What the hell, Ivan? Antoine hissed, licking the blood that slowly dripped from his burst lip. Get away from him, Lockhart, a woman said. Ivan's chest heaved as he fought to reset his breathing to a normal pace. Annoyed, he turned to address this mindless creature who dared to intervene in a fight between two vampires. His eyes flew open as he discovered the woman's identity. If it isn't the infamous Sophie Betancourt, he mumbled, sweeping her with a scrutinizing stare. Light blonde hair, fitted red dress, crimson lips twisted in a threatening grin. So, this was Antoine's conquest, the vampire floozy. You'll step away from this if you know what's good for you, Ivan whispered. I bet nothing would please Bjorn more than knowing your whereabouts. Sophie's countenance paled at the mention of the skull-splitter's name. The female vampire's eyes glistened with dread as she slowly stepped back. This doesn't concern us, Dristan spoke in her ear. He gently took Sophie by the shoulders and escorted her to the entrance. Her other companions had fled the premises long ago. Vampires scared to death, all of them. The pretty server arrived at the scene, silver tray under her arm, flustered as she noticed the bloodstains on the wall and floor. Monsieur Lockhart, she said with the faintest voice. I'm terribly sorry for this inconvenience, Ivan said, and I'm sorry for what I'm about to do. A minor disturbance. Nothing to worry about. Please relay my apologies to everyone. Dinner is on me. A minor disturbance, the server repeated with a nod. She then turned away to carry out Ivan's command. Good old vampire tricks. A powerful stare fixed on Ivan's back. He discovered Dristan standing in the tunnel's access. Sophie had already left, but he remained vigilant, regardless. Dristan slightly raised his chin, goading Ivan to pursue whatever he intended to do to his fledgling. It shook him to the core to recognize such coldness in his maker. Who was this merciless man? What the hell was wrong with Dristan? But Ivan pushed his worries to the back of his mind. Antoine was here, and he had many questions for him, the first of which quickly rolled off his tongue. How dare you show your face in Paris? Ivan hissed, kneeling in front of his fledgling. Bruised and beaten, Antoine's silken lips twisted in a sardonic smile. The fiend. Was he enjoying this? Perhaps he was a masochist. Merde. Antoine groaned, leaning his head against the bloody wall. Any wound inflicted by Ivan's mighty punch had healed long ago. Ivan had not meant to cause such a bloody scene. Sometimes he forgot how much his strength had increased since taking the sauce. She told you. Only a fool wouldn't realize something was wrong, Ivan said, his fury gradually subsiding. Antoine, what the hell do you think you're doing? Antoine looked down at his shirt. He couldn't help wincing when he saw the blood drenching it. "Listen, Ivan," he said. "You don't know a thing about how bad it was between us." Ivan shook his head, disapproving of every word crossing Antoine's mouth. "You've really messed up this time." He bit his lower lip. "I've never seen Cassandra suffer so." "And what about me, Ivan?" Antoine glowered like an infant. "What about my suffering?" He pouted his bloody lips. "Don't mind me, but God forbid a Deveraux should ever shed a single tear." "Oh, shut up, Antoine." Ivan frowned, sitting next to him on the floor. A terrible realization struck him then. It weighed heavily on his heart. "I have failed you," Ivan mumbled, looking down. "I've been a terrible mentor." "Don't say that," Antoine whispered, pressing Ivan's shoulder. "This had nothing to do with you." But it did. It had everything to do with Ivan. What kind of example had he set for Antoine? Surely Ivan's no-strings-attached policy had not been the best influence. Oh, he'd failed as a vampiric father. "Don't do this to yourself," Antoine said, unbuttoning his shirt's collar. "Don't take the blame. This was on me and on Cassie, too." Ivan scowled. "How can you blame her?" he challenged. "Cassandra has done nothing but love you from the start." He paused. "She loved you as a mortal man, Antoine, and that in and of itself implies great merit." A mischievous laugh escaped his lips. "Hilarious." Antoine rolled his eyes back. Ivan soon recovered his gravitas. "She's also loved you after your awakening," he added. "Do you not understand how rare that is? Such a love should never be slighted nor rejected." The statement struck a chord inside Ivan. Had he not done the same to Juliet centuries ago? He'd chosen to abandon her, running after a frail promise of bliss. Oh, the sins of the father shall be visited upon the sons. "I lost Cassie the minute she became head witch of the Deveraux family." Antoine heaved a sigh. "I just didn't see it. Everything's changed ever since." "She's changed. I have not." "I'm sorry I punched you," Ivan mumbled. "That's okay," Antoine grunted, rising to his feet. "I should have never shown my face in Paris like you said." "I'm still angry at you," Ivan added, standing next to him. "I know." Antoine dug his hands into his pants pockets. "What will you do now?" Ivan had to ask. Antoine took a deep breath, then exhaled sharply. "Survive, Ivan." He pursed his lips. "That's all I know how to do." A bitter smile surfaced on his boyish face. Was there love still beating in his fledgling's heart? Love still binding him to Cassandra? Why else would there be regret and sorrow tainting Antoine's voice? And the way he moved, defeated as he entered the tunnel, head hanging low. His son in darkness halted to look back. "Jeanette's not Jeanette anymore, is she?" he asked. Ivan subtly shook his head. "I figured as much," Antoine said. "Please take care of her," he added, quickly disappearing inside the shadowy passageway. Antoine didn't mention her name. But Ivan knew he spoke of Cassie. Chapter 37. Mon Dieu. Juliet's violet eyes brightened, her lips stretching in a mischievous smile. "Do you see, Cassandra?" She folded her arms over her chest. "I have the gift of premonition." A soft giggle escaped through her lips. Cassandra turned to the doorway. "Looks like you'll live a long life, Bram," she smiled, gliding into the chair by the hearth. "Quoi?" Bram frowned, looking dapper in a navy blue three-piece suit, the subtle glint of diamonds embedded in his cufflinks. The minute he caught on to their witchy joke, he pursed his lips. "Oh, I see. You were speaking about me," he said, unamused. Bram Draken entered the room with a confident strut. He casually dragged a chair near Juliet's desk and sat promptly, crossing his legs in a figure-4 fashion. "I just walked into Gavril Alexeyev in the hall," he said, pointing at the doorway with his open hand. "Here we go." "Of course you did," Juliet said in a nonchalant tone, lowering her gaze as she closed the laptop. Bram's fury intensified. His sharp blue eyes ignited with spectral fire. "Care to explain what the devil is the damned Ursa King doing in Deveraux Manor?" he spitefully said. "Bram!" Cassie all but hissed. She clenched her fists, wanting to slap the entitled fool. But the Grand Witch remained serene, unwilling to engage in Bram's dramatic display. "This talk is beneath your stature," she dryly said. You're the head warlock of the Draken family. I strongly advise you to behave accordingly. Bram sprung off the chair, approaching Juliet within seconds. He slammed both hands on the desk and leaned closer. Don't tell me what I can and cannot do, he whispered. My family has been loyal to yours for centuries. You cannot snub us for another warlock tribe on a whim. Juliet exhaled sharply. I have done no such thing. She rose from the chair and sauntered around the desk to meet the Draken warlock. Breaking the distance between them seemed to work. Bram's temper gradually subsided, his expression now softened. Then why have you promised Cassandra to the Ursa King? He asked in the lowest voice. Cassandra's eyes flew open, stunned as she listened to such hideous nonsense. But then, something terrible came to her mind. What if that nonsense happened to be true? Juliet, she said. Bram, you are mistaken. Standing in front of him, Juliet held his shoulders with endearment. I have made no such promise. Bram started, confused. It was as if Juliet's touch had sent an unexpected charge through his every limb, the magical equivalent of smacking some sense into the man. Any remnants of anger quickly faded. But Gavriel said, he mumbled, knitting his brow. The Grand Witch smiled knowingly. She relaxed, reclining against the maple wood desk. Oh, Bram, she said under her breath. Gavriel has fooled you, and you've fallen into the trap too easily. Bram folded his hand over Juliet's and gently caressed the back of it with his thumb. Forgive me, dearest, he whispered. I should have known better than to trust that fiend. The Ursa King is our ally, Juliet said. You must learn to deal with him from now on. Our ally? A mirthless laugh escaped Bram's lips. There is no dealing with the likes of him, or any of those beasts. I'm sure you'll find a way, Juliet said bitterly. Avoid them at all costs if need be. My decision stands. Bram remained silent. He could not afford to oppose the Grand Witch's resolve, no matter how displeasing to him. Why are you here, Bram? Cassandra asked. Right. About that. Bram harumphed. I've met some inconveniences, you see. He combed back his golden hair with his fingers. My uncle's passing has unleashed certain legal hindrances which have compromised my usual cash flow and... Juliet glided her hand around Bram's arm. Do you need our financial support, dear? She asked, without an ounce of prejudice. Bram swallowed hard, clearly uncomfortable. A quick nod followed. I'd greatly appreciate, he began to say. Oh, Bram, none of that. Juliet's voice was reassuring. You are family, and family should always look after their own. A brief smile curled her lips. You must discuss this with Cassandra, she added, stepping back. She handles the estate and all that goes with it. I shall leave you to settle the arrangement. Juliet moved to the door. Suddenly she stopped. Bram, she added, looking back. Whenever you question my family's loyalty, remember this moment. She stopped to consider something that would remain unspoken. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a summoning to plan. Juliet clasped her hands over her lap, visibly pleased with herself. A glint of mischief shone in her violet eyes as she closed the doors. Cassandra sighed heavily. Such dense energy lingered in the room that she meant to cleanse it later with incense, or perhaps sage, or maybe even both. She sluggishly opened the desk's drawer and took out her checkbook. This had been her office, not that long ago. She valued Juliet's amiable nature. Ever since she'd returned to the world and installed herself in the manor, Juliet had made no major changes to their home. Cassandra's items remained just as she'd left them on the day of the accident. That terrible day. Cassie's stomach churned, how she missed her beloved cousin, and at the same time, she'd grown to enjoy having Juliet's company. Both sentiments clashed inside her, slowly tearing her apart. The time would come when she would learn to find a balance between the two. But one thing remained certain. Neither one would ever go away. Cassie, what was all that about? Bram asked, sitting on the desk's corner. A summoning? She sat on the chair. Juliet has plans for Samhain evening, she said, pen in hand. She wants us all here, You'll receive a formal invitation, of course. Wonderful, he nodded. About that loan, she began, ready to sign the check. Bram Draken cocked his head. Loan? He asked. Cassie, I don't mean to be rude, but considering we are family... Cassandra stopped writing. Have you been gambling again? She asked abruptly. Juliet had already left, so there was no reason for him to pretend. This is unconscionable, he flushed, quickly rising on his feet. I cannot believe you would throw this in my face. It happened one time. Bram dipped his hands into his pants pockets, flustered. Is it the casino, the one in Monaco? Cassandra asked, returning her attention to the checkbook. I'll just make this out to them. His mouth went agape, restless as he shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Do you not trust me to pay my own debts? He stammered, insulted as he could be. Cassandra lifted her eyes to meet his. So it is the casino, she said. As you said, Bram, we're family, and family looks out for each other. She scribbled her signature on the piece of paper. I have your best interest at heart, that's all. When I receive my full inheritance, he began, ready to threaten her perhaps. When you do and you're done with it, she interrupted, tearing the check away. We will still be here to support you. Bram's jaw tightened, his pride so wounded that he could not bring himself to utter a sound. He swept away the check from the desk and slipped it inside his jacket pocket. See you on Friday, Cassie said. In silence, Bram nodded and marched out of the room. Alone. At last. Ugh. Cassandra collapsed on the desk, extending her arms, gently bumping her forehead over her clasped hands. She had forgotten how miserable the job of a head witch could be. No wonder Juliet had not hesitated before leaving all responsibilities in her hands. The Grand Witch was perfectly happy throwing balls and organising a summoning, ordering expensive champagne from God knew where. Hold on. She looked at the laptop. Curiosity struck her when the question sprung into her mind. What if she could find out more about Juliet's mysterious errand? Would she keep a file with instructions? If there was one thing to be said about her grandmother, it was that the woman was the essence of order. Ever since she'd learned to use the computer, she'd kept files for everything. She wouldn't mind if I took a look. Cassie slowly lifted the laptop's lid. And then she noticed the most wonderful thing. Juliet had not closed the lid properly. Instant access lay before her. But what if she returned to the studio? Best to hurry up. She opened the laptop and saw the internet browser with the search for the finest champagnes. She minimized that, and a Word document appeared. It read, Sarwen Summoning, the 13th. The guest list, she mumbled. But the further she read, the more Cassandra frowned. That's odd. There are only 12 people on this list. Someone tapped on the window 3 times. Cassie started, her heart bolting into a gallop without warning. She pressed a hand on her chest, waiting for the beat to normalize. Again. The window tapped thrice. Don't be afraid, you're a Deveraux witch. Don't be afraid. Who's there? She whispered, closing the laptop. Through the curtain she saw a figure standing outside. It moved. Hesitant to pursue this, but resolved to bury her fears, she rose from the chair. A sudden gust of wind howled like a dreary ghost in restless weeping. Perhaps it was just the wind, nothing more. But once again, the winter breeze dashed through the lawn, wailing, this time longer. And the sound merged into a voice, and the voice hissed a name. Cassandra. Am I imagining this? Determined to find out, she dashed to the window. The shadow she'd seen earlier had vanished from its post. With a sharpened gaze, Cassandra swept the darkened lawn to no avail. It was only as the moon peered through the clouds, when its pale light flooded the premises, that she saw a figure standing outside the copse, far from the house, but still quite clear. It was a man, tall and well-built. He stood by the elm tree, the one with the old swing. She couldn't distinguish any details from such a distance, but there he was. He had ash-blonde hair, like Dristan's. Little by little, the figure dissolved, until it finally disappeared into the lawn's rising fog. Cassandra sighed. Just another ghost roaming the estate, she said, dismayed. She'd wanted with all her heart for that man to be Dristan. He'd suddenly stepped away from her life, leaving a harrowing emptiness. Had she done something wrong? Had he lost interest? When would she see him again? She'd seen Dristan's name on the summoning guest list, but would he attend? Oh, God! She winced. Cassandra picked up the phone, reminded of Juliet's task for her. I better call Ivan. Chapter 38. Had there ever been a most wonderful woman in the world? Amidst her many qualities, Juliet Deveraux's passion for commitment truly took Ivan's breath away. The woman delivered. She only had to put a finger on a task, and her magic would come through, transforming everything she touched, like breathing new life into the undead man who adored her without measure. Ivan dashed downstairs through the hall and entered the living room, unable to keep the good news to himself. "The world has been saved," Ivan said, leaning on the door's jamb. He found Dristan sitting on the sofa, a newspaper spread in his hands. Who on earth read the physical paper anymore? But no matter. Ivan waited for his maker to lower the newspaper enough for his charming eyes to fix on him. "Aren't you going to ask me why?" Ivan pressed the minute Dristan acknowledged his presence. A deep furrow entangled his father in darkness's brow. "If you insist," he forcibly said, having no interest in the conversation. "Cassandra just called," Ivan began. "Oh?" Dristan lowered the paper to his lap, more receptive now. Something similar to concern glistened in his eyes. "What did she say? Is she all right?" Ivan stood at the doorway, stoic. Although Dristan's tone had remained cautiously dispassionate, the sudden shift in his demeanor made Ivan wonder. Could he be... "God damn it, Ivan!" Dristan stammered, folding the paper in half, slipping it between his knees. "Will you say something? I absolutely hate these games of yours." "She's fine," Ivan mumbled, suspicious, as he entered the room. "The Ursa King's wrath has been allayed, and we're finally getting rid of, him." All the while, the question kept gnawing at him. "It's happening at Deveraux Manor, on Halloween, if you can believe that." He shot up an eyebrow. "Juliet wants us all there, so consider yourself invited." "I see." Dristan's gaze turned vacant and soon drifted. "Then I am happy for you," he said, renewing his attention towards Ivan. For someone who just professed his own happiness, he sure as hell did not look like it. "Thanks." Ivan grinned, folding his arms over his chest. "Do you know? For a second there, I thought you were actually interested in Cassie." He laughed off, flashing his fangs without a care in the world. Dristan gave no answer. Ivan froze still, the smile on his lips gradually waning as the realization struck him. "You're being serious," he said, aghast. His maker gasped. "It's not in my control," he said in a darkened voice. "Not any more than your feelings towards Juliet." "Do not dare to compare this with us," Ivan stammered, darting towards him with vigorous strides. "It is unquestionably different." This couldn't be real. This couldn't be happening. Not to him. Not now. "Why?" Dristan asked, defiant. "Are you suddenly the only one entitled to court a Deveraux witch? Is that it?" "How dare you?" he whispered, shooting him a glowering gaze. "Juliet and I have loved each other for hundreds of years." He spread his arms wide. "Cassie, she's 26 years old, Dristan. What on earth could you find so compelling in a mortal girl?" The question seemed to have shaken Dristan to the core, or at least it had shut him up for a while. "Isn't it a bit too late for you to be having a midlife crisis?" Ivan added, hammering the last nail in the coffin. Dristan hesitated before speaking. "It's not like that, Ivan. She's different." He sighed heavily. "I feel kindred to her soul somehow. I can't explain it," he added, shaking his head. "I don't think I've ever felt this way before, to be honest." "And what about Antoine?" Ivan said, taking both hands to his hips. Dristan's expression hardened. "What about your son in darkness?" he replied through clenched teeth. "Don't you care what your meddling could cause between them?" He paused, hoping the words would sink in and drive some sense into his vampiric father. "They have a history, Dristan. A history you will surely shatter to pieces with your imprudence." Ivan could not stop now. He'd wanted to avoid taking sides between his maker and his offspring, but he'd made the choice already. "If Antoine loses her—" "And where is he?" Dristan spat, tossing the newspaper aside, revealing his disdain for the first time in the conversation. "Prowling the night with the skull-splitter's daughter?" He took a deep breath, struggling to contain his fury. If he loved her, if he truly loved her, he would be here for certain. That is unfair, Ivan said, almost defeated. You don't know what he's gone through. If I were Cassandra's, I'd never leave her side, he said, serene once more. Not unless she chose differently. Tristan, Ivan said, quieting his temper, coming to terms with the fact that his maker's feelings might remain unchanged. This cannot end well. You will only hurt her. Dearest Ivan, he whispered, his eyes shimmering with forthcoming tears. I'm afraid the opposite is true. He pursed his lips. Ever since we came here, I've endured far more pain than you could ever imagine. Bloody hell, Ivan said under his breath, astonished as he witnessed a vulnerable side to his maker as he'd never seen. That sounds an awful lot like love. Call it what you will, he dismissed, grabbing the newspaper once more. I am doomed either way. He spread the paper in one move, recovering his countenance in an instant. And so, Tristan had shut off, and the conversation had reached its end. Were it in Ivan's power to determine the fate of his beloved friends, he would have admitted to finding himself at a crossroads, and when one found oneself in such a difficult position, more often than not, the best course of action was taking no action at all. It would be hard as hell. But he had no choice, and what was more, he had no right to interfere. Chapter 39. Samhain evening arrived with unrelenting stress, gripping Ivan's heart tighter with every beat. He could have sworn that as the sun had set, the wind had picked up and changed direction, howling as it rushed through his lair's garden. It didn't hit him until then, how much he'd grown accustomed to the usual Halloween paraphernalia of glowing carved pumpkins, black cats, and skeleton decorations. He missed the hordes of children in disguise crossing the streets, knocking on doors, claiming their much-deserved candy for the evening. Or at least, if such customs lingered in this part of the world, he'd not encountered them on the way to Deveraux Manor. Ivan thought it might be cute to ring the bell for once, so he did. Cassandra opened the door. Charming in a short black dress, wavy dark brown hair rippling below her shoulders, black lipstick and fingernails. The trendy version of a Wednesday Addams, maybe. Bêtise ou friandise? Trick or treat, Ivan said. Cassie stared him dead in the eye. Don't even think about mentioning the word Halloween while you're here, she said. Why on earth not? Ivan frowned. I've already explained it to her, Cassandra added, looking over her shoulder, making sure she was not heard. Juliet strongly disapproved of the whole thing. I had to sit through a 1-hour lecture about the history of Samhain and the importance of sticking to our heritage. She sighed. Trust me, you don't want to go there. She'll come around, Ivan said with a smug look. Adapt or die was his life's motto. Soon Juliet would realize embracing change was an intricate part of adjusting to this new century. Where is John? He asked as they moved through the hallway. Juliet gave him the day off, she casually said. She gave everyone the day off. Because of the spell, Ivan said, assuming she'd wish to grant them privacy. Of course not. Cassandra laughed. It's Samhain, Ivan. They should celebrate with their own. He couldn't help scowling. I will never understand witches. Where's Elisa? She asked out of the blue, immediately setting Ivan's nerves on fire. He had no clue where she was. Elisa knew the spell would be cast this evening. She knew this was the time and the place where it would happen. So where the hell was she? She'll be here, he replied, trying to exude the confidence he'd only dreamed of possessing. They arrived at the dining room. The air was warm and fragrant with oak burning in the hearth. A long rectangular maple wood table had been dressed for a lavish feast, silver candelabra, polished silverware, exquisite china service. Ivan had been the son of a merchant, albeit the lesser son. Details such as these never escaped him. The room's dim candlelight took him back centuries. Deveraux Manor used to be like this before the surge of electricity. No lights, he mumbled. Cassie shook her head. Juliet's orders. That's not eerie at all, he added, shooting up an eyebrow. 12 seats stood around the table, but at the far end an extra chair had been placed in front of the hearth. A chill ran down Ivan's back as he stared at the empty seat. Are we expecting more company? He asked, deeply unsettled by the seating arrangement. Cassandra shrugged. Where's Juliet? Ivan asked. The room's emptiness and the sudden crackling of burnt wood increased his apprehension and rendered him restless. Needless to say, his anxiety had already peaked. Had it rested in his power, he would have spared himself this situation. But alas, he had no choice but to face the challenge head-on. Moments away from another encounter with Viktor, the rotten ghoul, Ivan's heart raced with the same intensity as if he were still human, afraid of the mysteries that lay beyond the veil. She'll be here soon, Cassie said, leaning against the wall, filling her eyes with the layout of the palatial room. Quite rude, isn't it? A woman's voice said. Some hostess she turned out to be. A silhouette emerged from the shadows. The many rings in her hands glimmered in the twilight, outshone only by the woman's piercing blue eyes as they opened, alight with spectral flames. Elisa! Ivan went to meet her. I wasn't sure you'd come. Elisa scowled, and her frown was most endearing, like that of a spoiled child. And missed the chance to see the witch in person? She mocked with feigned shock. Well, I'm here, Ivan. Let's send Viktor back to his grave, shall we? The words made him shudder, but he focused his attention away from his fears. This is Cassandra, he said, taking a step back. Ah! Elisa's eyes widened with amusement. She placed her hand on Ivan's arm and swayed him aside, walking towards Cassie with open arms. I hear I owe my freedom to you, Cassandra. Cassie bit her lower lip, clearly intimidated by Elisa's powerful presence. I only helped Ivan, Cassie stammered, lowering her gaze. But you did more than that, darling, Elisa added, lifting Cassandra's chin with her gentle hand. Now she turned to Ivan. How modest she is. The source is ours, thanks to this endearing young witch. She now faced Cassie once more. I think I like you, Cassandra, and I usually don't like witches on principle. She giggled. Cassandra gave her a shy smile. Her amusement would have faded had she known the truthfulness of that statement. The door creaked behind them. Ivan all but started at the sound. A man entered the room. Tall and of athletic build, wrapped under layers of the richest black fur. His dark brown eyes gleamed brighter than an ordinary mortal's. Magic stirred inside them. Warlock. Two others moved behind him. Elisa's countenance lost all colour, stunned as Ivan had seldom seen her. Her crimson lips slightly parted and her breathing hitched. Was she about to faint? The warlock took off his fancy coat, tossing it on the table in a hurry. He crossed the room with a fearless strut, headed to meet Cassandra. And when he reached her, his hand folded around her arm as he swiftly leaned in to kiss her cheek. Cassie flushed at the unexpected, intimate gesture. Ivan heard her heart skip a beat. Cassandra, the warlock whispered in a husky voice. These are my brothers, Mikhail and Nikolai. Sasha is with me, as always, and so is my sister. They will join us shortly. Although the man spoke English tolerably well, his accent's sharpness revealed it was not his mother tongue. The warlock turned, acknowledging Elisa for the first time since his arrival. Elisa's upper body jerked away to avoid any proximity to the stranger. Gavriel, she said, eyelashes fluttering, a nervous smile quirking her lips. Gavriel? Ivan mumbled. His eyes suddenly widened. The warlock was Gavriel Alexev, the damned Ursa King. What the hell was he doing here? У тебя есть то, что принадлежит мне. In a feral impulse, the Ursa King cocked his head to the side, his disquieting gaze latched on Elisa's. The warlock had spoken in Russian. You have something that belongs to me, he'd said. Оставь ее в покое. Leave her alone, Ivan all but hissed, stepping between them. He knew the language fairly well thanks to his Russian mother, who used to sing him lullabies in her native tongue. It amazed him how quickly it had come back to him. Perhaps one of the many perks of having drunk the sauce. Gavriel raked Ivan with a disdainful stare. I want what's mine, he said through clenched teeth. You'll have to get through me first. Flashing his fangs in a lethal grin, Ivan pushed Gavriel back. No one would intimidate him or Elisa, not even warlock royalty. That is enough. Juliet stood at the head of the table, breathtaking in a silk-red gown with a halter neck and plunging neckline. The gown's beaded crystals glistened in the twilight, as the evening's darkness set in and candlelight bloomed. Her wavy hair was loose and cascaded down her bare back. But as much as Juliet Deveraux had become an enticing vision, the penetrating stare of her striking amethyst eyes unsettled him. "Let us not lose sight of what brings us here this evening," she added. "Elisa," placing her hands on the table, "you will return Lucius Malevont's eye to the Ursa King." A cynical grin quirked up Elisa's lips. At that moment, Ivan dreaded the words her pernicious tongue might deliver. My. If it isn't Juliet Deveraux in the flesh," she taunted, folding her arms over her chest. "And why should I do as you say?" "Because I am the only reason you're still alive," Juliet replied with no inclination. "Now give Gavriel the eye so we can get on with the summoning." "How dare you speak to me like that?" Elisa frowned, clearly irked by Juliet's authoritarian demeanor. She looked at Ivan, perhaps expecting his intervention. But he knew better and remained silent. "How do I know this isn't a trick, a ploy to destroy me with your sorcery?" she added. Juliet's gaze shifted to the hearth, smiling in disbelief, before anchoring her attention on Elisa again. "Your caution is well-founded," she said, moving around the table to meet her. Face to face, there they stood. Both powerful women, both exceedingly beautiful, both proficient in their own wicked ways, the brightest minds Ivan had ever encountered. "My heart longs to see you suffer as you made me suffer long ago," Juliet whispered, holding Elisa's stare. "Juliet," Ivan said, her name barely audible to human hearing. "But this is not about me," the Grand Witch continued. "This is about sparing Ivan from the torment of your obnoxious older brother, and since you are Viktor's sister, you happen to be essential for this spell to work." "Oh, I see," Elisa said, arching an eyebrow. "This is a truce." "Absolutely." Juliet smiled. "The minute this is done with, all bets are off." Elisa's mouth opened, ready to pronounce her rebuttal, when the dining room's doors suddenly burst wide open. All eyes turned to the entrance. "Am I late?" Bram Drakens said, fixing his bow tie with a hasty gesture but not managing the task completely. "Is the summoning over?" A tuxedo jacket hung from his arm. His dishevelled hair and shirt implied the party had started for him hours before. Ivan glared at Juliet. This was not at all what he'd expected. "Why the devil is he here?" He finally spat, unable to hold his tongue any longer. "Where is Malevont's eye?" Gavriel slammed his hand on the table in an outburst of fury. "I will not take part in this summoning until it rests safely in my hands." Each word emerged as a growl. Ivan could all but listen to the blood rushing through the Ursa King's head. "Elisa," Juliet said, impassive. "Oh, fine," Elisa huffed, opening her clutch bag begrudgingly. Within seconds, the hideous eye appeared on her hold. "Bloody hell!" Ivan gasped, horrified. "Do you carry the rotten thing with you at all times?" Elisa dismissed the remark with half a shrug. Gavriel Alexiev wasted no time, holding out his hand, demanding the rotten relic. "Take the damned thing," she hissed, handing it over. The Ursa King's countenance beamed with satisfaction. He raised his chin, observing the mummified organ with absolute fascination. When his hand closed around the relic, a spectral blue light filtered through his fingers and reflected on his corneas. "At last, you're home," Gavriel whispered, slipping the organ inside a small black felt bag. "Well?" Bram jostled through the gathering of vampires, warlocks, and witches. "Did I miss it? Where's the ghost?" Ivan swept the Draken boy with a swift glance. His was a familiar sight. The lower pitch of his voice, the subtle weaving of his walk, and his glazed eyes. Bram was absolutely hammered. How could Ivan not recognize it, when he'd spent much of his youth in blissful drunkenness? "Come with me, Bram," Cassandra said in the lowest voice, taking his arm. "Let's get you some coffee." The dining room's doors flung open, and without the family butler to make the announcement, the Unnatural gathering had no choice but to glare at the entrance, waiting to discover the newcomer's identity. A sigh of relief escaped Ivan when his eyes met Dristan standing at the doorway. Then the doors opened wider, revealing the women standing on each side of Ivan's maker. Who the hell were they, and why were they here? "Dristan," Ivan said, bewildered. "I met these lovely ladies outside," Tristan casually said while escorting them inside. Surely Ivan's confusion did not escape him. Allow me to introduce you to Samara Alexieva and Clarissa Draken. A bleak stare raked Ivan with Samara's dark brown eyes. They were deep-set, rimmed with kohl, which made her gaze even more striking. The witch tossed her wavy and untamed chestnut hair to one side. Mischief surfaced in her crooked smile as she looked back at Tristan. "Shall we do this?" Samara said, her voice low and sensual. "I haven't got all evening." The Alexiev witch sauntered past them, joining her siblings. Clarissa, however, lingered at the doorway, too astounded by her surroundings, especially taken by the diversity of magical creatures in the room. Her blue eyes widened, gleaming with excitement. Undeniable fascination radiated from her as she stared at Tristan. It was the same enthrallment Ivan discovered in the eyes of his prey, moments away from stealing their precious blood. "Clarissa!" Bram hissed, hauling her away. He immediately wrapped one arm around her shoulders. "Bram, She knitted her brow. "Those are vampires, sweet sister," he whispered in the witch's ear. "Do not befriend them." Ivan sneered at the whole notion. Bram thought of the Drakens as the elite of their kind, and blood drinkers as the lowest of fiends. And maybe they were, but Bram was warlock scum, regardless. A cacophony of murmuring rose from the crowd as smaller groups engaged in private conversations. Ivan seized the opportunity to reach Juliet, now standing alone by the fireplace. "Juliet," Ivan said, inches away from her. "What is all this? You said it would be a summoning, not a Halloween party." Her eyes flew open. "Halloween?" Juliet scowled. "Don't tell me you practice that nonsense." "There is nothing wrong with celebrating Halloween," Ivan muttered. Oh, Cassandra had warned him to stay off the subject. "But that's not the point!" He shook his head. "Why are all these people here?" Juliet lowered her gaze. As she watched the licking flames, Ivan recognized the deepest longing in her countenance. "We need them," she said dryly. She then drew in a deep breath. Summoning a spirit is easy. Anyone can do it. But binding a spirit and casting it forever to the underworld is more complicated than that. And despite the might of my lineage, I cannot do it alone. "You could have given me a heads up," Ivan grumbled, still vexed. She lifted her gaze. "Do you honestly believe Elisa would have come had she known Gavril Alexiev would be here tonight? And would you have come had you known Bram's presence would be unavoidable?" The subtlety of her voice clashed with the content of her speech. Ivan's mind ran wild, searching for a good rebuttal, but nothing came. "I cannot argue with that," he finally admitted with reluctance. "You had good reasons to conceal this from me." "I am aware of it," she said, shrugging her shoulders. Juliet gave him a forgiving smile. She then turned to the buzzing horde. "Everyone." The voices waned into dreary silence. "Now we are all here. Please be seated." Juliet sat at the head of the table, on the closest side to the hearth. Meanwhile, the Ursa King dragged the opposite head seat and slipped into it. "You cannot sit there," Bram spat, dashing behind Gavril. "Oh, can't I?" the Ursa King asked, sweeping the Draken boy with a snobbish glare. "I already have." "That seat belongs to my family, you brute," Bram growled through clenched teeth. Gavriel's dark eyes grew alight with feral fury. "Are you calling me a beast?" he muttered, standing from the chair, rising a foot over Bram's head. "Bram, please!" Clarissa intervened. Holding his arm with fondness, she persuaded the Draken warlock away. "It's just a chair. It doesn't matter, my dear." But it did matter, and the young witch had failed to see it. At that moment, Gavril Alexiev had established himself as the head warlock in the room, and he'd done it so easily, with a simple chair. Impressive power play, Ivan had to concede, but in all honesty, Ivan couldn't care less about the wretched seat. He was perfectly happy to sit beside Juliet. It might not have been the most Machiavellian choice, but definitely the wisest. Having her as close as possible would guarantee his safety from whatever havoc was about to befall them. Power displays mean nothing if you're not alive to reap their benefits. Cassandra had chosen the other chair next to Juliet, whereas Ivan's maker had taken the farthest seat from them, and he appreciated that. Ivan wanted him nowhere near his favourite Deveraux witch. There was little to be said for his chosen company, however. Tristan sat beside Samara, who in turn was sitting next to her brother, the Ursa King. To his right sat Clarissa. Why would his maker favour shifters and strangers who yearn to see all blood drinkers destroyed? Samara leaned close to Dristan. She whispered in his ear, and Ivan's father in darkness laughed a rich and sensual laughter. Ivan hated Dristan for being so cheerful whilst he struggled, terrified to pieces. Laugh all you want, Dristan. Let's see what you make of it when my brother comes to haunt us all with a thirst for vengeance. Brothers and sisters in the craft, Juliet began, steepling her delicate fingers over the table. We're at the eve of Samhain. As the light slowly perishes and darkness prevails, what once descended to the underworld now walks amongst us. Ivan couldn't help shuddering as she spoke those sinister words. While inspirational to the rest of the gathering at the table, they absolutely horrified him. Tonight, we summon a spirit who has broken the rules of those who've passed, she continued. He has crossed the forbidden threshold into this realm, into my home. Juliet paused. This will not stand. A disturbing silence spread throughout the room. Eyes gleamed with excitement, eager to witness magic in its true form, as they'd never seen before. They craved it with such intensity that Ivan could only compare it to a vampire's voracious hunger. Sasha, Gavriel said, looking at the warlock to his left. The book. He gestured the instruction with a wave of his hand. Sasha, whoever he was, rose from his seat. He ambled to the hearth and removed a book from its bronze display stand. The large volume in his hands was none other than the Deveraux' grimoire. The warlock walked up to Juliet and slid the grimoire in front of her on the table. From the same spot, he gathered a black candle, a crystal bowl, and a box of matches, which he left next to the book. Once he'd fulfilled his mission, Sasha stepped away, almost reverently. I will cast the spell, Juliet said in a mournful tone. But you must call his name. Fixing her amethyst eyes on Ivan, and then shifting to Elisa. Ivan swallowed hard. A chill dropped down his back. He wanted to run away, to leave the room and its many warlocks and witches. One more minute, and he would have vanished, making use of his preternatural speed. But then something stopped him. A warm hand pressed his under the table. It was Elisa's hand. Ivan looked to his left discreetly, and there he found the reassurance he so desperately needed. He couldn't leave Elisa in a room full of enemies. He had no choice but to stay. Juliet opened the grimoire to a page bookmarked with a white feather. She placed both hands on each side of the book of spells, and then she spoke. The veil is thin, Juliet said, and her voice was melodious and gentle, like the evening croon of rustling leaves in the forlorn garden. On this Samhain evening, when our realm weaves with the peaceful underworld, we summon a spirit to come forth and face judgment for its sins. She paused, lighting the candle. We summon thee. She turned to Ivan, silently prompting him to speak his brother's name. Ivan blinked a few times, uncertainty brewing in his heart. His mouth went dry. Could he bring himself to open the door to his worst nightmare? Oh, his breathing hitched, and his pulse skyrocketed even as he considered the sole thought. No, he would not do it. He would not speak the name of the monster that had haunted him to this day. Viktor Lockhart, Elisa said, saving him. Ivan heaved a heavy sigh. Come forth and face judgment for your sins. Juliet held her palm over the candle, taming the fire swiftly as it burned with an erratic high flame. The same restlessness stirred in every single soul present. A few minutes passed. Nothing happened. Your blood, Juliet whispered, holding Ivan's hand. She removed the diamond brooch pinned to her gown and pricked Ivan's finger with it. She then pressed his finger against the crystal bowl's rim. A few drops rolled inside, gathering in a small pool of blood at the bottom. And yours, she added, offering the container to Elisa. Elisa pulled the bowl near. Without hesitation, she bit her thumb hard and watched as the blood dripped into the container. Her vital liquid twined with Ivan's, and she then passed the receptacle to Juliet. What happens now? Cassandra asked, breaking the dreary silence. The spell is complete, Juliet softly said, holding the crystal bowl between her hands. Now, we wait. Waiting was not exactly Ivan's forte. and even less so with such dire company. No one dared utter a sound. But the silence was unbearable. Incessant whisperings whirled inside Ivan's mind, and the strongest one of all was the voice that warned him against summoning his dead brother. He'd not wavered once, years ago, when they'd summoned Annette into Deveraux Hall, for she'd been the most docile of creatures. Viktor, however, was anything but pink flowers and butterflies. His essence was a fabric knitted in nightmares. He was darkness through and through, as much in death as he'd been while alive. "This is wrong," Ivan whispered in the lowest voice, which only his kin would perceive. "We never should have called Viktor." "Well, this was fun," Bram said, rising from his seat. The candlelight flickered. Had Ivan imagined it? Perhaps he'd blinked too fast. No. It happened again. The flames quivered violently and then blew out. No door stood open, no window ajar. Nothing could account for a sudden draught of wind inside the octagonal room. Ivan's breathing became shallow. His hands numb. With a dying hearth as the room's single light source, a hideous twilight spread, and in the darkness a shadow emerged next to the fireplace. The figure slowly condensed into a human shape that made his skin crawl with dread. "It's him," Ivan mumbled. It was Viktor, risen from the damned. "Damn it to hell," Elisa whispered, subtly drawing closer to Ivan. "I see him." Ivan's preternatural gaze sharpened to better distinguish Viktor's figure. The spectre's shape gradually lost translucency, chunks of shadows still clinging to his shifting body. The same damned wet shirt stuck to his arms and shoulders. Water dripped, gathering into a small pool by the empty chair next to the hearth. His eyes were white, devoid of expression. His pale lips thinned into a scowl. In a moment, the scowl turned into a malevolent grin when Viktor noticed Ivan's presence. The spectre cocked his head sharply, like a bird, and latched his empty stare on Ivan. You, Viktor said, his voice grazing and guttural. Hate radiated from him, as powerful as Ivan's horror, and then the most terrifying thing happened. Viktor moved. He slowly dragged his bare blue feet, leaving behind a trail of water, and Ivan shuddered to his core, unable to breathe or think or speak. It caused Viktor great hardship to raise an arm, but he did, and he then crooked his bony finger, pointing at Ivan maliciously. Ivan's old heart must have stopped right then. Cold embraced him inside out. "Viktor Lockhart," Juliet said, rising from the chair, "I banish you from this space and this realm. Return from whence you came and trouble the living no more." Although she had spoken with a Grand Witch's authority, Juliet's words, far from hindering Viktor's efforts, further instigated him. Now the spectre stood in front of Ivan, and his lips parted, revealing the pitch blackness of his polluted soul. Paralyzed beyond any help, Ivan watched as Viktor's rotting hand gripped his throat tight, pulling him up from the seat. The spectre pressed his grip harder. "I can't breathe." Gasps of horror rose in the room, murmurs of which Ivan cared very little. He saw movement through the corner of his eye, but was more concerned with his dead brother's putrid visage, inches away from his. He did not fight when Viktor's disembodied fingers sank deeper into his neck. Why would he? Ivan had sent his brother to his grave, and now Viktor would send Ivan to his. Poetic justice, all in all. He slowly felt himself letting go, and in those seconds of sweet release, nothing mattered anymore. There was no fear, no struggle, no resistance, no need to run. "He's killing him!" Elisa screamed, flipping her chair back as she sprung to her feet. "Juliet, do something!" "The spell," Juliet mumbled in a shaky voice. "It's not working." Out of the corner of his eye, Ivan saw the Ursa King rise. "This is no spirit," he said in a dispassionate tone. He then slipped his hand into his jacket's pocket and extracted the black velvet bag. Fearless, Gavril Alexiev dashed towards them and stopped inches away from the unnatural pair. "Reveal yourself, foul entity," he ordered, flashing the eye at Viktor's spirit. "I command thee in the name of Lucius Malevant." Gavriel's eyes grew alight with blue spectral flames. From his hand beamed a light too powerful for Ivan's preternatural eyes to withstand. He shut them close, moments away from losing consciousness. A piercing scream screeched in Ivan's ear, and one by one, Each invisible finger pressing down his throat lost strength. The grip that held him in midair disappeared altogether, and Ivan's body shot down to the ground. He could breathe again. He violently gasped and caught another mouthful of air immediately afterward. When Ivan's eyes opened, he witnessed as the spirit slowly shed from all parts that made of him his brother. The creature's eyes were no longer vacant, but violet, like Juliet's. Its skin dissolved like rags into the ether, leaving a translucent shell, a play of light and shadows that defined its ghostly frame. Little by little, the spirit lost all trace that had made him into Ivan's brother, every part of which had granted him its human shape. When it was all gone, the sole remainder was a dense shadow that kept the shape of a man. The creature hissed, then uttered an unearthly roar as it recoiled into the corner. "What the hell is that?" Ivan said, horrified, gathering himself to his knees. Gavriel's confidence never wavered. "That, Ivan, is a shadow being," he said, slipping the felt bag into his pocket once more. "It was never your brother." Shadow being. Ivan had never heard of such a thing, and yet the term sounded oddly familiar. "But it wanted to kill me," Gavriel sneered as he looked down at Ivan. "Can't blame it for trying," he snubbed. He then turned to the creature, bold, as he addressed it. "Listen well, shadow being. I, Gavriel Alexeyev, king of the Ursa Clan, cast you away from this realm and sentence you to exile in—" "Don't!" Juliet suddenly cried, standing between Gavriel and the frightened ghoul. "Don't do it! I know him!" "You know this creature?" Gavriel asked, perplexed, and for the first time, hesitation glinted in his dark eyes. "His name is Kellum," she continued. "He's been part of my family for centuries. Do not send him to hell, I beg you." Gavriel's brow creased with disapproval. "Forgive me, Juliet," he said, "but this creature threatens us all. He must pay for his sins." "Then I will state his punishment," she replied with fierceness. Gavriel took a deep breath, clearly unconvinced. "So be it," he said under his breath, taking a step back. Juliet pursed her reddened lips, her face flushing. "Spirit of Kellum," she whispered, clasping her hands over her gown. Juliet blinked, and a tear rolled down her cheek. "I, Juliet Deveraux, Grand Witch of this family, sentence you to be bound to the estate's forgotten garden, for all eternity." "Juliet!" the creature painfully hissed. The unearthly voice sent shivers down Ivan's back, but nothing caused him more dismay than when the creature's shadowed arms reached forward, wrapping Juliet in a spectral embrace. A whirlwind stirred inside the room. The grimoire lifted in midair. The room turned as cold as the heart of winter. Ivan shielded his eyes with his forearm from the lashing, bitter breeze. And then the wind stopped. The book dropped on the table, and silence prevailed. Ivan slowly uncovered his eyes. The candles grew alight, their amber radiance slowly filling the room. The dust had finally settled. Ivan swept the dining room with a glance. "Juliet," he mumbled with a frown. A sudden void ate away the pit of his stomach. She was gone. Chapter 40. Ivan watched as the last of the guests took off from Deveraux Manor. He was sitting on the frontispiece's steps, finding some relief in the cool breeze that played with his short mane of hair. No crickets sang, nor did the blackbirds caw. Outside the historical home of the witches, an unexplainable stillness prevailed. Ivan, however, was far from tranquil. Standing by the gate, Gavriel extended his farewells to Cassandra. He got inside the back of a black Maybach. The driver closed the door. Within seconds, the Mercedes vehicle backed out of the driveway. Cassandra hugged her arms, trudging all the way towards Ivan. Exhaustion glazed her stormy eyes as she sat next to him, and why would she not be worn out? With Juliet gone, all power as the main witch had returned to her, and with it, the enviable task of easing the tensions between Drakens and Alexeyevs. "Cassandra," Ivan said, seeking her mysterious gaze. She pursed her lips, looking down at her clasped hands. "I don't know, Ivan." He closed his eyes, heaving a sigh. "You don't know," he repeated, disheartened. This was not the answer he'd expected, the one his heart needed to be at ease. I don't know where she is, she added. Ivan intertwined his fingers, elbows leaning on his knees. You mean, where that thing took her? Although apparently calm, he was furious, absolutely raging inside. This had never been part of the plan. That creature, whatever it was, had tried to kill him. And not only that, it had snatched away from him the woman he loved. Why was that monster so determined to ruin him? Why had that thing chosen to torture him using the likeness of his dead brother? Ivan had so many questions. Why couldn't they find her? He all but muttered, staring at the empty driveway. Weren't they supposed to be ace at their game, those warlocks? All efforts to determine Juliet's whereabouts had failed. The Drakens' legendary power had proven worthless, as useless as the Ursa King's all-seeing eye. Cassandra took in a deep breath. I wish I had answers to your questions, Ivan. She paused. Gavriel did his best, and so did the others. Their best was not enough, Ivan interrupted with harshness. He took a moment to read Cassandra's expression. There was something in her countenance that he'd mistaken for tiredness. It was pain. Deep affliction subdued her supernatural radiance. But those wounds had nothing to do with Juliet, had they? Why aren't you worried? He finally asked. Don't you care about your great-great-great-great-grandmother's fate? He frowned. If this has anything to do with what Juliet did to Jeanette, I know you resent her for it. You're wrong, Cassandra said, fixing her eyes on his. I don't hold that against her anymore. Jeanette was long gone before Juliet took her body. She couldn't have claimed it otherwise. I see that now. Then why do I get the feeling your mind is miles away? He asked with a smoother tone. Why do I see such resignation in your eyes? Ivan, Cassie said, holding his hand. She hesitated before pushing onward. Have you considered the possibility? What possibility? He glowered. The possibility that Juliet might not want to be found. Cassandra swallowed hard. I don't understand, Ivan said, getting on his feet. Are you saying she would leave me just like that? His heart raced, anxiety feeding every fear he'd buried deep inside ever since being reunited with Juliet. Why? Why would she run away with that monster? No. You're wrong. Cassandra slowly rose from the steps. I know it's hard for you to hear, she said, but surely you must see it. Juliet is the most powerful witch my world has ever known, Ivan. Had she wanted to stay, she would have countered the shadow being's spell. Ivan scowled. What would you know about shadow beings? He pouted, digging his hands inside his pants pockets. I'm sorry, Ivan. A bitter smile loomed on her lips. At least you can take comfort knowing that wherever she is, she's in no danger. That's hardly helpful. He scoffed, raising his brow. She'll be all right, Cassie said. If anything, I fear for the poor shadow being. She choked to laugh despite her frame of mind and headed to the driveway. Needless to say, Ivan found no amusement in her remark. Where are you going? He asked, confused. A black BMW pulled into the driveway. I'm going home, Cassie said, stepping next to the car. The driver opened the door, and she slipped into the back seat. How can you leave in a moment like this? He demanded. Cassandra turned. You're welcome to stay, she sluggishly said. I've had enough of magic, warlocks, and witches for one evening. Without giving it another thought, she shut the door. The driver returned to his seat behind the wheel, and he slowly drove out of the driveway. Well, I'll be damned, Ivan mused. She really is leaving. Spending the rest of the evening alone in the witch's stronghold was not Ivan's idea of fun. He paced the porch as his mind whirred incessantly. What if Cassandra had been right? What if Juliet remained unfound because she wanted it that way? It was a terrible thought to consider, and he hated Cassie for ever bringing it up. He was tired and anxious. Too many questions burdened his mind, and he had no answers for them, which only made matters worse. Ivan couldn't stay here. He needed to clear his head. He needed a drink, or two. He pitied whoever came across his lethal path tonight. Chapter 41. The Place Saint-Sulpice was vibrant with dancing crowds and multicolored neon lights. A DJ played nightclub tunes, perched up on a stage behind the fountain. Dristan roamed through the horde like a wolf in a herd of sheep. Mortals remained oblivious to his lethal nature as usual. The source of the celebration puzzled him, for who would hold a pagan feast on Catholic sacred grounds? At length, he discovered the lettered sign on the DJ's booth. A fundraiser event for the restoration of a convent, somewhere in the province. Now that made sense. Tracking down Cassandra had been quite easy, almost as easy as breaking into the apartment complex. A devil like him always got his way, sometimes fairly quickly. It was his magnetic presence, and something about the allure of his voice, he told himself. It had nothing to do with his vampiric powers of seduction. Or perhaps both were now one and the same. 5th floor. The elevator doors opened into a darkened hallway. Art Deco lamps hung from the ceiling, tainted with faux rust, what people these days romantically called vintage decor. The seductive aroma of roses with a hint of vanilla lingered in the air. Cassandra's perfume. It was as enticing and intoxicating as the most powerful drug, impossible to resist. Dristan followed the scent and stopped at the entrance to her flat. The door stood slightly ajar. He pushed it all the way without making a sound and stepped inside. His heart quickened with anticipation. He found her in the dimly lit parlour, lying on a comfortable love seat with a thick book between her hands. Gorgeous in her black evening dress, high heels aside, discarded on the wood-tiled floor. Amber lights from the square sifted through the tall windows and bathed her flawless profile. Concealed in the shadows, Dristan filled his hungry eyes with her delightful vision. "You got here fast," she whispered, first looking at the floor, then letting her gaze drift up to his face. Dristan offered no reply, just a faint smile, pleased to realize he was expected. "I wasn't sure you'd follow me home," Cassandra added, closing the book. "Oh," he said, folding his arms over his chest, then leaning his body against the jamb. "And why is that?" He tugged at his bow tie, undoing it swiftly. He unbuttoned the shirt's collar with the same agility, ready to listen to Cassandra's reply. "You seemed quite taken with Gavriel's sister," she mumbled, putting the book on the coffee table. Dristan abandoned his post by the door and moved closer. "Samara," he said, picking up the book to examine its contents. What passion stirred her interest? He studied the cover. Art history. He put the hardback on the table. "Yes, she's interesting." When Dristan glided on the sofa, a furtive smile betrayed Cassandra's self-possessed demeanor. "Interesting," she repeated, throwing him a mischievous glance. Dristan furrowed his brow. "Are you by any chance jealous?" he said, his eyes rapt on her countenance. "Of course not," she dismissed. "You're free to do as you please. There's nothing that—" Dristan kissed her lips. He cupped the side of her face with one hand, while the other's fingers glided through her hair. God knew how he'd managed to refrain from it so far. As he slowly parted from her, Cassandra blushed. A smirk curved her reddened lips. "I thought you'd stay at Deveraux Manor," Dristan said, gliding his hand over hers. "What with Juliet's disappearance?" "I'm not worried about her," she mumbled in an icy tone. Her gaze wandered to the window, her mind miles away. "Why aren't you?" Now he intertwined his fingers between hers, at peace while having her so near him, yet troubled by her detachment. Cassandra pressed his hand lightly. A pleasant wave of warmth ran up his arm and spread to his every limb. And it was like the first time they'd touched, when she'd wakened him into a new reality where he felt truly alive. Her stormy eyes finally met his. "It's something Gavriel told me right before he left the house," her words trailed off. "Which was?" "He said, 'Remember, love, shadow beings can take any form, but they're unable to summon magic by themselves.'" Cassandra pursed her lips, disturbed by the account. Dristan hated hearing the Ursa King would treat her with such loathsome familiarity, calling her love. However, a deeper revelation sprung from Gavriel's statement, and that, in and of itself, unsettled him more than enough. "But then that would mean—" "Juliet cast the spell," Cassandra said, sadness gleaming in her grey eyes. "She took off with the shadow being who calls himself Kellum, and she did it out of her own volition. It makes no sense." He frowned, shaking his head. Cassandra leaned forward to find his stare. "It makes perfect sense," she said. "She knows him. They have a history together, whatever that may be." She mouthed more words, but hesitated to speak. "I worry about Ivan." "Do you?" he asked, wonderfully surprised. Dristan found Cassandra's genuine concern truly moving. Ivan Lockhart was the most proficient fiend he'd met in 1,000 years, which is why he'd chosen him as his immortal heir. Ivan could charm the very devil with a single wink, if he so desired. He would always find a way out of trouble. Any kind of trouble. And not only that, but he'd always escape unscathed and with a smile. "I don't want him to get hurt," she added. "My son in darkness is tougher than you think," he said under his breath, leaning back in the seat, proud of the choice he'd made to give Ivan the blood 3 centuries ago. "Do you think Juliet loves him?" she asked with a delightful pout. "That creature, she defended it like a tigress." Dristan glared at her out of the corner of his eye. "I'm sure I do not understand the nature of Juliet's relationship with that creature," he replied, facing her. "But I know that you're unharmed, and that my fledgling will now be safe from it." He paused. "That is all I care about." He smoothed his hands along her jawline and tilted forward. His intentions were no secret. She must have known what he wanted, or at least suspected it. "I have met many trials and misadventures in my life," he whispered, inching closer to her lips. "But none as challenging as being in your ancestral home, unable to touch you, condemned to remain in the shadows, mindful of keeping our affair secret at all times." Cassandra smiled. "Dristan," she said, yielding to the touch of his fingers as they glided down her neck. "Hmm?" he said, raising his brow. "I've given some thought to us." She closed her eyes. "Too much thought, if I may say," he mumbled, pressing his lips against her neck, tracing a tempting path down to the pit of her collarbone where he now buried his mouth. Oh, but wasn't he guilty of the same? Had he not taken a few days apart, trying to understand the workings of his immortal heart? And in that search, everything had pointed to her. Always Cassandra. "Maybe," she broke off, "maybe this can be more than—" "A fling?" Dristan asked, his voice a bare whisper in the night. He yearned to be rid of the clothes that stood between them. "I think so," she said, slowly unbuttoning his shirt. Desire burned inside him. Painful, endless minutes stood in the way of having her. "This will be," he said, kneeling on the carpeted floor, "whatever you want it to be." With bold hands, he pushed her skirt up while he moved into the space between her knees. He wanted her. Every waking moment, he longed to be with her, to drink the sweet elixir of her presence to the last drop. If a label would grant him more of that, then he gladly welcomed it. Dristan's fingers brushed her inner knee and climbed up her thigh. "Would you want that?" she asked, her body lightly arching back, reacting to his touch. "Cassandra." He straightened, lustful eyes fixed on hers. "I don't know how else to say this." His breath hitched a little. "I want you, all of you." Dristan's hand folded over hers, and slowly, he got to his feet. "Do you want to go out?" he blurted. "Huh?" She blinked. "Maybe catch a movie or grab some dinner. Whatever it is you want, I'll do it." He bit his lower lip. "My sweetest love," he whispered, caressing her cheek. "This has never been a fling to me. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to stay." Cassandra held his hand, dragging it along her blushing countenance. She then rose from her seat. With a mild tug, she removed Dristan's shirt. "I want all of that with you," she said, pressing her delicate hand against his taut chest. "But for now, I'd love to show you the bedroom." She led him away from the parlour, and as he walked behind her, Dristan realised he'd always follow her. The minute they reached the bedroom, he swept her in his arms, luring her into the same breathing space to meet his lips in a passionate kiss. And when she returned his kiss, sheer desire burned through his veins, pulsing hard inside him. His tongue teased her lips apart, entering her mouth swiftly. Cassandra moaned, lapping his tongue with hers, surrendering to his demands, willing to take this foreplay to another level. Leaving a trail of scattered clothes behind, he eased her onto the bed. And as she lay there, her chest heaving with panting breaths, Dristan found himself awestruck by her mortal beauty, her womanly body, so precious and unspoiled. A sudden bewilderment overcame him. He was grateful to have lived long enough to meet this moment, grateful for all the hurdles he'd overcome, and which had played a part in finding her. And he realized it then. His feelings for Cassandra ran deeper than he could have ever foreseen. "I love you," he wanted to say. "God, I love you." "What is it?" she breathed. Dristan gave her half a smile. "Nothing," he whispered, lowering his body over hers, their hips melding as he entered her at last. Their bodies trembled with desire, rocking back and forth in absolute abandon. And in this rapture, he made her scream with pleasure, delivering her to such ecstasy that it would remain unmatched by anything she'd ever experienced. Then something happened. A faint luminescence beamed from her fair skin. Soft and diffuse at first, but it grew brighter within seconds. Oblivious to this, Cassandra quietly moaned. Dristan cared little to consider the reasons for this magic, and, unwilling to miss the purest bliss he'd ever known, he disregarded it fast. The lights buzzed and flickered in the room until they shut off completely. Outside in the square, the music stopped. Darkness spread not only in the bedroom, but in the street and the Place Saint-Sulpice. Within seconds, voices of discontent rose from the crowd gathered at the fundraiser. "No," she begged. "Don't stop." She locked her hands around his waist, pulling him back to her, back to a world where only both of them mattered. To hell with everything else. Dristan recaptured her mouth on a whim of passion, and overlooking the magic glistening on her skin and the mysteries surrounding them, he invaded her once more. This time, a powerful surge of energy coursed through his being. In that moment, he was mortal again, alive and young, with the vigor of centuries back. His flesh was warm, his body perfectly vulnerable. Each breath filled his lungs with delightful relief. His heart raced, quickened into life. It was as if the blood curse had never touched him. Tonight he was a mortal man, lying with the woman he loved. "Cassandra," he whispered in her ear, "come with me." "Oh gods!" she cried, arching back in blinding bliss. Moans of ecstasy dripped from her lips as her body convulsed, finding him in a furious frenzy. No longer a mortal woman, or a witch, but a goddess, a beautiful goddess he vowed to worship for years without end. Chapter 42. A dire reality often missed by vampire lovers of this decade was the fact that they killed in order to survive. Take away the romance of the immortal's embrace, and you're left with a blood-sucking demon, a serial killer that prowls in the night hunting for the perfect victim. The perfect prey seldom arrives, however. Tonight, Ivan needed it desperately, and as a most precious occurrence, she presented herself to him without even looking. She'd been the most beautiful soul amidst a bunch of rotting corpses. An outcast, as was he, breaking the curfew as she roamed in the depths of the cemetery. She had called death with every fibre of her being, and Ivan had taken her up on the offer. The blood of the kill had soothed Ivan's restlessness, salved the uncertainty brewing in his heart. He'd thought himself saved from the threat of facing misery and desolation. But now, as he strolled down the cobblestone street, embraced by the landscape of dilapidated tombstones and withering flowers, Ivan's serenity crumbled. A sudden hollowness ate him in a slow, painful feast, endangering any shred of hope he'd gathered when Juliet Deveraux had come back from the dead. It was Cassandra's doing, Ivan's sorrow. Her ominous words clung to his mind, tormenting it endlessly. "Have you considered Juliet may not want to be found?" What kind of question was that? "Jim Morrison's grave is not far from here, you know," a familiar voice said. Ivan stopped short. A spark of joy gleamed in his tainted soul. "Not a fan," he said under his breath. Of course, he liked one or two songs, but he'd say anything to spite her. Ivan enjoyed provoking Elisa like nothing else. Furtive and feline, she drifted between the tombs, a preternatural creature lost amidst granite and concrete-carved headstones, a true marble effigy come to life, gleaming in a starless night, always lurking, always unexpected. Those were her ways. And did he not love her for them? "Huh," she said with feigned surprise, her delicate hand pressed against the maple tree beside her. A sudden breeze rushed through the avenue, making the tree leaves rustle, sweeping flower petals on its path. Ivan welcomed the crisp air and the lingering scent of roses it carried. Few places were as peaceful as cemeteries, Ivan had found, which explained his presence at Père Lachaise. "How are you holding up?" she asked, moving closer. Elisa's tall leather boots reached the edge of the avenue. She did not step into it, however. Like a ghost, bound to its burial plot. You mean after almost getting killed by a shadow being? Ivan uttered a mirthless laugh. Pretty damn well, I guess. He slowly shook his head, a cynical smirk tugging the corner of his lips. I thought I'd lost you, Elisa said, her voice suddenly frail. His body tensed. Ivan dug his hands inside his pants pockets and drew up a shallow breath. Yeah, you almost did, he whispered, disturbed to admit the possibility. I hadn't felt that way in ages. She bit her lower lip. Her eyes, twinkling sapphires in the night, bored into his with intense earnestness. I never thought I'd go through it again. Oh. Ivan went to meet her. Setting foot on sacred ground caused him little concern, but doing it in order to stand close to Elisa gave him enough pause to reconsider. When was the first time? He asked, intrigued. When Viktor drowned. Her gaze darkened. When you came back to me, barely alive. Elisa folded her arms over her chest, sitting in the corner of a marble tomb. Sadness edged every inch of her countenance. Ivan heaved a sigh. At last he sat next to her, scarce inches away, fighting back Elisa's magnetic allure. I survived then, he mumbled, folding his hand over hers. And I survived now. He uttered a low snicker. If there is a God, I'm sure he wants me far away from him, stuck down here, forever. A bitter smile thinned his lips. Elisa started. She glared at him, confused. Are you assuming you'd go straight to heaven otherwise? Ivan choked to laugh. What do I know? He said, sweeping their surroundings with a glance. Heaven could well be this place, this instant, a pair of immortals discussing the world's mysteries in the middle of an old cemetery. His poetry amused her. But you do believe in God, she whispered in awe. Ivan scowled. I never said that. Any trace of enjoyment soon vanished from Elisa's face, and her expression turned cold as the grave. She glided her hand on top of the tomb's headstone, tracing the chiseled feet of the angel who guarded it. Her fascination didn't strike him as odd. Vampires appreciated beauty in all its shapes and forms, easily distracted by the most unexpected things. I'm leaving, she said with a sullen voice. The words shook him. He wasn't prepared to hear them, although on some level he'd expected her departure would eventually take place. Centuries could pass before they ever crossed paths. Fear brewed inside Ivan as he silently contemplated the possibility of never seeing Elisa again. Ivan would never allow himself to let Elisa go. Her determination released him from making that decision, so in that sense, he was grateful. Life, God, fate, whatever it was, it had given him a chance like no other. Juliet was back, flesh and blood. Ivan could not afford to lose this one shot at happiness with the woman who'd stolen his heart 3 centuries ago, although it implied the painful struggle of holding fast to someone when it meant losing another. As he considered these things in silence, Ivan's eyes watered. She will never love you as I love you, Elisa abruptly said. Her words pierced him, insidious and sharp as needles. Speak her name, damn it. That's for certain, he said through clenched teeth. Wounded Ivan rose from the tomb. He paced back to the avenue, cursing himself for ever listening to her. Elisa followed, and this time, she stepped on the cobblestone street. Juliet has returned to the world after more than 300 years, she said. She hasn't even begun to scratch the surface of this century. Venomous words, meant to strike a hard blow. What exactly are you saying? Ivan had to ask, no matter how disturbed. Elisa looked past Ivan's contemptuous stare. Her countenance, exquisite as she tilted her head. The minute she figures out how the world works, she will leave you, she added with a dispassionate tone, spoken as one in ownership of the truth. Anger simmered in Ivan's chest, slowly climbing to his neck. She will not, he muttered, gritting his teeth so hard his jaw ached. You don't really believe that, do you? She said, raising her brow. The absolute condescension in her voice pushed him to insanity. Damn it to hell! Ivan exploded at last. He couldn't decide what enraged him more, Elisa's ruthless disdain or her certainty that Juliet's faithfulness would be so damned fickle. You will stop at nothing to see me suffer. It's not like that, she mumbled, concerned yet not afraid. Ivan, I'd hate to see you get hurt. Her soft hand reached out to touch him, but she withdrew it fast. Best to end things now than to lose your heart forever. You could be wrong, Ivan said, taking his trembling hand to his forehead. I don't believe so, no. Sincerity poured through her like never before, and it tortured him. Don't I deserve to find out for myself? He growled, clenching his hands into fists. Ivan took a swift, shallow breath, striving to subdue his fury. You and I had our chance, and look where it got us, he added in a steadier tone. You killed Dristan and abandoned me on the same day. And now you come here, preaching about honesty, fidelity, and truthfulness. He leaned forward, menacing as the vampire in him took control. Elisa stepped back, pale as a corpse's shroud after listening to Ivan's recrimination. She avoided his stare, shaken to the core. After taking a deep breath, she turned to him, collected as she could be. I've hurt you deeply. I know I have. She swallowed hard. Dear God, I do love you. Her voice was low, her eyes shimmering with unspilt tears. I want nothing more than to see you happy. I only wish it were with me. It pained him more than he would show, but he'd heard those words before, and time after time she had disappointed him. So much so that his heart would no longer risk another painful stroke. Ivan shut off at that moment. Drained from all emotion, he had nothing more to give. No words to console her, no reassurance to offer. No matter. Elisa cleared a tear from her cheek with the back of her hand. She blinked a few times and then gave him a sour smile, trying hard to knit her veil of indolence. I will be around to pick up the pieces when she leaves you, she added in the lowest voice. That stung. Ivan turned his back on her, rubbing his arms as though the freezing wind could truly harm him. All in all, Elisa had been true to her conviction. He refused to believe her actions sprung from petty jealousy. When Juliet Deveraux returned to the world, old demons had risen with her. Could he and Elisa find a way to put the past to rest? Was this not the perfect place to bury their sins? Elisa, he whispered, looking back. She was gone. Ivan did not know how to feel about her absence. Pain, anger, bitterness, and sorrow bundled up inside him and built a tight knot in his throat. The sun wouldn't rise for an hour. That left time enough for him to visit the Lizard King's grave, and then he would head back to his Parisian lair and pretend this evening had been a terrible nightmare. Chapter 43. Cassandra dipped the silver spoon into her coffee. Stirring coffee counterclockwise had become her latest obsession, a simple spell to drive away unwanted energies when done with the proper intention. She had been sitting on the tufted chair by the hearth for the past half hour, and from this privileged spot, she contemplated the gorgeous millinery vampire, Dristan Breck, lying on her bed, fast asleep. She had risen early, careful to shut the drapes before sunrise, and then fell asleep again. Adjusting to Dristan's schedule could not happen quick enough. After a while she'd wakened, still a bit drowsy, only to realize it was noon. Hence the coffee. Cassie stared at the espresso and the silver spoon inside the cup. Her gaze cut to Dristan. She removed the spoon and set it on the porcelain saucer over the little table next to her. I don't need to do this anymore. A smile bloomed on her lips. Her cell phone buzzed against her leg. She'd set it on silent mode at some point last evening. Cassandra turned the phone over and read the message on the screen. Antoine. Hey there. Cassie scowled. Hey there? Jerk. Again, she checked the message, making sure she'd read correctly. And yeah, the text was still there, and it was still Antoine's. Imbécile. Her hand did not waver to sweep the message to the left until it disappeared from the screen. Cassandra wanted nothing more to do with Antoine Somerset. That part of her life was officially over. A furtive glance at Dristan made her blush. In all honesty, she much preferred this new chapter. Dristan's genuine interest in taking part in her life filled her heart with joy. She wanted to share more than a bed with him, and he wanted the same. The cell phone buzzed again. Antoine, just wondering if you're doing okay. Cassie gasped, recognizing that same sense of entitlement in him, the one he'd shown right after the accident. It was as if Antoine were unwilling to let her go, even when he'd been the one to end their relationship. Once more, Cassandra swept the message to the left. She picked up the silver spoon. Maybe just once. She dipped it in the cup fast and stirred the coffee counterclockwise. "This one's for you, Antoine. Stop texting me." Pleased with her little spell, Cassie suppressed a smile. She curled up on the chair and took a sip of her steaming espresso. Dristan moved. He was still sleeping when he rolled on his back and hugged the pillow, leaving his tattooed back exposed. Cassie sighed. Instead of leaving hours ago, Dristan had chosen to stay in her apartment, by her side, at the most vulnerable moment for any vampire. She had a hard time believing that had been a simple coincidence. Dristan was a millinery blood drinker. He left nothing to chance. That could only mean one thing. "You trust me with your life." She drew the cup close to her lips and took another drink, staring at Dristan over the cup. Part of her felt ashamed for gawking at him with such hungry eyes, longing to have him, yet content with merely watching him from where she sat. Memories of last night flashed in her mind's eye. Dristan's absolute abandon, his stern determination to please her over and over again. A powerful wave of warmth spread through her body. "Tu es un dieu du sexe, Tristan Breck." "You're a sex god, Dristan Breck," she whispered, stretching her legs. She took another sip of coffee. "Reviens au lit." He groaned without moving an inch. Cassandra's jaw all but dropped. "You," she managed. Her eyelashes fluttered in disbelief, embarrassed to have been caught praising his bed skills and aroused to hear him speak her mother tongue so fluently. "Come back to bed," he insisted, this time with a husky voice. Cassie set the cup on the coffee table and got on her feet. The phone dropped to the floor, but she didn't care to pick it up. "It's almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon," she said with a teasing smile as she approached him. "Who can sleep at this hour?" Cassie knelt by the bedside. Dristan turned. His fiery eyes met hers. "Welcome to my world, Cassandra." He smirked, and, rolling back completely, Dristan reached towards her, his fingers gliding through the heavy locks of dark hair that fell over her shoulders. Who said anything about sleeping? He gave her a mischievous stare. Cassie leaned closer, close enough to feel his cool breath land on her cheek. "Tell me more." Dristan's hazel eyes gleamed with desire. Better yet, cupping her face with his rugged hand, he beckoned her to slip under the covers. "I'll show you." Cassandra's heart pumped faster and harder as she joined him in bed. Dristan slipped his fingers through the silk knot of her robe, unfastening it swiftly. The fabric slid off her in a flash and landed on the hardwood floor, and when his muscular arms locked around her narrow waist as their lips met in a passionate kiss. For the first time in years, she felt happy and safe. Chapter 44. Ivan stood in a pool of crimson blood, fresh arterial vital liquid soaking his bare feet. He slowly lifted his gaze. White fields of snow extended miles before him. He recognized the wintry landscape, the valley where he used to hunt as a young man. Something in his hold weighed his fist down. He raised his arm and there he met his bloodied hand and the corpse dangling from it. The red-furred creature in his grip had died instants ago, still warm, its body not yet stiffened by the rigor of death. "The red fox," he whispered, appalled, as the creature in his hold festered at a rapid pace. "But I," shaking his head in disbelief, "I never killed it. I wouldn't." Horrified, he dropped the carrion to the mount of snow. "Ivan," a voice called in the distance. Heart pounding hard against his chest, Ivan's gaze cut to the woods. The lake stood behind him, yet he would not turn. There, he'd find his brother drowning, and that was a sight most unwelcome to his preternatural eyes. No, he would not look back. He saw movement between the trees. A flash of red darted past by the corner of his eyes. As his gaze veered, following the rapid shift, Ivan caught a glimpse of a red cape. "Ivan!" A hand seized his shoulder. Ivan clutched the stranger's hand and jerked it forward, determined to discern this attacker's identity. "Stop it! You're hurting me!" His strength faltered. This was a woman's voice. "Ivan!" the woman pleaded. His eyes opened to a blur of shadows and dim light. Where the hell was he? Was he in danger? Who was this woman? Ivan's mouth went dry. His breathing quickened, and his pulse skyrocketed. As his sight adjusted to the twilight, Ivan scrambled his limbs and hoisted himself against a slab of wood. Lightning flashed through tall French windows, thunder rumbled, and the pitter-patter of rain ensued. "It's me." He turned to the bedside. Juliet stood with her back against the wall, wringing her wrist while she winced in pain. Rainwater drenched her red satin dress, darkening the shade as it shrunk against her sensual form, lining every perilous curve. Her long hair fell down her shoulders, soaking wet. She looked pale in the scarce lighting, enhancing the light freckles on her cheeks. Her pink lips quivered as absolute dread surfaced on her face. Panic took over him. To think he could have harmed her unconsciously. "I'm so sorry," he whispered, leaning forward on the bed. Little by little, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. On his way back from Père Lachaise cemetery, Ivan had resolved not to go home after all. His steps had turned to Deveraux Manor instead, and there, he'd planned to wait for his precious Juliet to return from wherever she'd gone off to. Weariness had taken its toll on him, though truth be told, it had been more emotional than physical. He'd crept into Juliet's bedroom and waited, lying on the bed, his mind racing from one face to another, from his sister's bittersweet farewell to the unexplainable disappearance of his beloved Juliet. "I must have dozed off," he mumbled with a frown. Ivan bit his lower lip. His gaze turned to Juliet, enticing as her body shuddered, freezing from the downpour she'd encountered minutes ago. She had always been keen on running in the rain. At least that much of her remained unchanged. But Ivan's concern quickly faded. "You're back," he said, cross now that he remembered he had reason to be angry. "Where were you?" The question sailed through his clenched teeth. Juliet's expression hardened. "What does it matter, Ivan?" she whispered in a gloomy voice, cupping her hands around her elbows. "I'm here now." She ambled to the balcony and shut the doors. They'd been wide open. A trail of wet footsteps began on the balcony and finished its path on the side of the bed. How exactly had she gotten here? "Never mind that, Ivan. You should be furious." "Of course," Ivan muttered, getting on his feet. "It wouldn't matter to you since it was your call to flee with that hideous monster in the first place." "He's no monster." Juliet turned with flushing cheeks. "No more than you and I." Ivan started, bewildered by her passion to defend the wretched thing. "I don't know what it is about this creature, this shadow being," he said, genuinely disturbed. "And quite honestly, I don't care to know. Whatever happened between you, it's all over now." He lowered his chin and exhaled sharply, running his fingers through his hair. "Over?" she asked, confused. She remained by the balcony, unwilling to move an inch. Ivan would not step forward until he made sure she welcomed him. He licked his lips before speaking. His mouth was so dry still. "Juliet," he began, "I've spent centuries dreaming of a chance like this. Before your return, I used to hold fast to the memories of the times you and I shared, dreading the day when those remembrances might vanish from my mind altogether." "So did I," she said, starting towards him, too cautious for his liking. It was as if she were afraid to speak her mind, which made no sense at all coming from Juliet. "I came back. From the dead, Ivan. If that's not enough proof of my love for you, I don't know. I've never been one to pussyfoot around, ma chérie. So let me be clear," he said, his eyes rapt on her countenance. "When I said I'd never share you, I meant every word." His voice became deeper and smoother, a tactic most useful for luring his victims. Terribly convenient to get his way. He hadn't planned to do it, but old habits die hard. "I want you solely and completely for myself." Juliet's eyes glazed with desire, her body yielded against his. He hoped her will had been equally subdued. He hoped. Ivan's lust for her pulsed hard inside him. He longed to strip away those wet clothes and make love to her until morning. He leaned closer and cupped her cheek, inches away from meeting her lips. Juliet offered no resistance to his nearness. Perhaps it had been the voice trick. Yes. The voice trick never failed. "Can I expect the same level of fidelity you so ardently demand?" she suddenly said. Ivan blinked, What kind of question was that? It was certainly not akin to Juliet's personality, not the one he remembered. Yes, she'd always been the brightest of minds, with a strong sense of autonomy. A rare trait for women in the 17th century, but this was an unusual side of her, a defiant side. He wasn't sure he liked that. "Why would you say that?" he finally said. No more tactics, straight out bothered. "I've never given you reason to—" "Elisa." "She's gone," he was quick to reply. "That's never stopped you before," Juliet mumbled, stepping away. It was then that Elisa's prescient words descended over him like an ominous cloud. "She will leave you." The thought made him shudder, but he pushed those words to the back of his mind and moved on. "This isn't like you," he said, taming his pride. "Bees respond to honey, or something to that effect. Be honey, Ivan." "I thought you wanted to be with me," he whispered with a gentler demeanor, folding his hand on hers. "Don't you want that, my love?" Juliet took a shallow breath. Her lips relaxed, the frown faded from her brow, and she became douce and soft and pleasing once more. "I do," she said. Juliet's warm hand pressed his and drew it to her lips. She kissed the back of his hand, and her sweet eyes fixed on him. "Ivan, I want more than that." "More?" he asked, furrowing his brow. A few seconds of sheer silence passed, enough to crush Ivan's frail patience. "You are aware that I'm unable to read your mind, since you're a powerful witch and I, a vampire," he said. "Whatever haunts your thoughts, I'd suggest it is best you come out and say it." Hesitation glimmered in her amethyst eyes. She swallowed hard, her lips slowly parted. "I want to have a child with you." "A child?" he said, unable to conceal his smile. "I'd say we're already settled, given that I am one in almost every possible way." He choked a laugh. What could one do but laugh at such a suggestion? The whole notion was absolutely ludicrous. Juliet drew half a smile. "I can't argue with that," she teased, but a hint of disappointment loomed in her countenance. "My love," he whispered, cupping the side of her face, then caressing her cheek with a finger. "It's impossible. Surely you must see it." Tenderness touched every word. "Am I not enough to make you happy? Is that why you ran away with the shadow thing?" Juliet bristled. "His name," she muttered, "is Kellum. I mean no harm," he added quickly. "I just want to understand." She lowered her gaze. At least she did not flee from him. "I had my reasons to leave when I did," she said, reticent to the core. "But none of them concerned you." "Very well." Ivan nodded. "Keep your secrets. God knows I have mine." He heaved a sigh. Her gaze drifted up to meet his. "I came back because I love you." "And that's all I need to know," he added, smoothing his hand on her waist, gently luring her close to him. "Now can I please get these wet clothes off you and take you to bed?" Juliet's cheeks burned hot scarlet. No matter how many centuries had passed or how much her perceptions had shifted in the modern world, the way to her heart remained unchanged, and that was a road Ivan knew only too well. Chapter 45. Cassandra filled her eyes with the imposing 8-foot-long marble sculpture conveniently placed at the stairs' juncture, the cynosure of all eyes, although tourists hardly ever took the time to appreciate it, as they rushed to find the Mona Lisa instead. But for the first time ever, Cassie could enjoy the victory of Samothrace, study it without the jostling horde hindering her voracious need to examine the precious art piece. It seemed like a dream. "When you said you wanted to go out with me," she said, her gaze locked on Nike, "I figured you'd take me to dinner." Cassandra turned. Dristan stood a few feet away, beaming with quiet joy as he witnessed her happiness. "I never thought you meant a private after-hours tour of the Louvre," she added, climbing down the stairs to join him. Dristan gave her the hint of a smile. "Do you like it?" he asked. His eyes gleamed a bright amber. Cassandra nodded. She loved everything about it, especially sharing this wonderful moment with him. She glided her hand over his, interlacing their fingers. They ambled to the French paintings gallery, unhurried, enjoying the stillness of the rooms as they moved past them. "The silence is magnificent," she said, stopping in front of Deveraux's Le Jeune Martyr. "I can feel the painting so much better this way." She tilted her head, mesmerized by the mystical light captured on the woman's face. She strived to conquer that faint luminescence on canvas, one of the vampire traits that fascinated her the most. Dristan drifted behind her, pressing his firm body against her. "You speak like a creature blessed with heightened sensitivity," he purred in her ear, sending infinite shockwaves of delight through her core. Cassandra turned over her shoulder, inches away from his lips. She was dying to kiss him, but she refrained. "Like a vampire's?" she asked knowingly. A bit sensually, too. Dristan flushed. "That's not what I meant," he mumbled. Cassie grinned. "I'm only teasing you." Her body yielded to his, allowing him to embrace her in a tender hold. "Perhaps I see things differently because I'm a painter," she said. "I know you are." Now that caught her attention. "Do you?" she asked, puzzled. "How could you know?" "You mentioned it to Ivan when we first arrived in the city," he said in a nonchalant tone, sliding around her. He stepped closer to Deveraux's creation and carefully scrutinized it. "You told him that, after the accident, you'd lost your joie de vivre, that you hadn't touched a canvas since." Cassie's eyes flew open. "You remember that?" "Why wouldn't I?" he asked, looking back. It was important. He finalized the subject, moving on to the next painting, but Cassandra's amazement didn't stop there. They'd barely met back then. And still, he'd listened. Eavesdropped, really. "How long have you had an interest in me?" she suddenly asked, still anchored to her spot. A teasing smile stretched his lips when he turned. "Are you asking me this to satisfy your vanity?" He spoke with slightly narrowed eyes, magnetic in his charming demeanor. "Maybe." Cassandra sauntered to meet him, lured to him like gentle waves crashing on a peaceful shore. "If you must know," he said the minute she caught up with him, "I think I loved you from the very first time I laid eyes on you. Standing at that manor's frontispiece, you were the most stunning creature I'd ever seen in my life." He glided his hand over her jawline with fierce hazel eyes that fixed on hers. "You still are." Cassie's breathing hitched. "He loves me. He said he loves me. Be still, heart of mine." "Juliet is hosting a soirée tomorrow," she blurted, spoiling that perfect moment. "To celebrate Yule." Dristan licked his lips, staring at her with undeniable longing. "Yeah, I remember," he whispered. "I'd like you to come," Cassandra said, heart racing, pounding hard against her chest. "With me." His lips slightly parted, hesitation surfaced on his countenance. "I don't think I should." Dristan's darkened voice sailed through the silence like a sharp gust of winter wind. Warmth hurried to her face. She hadn't expected a refusal, and now she was so ashamed. Was she rushing this relationship? Had she come off as a clingy girlfriend? Gods, this was so embarrassing. Cassie's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly stepped back. "Please, don't take this the wrong way," he said, concerned. "But didn't Juliet say the purpose of this gathering was sealing a covenant between the Ursa Clan and the Deveraux?" His voice was soothing and understanding, but Cassandra still felt rotten for ever bringing it up. "I just don't think it would be my place to meddle in your family's affairs." "Of course." She pursed her lips, lowering her chin. "You're absolutely right." "Perhaps we should make plans for our next outing," he added, folding his hand around her arm, nudging her towards him. "You mean date?" Cassie couldn't help blushing. She could feel the twinkle in her eyes as she looked at him. "Yes," he said. "Date." "I don't know, Dristan." Cassandra leaned against his shoulder as they strolled down the gallery. "You've set the bar pretty high with this one." She heaved a sigh. "Oh, believe me," he replied with a sultry tone. "I can do better. So much better than this." Dristan stopped. He faced her, locking his arms around her waist as his hazel eyes bore into her soul. "I think I found it now," she whispered. Dristan furrowed his brow. "What?" "My joie de vivre." He smiled. "I found it too." Chapter 46. Juliet's voice drifted into Ivan's dreams like a low croon blending in the night, words spoken in an ancient tongue that he failed to recognize. "Thank you. That will be all, John," she said. This time she spoke louder, enough to raise Ivan's awareness. He slowly opened his eyes and spotted her instantly, dashing across the room with haste as the butler disappeared into the hallway. Juliet pulled back the heavy drapes, and the clear moonlight spilt inside the room. A sudden unease throbbed in Ivan's veins, a deafening restlessness that made him shudder. Was this fear? Far from it. "Damn it to hell," he groaned, sitting on the bed. "I overslept." The rattling inside him started to burn. His pulse quickened, his breathing raced. "Shit, I'm starving." The hunger would only grow louder and more unbearable. It already hurt like hell. "You needed to rest after everything that's happened." Juliet loomed over him. Her breathing halted for a moment as she contemplated her immortal lover, pride gleaming in her bewitching eyes. Ivan ran his fingers through his jet-black hair. Spending the day at Deveraux Manor had become his new routine. It was nothing like the olden days, when Ivan had to resort to several tricks in order to meet her in secret. Not that he missed any of it. Juliet looked radiant in a rose and gold gossamer gown with a high neck and long sleeves. The delicate fabric that enveloped her danced when she moved, conveying her more than a graceful appeal. She was ethereal. Her long hair rippled down her back in soft waves, and her countenance gleamed with youth as she leaned closer. Each passing day engraved more of Juliet into Jeanette's body. Even her facial bone structure had changed, with higher, more defined cheekbones and soft arched eyebrows. It was as Juliet had said. Her essence expanded and grew stronger, imprinting the unmistakable trace of the spirit that now dwelled in Jeanette's vessel. But that meant something else. Soon, the day would come when nothing of Jeanette would remain, only the memory of her existence. "Are you ready?" she asked, caressing his cheek, gently pulling him away from his detachment. Ivan blinked. "Ready?" he said with a frown. "For what?" "To come downstairs, sleepyhead." Juliet grinned, her delicate finger pointed at the dresser where an immaculately pressed tuxedo waited for him. "It wouldn't be a party without you." He inhaled sharply, but that helped nothing to appease the storm building up inside him. "It'll have to," he said, getting on his feet. "I'm sorry, ma chérie. I'm not going." Ivan grabbed his wristwatch from the nightstand and fastened it on. 8:30 p.m. Bloody hell, no wonder he was famished. "Oh," she said, clasping her hands over her gown. Juliet made her best effort not to show signs of her disappointment, but it still poured through her exquisite countenance. Ivan slipped on his t-shirt and went to the window. From this point, he saw the horde of warlocks and witches approaching the manor. A dozen cars lined up the driveway. "May I ask, where are you going?" she breathed. Ivan picked up a hint of anxiety from her voice. Terribly faint, but still there. "To hunt and kill, and take the blood of my prey in one slow drink that will thrill my senses and later numb me completely," he wanted to say. "I need to clear my head," he said under his breath. But another thought was bouncing off his mind, as oppressive as his thirst for human blood. Elisa's pernicious words remained ingrained in Ivan, like an obnoxious parasite feeding off his self-doubt and apprehension, and he hated her for it. Such a lovely parting gift she'd given him. He unlatched the window with a quick move. "I must go," he said, sitting on the sill. He had no intention of bumping into the warlocks on his way out. The old tricks came in handy now. The freaking window would have to do. "Will you come back?" Juliet asked. And there it was again, that hint of fear in her voice. The corner of his lips curled. He turned, looking over his shoulder. When their eyes met, he whispered, "Always." He made the leap down to the garden and disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 47. Stepping onto the manor's lawn had been like entering a magical realm. Beneath a white tent with luxurious drapes and crystal chandeliers, a large gathering of warlocks and witches had assembled. It was as though the horrors of the magical mishap at Drake Manor had never taken place. And of course, part of the reason for this selective amnesia had to do with the unspeakable power and influence exerted by the Grand Witch herself, Juliet Deveraux. No one would dare oppose her now. For all her great charm, the woman had proved herself lethal. Amber string lights tangled in the elm trees, adding to the lawn's oniric feel, and the air was moist and redolent of fresh moss, warmed by dozens of electrical heaters aesthetically displayed nearby. Servers in black tie dashed to and fro as champagne flutes exchanged hands in the crowd. And there was music, subtle and inviting, pouring into the night from a small orchestra set up on a stage. She had to hand it to her grandmother. Juliet knew how to throw a party. Cassandra might have taken care of the expenses, but Juliet had skillfully put together the event. Deveraux Manor had become the epicenter of magic this Yule, with Drakens, Alexives, and Deveraux joined under the same roof. A historical allegiance, never seen before. As she stood at the stone staircase that descended to the lawn, Cassandra swallowed hard. She lowered her gaze, sweeping her light gossamer gown. Juliet had chosen her attire, even though they'd hardly spoken since that cursed All Hallows evening when she'd fled with the shadow being. The Grand Witch had sent her the lavish dress, along with an ensemble of jewellery, shoes, and other accoutrements. It was a winter dress in dusky lavender and grey, with intricate hand embroidery along the translucent sleeves and neckline, beaded with myriad small iridescent crystals that twinkled in the dim lighting. French tulle, the best couture money could buy. This would never have been her choice, for it attracted far more eyes than she could withstand. Cassandra wrung her hands. Social situations made her uncomfortable. She would have preferred staying at home painting or spending the evening with her beloved Dristan. But even the millinery vampire had expressed the importance of attending tonight's soiree. The music came to a halt. The multitude on the dance floor slowly dispersed, revealing the warlock standing in the center. The Ursa King beamed with pride, a hand holding a champagne glass, the other casually dipped inside his pants pocket. He looked perfectly dapper, in a pristine black tux, dark hair gathered into a low coil, magnetic dark eyes glinting with the fires of magic. His dark stare bore into her, while a faint smile stretched his lips. Cassandra shuddered, and remembering the meaning of such a response, she immediately shifted into a cautious frame of mind. Was this not a quandary? Torn between the impulse to run back inside the manor, go home, and forget this soiree ever existed, and the burdensome responsibility of fulfilling the duties expected from the heiress of her lineage, she could not afford to spoil this alliance. Cassie returned to the Ursa King, the same subtle smile as she descended the stone steps. Gavriel nodded and put the glass away. He sauntered through the guests and met her at the bottom of the stairs. "Cassandra," he said with a husky voice, offering his hand, welcoming her to the gathering. It would have appeared as though this was the Ursa King's manor, and not the Deveraux'. Cassie's fingers tingled when he touched her. An electrifying shock shot up her arm, similar to what she'd experienced with Dristan's first touch in its intensity, but far from pleasant. Together they reached the dance floor, where an expectant horde glared at them with unnerving fascination. "Frères et sœurs dans les liens de la magie," brothers and sisters in the bonds of magic, Gavriel said in fluent French. "It gives me great pleasure to present to you Cassandra Deveraux, heiress of her legendary kin." A round of applause resonated on the lawn. Faces grew alight, pleased and amused by the magical pair. They'd heard the stories of last Samhain, without question. They must have wondered what talents flowed through Cassie's veins. Parlour, tricks. That's what Juliet had called them. That was the extent of her gifts. Gavriel, on the other hand, he'd revealed the shadow being's identity with a single command. He'd summoned the power to bind the creature away for all eternity. He would have executed the sentence had Juliet not intervened, calling for clemency. A task that required 6 warlocks and witches. Gavriel would have accomplished all alone. "It gives me greater pleasure still," he continued, "to announce she's granted me the first dance this evening." Another ovation rose from the multitude. Cassandra's unsteady gaze shifted, her cheeks flushing without remedy. Whereas she absolutely hated the attention, Gavriel thrived upon it. Delight radiated from him as he reeled in the horde's energy. Meanwhile, Cassie was sweeping the crowd with a quick glance. Where was Juliet? Why was she not here? The Ursa King glared at the orchestra, slightly raising his chin as a signal for them to play. He then glided his firm hand over Cassandra's waist, nudging her towards him. Gooseflesh shot up her arms when Gavriel held her hand. I should have been drunk for this. As the music soared on the evening wind, Gavriel led the dance. In this nearness, his musty cologne of moss and cedar penetrated her lungs, soothing as smoking tea and winter leg warmers on a rainy day. The dark charm of his eyes was inescapable. His widened pupils were enticing pools of darkness that eased Cassandra's anxiety, much against her will. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed as the multitude dispersed, which gave Cassie even more reassurance. At last, she could breathe at a normal pace, and her heart settled into a comfortable beat. You're so beautiful. I would have done anything to dance with you tonight, Gavriel whispered, tugging a lock of Cassie's hair behind her ear. His voice was soft and pleasant, numbing as ASMR. She could listen to him speak for hours. Oh. Cassandra blinked. Listen to what he's saying, not how he says it. His choice of words had aroused a sharp sense of anger inside her, although muffled by the spell of Gavriel's voice. You did, she reminded him with a hint of fury. You threatened to destroy my vampire friends. Cassie paused. That's why we're dancing. A flash of delightful astonishment surfaced the Ursa King's countenance. Ouch, he said with a feigned wince. Sexy as hell. You disapprove of my methods. It doesn't matter if I do, she added miffed. You're the Ursa King, and after tonight, you'll be practically family. So, whatever I think is irrelevant. Gavriel pouted his lips, giving her a disapproving stare. You're wrong, he said. Cassandra, you are the Deveraux' heiress. Great power flows through your veins, and great influence with it. You would do well to bear that in mind. He paused, making her twirl. When their eyes met again, he resumed. It is my sole purpose to remain always in your good graces. Please, allow me to cast away the image my rudeness tends to convey. The Ursa King's offer would have charmed her had she not distrusted the man with all her being. What do you want, Gavriel Alexiev? She asked, narrowing her eyes. I only mean to please you, he said simply. I want to make you happy. A sensual smile curled the corner of his lips. Strange words, those of the Ursa Kings. What makes you think I'm not happy already? She asked, intrigued. The grin on Gavriel's lips grew into a smirk. He gave her a knowing look. I have the gift, he said, with half a shrug. The gift, she mused. That explained a lot, especially the manner in which he'd strived to handle her emotions ever since the dance had started. This entire conversation was a testament to his abilities. You're an empath, she said. You know what I'm feeling. Nope, Gavriel replied arrogantly, shaking his head. I feel what you feel. He smiled, satisfied with himself. Really, she wanted to say. What am I feeling right now? Cocky bastard. As though he'd listened to her thoughts, Gavriel pursed his lips. You're angry at me for putting your friends' lives in danger, he said, tilting his head. But you must understand, in our world, vampires are the enemy. He paused to consider his following words. Your family may allow itself certain liberties because of their history and powerful influence. But this is not true for the rest of us, Princessa. We simply cannot afford to be friends with vampires. Cassandra shot up an eyebrow. I hear you and Elisa used to be more than friends. The werebear insinuated a smile. Well, clearing his throat, certainly, I'm entitled to some forbearance. I am, after all, no ordinary warlock. He meant every damn word. Yeah, it's good to be king, she said wryly. Gavriel stopped and faced her, his darkened eyes rapt on Cassandra. What is it? Cassie asked, intrigued. Stop staring at me like that. I really like you, he whispered, almost as if speaking to himself, shocked by this sudden realization. You're not only beautiful, but smart. Thank you, I guess, she replied, hesitant. You're not so bad either. Alliance, Cassandra. Think of your family's future. Don't bite the man's head off. Not yet. The Ursa King started, amused. Really? He mumbled, shifting his gaze over her shoulder towards the terrace. What you did at the séance, Cassie began. You saved Ivan from the Shadow Being's claws. It had to be said, regardless of how she felt about Gavriel. Oh, that... he dismissed, glancing at her again. Pay no mind to it. I had to do it. For the first time, he spoke with his guard down, revealing a glimpse of the true man underneath this facade of arrogance. What? She flinched. Why? Deveraux sighed. He made her twirl again. As I've said before, it is paramount that my lineage remains within your family's good graces. The warlock furrowed his brow. If my response pleased you, then I'm happy about it. But please understand, I did this for you, and not for the sake of that insufferable blood demon. Sincerity poured from him as she'd never witnessed. She liked this side of him way better. That didn't mean she liked him, not at all. But Cassandra could talk to him now, and that was at least a start. They'd be forced to collaborate at some point in the future, so she'd take any improvement in their relationship as a victory. What are you hoping to gain from this alliance, Gavriel? She asked, seizing Gavriel's surge of honesty as an open door. Cassandra's candor seemed to take him by surprise. What does anyone in my position ever want, Princessa? He asked, leaning closer. Power, infinite glory, making my mark on our kin's history. Perhaps a cub or two. He smirked. Yikes. High expectations indeed. Cassie gave him a faint smile. Pleased, Gavriel uttered a short laugh. My ambitions are no different than yours were a few months ago, he pointed out. Ah. She raised her brow, disarmed. Touché. Leading my people is all I've ever known, he added with a softer tone, gliding a hand over her cheek. His gentle expression and open demeanor made him impossibly alluring. From the moment I was born into the clan, I knew the task would befall me. Sooner or later. Cassandra recognized a hint of pain in his words, an undeniable longing. What was Gavriel's story? Was he truly this villain who destroyed enemies on a whim? How long have you ruled over the Ursa Clan? She asked. Since I was 17. He licked his lower lip. His sharp gaze landed on her. Now that I think of it, there is something I've wanted to do for a while, and I'm certain it will add greatly to my happiness. Oh? She said, curious. Is it a secret? The Ursa King nodded. I feel I can trust you with it, Gavriel said, fierce eyes fixed on hers, gently burning. The intensity of his stare froze Cassandra's limbs, anchoring her to the ground. Gavriel leaned close to her ear, warm breath softly caressing her cheek, and when he was about to speak, his face turned, and he pressed his silken lips against hers. Cassandra's lips slightly parted, shocked by the Ursa King's forwardness, and Gavriel seized the chance to slip his tongue into her mouth, cupping her face with his hands. Again he kissed her with a sultry whim of passion, before slowly backing away, leaving her breathless, speechless, 1,000 thoughts racing through her witchy mind. Chapter 48. The flames of hell roared inside Tristan's chest when he saw that hideous shifter kiss Cassandra. It took everything inside him not to lunge in an attack against Gavriel Alexeyev. The millinery vampire in him told him to wait, to let the scene play out in its entirety before taking any rash course of action. He regretted it now, having persuaded himself to change his mind at the last minute and appear at Deveraux Manor to surprise his beloved Cassandra. Tristan had remained in the shadows. He'd kept his presence concealed from every mortal while he stood on the terrace, watching the gathering of warlocks and witches as they danced beneath the luxurious tent below. But who was he kidding? His gaze had focused on Cassandra only. He wanted to rip the Ursa King's throat apart right then and there, but what good would that do if only briefly satisfying his thirst for blood? The entire row would cause nothing but trouble between the Deveraux and the Ursa Clan. Not that he cared for both magical families to avoid the pandemonium. It was Cassandra's sake that solely mattered to him. He would prevent any suffering from falling on her. The moment passed. His fury still burned, but slowly subsided in his core. Cassandra was dancing with the Ursa King again. A flash of an image appeared in his mind's eye then, that it was him who danced with her, him who spoke loving words in her ear. In silence, Tristan's old heart broke into 1,000 pieces. It is absurd, Tristan, a voice said. He looked to his side, irked at the words, as they only plunged the knife, wounding him deeper. Juliet, he mumbled, taking a step back to see her fully. Fairy-like rose-gold gown, the finest gossamer and embroidery enveloping her narrow frame. She'd wanted to present herself as gentle and frail, but Dristan found her delicate appearance deceiving. The Grand Witch moved closer to him, and with extreme familiarity, she folded her delicate hand around his arm. "She's with her own," she said, turning her gaze to the garden, to the magical pair dancing in the middle of the dance floor. "Do you see?" Juliet's words profoundly pained him, but Dristan was the most proficient creature at concealing his emotions. Against every fibre in his being screaming to oppose her, he remained silent. "Jeanette's passing gave Cassie's heart a hard blow," she said with a velvety voice. "A blow to which you contributed by stealing Jeanette's body," Dristan wanted to say. He pursed his lips and swallowed the words, if not for his sake, for his fledglings. "But look at her now," Juliet continued. "For once, she has a real chance of being happy." She faced him. "Don't you want her to be happy, Dristan?" The question pierced him like a nail to a coffin. "Aren't you happy with my son in darkness?" he replied, wounded. "Precisely." Juliet pursed her lips. "Am I not proof of the heartache that endures when a vampire loves a witch?" Daunting woman, she locked stares with him. "A single lifetime did not suffice for us to sort our troubles. Do you really want that kind of pain for my granddaughter?" An odious point, but a truthful one at that. "What do you suggest I do?" Dristan asked. Juliet's hand glided up his arm, as if indeed she cared to spare his feelings. But then she spoke. "Let her go," she said. "Let Cassandra be with her own." At this point, Dristan wondered if he had any say in the matter at all. Why else would the Ursa King have kissed her, if he had not won her heart already? He stepped aside, freeing himself from Juliet's hold. He turned his back to her, disarmed, as he realized how hard it had become for him to breathe. In the pandemonium of his feelings, he attempted to collect his thoughts and speak without giving away the frailty of his heart. "Will that guarantee her joy?" Dristan asked. "Will she be happy when I'm gone?" "She will be free," Juliet said, her voice cool and collected. "Free to marry into a respectable warlock family where she will thrive." Her gaze hovered over the couple once more. "I see so much of me in Cassandra." She paused. "She will become a powerful witch." "You asked me to disappear from her life," he mumbled, shocked as he heard himself pronounce the words. Juliet glared at him, startled. "I do not pretend to tell you what to do, Dristan," she said, baffled. "But if you truly love her, you will see it's the best thing you can do." She slowly stepped back, disappearing in the shadows, like the phantom she was, the unnatural spectre who'd taken possession of her descendant's body. Dristan's gaze cut to Cassandra, still dancing with the Ursa King. It had been foolish, of course. What had he hoped to accomplish by pursuing a relationship with a mortal woman, the most beautiful creature he'd ever encountered? In 1,000 years of roaming through the desert of the world with an unquenchable thirst, he'd discovered in Cassandra a wonderful oasis. Dristan had wanted to rest in her arms and drink her essence to the last drop. But now, he realized none of it had been real. A beautiful mirage, and nothing more. His beloved Cassandra now leaned towards the Ursa King and spoke in his ear. The warmth of tears gathered in Dristan's eyes. "I've seen enough," he said under his breath. Chapter 49. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Cassandra hissed in Gavriel's ear. She knew better than to make a scene when so much was at stake. Tensions were high enough as it was. Unleashing a war between the three most powerful magical families was out of the question. Her lips burned as if she'd smeared them with hot sauce. She struggled to refrain her heart from quickening any more. Anger, not excitement, had unleashed that reaction. A sudden sensation enveloped her. It started as a tingling wave that spread through her body. With panting breath, Cassandra stared at her hands, watching, as an iridescent web weaved upwards, starting on her fingers where they were touching Gavriel's. The magic spread like gleaming climbing vines, enclosing her arms and shoulders, pressing down into a tight tug that restrained her. The Ursa King's powerful spell overwhelmed her as Cassandra realized she had no control over her body. Imprisoned in a magical trap, she could not push Gavriel aside and flee as she so ardently desired. The warlock's eyes lit up with spectral blue flames, pleased to see his spell at work, while the dancing crowd remained oblivious. "I've wanted to kiss you ever since I laid eyes on you," he confessed. "Why can't I move?" she said through clenched teeth. "What is this curse you've cast on me?" Cassandra had read about dominion spells, like the force that vampires could exert upon animals, but controlling another human being, a witch no less, required a most powerful enchantment. This was dark magic at its finest, and she did not like it at all. Gavriel gave her the hint of a smile. "I would say I'm sorry," he said, gliding his hand around her waist, "but I'm really not." He shrugged with indifference, as if to say, "Deal with it." She would have slapped his face right then if she could move, and all her struggles to regain ownership of her body so far had failed. The Ursa King's kiss had locked her in his hold, kept her in his thrall. "Let me go," Cassie muttered. Gavriel cocked his head. "Do you know what I did?" he asked, pride glinting in his eyes. "No, I suppose you don't." He pursed his lips. "I've branded you Princessa." "Branded me?" she repeated, knitting her brow. Her arms tingled once more, and she managed to move her fingers. Was the spell wearing off? "Your dear grandmother Juliet might be more acquainted with the term," he continued. "She was branded too, you know, centuries ago." For all the sensuality of his voice and the smoothness of his manners, Cassandra hated every word he spoke. Pixie could have been branded as well, for all I care. As they twirled on the dance floor, Cassandra looked over Gavriel's shoulder. Her eyes flew open as she saw Dristan, standing on the terrace. He did not meet her stare, however. Dristan turned and headed to the doorway. "Don't leave, Dristan." "Let me go right now, Gavriel," she spitefully said, "or you'll find out how fatal my powers can be." Gavriel laughed, amused by Cassandra's fury. "Do not fret, my dear." He stopped at the edge of the dance floor. "By all means, run wherever you wish," he said, subtly waving his hand in the air. "My brand will follow you everywhere you go. You're mine now, Princessa." The Ursa King's fingers glided away from her, smooth as silken sheets. The moment their hands no longer touched, the magic marks weaved around Cassandra began to fade. She skewered the King of Darkness with an unflinching look. "You're absolutely insane," she whispered, stepping back. She drew in a stuttered gasp, her hands quivering beyond control as they clenched her gown. A sinister grin emerged on Gavriel's face as he watched her retreat with caution. The time would come for her to deal with that monster. But Cassandra's concerns now swung to Dristan, and joining him as quickly as possible. For the time being, all thoughts of vengeance took a back seat. The Ursa King's piercing gaze tracked her as she moved. As she stepped out of the tent, the magical horde jostled together, swallowing all trace of the shifter warlock inside. Only then did she dare to turn her back on him. Cassandra hurried to the stairs leading to the terrace. Dristan had come. He'd changed his mind. She could not wait to hold him and leave this accursed soiree together. Cassandra regretted bitterly ever attending. Samara and a party of 6 Ursa warlocks gathered by the doorway, hindering her path inside the house. The Ursa heiress swept Cassandra with an indolent glare as she stood before them. Cassie paid no mind to her, looking through the huddled mass when she glimpsed Dristan ambling down the hall, heading to the driveway. Panic swelled up inside her. Without saying a word, she pushed through the Ursa warlocks, willing to catch up to his beloved Dristan. Not a soul dwelled in the manor's hall. Cassie's heels echoed as she staggered forward, her breathing hitching as an ominous shadow seized her heart. What if this wasn't a coincidence? What if Dristan actually meant to leave? Had he witnessed anything of what had transpired between Gavriel and her? She halted at the frontispiece. Dristan had finally stopped moving. He stood by the column, his back turned to her, so still that he resembled one of the statues on Drake Manor's lawn. For the first time since she'd met him, Cassandra knew fear. The words that would follow would seal her fate forever. Chapter 50. Dristan stopped, aware of Cassandra's presence in the manor's frontispiece. He could have taken advantage of his preternatural speed and flee the premises within seconds. Why had he not? Reason scolded him, while his bitter heart rewarded his choice to stay. He could not refuse the chance to see her one last time. How different had his intent been at first? He'd come here to meet her, wanting to show to her kith and kin how much he loved her. A vampire announcing his interest in a witch had already been a daunting notion, but doing so within their coven's core defied all logic and sense of preservation. All that had been folly. Dristan's foolishness had become clearer still the minute he'd seen Cassandra kiss the Ursa King. She was a mortal woman, only 26. Why would she ever commit to a goddamned fiend who happened to be over 1,000 years old? Why would she deny herself the whimsical pleasures of youth? Although Cassandra's betrayal wounded him deeply, he could not hold it against her. She deserved to find happiness with her own, and perhaps Juliet's suggestion had persuaded him on this account more than he would ever admit. "Dristan!" Cassandra's voice broke the silence, like the soothing chime of a silver bell. He needed to run, to scream, but his body was petrified. "You're leaving," she hesitated to say. He drew in a sharp breath. "There's no reason for me to stay," he said. Dristan could not afford to look at her just yet, so he leaned against the column. "Of course there is." Cassandra moved closer and stopped a few steps behind him. "To be with me." He said nothing, but held in his breath, looking blindly skyward. Dark clouds hovered above them. Dristan swallowed hard, finally willing to respond. "You found more suitable company," he said without inclination. "It's not what you think," she was quick to say. "Isn't it?" He looked back over his shoulder. The harshness of his tone had sailed through his lips unhindered. Dristan had no means to dive into the workings of her mind. He could not pick apart the thoughts that meshed inside her as they spoke. But he could certainly listen to her racing heart and the shallow breaths that accompanied it. "Gavriel, he's—" Her tongue darted out of her mouth to lick her dried lips. "I had no choice but to—" "You owe me no explanations," Dristan interrupted, a hand slightly raised, begging her to stop. "And I've asked for none." "Don't be like that," she whispered, stepping closer. "Like what? Honest," he said. "From the beginning we agreed not to label whatever it was we had." He paused. "We've made no promises. Nothing binds you to me. You are free to do as you wish." He spoke the words, never stopping to contemplate their meaning. Detachment was essential if he had any hopes of walking out of this conversation unscathed. "It's not like that at all," she added, subdued. "Do you think being my family's trophy witch is easy?" "You certainly seem to enjoy it," he said with a dispassionate voice as he slipped his hands into his pants pockets. "Don't look back, Dristan. Don't look back. Or you'll lose your conviction when you see those misty grey eyes staring back at you with utter devotion." "Do I enjoy being thrown into the bear's den for dinner, prey to my family's Machiavellian schemes?" she said, her voice breaking. "Dristan, it's killing me." He cleared his throat, trying to rid himself of the tight knot that threatened to hamper his speech. "I will leave you to your party," he said, squaring his shoulders. "Your guests are waiting." He parted from the column and took the first steps towards the driveway. "Don't go," Cassandra pleaded. "I love you." He halted, frozen by the words. They had been warm and full of heartfelt meaning. Staying true to his conviction had never hurt him as profoundly as it did at that moment. Dristan pursed his lips. "You think so?" "I believe that," he whispered, looking back at last. He could no longer escape seeing his precious angel, and as he levelled his gaze with hers, Dristan struggled to show as neutral an expression as he could. "But you are mistaken. You're in love with an image, an idea of who I am. What you see before you is an enticing mirage. Step close enough, and the scintillating surface starts to fade." He paused. "Make no mistake, Cassandra. Underneath this mortal guise, I am a monster." Thunder rumbled in the distance. The wind picked up, sweeping the leaves of the sycamore trees that lined the manor's entrance. A gentle whirlwind scattered cherry blossoms, surrounding them as if by a will of their own. "That is not true," Cassandra said, reaching for his hand. Dristan pulled back his arm, avoiding all contact with her. The slightest touch would have knocked down his determination. "Would you love me if you saw me hunt in the depths of the night?" he said with a frown. "If you saw me stab my fangs into my victim's neck and tear flesh and muscle apart until the first burst of blood struck my face?" Dristan all but hissed as he leaned forward. Would you find me as appealing then? A flash of lightning tore the evening sky. The first raindrops fell. Cassandra slowly retrieved her hand. She remained silent because there were no words to prove him wrong. She must have known then he spoke the truth, a realization that left her cold and numb. "I thought you'd come here to say you loved me," she mumbled, her eyes glistening with unspilt tears. "Quite the contrary," he said, folding his arms over his chest. Unease spread through him like a chilled, dark wave. "I came to tell you, I am not the safe choice you would think." He carried on, paying no mind to the shifting weather. "I am not a man you'd want to take as a lover. Do not fool yourself into believing otherwise." "Dristan," she whispered. Her eyes no longer gleamed with emotion. They'd turned vacant and opaque, no longer lit by the love she'd professed to him minutes ago. "Cassandra, let's face it." A hint of vexation tinged his voice. It was the rage of not being able to fulfill his dream of loving her for years to come. "This was never going to be more than a fling. You knew it, and so did I. It would be foolish for us to pretend differently." A furious storm suddenly unleashed. The freezing wind lashed without mercy, and even though his preternatural body could withstand such dire conditions, it still made him shudder to the core. Something about the storm struck him as unusual, unnatural. Was she the source of it? Tears spilled down Cassandra's cheeks, and with each one, a piece of Dristan's heart broke in silence. He wanted to go to her, to embrace her and soothe her pain away. Dristan wanted to tell her that he loved her, that he couldn't see life without her. And at the same time, he knew him walking through those gates would be the best thing that could ever happen to her. "Why are you doing this?" she whispered in a hurting voice, hugging her arms. This had been a bad idea. He never should have faced her. It would have been easier to leave. "I am a millinery vampire, more powerful and more evil than you could ever imagine." His voice came low, cold. Dristan shifted his weight from one foot to another, hesitant. Should he approach her or take one more step towards the driveway? "I will not waste my time here any longer." He paused. "Live your life, and don't ever look back on what we had, because I certainly will not." Cassandra sobbed. When her knees buckled, the impulse to run to her assaulted him. He wanted to hold her in his arms and kiss her. However, he refrained. Never in 1,000 years had such unbearable pain consumed him. Never in 1,000 years had his heart suffered as it now suffered. Dristan couldn't take one more minute of her pain. He wasn't strong enough to prolong this misery, so he did the next best thing and fled from it. He ran without looking back once, not until he stood outside Deveraux Manor's walls. Only then, he allowed himself to break, when the hurt and sorrow had become too overwhelming to endure. He sobbed bitterly as cold tears streamed down his face, blending with the pouring rain. Chapter 51. "Don't leave," Cassie whispered, tears gliding down her cheeks. Useless as Dristan had already vanished, a shadow in the stormy night, and it was as if he'd taken her soul with him. Hollowness built up in her core, and in that state of numbness, a chill ate away chunks of the carcass he'd left behind. For a while now, the suspicion had grown inside her that her love for Dristan surpassed any feeling she'd known before. The dalliances of the past had been child's play, frail infatuation, mistaken for true love. And the love she had longed for now escaped her reach forever. Gradually, the numbness disappeared. Cold embraced her flesh and bone. Shaken into life once more, Cassandra sobbed bitterly. Her knees buckled. She stumbled, sitting hastily on the stone step, lest she were to suffer a fall. A sudden weakness overwhelmed her, as though she lacked the bone structure to keep herself together. She surrendered to that feeling, where everything escaped her control, and her sorrow hindered any struggle. Cassandra buried her face in her hands and wept in silence. "Heavens, dear child, you're soaking wet." Juliet spoke a few feet away. High heels struck moist marble as the Grand Witch dashed to meet her at the stairs, shading them both beneath the cover of an umbrella. Juliet wrapped an arm around Cassie's shoulders and gently ushered her back into the house. Cassandra followed her grandmother's lead by inertia, her whirling mind still clinging to Dristan's hurtful words. The moment had passed so quickly she questioned whether it had been real. Oh, that it had been a nightmare. You're shuddering, ma poupette. Juliet tossed the umbrella aside and rushed to hold her arms, rubbing them fast with motherly concern. Are you unwell? The Grand Witch insisted. We must get you out of these clothes. Cassandra said nothing, but looked at Juliet with an empty stare. Breathing had become hard enough. Speaking would have to wait. What happened, Cassie? She asked with a wary tone, cupping the side of her cold face. Heaven knows what would have happened to you, had Gavriel not pointed out your absence. He was worried sick. The warlock's name arrested Cassandra's turmoil. She gathered her thoughts at last and managed to speak. Gavriel, she began. He kissed me, said something about branding me, and I know, Juliet said, holding her shoulders as she inspected Cassandra's face with doting attention. Cassie blinked in disbelief. You know? She asked with a frown. What do you know? The Grand Witch pursed her lips. Her gaze aimlessly shifted, mouthing words that remained unspoken. At last, Juliet inhaled sharply, and only then did she regain her conviction. It's all for the best, dearest, she said, holding Cassandra's hand. In time, you will understand. Cassie's hands dropped to her sides, forming tight fists. Heat flushed throughout her body, climbing to her throat as she spoke. You knew Gavriel would brand me tonight, she mumbled, stepping back, recoiling from Juliet like a wounded animal. Surely you must see. This is our family's tradition, Juliet said in a nonchalant tone. I was younger than you when the Drakens branded me. She paused to readjust her emotions. Cassandra, you cannot escape your duty. Your match to the Ursa King will be spoken of for hundreds of years to come. There is no match, she hissed, shaking her head. Juliet sighed heavily. This foolishness of yours is most unbecoming, she said with harshness. I am the elder of this family, and as such, these decisions fall on me. You will marry Gavriel Alexif, and that will be the end of it. The Grand Witch scolded Cassandra as though she were a child. Satisfied, she nodded, clasping her hands over her gown. She took a step back, preparing to rejoin the soiree. Tristan is gone, Cassie added in the lowest voice, with pleading eyes that locked on Juliet's. Was that your doing as well? She would not engage in a quarrel with the Grand Witch. She hadn't the strength to fight anymore. Juliet's countenance paled in that instant. Of course not, she said. Did you say anything to him while he was here? Cassandra pressed on. Juliet's brow furrowed, hesitant to speak. I might have hinted at the benefits a liaison with Gavriel Alexif might mean to our family, but I would never presume to... So it was you, Cassie whispered, warm tears gathering in her eyes. Well, it's useless. I love Tristan. Juliet's eyes widened with shock, but her astonishment lasted little as her countenance then shifted into a hardened expression. Her fists clenched tight as she marched towards Cassandra. Do not waste your time with him, she said in a stern voice. He will only hurt you. How could you drive Tristan away? Cassandra shook her head, stepping back towards the door. You, the witch from whom legends were born out of your great love for Ivan Lockhart. A vampire. I did it for your own good, Juliet affirmed with a righteous tone, although a gleam of regret shone in her amethyst eyes. I would not have you meet the same pain and agony I suffered. Cassandra sauntered to the credenza. But I am not... you, she said, smearing the tears away from her face with the back of her hand. She then swept up the car keys from the marble slab. Juliet twisted her emerald ring with apprehension. What are you doing? I'm going to find him, Cassie said as she reached the doorway. I'm going to make this right. God's help me. And if I can't, I don't want to see your face ever again. She turned her back on the Grand Witch, leaving behind the manor and the horde of sycophants that dwelled inside it. Oblivious to the raging storm, Cassandra ran to the driveway. Cassandra, wait! She heard Juliet's call as the Grand Witch stood under the cover of the frontispiece, but it was too late. The minute she closed the car's door, Cassandra sobbed. Her hands quivered as she inserted the key in the ignition, crushed by Juliet's betrayal, angry at her family's ancient ways, broken by Tristan's disdain, which now made perfect sense. Mad, she muttered, starting the engine. With no time to lose, she entered the gear and pulled out of the driveway. Juliet's confession made Cassie understand the reasons for Tristan's behaviour. He'd left because he'd thought she would be better off marrying into her own kind, that she would thrive as Gavriel's branded one. But he was wrong. She could never be with the Ursa King, not when her heart belonged to him. Cassandra entered another gear. She was sure to find him at Ivan's lair, and that wasn't far away. If only she could see the road clearer. Heavy rain spattered against the windshield, and her tearful eyes blurred her vision even more. What if she did not reach him in time? What if Tristan had fled Paris already, disappearing into the world with the skill inherent to his kind? He could move across countries on a whim. The thought tortured her greatly. Cassandra had to see him. She had to tell him that Juliet had been mistaken, that her own fate had twisted her vision of the world, that they belonged together, and that nothing and no one should ever have a say in it. She made a harsh turn. Glaring lights blinded her as they scattered through the window. Loud honking followed screeching tires in front of the vehicle. Cassandra hit the brakes fast, but the car skidded on the watery pavement, thrust forward, and crashed hard. Everything went black. Chapter 52. Tristan's fingers hovered above the cell phone's screen. Cassandra's misty grey eyes stared at him from the other side of the glass. Holding fast to that image would have been preferable to the one that now latched to his mind. The memory of her standing on the frontispiece crying inconsolably would not leave him. It had tortured him all the way back to Ivan's lair, and it seemed it would not go away any time soon. He bit his lower lip, gaze locked on the phone. Perhaps he should call her, make sure she was all right. No, that was stupid, especially since he'd vowed to himself never to interfere in her life ever again. And still, how had it happened? How had he, a man carrying 1,000 years under his belt, spiraled down into a bottomless pit of enthrallment? Only this once, in the quietness of his room, would Tristan admit it. He'd fallen in love with Cassandra. Anything he'd experienced before paled in comparison. Now that he thought about it, he wasn't sure he'd ever truly loved anyone at all. On an impulse, Tristan grabbed the cell phone and unlocked the screen. He took a deep breath, staring at the contrivance as though his life depended on it. So should he? Call her? More than ever, Tristan had to stick to his conviction. Cassandra would be better off without him, happier fulfilling the role imposed upon her by her lineage. Yes, he knew all that. But a voice louder than reason screamed in his heart. It said, "To hell with everything, just call her." Gah! Tristan tossed the phone on the bed. "What do you think you're doing?" Ivan asked. Tristan looked over his shoulder. His son in darkness was casually leaning against the door's jamb, throwing him a disapproving glare. "What does it look like?" he replied with indolence. Tristan flung his brown leather messenger bag on the bed. He pulled his jacket from the chair and threw it on top, then opened the nightstand's drawer, grabbed his passport, and tossed that into the pile. He took a bundle of euros from the same drawer and slipped those into his pants pocket. "I'm leaving," Tristan added dryly. Ivan huffed, still lingering by the entrance. "I can't believe I'm hearing this," he mumbled, finally entering the room. Within seconds, his fledgling planted in front of him, arms folded over his chest, glowering, ready to make himself heard. "Are you actually leaving me again?" Ivan demanded in all his selfish glory. Tristan knew his son too well. No words would appease his blazing fury. No account would lessen the harshness of his judgment. So it made no sense to provide him with any explanation. With a sluggish sweep of his hand, Tristan hauled together the pile on the bed and fitted the bundle inside the bag. "And what about Cassandra?" Ivan asked, both hands landing on his hips. "Will you leave her too?" The question did not stem from concern, but from sheer jealousy, hardly surprising. Tristan gave him no response. His empty stare drifted to the nightstand. "I thought you loved her," Ivan pressed, and that stung. He would say anything to get his way, wouldn't he? Tristan's expression slid into a frown. "No," he said, slipping his hands into his pants pockets, turning to his fledgling. "No, it's more than that." "More?" Ivan scowled. "You're not making any sense." "Love? It's nothing as simple as that," Tristan mumbled. "For the first time in centuries, I can say I was genuinely happy. but the truth remains I've been absolutely miserable when we've been apart. She's destroyed every waking minute of peace I've ever known. Ruined all I once considered pleasant. He swallowed hard, refusing to surrender to his grief. I'm afraid I am trapped by her powerful spell, yet unwilling to be free from it. It's driving me insane. Leaving is the best thing I can do. Dristan had purposely chosen not to mention Juliet's influence in his decision. After all, stirring trouble between Ivan and Juliet would not win him back his beloved witch. Breaking a single heart had been enough for tonight. Ivan stood perfectly aghast, perhaps realizing the depths of Dristan's relationship with Cassandra had exceeded his suspicions. Walking away from love leads to nothing but regret, he knowingly said, still bemused. Take it from me. How can that be love? His maker argued, hoping to discourage his offspring. Dristan could not bear this conversation a moment longer. No, my boy, you're wrong. It is an obsession, a disease. God damn it, Dristan, Ivan gasped, running his fingers through his hair. It's been so long you don't even remember what it's like. He shifted his weight from one foot to another, desperate to retain him. I cannot stay here another minute, Dristan mumbled, reaching for his messenger bag. With lightning speed, Ivan seized his arm, pressing firmly enough to make Dristan aware of his offspring's increased preternatural strength. You mustn't, he said, in a smooth tone. Listen to your feelings. My feelings are meaningless, he stammered, jerking his arm away. Dristan drew a deep breath, centering himself again, however briefly. She's with her own. She will be fine. Ivan would never know how much it had pained him to say those words. Why do you deliberately shun happiness away? Ivan whispered, subdued. This deprivation, this need to deny yourself being loved. Dristan grabbed his leather jacket. I thought you wanted me as far away from her as possible, he rebuffed through clenched teeth, now slipping into the garment. Yes, well, Ivan paced the room, running a finger over his lower lip. Obviously, things between you two developed, regardless of my opinion. Everything's over between us, Dristan assured him. He zipped up the jacket. Done with. He was about to grab the bag's strap when Ivan slammed both hands over it, pinning it to the bed. You cannot leave, Ivan insisted. Not a year has passed since you came back to me. Dristan slipped a hand over his fledglings. Endearing as Ivan was in his possessive nature, he would not be persuaded. I'm sorry to hurt you, dearest boy, he whispered, locking stares with his adamant child. The way his fierce green eyes glimmered with forthcoming tears truly moved him, but not enough to stay. You will always be my favorite son in the dark, he told him, tugging the strap and sweeping the bag off the bed. I've got to go, he added. My ride to the airport is waiting. To hell with your ride to the airport. Ivan swept the lamp off the nightstand in a fit of rage. I need you here, with me. His lower lip quivered and his face flushed like a young man's. And there he found him, the mortal boy he'd rescued from his mundane blundering. How many more hearts would Dristan break in this lifetime? Dristan cupped the side of Ivan's face, staring at his son in awe. You truly are unique, he said. It was wonderful to fill his eyes with his creation, the magnificent vampire that had blossomed with his blessed dark blood. You've done wonders without me all these years. Ivan's cheeks burned red scarlet. You will continue to thrive on your own, he finally said. His son's jaw clenched under his hold. His expression hardened, fire burning in his fierce green eyes. Screw you, Dristan, he hissed, jerking away from his hold, flustered with rage. Typical Ivan, selfish to the core. Dristan lowered his gaze, half a smile drawn on his lips. Ivan hadn't stopped once to question the reasons for Dristan's sudden decision. He hadn't even paused to consider the circumstances that surrounded his breakup with Cassandra. Ivan's sole concern relied on the impact Dristan's absence might have upon him. Oh, but Dristan loved his fledgling, greatly so. Despite his many flaws, which made him so preciously human, he loved Ivan with all his heart. He picked up the bag and headed to the door, stopping at the room's threshold, harnessing the moments of bliss he'd lived between these walls. Take care, he said without looking back. He crossed the doorway, taking the first step that would lead him away from his fledgling, away from Paris, away from the woman who'd stolen his heart. Chapter 53. A damp gust of wind wrapped Cassandra in a wintry embrace when she crossed the ER's sliding doors. She'd walked out of yet another car crash, this time completely unscathed, which had shocked more than one attending, considering the car had been totaled. Cassandra refused to stay for the mandatory 24-hour watch. She'd also refused to provide the hospital with the means to contact her family. The last thing she wanted right now was to see Juliet. "We can't force you to stay," the doctor had said. "Your tests came back perfectly well. No need to worry. You and the baby are both fine." The what? She'd thought it was a mistake, but then the doctor showed her the blood work. Cassandra was 6 weeks pregnant. How the hell was that even possible? At that moment, the answer came clear and in the voice of her beloved, Ivan Lockhart, professional cheater of death and vampire extraordinaire. In the Deveraux book, impossible is not an option. "Oh," he'd warned her. "The laws of nature bent to her family's will," he'd said. Juliet's return from the netherworld was but the tip of the iceberg. Cassandra shuddered. She zipped up the tracksuit's jacket, given to her by the hospital. They'd cut open the gown in which she'd arrived. Cassie pulled down the hood, free locks of dark brown hair flowing in the wind. She dug her hands inside the jacket's pockets and bounced on her toes, trying to keep herself warm. "Qu'est-ce que je vais faire maintenant?" she mumbled, staring at the passing cars on the shimmering street. Whatever the plan, she had to move. She couldn't block the emergency room's entrance forever. She turned on the sidewalk and strolled randomly. Should she call Dristan? Perhaps. Oh, and what would she tell him? "I don't know how the hell it happened, but I am having your child. The child of a witch and a vampire." Crazy, isn't it? Yeah. Not only did it sound like a far-fetched excuse to get him back, but she'd used the same pretext months ago when Ivan had threatened to leave Paris. Why in the world would Dristan believe a single word she said? Gods, she needed him more than ever. Surely he was unreachable by now. Dristan's even temper would weather any storm. Oh. Cassie missed him bitterly. "Cassandra," someone whispered in her ear. Had she imagined it? The voice had been so low that she'd almost confused it for a rush of wind. Stopping at the street's corner, her gaze drifted upward. The light turned green, and a crowd crossed the road towards her, but a man lingered behind, standing on the opposite sidewalk. His dark eyes shone with a preternatural gleam that gave away his immortality. Antoine. Cassandra did not move. She narrowed her eyes, focusing on his pale face, taking notice of the bitterness that thinned his lips. It was odd. Antoine seemed so different from the man she remembered. Not that he'd somehow changed over the course of the past few months. No, now he saw him for whom he truly was. The man he'd always been. Selfish, unreliable, malicious. "Nothing you could say would matter to me." Cassandra sent him the voiceless message as clearly as she could, and even though psychic skills were outside Antoine's reach, and her being a witch hindered any telepathic communication between them, she hoped her intentions sailed through the night and reached his mind. Antoine's stare turned darker. His expression hardened. "There's someone else." Cassandra caught the words, again as though Antoine had spoken them into her ear. It was then that she understood. She was reading his thoughts. "You and I were over long before we ever knew," she told him in silence, wishing somehow it would reach him. Seeing Antoine only heightened the pain of losing Dristan. Dristan Breck was everything Antoine would never be. Loyal, dependable, constant, and unwavering in his convictions. A true man whom she loved dearly. Tears blurred Cassandra's vision. When she looked up again, Antoine was gone. Immediate relief filled her broken heart. Cassandra pulled out her cell phone from the jacket's pocket. It pained her to remember the many ways in which Dristan had proven his love for her, again and again. His quiet acquiescence to her rules, keeping their affair a secret, because that's what she demanded back then. Oh, she should have been open about their relationship. She should not have cared to meet her family's expectations. Now she wept. "Screw it," she whispered, smearing away the tears from her cheeks with the heels of her hands. In a moment of bravery, She swept the cell phone's screen and dialed the number. The phone rang several times. Dristan did not pick up. She had expected it, but it stung anyway. Cassandra held her breath to stop herself from sobbing. She couldn't do this alone. The world as she'd known it was crumbling beneath her feet. She needed certainty, a sense of permanence. "What's next, Cassie?" she whispered. Crossing the street seemed like a good place to start. Before she could take a step further, a black car pulled over in front of her, shimmering with sliding raindrops. The dark, tainted window rolled down, revealing a familiar face inside. Cassandra exhaled sharply. "They found me." Chapter 54. "God damn it," Dristan muttered, reaching into his jacket's pocket. His cell phone was missing. He must have forgotten to pick up the blasted thing from the bed back at Ivan's lair. Dristan scratched behind his ear, lips pursed, gently shaking his head. "This is terribly inconvenient," he said. "Is everything all right, sir?" The driver's brown eyes flashed a look at him through the rearview mirror. "Yes, I'm looking for something," he mumbled, checking his other pocket. Nothing. How could he have been so careless? He definitely left it back at Ivan's place. Dristan would never have left it behind had his fledgling not distracted him with his personal grievances. "Should we go back?" the man said in a display of kindness. He was young, no more than 30, with gorgeous tan skin, smooth and beaming with youth. Dristan leaned forward, holding the co-pilot seat as he glided his fingers through his mane of blonde hair. He released a heavy sigh. He stared at the driver through the mirror. "How close are we to the airport?" he asked. Was the damned cell phone so important? He could always buy another at the airport if he really needed it. "About 5 minutes, sir." Another quick glance from the chauffeur through the rearview mirror. "I can take the next exit." "No, that's all right," he dismissed with a wave of his hand. The truth was, he wouldn't have returned even if they were a block away from Ivan's lair. It had been hard, gathering the nerve to leave in the first place. Dristan had no intention of going through that pain again. "Very well, sir." Dristan relaxed in the seat. He slightly tilted his head, looking through the window, enjoying his last glance at the Parisian scenery. It would be a long time before he ever returned, if he ever did. He was beginning to understand his offspring's hesitation to come to the city when the whole thing started. The Deveraux women were powerful in more ways than he'd ever imagined. Their spell so intense, it anchored itself in their lovers' hearts for centuries. He took in the City of Light's winter scenery, admiring humans as they strolled, all dressed in dark garments, swayed by the season's gloom. A spot of colour amidst the monotony caught Dristan's eye. It was a striking shade of red, and invariably lured everyone's sight. The car stopped at a red light, allowing Dristan to linger about the bold woman dressed in red, with tall black leather boots and long, silky jet-black hair bouncing against her back as she turned. An alluring smile danced on her blushing lips, knitting the perfect web for her prey. And those stunning blue eyes. He'd recognized them anywhere. They'd been the last thing he'd seen before his first preternatural death. The light turned green. The vehicle started to move. "Stop the car," Dristan said, sitting up straight immediately. "I know that woman, please, pull over." "Of course, sir." The man nodded. Giddy as a child, Dristan waited until the car's window stopped in front of the woman in red. "Need a ride?" he said, peering outside. The woman, who'd been engaged in conversation with 3 men, dismissed her potential victims with sophisticated elegance. She then looked back and met Dristan's gaze, and her eyes slightly widened with excitement when they locked on his. "Well, hello," Elisa said, a glimmer of mischief in her countenance. "That depends. Where are you headed?" "To the airport," Dristan said simply. "I'm leaving." Elisa relaxed her posture. "You too, huh?" she asked, shooting up an eyebrow. "Ivan sure knows how to push people away." Now she leaned against the car's window. "Open up, old man. I'll take your offer." Dristan couldn't help but smile, even though she was the last face he'd thought he'd like to see at the moment. Spotting her like that, so serendipitously, delighted him beyond belief. He opened the door at once, welcoming Elisa with a slight pat on the seat as he scooted aside. This was exactly what he needed. An unexpected diversion, something to take his mind away from its dreary musings. Elisa Lockhart was just the ticket. Since the Ursa Clan no longer poses a threat to you, I figured you'd stay a while longer, Dristan said. But what he really meant was, I thought you'd hang on to Ivan for as long as possible. Discomfort lingered in his heart, as he summoned back his last moments with Ivan at his lair, the resentment pouring from his son's hurting soul. Without Dristan, he was an orphan in the dark once more, or at least that's what Ivan had wanted him to believe. Yes, well, Elisa said under her breath while peeling away her leather gloves, one finger at a time. Her every move was rehearsed and delicate, a graceful dance meant to entice and delight anyone who'd notice. She placed the gloves on her lap and leaned back in the seat, throwing him a tantalizing stare. Her eyes shone with a lustful vampiric gleam. What can I say? I'm a free spirit, Dristan. I'm afraid settling is not something I can do. And neither can you, by the looks of it. She slipped her fingers through her heavy locks of hair, casually tossing them forward, and as she did, her enticing perfume sailed in the air, as if she were not tempting enough. What are your plans? Dristan asked, immediately regretting the question. It seemed like such a forward thing to say. Why would she even give him an answer? I honestly have no idea, she said in a blasé tone, gliding her hand on her nape, reclining in the seat. It occurred to him right then how much Ivan resembled his sister. The way they moved, the way they settled in their role as predators without an ounce of regret, and their particular approach to any conversation, cynical, almost, always, with a bout of irony. How about you, Dristan? Elisa lowered her chin. She narrowed her eyes, throwing him an appraising stare. You strike me as a squared type of fellow. I believe you have a plan for any given situation. The corner of his lips curled in half a smile. Thank you for that assessment, he mumbled, looking away, avoiding her powerful stare. I must confess I haven't thought this one through. I hear Morocco's lovely this time of year, she readily said. Dristan started. He looked back. Elisa Lockhart, he said. Is that an invitation? He'd been around for 1,000 years. He recognized an offer when he heard one. She blushed. Maybe, she said, shrugging like a schoolgirl. The deception delighted Dristan, as had been her intention for sure. Elisa was as much a schoolgirl as he was a Boy Scout. Dristan found himself speechless. He leaned back, biting his lower lip, unable to part eyes from her. What the hell was she up to? Elisa read through his confusion. I'll have you know, unlike my brother, I'm not at all chatty when I travel, she said, stretching the fingers of her gloves. You'd hardly even know I was there. She paused, shifting her demeanor as she locked eyes with him. Darkness veiled her face, unnatural dusk, the one that lured all men to her lethal fangs. It will be fun, she assured him. Charles de Gaulle Airport loomed on the horizon. Looking away, Dristan scratched his brow. There would be no peace in his life with Elisa beside him. She would stir mayhem everywhere they went, and all manner of preternatural craziness, if he joined her. But didn't he need that right now? Did his heart not deserve a respite from the pain it endured? He was feeling adventurous. Elisa, he said, gazing at her with intent. Don't even think about trying to kill me again. The devilish woman held his gaze without losing her cool. Don't you worry, Dristan, she added with a straight face. I'll find plenty of other ways to make you miserable. Now she grinned. The car parked near the airport's entrance. Am I going to regret this? Dristan asked, gliding his palms over his knees. Only one way to find out, she teased. The driver opened the door, greeting Dristan with a warm smile. Did you find what you were looking for, sir? The young man asked. He turned to Elisa, who was too busy arguing with a man who'd bumped against the car's door as she opened it. Do you mind? She spat at the poor man. I'd like to make it to the plane in one piece, thank you very much. Looks like I did, Dristan said, mentally preparing himself for what would become an unforgettable journey. Chapter 55. A smattering of rain pattered against the parlour's wide bay windows. The dimly lit room flickered in the amber of a blazing hearth, scarcely dying heavy peacock green silk drapes hanging from the door frames. The neoclassical home reminded her of Deveraux Manor, a dwelling frozen in time, rich in history. Cassandra noticed Gavriel's likeness to the man in the photograph over the mantel, a daguerreotype in pristine condition. Oh, the Alexievs had their stories. They were old blood, just like the Deveraux. Cassandra and Gavriel had sat in silence for the past 10 minutes, each of them wrapped in their own whirling minds. Gavriel Alexiev did not strike her as the type of man who prattled, however. Had the family sent him to get her? Perhaps someone at the hospital had given notice of her arrival, but why send him? It made little sense, although lately, Juliet's actions had made no sense at all, like her secret arrangements with John and her sudden decision to fix Cassie's marriage to the Ursa king. But what if Juliet had played no part in this? What if Gavriel had resorted to magic to pinpoint her whereabouts? It wouldn't be unusual for a powerful warlock to rely upon such methods. While Cassandra had been able to capture Antoine's thoughts moments ago, her newfound trick did not seem to work on the Ursa king. Someone had to speak. "I'm assuming the family sent you," Cassie finally said, clasping her hands over her lap. "How did you find me?" Gavriel's dark brown eyes lit with amusement, capturing the hearth's licking flames for a second. "Your assumption is wrong," he said almost too harshly. "No one sent me. Soon you'll realize I'm not a man who bends to anyone's will, even if it is that of the great Deveraux family." He paused. "As to your question—" "What did you cast?" she interrupted. "A tracking spell? An incantation?" "None of that," he replied, shaking his head. "There is such a thing as a global positioning system." A smug smirk tensed his lips. "Global," she mumbled, narrowing her eyes. "GPS? You tracked my phone?" Gavriel Alexiev shrugged. "How long are you planning to keep me here?" she said through clenched teeth. The Ursa king tilted his head, bemused. "You are not my prisoner, Cassandra." A sharp glance of his dark eyes speared through the room. So detached, so calm, and collected. "Good to know." She rose from the seat. "Then I'll leave." Gavriel reclined in the seat, raising his chin while holding her in an appraising stare. "Still chasing the millinery blood drinker, are you?" he casually said, locking both hands at the nape of his neck. Cassandra froze. "That is none of your business," she all but hissed. My, Gavriel mused. "You don't even realize what he's done. This is all part of his spell. The vampire's glamour. Cassandra." "Vampires cannot cast spells over witches," she interrupted. "You're lying." "Am I?" Gavriel said, lifting his brow. "Then tell me, do you find peace when in his company? Does his sole presence soothe your anxieties, calm your fears?" He folded his arms over his chest, slowly leaning forward. "Do you find yourself craving his nearness when he's not around?" Cassandra remained silent. In her mind, she'd checked all the boxes, but those were the signs of the deepest love, not a glamour. Or at least in her case they were, weren't they? Uncertainty brewed in her heart. "You should be thankful I branded you when I did," he replied in a brash tone, his face gleaming with pride. "Branded me," she muttered. The word made her think of cattle. Was that what she was to him, a piece of meat? "I guess you're not clear yet as to what that means," he mumbled, relaxing back in the chair. "Well, that's interesting." A low growl lingered in his chest. His voice was deep and sensual, his posture open and enticing. Could he be more condescending, and at the same time, so sinfully alluring? Gavriel beckoned her to return to the seat with a subtle hand gesture. Cassandra hesitated, but forced to understand her curse, she chose to stay. He waited for her to settle in the armchair. "Allow me to shed some light on this darkness." Gavriel's hand hovered above an antique candelabrum. With a single wave, the wick lit up before her eyes. Parlor tricks, flashy displays of magic, and no more. But this simple action gave her pause to remember his magic ran deeper, and it was dark and malicious. "When a warlock sets his eye on a witch," he began, steepling his fingers, "he casts a brand upon her, a magical mark to signal her as his chosen mate." "Mate?" Cassie furrowed her brow. "Great. More animal talk. What was the deal with him?" Recognizing Cassandra's scowl of disapproval, a subtle smile drew on his full lips. Bear in mind, I am not only a warlock, but an Ursa shifter as well. Choosing a mate is my duty as the leader of my clan. Choosing a witch for a companion is demanded of me as a warlock. Don't I get a say in the matter? She argued, crossed at his narrow-mindedness. Am I expected to accept the fact that you've chosen me as your mate? My darling princessa, Gavriel replied, apparently shocked. I did ask for your hand. Do you not know? Cassandra's eyes flew open. It then dawned on her. When Bram had mentioned her engagement to Gavriel, he'd been absolutely serious. Gavriel had spoken the truth back then, and that meant Juliet had lied. Who was that woman? And when had this arrangement taken place? How could I know? She finally said. You never asked me. It is tradition to consult the head of the family for such matters, he said in a dispassionate tone. Had I neglected to seek Juliet's consent for your hand in marriage, it would have meant a great insult to your family, an even greater injury to your reputation. So I'm supposed to be grateful? She said, flabbergasted. That is what I said before. He all but shrugged, vain creature that he was. It doesn't matter, Gavriel. She pursed her lips. I do not love you, so whatever spell or enchantment you've cast on me, I suggest you lift it at once. No. Cassie flinched. What do you mean? No. Simply that I do not want to give you up, he said in a blasé tone. Let me tell you more about a warlock's branding. The Ursa King rose from the chair. He paced on the oriental rug until he finally reached her, then moved around the seat. His rugged hands glided on her shoulders. The mark I've cast upon you will follow you everywhere you go. Think of it as a powerful force shield surrounding your gorgeous figure. Gavriel's thumb caressed the nape of her neck, shooting waves of excitement through her body. Cassandra flushed. The warlock removed his hands. She knew he was smiling, surely satisfied to have stirred something inside her other than contempt. That was the problem with empaths. She got on her feet, unwilling to become the prey of the shifter's seductive spell. My magic will never hurt you, he assured her. And although invisible to human eyes, it is thick with layers of protection. No harm shall come upon you as long as you're branded by me. The accident, she mumbled with a frown. The Ursa King stood before her. Yes. He nodded. You walked out of it without a scratch. That was all me. The fiercest flames of magic lit his eyes as he boasted. I don't want your protection, Gavriel, she said in a whisper, hopelessly subdued by his imposing demeanor. Your wishes are irrelevant, he dismissed with a wave of his hand. There is another side to branding one's mate, and this is the one that interests me the most. He licked his lower lip, staring at her with hungry eyes. My spell will protect you, yes, but it will also prevent any man from becoming close to you, and I mean that emotionally, but also physically. He smirked. Any suitors of yours will find themselves mysteriously driven away from you. I'm sure you've experienced it by now. There's that millinery vampire, Dristan, for instance. You played no part in his departure, Cassie said. Perhaps not. Mischief curled the corner of his lips. Although it was my kiss that unleashed the series of events that finally led him away, and you, here. If that was true, if Gavriel's brand had somehow stirred the chaos that had ensued this evening, then that meant he was a fearsome warlock to begin with. What do you want from me? She finally asked. Gavriel's gaze whipped to hers. To marry you, of course. You don't love me, Gavriel. Why would you enter a loveless marriage? She said, slowly shaking her head. The warlock moved closer, the bear in him engaging her as though hunting its prey. A wistful smile drew on his lips. I find you very attractive, Cassandra. His stare cruised her figure and he stepped closer, now inches away from her lips. His soft, hypnotic cologne, smoky with a hint of sweetness, enveloped her. In a bold move, Gavriel's lips brushed her ear and said, I'd take you right now if I didn't mind waking the wrath of your grandmother. A shot of emotion spread through Cassie's every limb. It was dark and twisted. You are far too presumptuous, she whispered, closing her eyes to avoid Gavriel's alluring spell. I'm not interested, remember? He smothered a grin. Your body says otherwise. Freaking empath. She could conceal her thoughts in a heartbeat, but how could she master her physical reactions to Gavriel's nearness? So many feelings collide inside you, Gavriel whispered, barely brushing her arm with his fingertips. His touch sent streaks of lightning through her nerves. The shifter closed his eyes, a touch of delight looming on his curling lips. Grief for the one who's walked out of your life. Love for him as well. Nostalgia for someone from your past, but also hatred. Lust for the one who stands before you. He pressed his lips. How can you bear it? I am a Deveraux witch, she replied, looking past him. I can deal with that and more. He grumbled. Gavriel gently pulled a lock of Cassie's hair away from her face. I'm glad to hear it. He heaved a stuttered breath. You must understand, Princessa, I am not the enemy. On the contrary, I wish to become an intricate part of your life. Essential, if you will. You want me to depend on you, she mumbled, crossed. Gavriel wanted to possess her as if she were an exotic jewel, like one of the magical trinkets he collected and so fervently coveted. Of course, he said candidly, which surprised Cassie. But that isn't a bad thing, not as you'd imagine. He tisked. I want you to rely on me for all matters. Gavriel squared his shoulders, intrigued, as he glared at her. I want you to leave in my hands every single one of your concerns, that nothing may bother or worry you. I would have you be happy at your leisure, unburdened by our maddening world. In other words, you want to dominate me, Cassie said. Only if you want me to, he purred in her ear. Again, his sensual voice sent jolts of desire inside her, and he sensed it. Amusement and satisfaction surfaced in his countenance. But I can be more than that, he continued with genuine concern. So much more. A passionate lover, a loyal admirer, a devoted husband. I can be many things, you see. Cassandra could almost believe it had she not known him to be the most vengeful of creatures. Tempting as your offer may be, I cannot accept it. Gavriel halted in front of her. Cassandra's rejection caused his bear to bristle. The muscles in his neck tensed, and so did his jaw. His chest heaved as his patience ran perilously thin. In time, you will see the fault in your ways. Oh, will I? She whispered, defiant. She recognized a hint of sensuality in her voice. What the devil was wrong with her? Cassandra had no control over Gavriel's magnetic pull, driven to him against all reason. Her pulse quickened with each breath of his warming her cheek. He uttered, gliding his fingers through her hair, leaning close enough that he could kiss her lips. Cassandra's lips parted. She did nothing to avoid his nearness. Something inside her welcomed Gavriel's touch. Excitement burned through her in slow, powerful waves. This is a glamour spell, she whispered, appalled. Your branding, it holds me in your thrall, and you brought me here to prove it. He admitted it with a wry smile. And just as fast, Gavriel stepped back and moved aside from the doorway. You may leave now if you wish, he said, showing her the way with a hand wave. Cassandra speared him with a glare. It's like you said before, she said under her breath. My wishes are irrelevant. Gavriel's branding would slowly bind her to his will. She'd unknowingly fought it so far, which had been driving the Ursa King mad with impatience. There had to be a way to break this dark spell. She would do anything to get rid of it, no matter what it took. Cassandra wasted no time. She dashed to the door, willing to leave immediately, before the Ursa King could change his mind. Or what would be worse, before she refused to leave him. I know you carry his son. His cool words darted through the room's twilight. A chill gripped her heart. She remained motionless by the doorway, too frightened to look back. Don't be afraid. Don't give him that satisfaction. Cassandra inhaled deep. You spoke to the doctors too? She asked dauntingly. Slowly she turned. A breath of silence sailed between them. The Ursa King shook his head. I can smell the monster feeding off you. It reeks of blood magic. Fury boiled in Cassie's veins. How dare he call it a monster? A son, he'd said. Then why won't you let me go? She muttered, clenching her fists. The creature will not hinder my plans, he said in a low growl, landing a hand on the chimney's mantel. His brown eyes darkened as they fixed on her. I will make sure of it. Cassandra's cheeks burned, the warmth of forthcoming tears slowly rising. "That will never happen," she all but hissed. Gavriel lowered his gaze, unmoved by her reaction. Cassandra took her chance to flee, running out of the room, down the hall, and she did not stop until she reached the front porch. With quivering hands, she took out her cell phone, swept the screen, and this time, she dialed a different number. Chapter 56. "Damn you, Dristan," Ivan muttered, both hands on the wheel as he drove down the Champs-Élysées. The minute he entered the roundabout, he regretted it. The traffic was jammed, horns blaring away. It had been all his rotten fault for choosing the scenic route. Sure, he'd relished seeing the tree-lined avenue, scintillating with red string lights, and the Arch of Triumph in all its evening glory. Ivan was all in for the Christmas vibe, but now he was stuck in the middle lane, and he wanted nothing more than to escape this precious scenery. Oh, he would not stay home and wallow in his misery. He had no plans yet, but dinner always made a good start, and by that, he meant the hunt. Afterwards, he'd find something else to take his mind off his maker's betrayal. The abandoned child in darkness, that was him. It had always been so. Why would it be any different now in the 21st century? Leaving me behind as if I were a worthless trinket. He shook his head. How dare he do this to me again? A miraculous opening popped up on the lane beside him. Ivan switched into it smoothly and thanked his lucky stars. Almost free. "If he weren't dead already, I'd kill him," he added, checking the side mirror for another chance to move. "Think of the hunt, Ivan. Do not torture yourself any longer. What would make a nice hunting ground tonight?" He craved expanding his horizon, discovering new underground places where young people gathered to find comfort from their mundane struggles. He sought that solace as well. Buck's badinage echoed in the car. He wasn't going to change his favourite ringtone simply because his maker had hinted it made him old-fashioned. It was decent heavy metal. Ivan pressed the dashboard's dial and took the call. He glanced quickly at the side mirror, ready to change lanes once more and exit this goddamned roundabout. "Has your guilt finally caught up with you, old man?" Ivan said. A spark of anger tinged the words. "Ivan?" The voice tangled with the street's cacophony. "Is that you, Dristan?" he asked, his attention engaged on the next lane as the cars finally started to move. "It's me, Cassandra." "Oh, hey," Ivan said, now focusing on the image displayed on the screen. A young woman, dark-haired with stormy eyes. Not the typical Deveraux witch, and yet his favourite one. "How's everything?" he added, casually avoiding the whole Dristan situation, given the fact that he'd left both of them behind. How dare he do it? How dare he simply skip town on an effing whim? "Listen, could you come pick me up?" Her voice faintly quivered. Something wasn't right. He could tell. Perhaps being a vampire prevented Ivan from penetrating a witch's mind, but he could sure as hell recognize Cassandra's distress. "Hold on." A sudden gap opened in the next lane. Ivan maneuvered his red Porsche into the space. Finally, he'd found a way out of this ring of hell. "Of course I can pick you up," he said, softening his tone. "Where are you?" Cassandra sighed heavily. "I'll send you my location." "Are you all right?" he asked, this time concerned. She remained silent longer than he would have liked. "I'm not sure," she said, sniffing. Dear Lord, there were tears in this conversation. Ivan had no clue how to deal with this. He wasn't exactly the most sensitive person. His way was blunt and practical, decisive, always unwilling to play the part of the victim, no matter the circumstances. Oh, where was Philip when he needed him? He'd know what to do. "I know what this is," he finally said. "Damn you, Dristan." Had his maker so much as stopped for a second to consider the consequences of his decision, the harsh impact his absence would impose on others? Oh, of course not. "Cassie," he told her, using her short name for the first time, "I understand you're hurting, but I promise you will get through this." Cassandra hung up. Whatever effect his words had impressed would remain a mystery. She had every reason to be upset. Dristan's abrupt disappearance called for it. Ivan, however, was beyond sadness. He was furious at the old man. Could he ever forgive his maker for bailing out on him again? He leaned his head back on the seat and exhaled sharply. One thing remained clear to him. Resenting his maker would be so much easier than dealing with the pain. He and Cassie would deal with Dristan's absence as best they could. Back in his day, physicians resorted to bloodletting as the cure for most ailments, as these were believed to stem from an imbalance of the body's four humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Perhaps hunting was not in the cards this evening. Perhaps taking in more blood would only increase Ivan's present malady. He decided then to spare the life of whatever victim would have fallen to his fangs. He would meet Cassandra, and they would exchange their grievances, mourn their loss, bleed until the pain subsided. The screen blinked with a message. Cassandra's location. "Very well, then," he said under his breath, entering the gear. "Let the bloodletting begin." Chapter 57. "Champagne, monsieur?" the flight attendant asked. The charming woman held a silver tray between her hands, ready with a couple of glasses recently filled with the sparkling drink. Dristan nodded, taking the champagne flute as he settled into his leather seat. Elisa followed him inside the cabin. She received the same attention and took the drink as well. "First class for a 3-hour flight?" she said, slipping her feet on the seat in front of her. "I should travel with you more often." "I don't see the point of suffering discomfort," Dristan said, with a shrug. "Oh, I love the sound of that," she said, looking through the window as the airplane advanced on the runway. "I revel in every amenity this century has to offer. You cannot imagine the things I've planned for us at Marrakesh." He remained silent, his mind adrift, to stormy eyes and silken lips, and freckled alabaster skin. "Dristan, you and I deserve this more than anyone," Elisa said in a low voice. "Sometimes, absence is the best way to be present in the lives of the people we love." He swallowed hard and turned to meet her with a frown. "I don't know what you mean," he mumbled, bridled by her words. Dristan dug into his shirt's pocket and extracted the paper envelope inside. With one swift bite, he tore it open. "What's that?" Elisa sneered. "Oh, these," showing her the open package. "They're pop rocks." He poured the candy straight to the back of his mouth, then took a sip of champagne and let the mix do its work. Curious, like a scholar, he awaited to discover the reaction that would ensue. "Are those sweets?" Elisa asked, clearly distressed to see a millinery vampire try something other than human blood or wine. Dristan gave her a playful smile. A few nights ago, he'd spotted the packet of pop rocks on Cassandra's nightstand. He'd found the packet's claims intriguing and saved it for later. What better chance to try it than right now? The back of his tongue tingled immediately, fizzing when he added the wine. A sweet and sour taste filled his mouth. The entire sensation delighted him for some reason. He could tell he'd want to try it again. Would he find these? At Marrakesh? "Would you like to try it?" he barely said, his mouth half numb already. "God, no!" Elisa glowered at him. "It would ruin my palate forever." She slipped on her AirPods and relaxed in the seat, clicking the remote control to watch a movie. "Suit yourself," Dristan mumbled. He shrugged, popping more candy into his mouth. Elisa's plans interested him very little. He had a plan of his own. Chapter 58. They sat on the tiled wood floor at Cassie's apartment, near the hearth. Ivan recognized the gloom in Cassandra's countenance, the weariness impressed by her soul. He'd suffered the same significant loss after Dristan had walked out on him the first time. The steaming tea vapors twirled in the air between them, its fragrance a soothing balm that slowly healed their wounds. Although he'd had no interest in drinking it, Ivan had made it himself. He'd waited impatiently for his turn to bash his father in darkness, but that moment never came as Cassandra had conveyed to him the most incredible news when she confessed to him she was pregnant with none other than Dristan's child. "Get the hell out of here!" Ivan's smile flashed his fangs without a care in the world. He playfully bumped Cassandra's shoulder with his. "I'm not falling for that again." Her expression did not change. He could hardly read any emotion on her delicate face other than soundless grief. "Listen, you don't have to lie to keep me here," Ivan said, holding her hand with fondness. "I'm not going away, Cassandra. Not this time. I mean to stay and work out things with Juliet." He pursed his lips. "So, you see, there's no need for any of this." Ivan addressed the conversation with a swift hand wave. Ivan! Cassandra readjusted her posture, then took a long breath. It's true. I still haven't grasped it myself, but I'm telling you, I saw the blood work. The doctor said... The doctor could have been wrong. He shook his head in denial. He could have accidentally mixed the tests with some other patient. Ivan stopped himself, as he was about to say something completely tactless. He reconstructed the thought in his mind, and then he continued. Cassandra, he said, vampires cannot procreate. That is a fact. He bit down hard on her with his fierce gaze. What the hell do I know, Ivan? Hugging her arms, she tossed her head back and sighed. Then her eyes strayed to his face again. You're the one who said we Deveraux could break the laws of nature on a whim. Ivan's expression stiffened. He took his thumb to his mouth and gnawed on his fingernail. Shit, I did say that, he mumbled. I guess there's only one way to be sure. Cassandra glared at him, clueless. What's that? She asked. Bloody hell! Ivan glided his fingers through his hair, pacing the room. It's freaking true. He halted to stare at the coffee table's lineup of pharmacy pregnancy tests, all marked with the universal sign for, yes, you're bloody pregnant. I told you, Cassie said, pulling down her sweater's sleeves until they covered her hands. This is not the time for petty recriminations. He scowled, trying to wrap his mind around the situation. I need you to think real hard, and I'm sorry to ask this, but I have no choice. Was there anyone else? Hell no. Cassandra glowered at him, and rightfully so. There's been no one else. Ivan, what am I going to do? She searched his face, expecting some mystical answer to cross Ivan's lips. Well, he had none. Ivan shifted from one foot to another, his mind still whirling with a dozen possibilities, but always reaching the same conclusion. There could only be one feasible course of action. We must speak to Juliet. I'm sure she'll... No, Cassie stammered, getting on her feet. She pushed Dristan away. I don't want to see her, much less speak to her. Her remarks puzzled him greatly. Had Juliet influenced his maker's decision to leave? And if so, how? But none of that mattered now. Ivan gently held her shoulders. Don't you see, Sherry? His voice warm and soothing. Your child is quite extraordinary, Cassie. It defies everything we've ever known of our species. I'm sorry, but you have no other choice. If someone can offer you guidance in this matter, that's Juliet. Cassandra shut her eyes close, wincing. She groaned. I hate that you're right. Ivan's lips stretched into a bitter smile. I usually am. He shrugged. Cassandra, you will not do this alone. I will be there with you, and make sure things go as smoothly as possible between you and your grandmother. And what about Gavriel? She asked. What of him? Ivan frowned. What business did the Ursa King have in this? He cast a spell on me at Juliet's party, she mumbled, lowering her gaze. Ivan, he branded me. Shame tinged her cheeks red. He branded you? Lockhart's eyes flew open. Centuries had passed since he'd heard that hideous word. It stirred in him a whirlpool of memories, summoning the time when the Drakens' heir had branded Juliet. Although he despised Willem Draken for stealing his beloved from him, he couldn't ignore the fact that he owed the Deveraux lineage partly to that warlock's marriage to Juliet, and that only deepened Ivan's bitterness. Gavriel told me his brand was unshakable, she pressed, that it would follow me wherever I went. Lockhart snapped out of the trance. Oh yes, Gavriel Alexiev, the bloody Ursa King. Does he know about the child of a witch and a vampire? What would one call it? She silently nodded. And even then, he'd keep you in his thrall. Ivan mused. What devious plans does he have in store for your kid? The words escaped his lips before he realized it. I don't know, Cassie gasped, struggling to breathe. She took a hand to her chest, the other to the back of the couch where she steadied her balance. Tell me, please, can his brand be lifted? I'm sorry I said that, he whispered. Ivan folded his hand around her arm, leading her to the front of the couch where he suggested she sit for a moment. Cassie begrudgingly agreed and glided on the seat, her eyes glistening with gathering tears. Don't be. He's already made his threat clear, she said dismissively. It should not have shocked him to hear it. However, it had, if only faintly. Unfortunately, he heaved a sigh. It takes a villain to know another villain. He paused. If there's a way to destroy that spell, I never found it. He mumbled, his mind straying to those times when the Draken warlock had marked Juliet with his magic. She had been 17 then, and although already bound in spirit, Juliet had delayed the marriage until many years later, when she learned of Ivan's choice to flee to Venice with Elisa. You should get some rest, he added in a sullen tone. We can see Juliet tomorrow. The old wounds remained freshly open, bleeding rivulets of blood into his burdened soul. She'll freak out, you know. Cassandra raised her brow. A wicked smile danced on Ivan's lips. Of course she will. Chapter 59. Juliet's countenance paled as she received the news from Cassandra. Other than that, she remained perfectly stoic. You're with child, she said dryly. You. That is what she said, Ivan intervened, bristled by her coldness. She offered no answer. He'd never imagined such indolence coming from Juliet, but perhaps he was mistaken. Perhaps he'd confused shock with detachment. If only the woman had more to say. God knew what thoughts crossed her witchy mind at that moment. The infinite ways in which her world had turned over, realizing a witch and a blood drinker could indeed procreate. Finally, Ivan's beloved moved. Clasping her hands over her skirt, she turned away from them, fleeing to the fireplace. It's impossible, Juliet mumbled in the most dispassionate tone, interlacing her fingers. Cassandra went after her. Dristan is the father, she said, forcing Juliet to deal with reality. But for all her listlessness, Juliet's behavior unsettled Ivan greatly. Although her smooth face concealed any signs of distress, her knuckles whitened as she squeezed her grip. Are you all right, my love? Ivan said in a whisper, holding her arm with the utmost care, as though she might break into 1,000 shards otherwise. His touch did it. Juliet's barriers gradually came down, and her eyes filled with forthcoming tears. Immediate relief overcame him. No, I am not all right. Juliet swallowed hard. This was not supposed to happen. Not like this! Her fists tightened, wrinkling her woolen skirt. Ivan's forehead creased with worry. What are you saying? Cassie urged. I've tried so many times since my return, she stammered, her stare lost in the flames. Yet I keep failing. Why does my magic keep failing? The last question came as the lowest whisper. Darling, you're worrying me. He glided a hand over her jawline, smoothing his thumb over her cheek, tenderly tearing Juliet from her remoteness. It worked. What is all this about? He asked in the same gentle manner. A spell, Juliet said, tears sliding down her face. Oh, how can I even speak of it? She cleared the tears with the back of her hand. Ivan lowered his chin, leveling his stare with hers. Suspicion tainted his immortal heart. Try, he said in a voice much harsher than he would have wanted. She twirled a silky lock of her strawberry-red hair around her finger. It is no secret that I'd hoped one day to have a child with you. Cassandra's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, you've mentioned it, Ivan mumbled, failing to see where the conversation was headed. Was Juliet jealous of Cassandra's pregnancy? Was that it? There's something you should know. Juliet chewed the inside of her mouth. In a flash of regained confidence, she added, I cast a spell. It was one time only. Then it happened. The veil fell from Ivan's face, and for once he could see clearly Juliet's endgame, and he did not like it one bit. What the devil are you saying? He all but hissed. Do you mean that? My spell backfired, Juliet stammered, her self-constraint crumbling before Ivan's baffled eyes. I thought I'd recovered the mastering of my magic. Apparently not, he said, too shocked to absorb the significance of Juliet's confession. She planted before him. I would have done anything to have your child, Juliet said, fierce as a lioness defending her cub. And what about my thoughts on the matter? Ivan spat in an outburst of fury. Are my wishes so unworthy of consideration? Wait a moment, Cassandra breathed. I'm pregnant because of some spell you cast. Her mouth, agape. Unbelievable. Ivan couldn't tell whether the statement answered to contempt or hushed admiration. It was not meant to happen this way, Juliet pleaded to them. "Oh, I believe that," he said, folding his arms over his chest. His soul shattered, his trust in her fading. The lie at the heart of it, that's what really hit hard. "Damn it! You would actually trick me into getting you pregnant?" He refrained from saying more, waiting for his mind's pandemonium to settle, but it helped very little. "Juliet," he added, still unable to fathom the truth in its entirety. "What the hell?" Juliet's gaze drifted to her hands and the emerald ring on which she fidgeted. "I would ask your forgiveness, Ivan, if only to satisfy your pride." Her amethyst eyes cut to his. Her unwavering expression was fixed with sheer determination. "But you know I hold no regrets. Having your child means that much to me because I love you." "Don't you dare pin this to love," Ivan muttered, stepping away. He would have walked out of the room that instant, but he'd made a promise to Cassandra, and so he stayed. "Well then," Cassandra said under her breath, shock gleaming in her stormy eyes. "That is done, and now I have a child on the way. Thanks to you, grandmother." "Don't forget Dristan," Ivan mumbled, cynical as ever. "He played a part in this too." Cassandra gave him a scornful side glance. "Juliet, I must find him." Cassandra folded her hands over her grandmother's. "Dristan has a right to know the truth." She paused. All of it. Again, Juliet's confidence wavered. She warmly pressed her granddaughter's hands, flustered as she summoned the will to speak. "I'm so sorry this has fallen onto you, my dear child." Juliet sobbed. At least that regret was sincere. "It was never my intention. And of course, Dristan should be informed," she pursed her lips. "But I'm afraid Gavriel's branding spell will never allow it." Ivan recoiled into the studio's corner. He skulked by the window, arms crossed over his chest, gaze drifting to the garden. He would have disappeared in the evening shadows if possible. Forgiveness and dispensation did not come naturally to him. It would be a long time before he ever managed to shake off his anger at Juliet's deceit. "Juliet, please," Cassie said with a quivering voice. "There must be something you can do." "I cannot deny I played a part in Dristan's decision to leave," Juliet said, sauntering towards Ivan. "Gavriel is a magnificent warlock. His magic expands in incomprehensible ways beyond any ordinary warlock's reach." She paused as she reached the window. "I've often wondered if perhaps Gavriel's power exerted some influence over my words at the soiree." Ivan scowled. "Is that even possible?" he said. "You're the most powerful witch the Deveraux ever knew. Can an Ursa shifter exert such persuasion over a Gran Witch?" "I do not know," Juliet sighed, her delicate hand slipping on the windowsill. "Since my return, my powers haven't exactly blossomed into what they used to be. So, yes, I guess it's possible." "It doesn't matter anymore," Cassandra told her grandmother. "But Gavriel's magic is keeping Dristan away, and I cannot bear the thought of never seeing him again." Her eyes shimmered with withheld tears. "Oh, do something, for crying out loud," Ivan growled. "Can't you see she's suffering? Why would she not come up with a solution? She was a grand witch. Her powers were limitless, even if a little dodgy as of late. Something was holding her back from acting, and Ivan couldn't stand it." Juliet bit her lower lip, her bewitching violet eyes fixed on the estate's copse in the distance. "I can only think of one way to bring Dristan back," she whispered, hesitant to speak more. "How?" Cassandra pressed, her sanity pending from a thread. "A warlock's magic extends to all earthly creatures, men and women, vampires and shifters. Other warlocks and witches are bound by his spell." Juliet took a deep breath. She then slowly released the air in one soft exhalation. "There's only one creature immune to Gavriel's magic." "What creature is that?" Cassandra asked, moving closer to the window. "An unfleshed one," Juliet said, her gaze locked on the copse. Cassandra's lips parted. "A shadow being," she whispered. The fires of hell burned inside Ivan the second he heard those words. "Absolutely not," he said through clenched teeth. His hands tightened into fists. Juliet snapped from her detachment. She looked at Ivan with a pleading countenance. "It's her only chance," she said. "I don't care." Ivan's jaw tensed, every muscle in his body turning rigid. He quickly remembered they were not alone in the studio and added, "Of course I do care about you, Cassandra. But there must be another way." "There is no other way," Juliet argued. "Juliet," he added, piercing her with the fiercest gaze, "you forget your promise. You vowed to stop all contact with that accursed creature." "Only Kellum can find a way around Gavriel's curse," Juliet said, impassioned as Ivan had never seen before. "How can you be so damn sure?" he challenged with no demur. "Because it worked with you," she stammered, flushed as she leaned towards him. The words struck him hard as a mallet. Ivan stumbled a few steps back, aghast. "What?" he mumbled, slowly shaking his head. "It was Kellum who summoned you back to Deveraux Manor when you went away to Venice all those years ago," Juliet said in a calmer voice. Her expression softened. "You and I had just met, and when I knew I loved you, the Drakenbrand pushed you away." She swallowed hard. "Kellum was the one who found a loophole in the spell. He made it possible for you to come back to me, even though you were a vampire by then." Warmth rushed to his face. To say Ivan was terribly shaken would have been an understatement. The ground crumbled underneath his feet. "And you tell me this now?" he said, every word a painful blow. "Juliet, that thing not only tormented me for months, taking my dead brother's form, but it tried to kill me. And you're telling me I am supposed to be grateful to it?" He stopped to take a breath and ran his fingers through his jet-black hair, restless. "Damn it to hell." "I'm sorry you had to find out this way," Juliet said, her voice thin, almost frail and full of innocence. She held Cassandra's hand. "Kellum might be able to cause a fissure in the spell. No more than that, mind you. But it might just be enough to bring Dristan back to you, my dearest." "Why would Kellum help me?" Cassandra asked, troubled. Juliet cupped Cassandra's cheek. "Because you're a Deveraux," she said with a sheer determination that sent chills down Ivan's back. "He's bound to us, my dear." "What must I do?" Cassandra said, now imbued with the confidence she needed. "You needn't do a thing." Juliet glanced at Ivan out of the corner of her eye. "The least I can do is try to make things better. I will speak to Kellum." Ivan shot Juliet a glowering stare. "No, let me do it," Cassandra said. "I have caused enough trouble between you and Ivan. At last, someone speaks sensibly in this conversation. And besides," Cassie added, "if this spirit is bound to our family, as you say, he and I might as well become acquainted with each other." Juliet gave her a bitter smile. "Thank you," her lips said without emitting a sound. Cassandra slightly nodded. She went to the door, ready to take the next step in their plan. "You must be careful," Juliet said with ominous foreboding. "Kelham might be a friend to me, but he is also a shadow being, and these creatures are highly protective of the grounds where they dwell." Cassandra looked back, her face relaxed with the carelessness of youth. "I am not afraid," she assured her. "But darling, that's just it," Juliet said. "You should be." Chapter 60. The rusted gate stood open at the garden's forlorn entrance, a pitch-black gaping mouth, ready to welcome its willing victim. The place was the spiderweb, and Cassandra, its perfect prey. A strong sense of foreboding overcame her, conjuring her grandmother's warning like a protective spell that suddenly enfolded her. "I am a Deveraux witch," she whispered. "This is our land." Cassandra inhaled deeply, summoning the courage to dive into the dark. She crossed the bleak threshold and entered a birchwood tunnel weaved with climbing tendrils, from which sprung white hydrangeas. The flowers glistened in the night, with a faint incandescence that guided her through the darkness. Crushing leaves tracked her every step, and although Cassandra's heart raced, wary with anticipation at first, it was no wonder that pushed her further. As she reached the arbor's end, giant elephant ear holsters hindered the way. Her pale hand reached ahead, pushing the leaves aside. A clearing appeared before her, a peaceful landmark surrounded by a massive jungle. Moonlight filtered through a ceiling of twined branches, multicolored bromeliads bloomed before her eyes, roses and bougainvilleas tangled in the encircling hedges, and there, at the center, the limestone angel, true to human size, rose from its pedestal with a vase in his grip. usually streaming crystalline waters into the pond. Only tonight, the vase was dry and the pond's water was stagnant with dried petals and withering lotus leaves. The statue itself was covered in dirt and moss. Such a pity that her ancestors' sacred place was to suffer the consequences of its abandonment. Had it been in her power as the family's heiress, she would have taken care of this garden. But the rules had been made clear to her upon receiving the estate. Cassandra was not to touch the manor or its garden. Lured to the fountain as if by an invisible force, Cassandra cautiously approached it. Sitting on the rim, she felt tempted to touch the ancient effigy, the Jardin's perennial guardian. Her fingers stretched, but landed on the pond's base instead, dipping into a small pool of water. For a second, she thought she saw the water shimmer. It must have been the moonlight. Cassandra blinked. It happened again. This time, she knew it was real. The water glistened with a light of its own, spreading like a bolt of lightning that expanded until it reached the pond's confines. The powerful light transformed everything in its path, revitalizing the many petals and lotus leaves as if time had never touched them. At once, the sound of trickling water reached her ears. As Cassandra slowly looked up, crystalline water started to pour into the pond from the angel's jar. In a flash, a powerful pulse of energy burst from the fountain outwards, reaching the confines of the forgotten garden. And with this burst of spectral blue light, darkness blossomed into life and scintillating beauty. And that which had seemed a frightening trap at first, now revealed itself as a hallowed refuge. As the pond's water level rose, Cassandra's heart replenished too, all wariness disappearing from it within seconds. "I remember this place," she said in awe. Cassandra had been here before, decades ago, and Ivan had been there to steer her away. Something shifted in the calm evening air. The night song of cicadas and crickets suddenly halted, and a silence so deep rolled in, springing her senses back into alertness. She was not alone. "I know you're here," she said, trying to sound calm and collected. Footsteps crushed dry leaves nearby. "I mean you no harm," she added, clasping her hands. The wind blew, and she could have sworn a mirthless laugh travelled with it. "Bear me no ill will," Cassandra said, her pulse skyrocketing as she made out a silhouette standing by the rose bushes. She swallowed hard. "Spare me from any grudge or resentment you may hold against my family." Kellum sighed, his breathing loud enough that it seemed human. Gooseflesh shot up her arms. "Grudge," he finally said, his voice smooth like the wind as it rushed through the tree leaves. "Resentment. I do not know what those words mean." His speech made the hair at the back of her neck stand on end. She caught a glimpse of Kellum's violet eyes as they loomed through the foliage. He was moving around her, encircling her like the fiercest beast about to pounce on its prey, and he made sure every step of his resounded in the garden, creating the illusion of having a physical form, which she had witnessed before already. "Stay calm, Cassandra. Do not let him see how much you fear him." "Those are human emotions," she said, unwilling to leave her post by the fountain, anchored to it as though her life depended on it. He strolled behind the giant hostas, stirring them as he drew closer. Kellum gave her a glimpse of his ash-blonde hair and his stubble beard and chiseled nose peering through the vegetation. "I wouldn't know about them," he said without inflection. "Most complex human emotions elude me completely." Hearing Kellum's confession frightened her to the core. Empathy and forgiveness could easily be unknown to him as well, and that could only mean trouble. Cassandra took a deep breath, trying to conquer her restlessness. "Step into the light so I may see you," she said. A gust of wind blew past her, gliding on her cheek like the softest kiss. "If I do, you might not like what you see," Kellum said in a whisper. His tone was taunting, sinister yet playful at the same time. "I've seen you already, Kellum." She called him by his name, perhaps hoping to control him. "Do you remember back at the house, on Samhain evening, when you tried to kill Ivan?" "Ah, yes," Kellum said, dragging the sound, blending the words with the breeze. "That is my favourite self of all." She frowned. "I don't understand." Cassandra got to her feet. Driven by curiosity, she made one step forward, ignoring all instinct of preservation. "What is there to understand?" he said, revealing a smooth hand lying on the stump of an old tree. His fingers were long and delicate. A ruby ring gleamed on his little finger. "I am all things shadow," he added. "Being confined into a shape or form can be too constricting for someone like me, but I enjoy it immensely. You see, I love everything about humans and human nature." Cassandra stood in awe of the shadow being's eloquence. He had a keen grasp on language, a most unusual feat for any unfleshed creature. "Did she send you, Cassandra?" Kellum asked. The way he pronounced her name, paused, and with the sharpest intent, made her shudder. "I know your name too," he was telling her silently. "I am more powerful than you can imagine." She remained silent. "I do miss her terribly." More footsteps stomped around her, calculated, but the rhythm betrayed him, giving away his inhuman condition. "Why has she not come to see me?" he asked wistfully. "Where is my beloved Juliet?" "She's home," Cassie said, reminded of the growing tension between Ivan and her grandmother, all because of this shadow being. "I should very much like to see her," he added, longing lingering in his tone. "Her blood flows in your veins. But it is not the same." "I'm sorry to disappoint," she shrugged. A soft breeze stirred the leaves. "You've come to ask something from me," he said, and the sound now came from the opposite direction. "I know the questions that beat inside your precious heart." A hint of pride tinged his voice. How the hell did he know her intention? If Kellum had meant to rattle her, he'd met his purpose. "It should not surprise you," he knowingly said. "There are no secrets for us, beings of darkness." Cassandra swallowed her fear. "Then you know I need your help." The wind blew stronger this time, cradling tree leaves off the ground, engulfing her for a moment. She covered her eyes with her arm and stepped back. Cassie should have known better than to expect any help from an imprisoned, shadow being. The minute the breeze petered out, she uncovered her face. Stillness prevailed in the garden once more. Not a leaf moved, not a cricket sang. It felt empty. "He's gone, and I've failed." Cassandra sighed heavily. Weariness took over her fast, more emotional than physical. The world was spinning, and she could barely keep up with the chaos of it all. Had I not danced with Gavriel, none of this would have happened. Had I been brave enough to admit to my family that I loved Dristan? Oh, if only Dristan had stayed. "Cassandra," a familiar voice said, piercing the silence. The sound came from the birchwood tunnel. Someone stood behind the giant hostas. A hand pushed the foliage away, and there stood the man whom she'd once called her lost angel, the eternal boy with dreamy dark eyes, pitch-black hair, and skin as pale as the moon. "Antoine," she said, startled by his presence. Had he followed her? How long had he been standing there? And why had he so readily neglected her wishes of not seeing each other again? Typical Antoine, oblivious to anyone else's needs but his own. He'd been most deceitful towards her from the start, and she should have seen it coming. His complete disregard for her feelings, when he'd chosen to become a vampire, had been a red flag she'd ignored too willingly. And then his total lack of integrity, the way he'd simply taken off with that female vampire, Sophie. Antoine had forsaken her immediately after the accident, just when she'd needed him the most. Too much hurt stirred in her heart as she recalled those events, but something else burned inside her, and Cassie refused to name it. Unaware of her train of thought, Antoine moved closer. His demeanor towards her seemed too strange, perplexed by her in some manner. Antoine slightly tilted his head and gave her an appraising stare, studying her every reaction with great interest. "Your anger," he said. "I can all but touch it." His fingers reached out to her, hesitant to land on her shoulder. In this nearness, Cassandra noticed something different in Antoine. She couldn't tell what it was. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered. Not only had she asked him to leave her alone, but his presence in this garden made no sense, unless somehow he was immune to Gavriel's branding curse. A twinkle of mischief gleamed in Antoine's eyes. It was only then that she saw they were not dark, but glimmering violet, like precious amethysts. His lips thinned into a smile. "Merde," Cassie gasped, horrified. She stepped back. "You're not Antoine. It's you, Kellum." His smile grew wider. The unnatural brilliance of his eyes sent a shockwave of dread through her body. Would you have me choose a more pleasant form? He asked, his voice back to the whisper of a soothing breeze. Cassandra wrung a hand around her wrist. You don't have to, she mumbled, unable to look away from this bizarre representation of Antoine. So appalling. Oh, but I want to, Kellum said, still draped in Antoine's image. He clasped his hands behind his back and paced around her, watching her, studying her, measuring her reactions. The shadow being was learning from her every movement. Tell me. He gave her a daring look. I want to hear you say it. She could not stand another moment of this charade. Cassie closed her eyes. She couldn't let him know how much his chosen form unnerved her, although she feared she'd already failed on that account. Give him what he wants, and he will stop this frightening foolery. I need your help to break a spell, she said under her breath. Kellum, wrapped in Antoine's form, stepped into the garden's shadows and got lost in the foliage. A branding spell, he corrected. Her breathing hitched. Why would you refuse the favor of the most powerful warlock of this age? He asked, now from a different point in the garden. Because, she said, turning to the voice, I do not love him. Between hostas and bromeliads, a figure moved. He parted the leaves aside and entered the clearing with a confident strut, heading towards her. Cassandra's lips parted, and her eyes flew open as the man stood near the undergrowth. Do you know how coveted I am? The dozens of suitresses I've rejected in order to become close to you, he maliciously said. Dressed in all black garments, covered in a lavish black furred coat, the warlock tossed back his shoulder-length dark brown hair. A cynical smile curled his lips as he glided a hand over his thick stubble. Standing before her was Gabriel Alexiev, the Ursa King. The man trod across the clearing, radiating conceit with each step that drew him closer until he finally stood inches away from her. Cassandra shook her head. Her eyelashes fluttered with bewilderment. You are not Gabriel, she mumbled, unable to restrain her quickened breathing. Am I not? He whispered in her ear. His voice, loaded with desire, sent a thrill rushing through her limbs. Then why does your heart race with excitement? This isn't real, she whispered. Gabriel leaned closer. His cool breath landed on the nape of her neck. Princessa, he said with a sultry voice, I'd take you right now if I didn't mind waking the wrath of your grandmother. A chill dropped down her back at the sound of those words, the same salacious words Gabriel had spoken in his home. That conversation, she said, flustered. How could you know? A smug expression surfaced on the face of the spurious werebear king. I know many things. But how could he know? By the time that meeting had occurred, Juliet had already bound Kellum to this garden. He could not have learned a thing about that conversation, unless— You're reading my mind, she whispered aghast. Until now, she'd believed all witches were immune to such tactics. You're picking my brain and taking from it whatever suits your sinister purpose. The fiend snickered, and his voice was deep and resonant, too sensual for an unfleshed entity. Invested in Gabriel's form, Kellum slipped his hands into his pants pockets, staring at her with delight. And then he laughed some more. You're a trickster, she glowered. Please tell me there is more to you than that. My grandmother made you out to be a formidable creature. Kellum frowned and pouted like a crossed child. Quick as lightning, he vanished in midair. Will you help me or not? She demanded, fed up with Kellum's games. Oh, you want me now, a voice said. This time too familiar and too hurtful. Cassandra dreaded looking back, but she had no choice. And as she did, she covered her gaping mouth with her hand. She stepped back and stumbled on the pond's stone rim, and there she sat, weakened to the point where she no longer could stand. But where was your love's certainty days ago? He continued. When I left this house, meeting no resistance from you. Dristan? Pronouncing the name had been a struggle. Cassie's gaze lingered over him as he approached her. The dark denim trousers, black leather jacket, and pristine white tee were true to him, as were his ash-blonde hair and trim beard and moustache. Dristan knelt before Cassandra, defiant amethyst eyes fixed on hers. Where was your love then? He all but hissed. Warm tears gathered in her eyes. Why must you torture me so? She whispered, her voice breaking. His hand folded over hers. It was warm and solid flesh, a human hand. To make out who you are, he whispered in a cool tone. That doesn't seem fair when I hardly know a thing about you, she replied. Cassandra. Dristan's face gradually shifted into Kellum's countenance, as subtly as a photograph revealing in a dark room. Do you not remember me? He asked, and for once, a hint of endearment touched his voice. She knitted her brow, confused. Of course I do, she said. I saw you that night on Samhain. We all did. He tugged a lock of hair behind her ear. Think further back, he suggested, his voice a tender kiss of wind. Right here, in this garden. Cassandra's eyes narrowed as her mind went through her oldest memories. I've only been here once before, and I was led away all too quickly. Kellum's expression softened. I know, he said, a pleasing smile dancing on his lips. You were a child, wandering in the dark. He paused. I sent you away, and although it broke my heart, I did it for your own good. No, she mumbled. No, that was Ivan. He came to me. He took my hand and told me. There are things beyond what your mortal eyes can now see, he whispered. Trust no one, little one, not even me. Cassandra started, taken aback by the words. That was you? The shadow being's smile was his admission. I will help you, he said with caution, but do not expect me to do so freely. You want something in return, she said. Kellum's preternatural eyes lit up with spectral flames. Nothing in this world is ever truly given, he said. Your family taught me that centuries ago. He drifted, distracted by the faintest noise. His tigerish eyes then cut to hers. Will you concede to what I ask? He said, his brow arched up, as if indeed he were pleading when his voice suggested far from that. Cassandra bit her lower lip. I will. Chapter 61. How many more lies will I unveil hereinafter, I wonder? Ivan mumbled as he plummeted on the parlour's couch, a vintage Louis XV with pristine Bordeaux-shaded upholstery. His fingers glided on the fabric, a nervous habit of his that set his mind at ease. You of all men should know. Each of us carries our own secrets, some darker than others, Juliet said, placing a hand on the furniture's armrest. I don't know what you mean, Ivan said, turning a glare of indolence to her. What I mean is, she continued, I do not know everything about you, my love. I don't think I ever did. The realization seemed to hit her right then, and her astonishment remained unfiltered. He couldn't help smirking as he relaxed in the seat. I'd tell you all 350 years of it if you'd like to be bored to death for the following decades, he scoffed. Juliet closed her eyes, heaving a heavy sigh. You cannot blame me for the secrets I buried long ago. Fair point. Ivan scratched his beard. You're right, I can't blame you for that, he mumbled, a finger over his lips. He stared her down appraisingly. But I'll definitely blame you for any new ones. His snarky comeback won Ivan a smile from his beloved. Juliet sat next to him, a hand drifting to meet his. I understand if you're mad at me still. She paused, pressing her grip. At least you stayed, she said. You must admit, it is an undeniable sign of your willingness to forgive me. Ivan gently shook his head. If anything, it is a sign of my stubborn need to love you. He contemplated her with eyes full of longing, delighted by the unequivocal joy beaming from Juliet's countenance. His pale hand glided along her jawline, luring her near. Her cheeks burned red scarlet, her perfume imbued with the fragrance of youth. Suddenly, there she was, so close to him, so ready to be loved by him. Slowly he drew her in and met her lips in a soft kiss that glided to her cheek, then down her neck to the precious spot that dipped near her collarbone. The heavenly fragrance of Juliet's fresh, unspoiled blood filled his lungs. Violently so. God, I want this, he moaned, an inch away from her carotid artery, wary of the struggle against the overwhelming desire to take her blood, to plunge his fangs inside her precious neck and take one slow, soothing drink that would ease the restlessness burning in him. From the moment she'd returned to the world, he'd craved having her, truly claiming her as his own, as only a vampire could. "And why don't you?" she said in a sultry tone. Juliet's delicate fingers unbuttoned the top of her blouse. The silken fabric swiftly slipped away and stopped beneath her shoulders. Bold of her to further tempt him in the middle of his battle with his dark desires. For she, of all creatures, fully understood the danger a vampire's kiss entailed. "Because," he said, smoothing his hands up her arms to her bare shoulders, lightly parting her from him, "if I do it now, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop." Ivan took a deep breath. Mastering his lethal instinct had never caused him such pain, such soundless ache. It was as if 300 years of thirst for her had suddenly weighed down upon him, demanding that closeness with Juliet, that ultimate intimacy. "Juliet, I don't want to lose you," he whispered in her ear. "Ever again." "Oh, Ivan," she said, burying her face in his shoulder. "When I think of the time we lost, all those years we could have spent together, I grow madly jealous of every woman who ever crossed paths with you while I was gone." A dry smile lingered on his lips. With gentle fingers, he tugged a lock of hair away from her face, enough to glimpse her tearful eyes. "You're here now," he said. "And how I'd missed you." Ivan kissed her lips with furious passion. He kissed her cheeks, her neck, her shoulder, elated in Juliet's nearness, engulfing him in a soft cloud that numbed his senses. He knew then, no matter how many buried secrets found their way to the surface, Ivan would always love her. Juliet held his heart in her hands, and centuries of loneliness had not changed that. Years of searching for her in so many faces, desperate to find a trace of Juliet in her bloodline. All of it had barely given his loss any comfort. But tonight she was here, and the next night she would still be here, and that certainty filled his heart with joy to the brim. For the first time in 300 years, Ivan had found true peace. Chapter 62. Blackbirds sang as pitch darkness spread across the garden's clearing. It was a song Kellum knew all too well. It had been his unrelenting companion for centuries. In his solitude, he often reflected on the days of old, when Juliet had been free to spend time with him in the sanctity of their garden. And Kellum had been free as well, able to visit the house in the depths of the evening while everyone else slept, save his precious Juliet. But time had moved on, and so had she now that she'd returned from the netherworld. The blood demon Juliet loved was the most selfish of creatures. He would never share her heart with Kellum, even though it had been his from the start. Life had thrown the dice tonight when who should have crossed his realm's gates but the young witch, Cassandra Deveraux. Her misty eyes shone with magic, the same powerful gleam that burned in his and made them look like the brightest gems that often fascinated humans. Kellum knelt before her, his gaze locked on hers, his eyes wide and clear, and hands with open palms to make her believe he had nothing to hide, even though he was the most mischievous of shadow beings. Learning human behavior was something he did well. He would have loved to call it his passion, but such an emotion often slipped from his fingers. Calling it his obsession would have to do. "All magic comes with a price, Cassandra," he whispered, his voice soft and melodious. He needed the message to go through her like the softest of petals, to smooth its way into her heart and thus gently sway it. "You know this better than I do." Cassandra bit her lower lip. He could well read the struggle underneath the layers of pain she so tried to conceal. "What you ask from me," she said, "is it dark magic?" Kellum could not help giving her the hint of a smile. Cassandra was so sweet and unspoiled, so blessed with magic that was yet too young and unpracticed. At that moment, Kellum fancied taking her under his wing and teaching her all he knew to make her the most glorious witch in the Deveraux dynasty. Wouldn't that be a hard blow to Juliet's pride? "Magic is neither bad nor good," he said, the devil in the shadows that he was, as none of us are neither villains nor heroes. Magic simply is. "What Juliet did," the witch hesitated. "The spell that brought her back." "The Drakens called her Sanguinem Maleficus." Now this intrigued him. He tilted his head. "Do you know what that means?" he asked, narrowing his bewitching eyes. Cassandra nodded gravely. "It means blood sorcerer." Some spells are kept for those gifted with extraordinary power, Kellum said in a nonchalant tone, smiling in the depths of his darkness. Such witchcraft calls for blood as the means to conquer what lays beyond the veil of death. These spells are invariably cast in blood, you see. Shock ignited the fire in the witch's eyes. Death magic, she said in the lowest voice, fearful of the words themselves. But that would mean, is Juliet a necromancer? Was that your teaching? He gave no answer, but amused himself in contemplating all phases of Cassandra's rising astonishment. Kellum recognized the gleam of conceit in her, the desire to govern her power and reach the same heights as her ancestor. It made for a pleasant discovery. Juliet's return was the last death spell she summoned in life, and it happened in this very place. He paused to measure her reaction. Dismay never touched her countenance. Unum, ultimo, prestigium, he whispered, evoking the memory of his beloved witch, as she plunged the dagger deep into her hand. Kellum's sharp gaze cut to Cassandra's. I helped. The spell to break Gavriel's brand, she began. Will that also be cast in blood? Kellum's expression softened. He nodded. You have nothing to fear as long as I am with you. Keep me close, and you will shine. I will make you the greatest sorceress your family ever knew. As I said, all magic comes at a price. What is the price to pay? She asked, lightly subdued. Kellum barely parted his lips. As he mastered his expression, true concern surfaced in his visage. He'd commanded every inch of his materialized self into demonstrating an emotion such that it would waken her empathy without remedy. All I ask for, he said, is my freedom. He waited for her reaction. A glimpse of shock loomed in her eyes, but she swallowed it fast, thinking he wouldn't take notice. Set me free, Cassandra. Kellum glided his fingers over the back of her hand slowly, allowing her to feel his touch, making her realize his magic was as strong as to transmit the same sensation as human flesh. I grow bored inside this forlorn garden, he added. I long to see life, to witness it from its very core, to feel its vibrant colors beat inside me. He read her face. Will you do that for me? She lowered her gaze, perhaps aware of his intent. The access to her mind had closed the minute she'd realized his trick. It wouldn't be easy reading her thoughts now. I'm not sure that I can, she said. Astonishing. She does not question the moral choice itself, but her own capabilities as a witch. A promising surprise. You are a Deveraux witch, he said, holding her hand now that he'd made sure it would not alarm her. More powerful than you can imagine. I see the pulse of magic beaming from you like the mournful gleam of the full moon. So alluring. He dived his fingers through her dark locks of hair. So beautiful. Cassandra pursed her lips and evaded his stare. Flattery would only shut her down. He would have to appeal to her heart, perhaps in her mother tongue. Le monde me manque, he said. Il me manque d'être libre d'en faire l'expérience à loisir. He paused for the words to sink in. After a minute, he added, Will you do it? A subtle frown drew on her brow, not a gesture he would have wanted. Can't you do it? She asked. Haven't you broken free before? Otherwise, how could you have taken the shape of Ivan's brother and tormented him all the way across the ocean? He gave her half a smile. You are bright, and perhaps not as naive as I first thought. I was freed the minute Juliet's body slipped into your cousin's. Remember what she's done, child. Do not ally with me if you will, but rebel against her designs and get me out of here. I do not know how. It simply happened. And now her magic binds me to this place. My beloved Juliet, it caused her great suffering to do so. Cassandra tipped her head. She looked into Kellum's eyes, finally moved. Libère-moi, Cassandra, he said without moving his lips. Je ferai de tes rêves une réalité. Set me free, and you will set eyes once more upon the blood demon you love. The young Deveraux witch inclined her head. I've never done this before. I will need your guidance. At last, she spoke the words he yearned to hear. I will be honored to assist you, Kellum said. And, who knows, perhaps I might offer you my advice again in the future, Oh, Cassandra, Cassandra, darling girl, what have you done? Making deals with demons is terribly uncouth, but I suppose love makes fools of us all. The consequences of Cassandra's dealings with the shadow being will cast unexpected darkness on the futures of us all. And this wave of terror will begin with fire. There's not a moment's peace in the life of yours truly, is there? So join me for another round, won't you? I assure you, the real fun's just beginning. The monsters are gathering, forces are stirring, and Venice awaits our return. I'll ready the masquerade masks and wine. You provide the company. Blood of the ancient awaits. It's sure to be a simply killer affair. Until then, my beloved darklings, stay perfectly wicked.